Chapter 1. The Unification of the Eastern Continent. In the Grand Palace, Feng Mingzhou slowly opened his eyes, dressed in ceremonial robes. The surroundings were both strange and familiar. He shook his head and smiled. He had been in this world for almost 10 years and still had not completely familiarized himself with it. Today marked the day of the Eastern Continent's sacrifice to heaven and earth, as well as the day of its unification. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's office and others are waiting for you outside. Xiaoxi approached, also dressed in splendid ceremonial attire, graceful and dignified. When the palace doors opened, everyone turned to look. All heads bowed, not daring to meet his gaze, for he represented imperial authority. Feng Mingzhou stepped forward steadily, his gaze firm and dignified. He scanned the crowd and slowly spoke. Today, the Eastern Continent is unified, which is a blessing for all its people. The progress we see today is due to the wisdom of officials, the bravery of soldiers, and the diligence of the common folk. This is a great era, a tumultuous age filled with changes, yet is the best time for our generation to achieve great deeds. We must lead the 50 million citizens of the Eastern Continent to elevate this nation and its people to new heights, thus fulfilling our lives. On the Lunar New Year of the new millennium, Emperor Feng Mingzhou of the Eastern Continent led all officials in a ritual sacrifice and delivered a proclamation to the people. For years after the founding of the Eastern Continent, this ancient land finally completed its unification as the new century dawned. In the first year of the new century, the Eastern Continent announced its first era name, Xiaoming. Simultaneously, the Prime Minister's office released a new cabinet list: Prime Minister Ouyang Gong, Minister of Internal Affairs Yan Yuling, Minister of Transportation and Railway Zhang Dachao, Minister of Foreign Affairs Hu Wenbo, Minister of Commerce Zhou Shouqing, Minister of Education Lian Fu, Minister of Health He Tingliang, Minister of Justice Zhang Kongren, Minister of Science and Postal Services Zhou Chuanjian, Minister of Agriculture Zhang Fomao, Minister of Colonization Su Dingyong, and a new Minister of Ethnic Affairs Liang Dunyuan were also appointed. A general staff was established to oversee the national military forces, with Chief of General Staff and Minister of Defense Zhang Shun, Minister of the Navy Sun Fu, and Minister of the Air Force Zhou Liwei. The Eastern Continent was divided into 12 provinces from north to south: Dongguan Province, Lingbei Province, Dongming Province, Zhongshu Province, Jianghe Province, Guanlong Province, Baiting Province, Wuzhong Province, Chuanqing Province, Dianyan Province, Jiangsu Province, and Guanghu Province. Additionally, there were overseas territories: Zawi Province, Funan Province, Beihai Province, and the secretly controlled Guo Province. After 4 years of development, the Eastern Continent had undergone a remarkable transformation. In the new year, the Prime Minister's office also published a government report. As of now, the land area of the Eastern Continent is 13.16 million square kilometers, with a population of 460 million. Last year, the financial revenue of the Eastern Continent reached 600 million blue coins, although the per capita income was just over 1 blue coin, which could not compare to those powerful nations in Europe. However, this was already a historic achievement. Everyone was filled with confidence because they knew that the era belonging to the Eastern Continent was about to arrive, as the economy had achieved double-digit growth last year. The Prime Minister's office also announced last year's accomplishments. In education, over 1,000 new primary and secondary schools were established, and literacy was achieved for 20 million citizens, with educational expenditures reaching an astonishing 50 million blue coins. In industry, with the completion of investments in heavy industries over the past few years, the production of pig iron reached an impressive 3.1 million tons, and steel production hit 1.8 million tons, ranking 6th in the world. The world's leading economic power had a steel output exceeding 10 million tons. In addition, significant shipbuilding bases were completed, with over 10 docks capable of handling more than 30,000 tons, and coal production reached 170 million tons. The development of industry brought forth a wide array of consumer products, gradually replacing the foreign goods that once flooded the markets of the Eastern Continent. Last year, the Eastern Continent issued government bonds exceeding 1.2 billion blue coins, meaning that each person bore nearly 3 blue coins of debt. Likewise, the construction funds invested by the Prime Minister's office exceeded 1.7 billion blue coins last year, which nourished this parched land like a timely rain. Acres of farmland were developed, factories rose up, and villages began to appear. Due to the continuous influx of local labor, a large number of citizens were released from the land. They became farmers or established small workshops, further driving the development of the national economy. The Prime Minister's office proudly announced that the Eastern Continent achieved self-sufficiency in food last year, with over 150 million acres of agricultural land added. food security is always paramount. From the beginning, Fang Mingzhou focused the Prime Minister's office's largest investment in education and heavy industry. This was to ensure that the limited funds were used on the most crucial agricultural sector. Even a century later, the leading economic power still possesses vast agricultural lands, generating substantial profits from annual food exports. To ensure that a population of 460 million does not go hungry is something no dynasty in history has ever achieved. The next step for the Prime Minister's office is to ensure that these 460 million people are well fed. With the return of Dongming Province to the eastern continent, the entire province has undergone a complete transformation over the past 2 years. Those who once lived like slaves have received their own pastures and lambs. This has greatly increased their enthusiasm, and with a large influx of industrial goods into Dongming Province, their lives have improved day by day. As long as they have enough to eat and wear, no one is willing to risk their lives to start an invasion. The once unstable grasslands have now become the largest source of meat for the eastern continent. Besides Dongming Province, the stability in the northwest of the empire has also led to significant population migration. But the Prime Minister's office is mindful of the fragile ecology of the land. Agricultural development is minimized, and efforts are redirected toward deforestation and large-scale land restoration. After all, the eastern continent no longer lacks land. The fertile land of over 1 million square kilometers in Dongguan Province is waiting to be cultivated. The rapid development of industry and agriculture has propelled the strength of the eastern continent into the global forefront. Of course, this is closely related to the empire's massive military buildup. Firstly, regarding the army. The Royal Army of the Eastern Continent has now reached a scale of 500,000 regular troops and an equal number of reserves. Among them, there are 500,000 regular soldiers and 150,000 National Guard troops. The National Guard consists of 15 divisions, with each province, including overseas colonies, housing one division, except for 2 divisions in Zhongshu Province. There are 45 regular divisions, including 30 infantry divisions, 12 cavalry divisions, 2 mechanized divisions, and an independent Central Guard division. Additionally, the local police forces managed by the Prime Minister's office exceed 200,000. The reserve system, established since the founding of the nation, allows the Eastern Continent to maintain a significant reserve force. It can be said that the army of the Eastern Continent has fought its way through in 9 years. Over 20,000 soldiers have made the ultimate sacrifice. Secondly, the Navy, as the 5th largest navy in the world, has also fought its battles. Over 20 million square kilometers of maritime territory are under the command of the Royal Navy's formidable vessels. As for the Air Force, while other nations were still immersed in the era of airships, the Royal Air Force had already begun researching aircraft. In the span of 4 years, this land has completed over 10,000 kilometers of railway, crisscrossing like the veins of a giant, tightly connecting this vast territory. This is the present, a prosperous Eastern Empire. Chapter 2. Current situation of Dongzhou. At this moment in Dongzhou Garden, the Emperor of the Dongzhou Empire, Fang Mingzhou, is hosting officials from various departments of the Prime Minister's office on this important day of the new year. This tradition has been ongoing for 4 years. Those attending the banquet come from the 10 provinces of the empire and overseas colonies, and they are outstanding officials from the previous year. Initially, Fang Mingzhou was persistent in nurturing his officials, and the entire promotion process was based on references from library materials. The independent supervision system, also separate from the Prime Minister's office, hangs over all officials like the sword of Damocles. Good governance has always been a priority in any era, and Fang Mingzhou does not wish to learn from the current state of a certain northern neighbor. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. The Dongzhou imperial family has only been established for a few years, and ensuring the succession of the Dongzhou royal family is paramount. With the arrival of the new century, the empress has been confirmed to be pregnant, which means the continuity of the empire is no longer a concern. Your Majesty, some officials below have submitted a request for a general amnesty. It is evident that Prime Minister Ouyang Gung cannot make such decisions, which is why he brought it up on this festive occasion. A general amnesty? Fang Mingzhou scoffed. While the royal succession is indeed worth celebrating, what does it have to do with a general amnesty? Is there still someone who believes in the divine right of kings? When an emperor makes a mistake, he must issue a self-punishing edict. When something worthy of celebration occurs, there should be a general amnesty. Do they think this is hundreds of years ago? Should the king act according to their ideas? A general amnesty? Does that mean we can abolish our judicial system in Dongzhou? My Minister of Justice, Zhang Kongren, stepped forward with a smile. Our Ministry of Justice has spent 3 years and invested tens of thousands of manpower to nearly resolve the nation's wrongful cases. We cannot claim there are no wrongful cases, but in any location, as long as the people have objections to a case, they can appeal. Zhang Kongren proudly stated that the reports from the Prime Minister's office cover broad aspects, but with such a large Dongzhou empire, Many trivial matters cannot be reflected in the reports. Prime Minister Ouyang nodded with a smile and said, Your Majesty, we must also thank those foreign powers. If it weren't for them, the conservative forces would likely be even more difficult to deal with now. The others couldn't help but nod in agreement. Initially, Fang Mingzhou deliberately left the South unified for 2 years to use foreign powers to break those conservative forces. For thousands of years, these scholars have been accustomed to dictating affairs while the king governs passively, allowing them to act as they please. Education cannot stop. Over 80% of our population is still illiterate. The strength of the Dongzhou Empire cannot rely solely on a small portion of people. Human resources are finite. And no matter how intelligent one is, they are still just one mind. Considering the financial shortages of the Prime Minister's office, Fang Mingzhou took over education. Understanding that education is a long-term investment. By the time it is needed, it would be too late to implement it. Implementing free compulsory education costs Fang Mingzhou over 50 million blue coins annually. If it weren't for him mining for gold around the world, he might not be able to sustain it. Moreover, Fang Mingzhou understands that education cannot be entirely westernized. Although traditional education and national studies have their limitations, it is essential to discard the dross and retain the essence. Otherwise, a refined form of egoism could prevail, leading to a restless society and a lack of moral values, which is not what Fang Mingzhou wishes to see. When he initially decided to have the royal family take over education, it inadvertently laid a solid foundation for the stability of the monarchy. Since ancient times, this land has valued education, not because people are unaware of its benefits, but largely due to poverty. Those children who entered the school due to free education, on their very first day, bowed deeply before a portrait of Fang Mingzhou in front of their parents and teachers, shouting long live and wiping away their tears, calling themselves the students of the emperor, presented with a life-changing opportunity for free. This is just the beginning. Given time, Fang Mingzhou could hardly imagine the prestige the Eastern Empire would achieve. This also allowed him, as the emperor, to truly grasp the meaning of the saying that those who win the hearts of the people hold the world. Furthermore, Minister of Education Li Enfu not only condones this behavior, but is also continuously strengthening it. Today, ministers from various departments of the Eastern Empire gathered at Dongzhou Garden to report on a year's work. Some matters are not suitable to be disclosed to ordinary citizens, as many things, if spoken, would only cause panic. Ouyang, as the Prime Minister, stood up first. Your Majesty, we have achieved our initial goal of ensuring that the people of this land do not go hungry. Only Ouyang knows how much effort went into this goal. If it weren't for Your Majesty taking over the costly education and heavy industries, even with a few more years, it would have been impossible to achieve. Shouting, you've worked hard. Haha, Your Majesty, do you remember when I first inquired about your aspirations? You did not express grand ambitions. You only told me that you wanted the people of this land to live stable lives. Fang Mingzhou recalled the days a few years ago when he was still at the camp in the Maple Leaf Country. Your Majesty, our most difficult times are behind us. From today onward, we in the Eastern Empire will begin our great revival. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. The Prime Minister was right. This era belongs to the Eastern Empire. Let's speak up, both the good and the bad, so we know where to direct our efforts. Fang Mingzhou is known for disliking reports that only convey good news without addressing concerns, so every year's report is candid. Firstly, the most pressing issue we face in the Eastern Empire is the northern country. The railway traversing their frozen, cold lands is nearing completion, and we expect it to be finished within a year at most. Everyone furrowed their brows. If this railway is completed, it would signify the beginning of a new round of war between the Eastern Empire and the northern country. Your Majesty, should we look for opportunities to sabotage it? Zhang Shun, as the chief of staff and the military's top figure, understood better than anyone. Sabotage? Preventing them from building the railway? Are we to wait until we conquer the north and then pay for the construction ourselves? Fang Mingzhou's words made everyone laugh, indicating that His Majesty is full of confidence in this war. Ouyang also nodded. For years ago, the Eastern Empire was able to defeat it the first time. And now that the Eastern Empire has grown stronger, it naturally has no fear of that bear. Your Majesty, the bear's navy is still under construction. If a real war breaks out, I believe that Nicholas II will certainly wait for their navy. Without 2 years, their fleet of over 50 main ships cannot be completed. If they want to reach our Far East, it may take until 3 years later, said the Minister of the Navy, Sun Fu. Moreover, Your Majesty, our Eastern Empire's navy is no longer what it used to be. Chapter 3. Current state of Eastern Sea and land. The Eastern Empire was founded on its navy, starting from the islands, and naturally places great importance on naval construction. In today's world, where large ships and cannons dominate, they represent the highest military power of a nation. Your Majesty, we have completed the first round of our naval expansion plan. So far, we have finished constructing the second domestically produced battleship of the Eastern Empire, which is currently undergoing sea trials. This is a battleship claimed to represent the highest military level of our time. Utilizing new technology, this battleship surpasses our current main battleship, the Tiangang class, by about 20%, and it completely outclasses the current formidable class battleships. The first heavy cruiser has also been completed, due to its special nature. We have not publicly disclosed its existence. The Eastern Empire can be said to be leading the current maritime military standards. The first destroyer, the first light cruiser, and the first heavy cruiser were all initially built by the Eastern Empire, which were then imitated by naval powers around the world. This heavy cruiser is also used to validate technology, utilizing many materials on dreadnoughts that Fang Mingzhou retrieved from the library. We have focused on building the improved version of the Rainbow-class light cruiser, with the first batch of 4 already completed, and the second batch is more than halfway through. Additionally, the second generation of ocean-going submarines has been completed and is currently undergoing sea trials. Other countries have also recognized the utility of submarines and are intensifying their research. 2 years ago, a certain country began studying submarines. Although their displacement is less than 100 tons and can only carry 3 torpedoes, it still poses a threat. This is unavoidable. Global naval technology is rapidly developing. Although we have a library system and are not lacking in technology, we cannot interrupt the developments of others. How far along is the sonar research conducted by the Military Research Institute? Sonar systems are another ace in the Eastern Empire's hand. And this technology began research 2 years ago. Minister of Technology Zhou Chuanjian immediately replied, "We have completed preliminary research and expect to produce a finished product next year." Sonar is a valuable asset. Aside from military use, it is essential for fisheries and ocean exploration. Since sonar is about to be developed, these early submarines will no longer pose a threat. In addition, over the past few years, we have primarily focused on building auxiliary vessels for the Navy. The Navy is not just about warships. Auxiliary vessels are equally important. Take the ocean as an example. The current Eastern Navy cannot be compared to formidable naval powers. The reason why this nation has become the strongest maritime power is not only due to its large warships, but also because of the widespread hydrographic and oceanographic vessels around the world. Previously, the Navy's ships were all purchased from abroad, but now they have settled their debts. Last year, under the leadership of a certain individual, the Navy began to reorganize into 2 main fleets, the first and second fleets. The first fleet is based in a coastal city, consisting of 6 battleships of a certain class and 2 heavy cruisers of another class, along with 4 light cruisers and 10 destroyers. It is primarily responsible for the defense of the northern bay and the capital, covering the Northwest Ocean as the most important strategic strike force. The second fleet is based in a flower city, featuring 2 battleships of the same class and the first domestically built battleship, along with 6 heavy cruisers and a full allocation of 12 light cruisers, in addition to 12 destroyers and numerous patrol boats. Notably, the first heavy cruiser of this nation, also recognized as the world's first, is part of the second fleet. From this allocation, it is clear that the first fleet is focused on deterrence and naval combat, equipped with 6 battleships that are considered vital assets. The second fleet, on the other hand, plays a crucial role in the Southern Empire and its vast colonies, thus having strict requirements for speed. The main base at Subic Bay in the southern region is essential due to the numerous islands and waterways. To defend these areas, light cruisers and destroyers are deemed the most suitable vessels, while also ensuring enough deterrence against the colonies in the strait. Therefore, 2 battleships and most of the heavy cruisers are also included. Although the fleets have been reorganized, this does not mean they will operate independently. In the event of a major conflict, both fleets will certainly unite. Due to the vast territory of the Empire, much of the army is foot-based, prompting the continued use of the theater system. To avoid issues with military orders being disregarded or the concentration of power, each theater generally has a staff office to handle daily operations, with the position of commander remaining vacant until a major war breaks out, at which point a general from the Imperial General Staff will be appointed as the theater commander. This reform reduces the multiple layers of command, allowing for improved efficiency in frontline command without excessive oversight. The commander of the First Fleet remains in the hands of a certain individual who has participated in all previous naval battles of the Empire. However, the appointment of another individual as the commander of the Second Fleet has raised questions among many. The former has a long history in the Navy, while the latter is recognized for outstanding performance during studies abroad and in naval battles against another nation, particularly noted for a decisive standoff. The complex relationships in the southern region favor the latter's bold and decisive naval combat style, as well as a unique ability to seize opportunities on the battlefield, which has caught the attention of the leadership. The Navy has been reorganized, and the Army is similarly structured according to military districts, with the Royal Army of the Eastern Continent establishing 6 districts covering the East, West, South, North, Central, and overseas regions. The military strength of the Eastern Continent Empire has met daily needs, Unless a global war breaks out, the Emperor Feng Mingzhou does not intend to continue large-scale military expansion. More troops do not necessarily equate to better defense, and the time for massive military deployments has not yet arrived. With a population of 4.6 billion, the Eastern Continent Empire does not fear any war. Overall, the Eastern Continent is still in a phase of rapid development. Over the past decade, Emperor Feng Mingzhou has invested heavily, resulting in the 5th largest navy and a top 5 army in the world. These forces serve as a protective umbrella for the Eastern Continent. However, beneath this umbrella, the situation remains concerning. The South has only stabilized for 2 years, and public sentiment is just beginning to settle. Although the gentry and conservative forces have been significantly weakened, this does not mean they have disappeared. This is a long-term process, and theoretically, these individuals hinder the official influence of the Prime Minister's office from reaching local levels. Your Majesty, since last year, we have fully implemented land policies and new currency issuance in the South. So far, the results have not been ideal, as those gentry still cling to their silver. Feng Mingzhou felt he had given these individuals enough face and remarked, "Are the dozens of National Guard divisions assigned to the Prime Minister's office merely for show?" The final month's deadline is approaching. After that, silver transactions will be prohibited in the market. If anyone leads a rebellion, we will take action. No individual or group shall supersede national interests at any time or in any era. Chapter 4. Industrial Plan Silver must be removed from the transaction sphere. This is non-negotiable. With the increasing global discoveries of silver reserves, continuing to use silver as currency would allow some with ulterior motives to exchange silver for gold. In the gold standard era, gold is the decisive factor in a nation's currency issuance. The outflow of gold is akin to draining a nation's lifeblood, which Feng Mingzhou cannot tolerate. Wanli, you are responsible for heading to the South to coordinate with the Prime Minister's office on the new land and currency policies, Feng Mingzhou said coldly. Those present understood that His Majesty had completely lost patience with the South. Your Majesty, I know what to do. Zhao Ting, select some capable officials to go south. Within 6 months, we must completely resolve the chaos in several southern provinces. And have you completed the 4-year plan I mentioned earlier? It should outline the most urgent tasks for the next 4 years. To become an industrial nation, systematic development is required. The first priority is agriculture. The goal of the Prime Minister's office in the next 4 years is to ensure everyone has enough to eat. Industrial development is crucial as well. Currently, the Eastern Continent Empire's industry is largely sustained by the royal family. Both large steel mills and shipyards are royal investments. However, Feng Mingzhou knows that if these industries are solely associated with the royal name, in a few years, as the authority of the Eastern Continent royal family grows, these heavy industries could become unmanageable. Once interest groups form, unless Feng Mingzhou completely dismantles the operation and starts anew, it would be challenging to regain control. After careful consideration, Feng Mingzhou ultimately decided to transfer several major heavy industry bases he had invested in over the years to the Prime Minister's office. Only in this way could the industrial development of the Eastern Empire be truly promoted. Coupled with several manufacturing agencies left behind previously, the Ministry of Commerce plans to launch 10 industrial bases nationwide this year, using a point-to-line strategy. Feng Mingzhou already has enough wealth. The overseas minerals he controls can bring him more than 100 tons of gold each year, amounting to nearly 200 million in local currency. This gold has been given to the Prime Minister's office in exchange for long-term national bonds. This is also why the Prime Minister's office, led by Ouyang Gong, respects Feng Mingzhou so much. Historically, such rulers are expected to strengthen their nations, or else their position is meaningless. Your Majesty, according to our plans, the preliminary review of the 4-year industrial plan has been completed. Yin Yiling explained seriously to everyone. Thanks to Your Majesty's blessings. The heavy industries transferred to the Prime Minister's office include several steel factories ranging from tens of thousands to 500,000 tons, as well as several important shipyards. We plan to establish a northern heavy industry sector and purchase some machinery from a certain country, with the Central Province as the center and the Eastern Pass and River Provinces as support points. We aim to invest in around 50 enterprises, primarily targeting steel manufacturing. The southern heavy industry will be established with a focus on shipbuilding and mechanical processing, with the Jiangsu, Guanghu, and River Provinces forming the southern sector. With the northern and southern heavy industries as the core, supported by ancillary enterprises, we will develop the Eastern Empire's own industry. Feng Mingzhou nodded. This plan is currently the most suitable. As for handing over his invested enterprises to the Prime Minister's office, it was his own choice. Moreover, the royal family owning too many heavy assets is not necessarily a good thing. He can ensure his commitment to the country, but what about his descendants? No one can say for sure. The royal family itself controls the military, and if it also controls heavy industry, what difference is there from dictatorship? When individuals rise above the nation, it leads to disaster. Not everyone can achieve what Yao and Shun did. Furthermore, Fang Mingzhou understands better than anyone the consequences of monopolies. Although the economy of the certain country is rapidly advancing, the price paid is the rampant trust companies. It is said that the McKinley figure has already begun to consider using legislative means to dismantle these trusts. Because he understands this, Fang Mingzhou decided to use this national plan to dismantle his heavy industry under his name and transfer it to the Prime Minister's office. Concentrating efforts on major tasks is undoubtedly a transformative opportunity for the Eastern Empire, which is still primarily an agricultural nation. The foundation left in the south is still good, and we must look forward. The Ministry of Commerce can integrate these factories. Although they cannot be used for heavy industry, light industry is also promising. Fang Mingzhou does not intend to follow that certain Red Empire, which used most of its resources to build weapons, leading to a decline in people's livelihoods and eventual internal collapse. Your Majesty, if that's the case, we can import various mineral resources from the southern seas, eliminating the need to transport them to the north. This not only saves transportation costs, but also maximizes resource utility. In the future, the northern heavy industry will be supplied with resources from the Eastern Pass province, while the southern seas will be used to build the southern heavy industry. As for the province in the central part of the empire, we plan to build a steel plant with a capacity of 500,000 tons, along with the existing small steel mill, which will be sufficient for the industrial needs there. The northwest region will primarily focus on agriculture and animal husbandry, supplemented by the development of mineral resources. The Prime Minister's office has considered this thoroughly, essentially making the most of available resources. In the next 4 years, the industrial development will revolve around these two major sectors. Initially, Fang Mingzhou took advantage of two economic crises to acquire machinery worth hundreds of millions of blue currency from a certain country, which significantly boosted the development of light industry in the eastern continent. Additionally, we will establish 2 new automobile factories. In recent years, automobiles have become a key development direction for the eastern continent, with locally manufactured cars consistently in short supply. Although other countries have begun to imitate, the patents remain under the royal family's control. Not to mention those factories, even the leading automobile manufacturers in the world must pay patent fees to produce vehicles. Correspondingly, there are also patents related to alternating current, which bring in over £10 million in profits each year to Fang Mingzhou, all of which are used to subsidize education. With the data from libraries, it can be said that the automotive industry in the eastern continent is unique. Wenshan, remember to build a large tractor manufacturing plant and a furniture manufacturing plant in the name of the royal family. Fang Mingzhou seemed to have thought of something and said to Wenshan, to be precise, we are all on tracks. Early tanks were not as good as tractors. Some weapons may not be available for now, but we must not skimp on technological reserves. The same goes for aircraft. To date, there are no more than 10 people in the entire Eastern Empire who are aware of airplanes. While the world was still obsessed with massive airships, little did they know that the future dominance of the skies would belong to flying machines made from wooden frames. As for the northern neighbors, the system library that Fang Mingzhou relied on for his rise contains countless records. To accelerate the development of the Eastern Empire, Fang Mingzhou has put forward the distribution of the country's mines. 2 years ago, the Eastern Army began to reclaim the northwest region, and the first oil field was discovered to solve transportation issues. Over the past 2 years, as more oil fields have been developed, the Eastern continent has achieved self-sufficiency in oil. Overall, the plan for 2014 is to comprehensively transform the Eastern continent from an agricultural nation into an industrial nation. The Prime Minister's office will invest no less than 5 billion blue currency over the next 4 years to construct more than 7,000 industrial projects of various sizes in fields such as steel, shipbuilding, machinery, automobile manufacturing, machine tools, transportation, and railways, thereby promoting the prosperity of the Eastern Empire. This grand blueprint is undoubtedly something everyone must face with determination. Once this plan is completed, at the very least, the industrialization of the Eastern continent will surpass that of certain nations, becoming a global power. Many people do not understand why Emperor Fang Mingzhou is so aggressive in his approach, believing that governing a large nation should be done slowly and carefully. But only Fang Mingzhou knows that in just over a decade, a war that will sweep across much of the world will begin. The Eastern Empire has only a maximum of 4 four-year industrial plans left. Compared to those powerful nations that have developed for over 100 years, the Eastern Empire, which has only been established for a few years, must demonstrate corresponding strength to join these grand affairs. Without strength, you may not even have the chance to sit at the table and are likely to become just a dish on it. How much progress has been made on the naval plans over there? In the past, there was a confrontation between them and the Eastern Empire, resulting in losses on both sides, and that individual named Nikolai boasted about revenge. Thus, a massive naval expansion plan was initiated, with plans to construct over 50 main ships and more than 100 other vessels within the next 5 years, which can be deemed reckless. It has been nearly 3 years since then, and regardless of the circumstances, Nikolai still seems to have considerable wealth. Your Majesty, the naval construction on their side has now completed over 70 vessels. Zhang Shun's face showed concern. More than half of the main ships built overseas have been completed. This includes 10 battleships and 12 heavy cruisers, with the remaining ships being constructed domestically, which are only partially completed. 22 main ships have already surpassed the current Eastern Empire, pushing it down to 5th place. 3 Petrograd-class battleships are being constructed by a certain company, 3 Peresvet-class battleships by another, and 3 Letvizin-class battleships by yet another. Additionally, 2 Yevstafy-class and 5 Borodino-class battleships are being built domestically. Everyone gasped. The Eastern Navy, established for nearly a decade, has only managed to assemble 10 battleships. Meanwhile, they have already built 9, matching the Eastern Empire. Furthermore, there are more than 12 heavy cruisers, and due to the emergence of our Rainbow-class ships, they have also begun constructing light cruisers. Once completed, they will possess a fleet of over 16 battleships, 12 heavy cruisers, and more than 10 light cruisers, surpassing Han's and becoming the world's 3rd largest navy. One cannot help but acknowledge Nikolai's wealth. These warships will cost at least over 1 billion blue currency, not including subsequent maintenance. Sun Fu looked at Fang Mingzhou, and his meaning was clear. Your Majesty, it's time to build. Fang Mingzhou glanced at Zhou Chuanjian from the Ministry of Science and Technology and asked, how much progress has been made on the Eastern Ship project? Upon hearing this, most people, except for a few, looked puzzled. Hadn't their navy just completed the construction of 2 battleships? What is this Eastern Ship project? It is worth noting that this project carries the name of the nation and should not be underestimated. The Eastern Ship is the original form of an invincible ship from another timeline. Zhou Chuanjian stood up excitedly and said loudly, Your Majesty, after 5 years of research, the Eastern Ship has completed its preliminary development. Although it has been 5 years, the blueprints for the invincible ship were presented even before Fang Mingzhou's unification, totaling around 7 or 8 years. Currently, the firepower system has been designed, the power system is independently developed, and the new protective armor has been synthesized in the laboratory. Based on the blueprints provided by Your Majesty, we have completed the overall design of the new ship type. Your Majesty, the Eastern Continent vessel is now ready for large-scale construction. Good. Fang Mingzhou couldn't contain his excitement any longer. The Fearless vessel, which is the Eastern Continent ship, has been a dream project since the establishment of our navy. It is a revolutionary warship. No matter how many main battleships the neighboring country builds, they will inevitably be swept into the dustbin when faced with such an epic-making vessel. The Tiangang class of the Eastern Continent Navy has been in service for 7 years now, and according to the life cycle of warships, it has entered its middle to late years. Now, the main battleships of navies around the world are catching up, so there is a strong demand within the Navy for new battleships to face the increasingly serious maritime competition. Initially, a single Tiangang class cost over 7.5 million blue coins, and now the price of the Eastern Continent ship has surely surpassed 10 million. The Navy's annual budget is just over 10 million blue coins, which also includes the maintenance of all warships. This means that at most, we can only build 1 battleship a year. If we build, the national economy cannot bear it. If we don't, we cannot fall behind the development of the neighboring country and other world navies. Fang Mingzhou began to understand why a great war was necessary. If we don't fight, everyone might go bankrupt. How is the lighthouse nation doing now? Fang Wu, as the head of the Overseas Intelligence Agency, stated directly, the economic crisis from 6 years ago has completely dissipated. Coupled with the lighthouse expanding its military in recent years, this has stimulated domestic military industry growth, along with their shipbuilding for the neighboring country. Now, the domestic economy of the lighthouse is flourishing. 2 years ago, Spain and the lighthouse fought fiercely over colonies. And although Fang Mingzhou sold 4 main battleships to Red Bull before the conflict, the Old Knight ultimately lost, though the lighthouse also didn't win easily. The 4 main battleships provided by the Eastern Continent Empire ultimately sank 6 of the lighthouse's main battleships, nearly wiping out their navy overnight. However, the lighthouse eventually found a market for its domestic capital and began to expand its influence into Central and South America. In the past 2 years, due to the consumption from the last war, the lighthouse has added plans to construct 3 more battleships, bringing their total to 8 battleships. How is the silver preparation going? Ouyang Geng, who was aware of the silver plan, nodded and said, in the past 2 years, we in the Eastern Continent have gradually shifted to using paper currency, phasing out silver from the market. The treasury currently holds a total of 1.9 billion taels of silver. 1.9 billion taels is over 7,000 tons, which can be transported by a single 10,000 ton cargo ship. Inform Wenjiang to divide this silver into 3 portions. Let Burgess be prepared to implement the plan. Whether we can build our battleships depends on the outcome of this venture. Chapter 6. Trust the new year has just ended. And the Prime Minister's Office of the Eastern Continent Empire has announced the development plan for the next 4 years. This plan, which involves the development of the entire country's industries, officially marks the beginning of Eastern Continent's development. At this time, in the Lighthouse Nation, Burgess is attending a grand banquet. There are no good banquets. This time the leader has gathered all the capital tycoons from across the country. Everyone knows that with the economic recovery in recent years, a serious problem has emerged across various industries: monopoly. Currently, over 70 of industries are dominated by various groups, leading to a loss of vitality in the economy and growing dissatisfaction among the public. As this leader approaches his second election cycle, his old rival, who lost to him last time, has returned. This rival has learned from his previous defeat. His radical policies made the oligarchs uneasy. He has reintroduced his policies, opposing the gold standard and supporting a dual currency system of gold and silver. After all, gold is limited, but there is an abundance of silver. If a dual standard is implemented, it would allow the government to print more currency and increase the money supply. More money in the market is good news for both the government and individuals, potentially stimulating the economy. This rival also has significant policies against monopolies, advocating for stronger economic regulation to limit monopolistic development and maintain market fairness. These points hit the current leader hard. It's known that his rise to power was partly due to the fear that the oligarchs had of this rival coming to power. The current leader is no longer the same as when he first took office. He recognizes that his old rival is correct. The economic crisis 6 years ago almost devastated the nation, and if it weren't for the support from a certain entity providing gold, the monetary authority might not be in the government's hands today. Losing monetary authority means a lot, and he understands it better than anyone. Therefore, even though he dislikes his old rival, they share a common ground on limiting monopolies. This is why this gathering has taken place. With just over half a year until the elections, the leader needs to gauge the opinions of major domestic conglomerates regarding anti-monopoly measures. The representatives of renowned families like the John Lefevre family, Pompano, Carnegie, DuPont, and Burgess Mining are present at the gathering. Their influence is such that a single stomp from them could shake the economy. The Secretary of State, as the organizer of this banquet, raised his glass and addressed the attendees. Everyone present knows the leader's intentions, and no one is willing to limit their own interests. So the overall attitude is not very positive. Burgess is toasting with Eugene DuPont, the head of the DuPont family, which made its fortune in explosives and now controls over half of the explosive supply in the nation. To put it plainly, without him, the military might struggle to gather enough ammunition. Burgess, do you think the leader's ideas can be realized? Eugene DuPont asked with a smile. Burgess, now the spokesperson for the central bank, is a figure of considerable importance, and despite his mining background, he is not underestimated in this context. The current leader's attempt to push through anti-monopoly laws cannot bypass this bank president. Mr. Eugene, of course, such matters are decided by experienced individuals like you. Whether they can be realized depends on everyone's opinion, Burgess stated without leaving any gaps. In any case, regardless of whether you oppose it or not, some people are already prepared to profit from you. I am merely an executor of the plan. Burgess has completely let go now. After all, partnering with Fong Mingzhou to make money is not a new occurrence for him. He has grown accustomed to it. With Fong now in a position of power, he still keeps a close eye on the Beacon country, treating it almost like a bank, coming to reap profits whenever funds are needed. Seeing that Burgess did not answer directly, Eugene understood that such matters would not be made clear until the end. As the arms trade is the most lucrative industry, Eugene certainly does not wish for anyone else in his family to enter the arms field. Exclusive business is the most profitable. At the banquet, Secretary of State Olney was still passionately discussing the need to promote economic development, subtly implying that these trusts were hindering the economy. However, after scanning the room, he found that very few responded. Did these greedy monopolists really think they were gods? When Commander McKinley appeared, everyone instantly changed their demeanor and became enthusiastic. This commander currently enjoys a high reputation among the populace, having won the war against Red Bull. Although the losses were significant, it at least provided a market for the capital of the Beacon country. This thrilled the domestic factory owners, as the saturated market finally found a way to release pressure. However, there was another issue. When these factory owners, holding their factories as collateral, sought loans from banks to expand production, they were told that there was no money available. Every industry was short on funds, but printing money required gold. Theoretically, this is a positive cyclical process. Factory owners made money, generated profits. The Beacon country acquired gold on the international market and then printed currency. However, 4 years ago, during the economic crisis, Fong Mingzhou borrowed 500 tons of gold in the name of Burgess to stabilize the economy, successfully defeating the Rothschild family, which sought to control the currency of the Beacon country. As the saying goes, debts must be repaid. This gold bond needs to be returned with a 10-year term. 50 tons of gold each year, plus 20% interest, which has severely depleted the beacon country's gold reserves. Without gold, money cannot be printed. And without the ability to print money, loans cannot be provided to those factory owners eager to expand production. Fang Mingzhou is truly playing both sides. Which is why that Brian wants to establish a gold and silver standard. Ultimately, it still comes down to money. Does the beacon country lack money? Impossible. As the world's leading industrial power, the government should not be short of funds. However, this principle has been undermined by the trusts led by this large family. Their monopoly has made any economic policy of the beacon country's government extremely challenging. Commander McKinley has just announced plans to formulate antitrust legislation, and the trusts have begun to unite. During this time, these individuals have been lavishly spending money, attacking the current cabinet's policies in newspapers, and promoting the idea that government intervention in the economy is the cause of the economic downturn. There is an advantage to a certain country, which is that although these trusts are all thriving, they have a critical flaw: uncontrolled military power. This unique power balance mechanism requires emerging interest groups to break the monopoly structure if they wish to ascend, coupled with the current public enthusiasm for anti-monopoly sentiment. These monopolistic conglomerates cannot completely silence public opinion. This is also why the current cabinet plans to make a significant move before the elections to garner public support. Chapter 7. The current situation in Bor at this time, with resources being mobilized from all over the world, the total military strength stationed in Bor has exceeded 550,000. Soldiers from various parts of the world have turned the Rustenburg area into a chaotic zone, where curry-scented soldiers are preparing lunch while holding their headscarves. A brownish-yellow paste appears in one soldier's pot, and he takes a deep breath, reminiscent of his hometown's flavors. In the city, Army Commander Redvers Buller is furrowing his brow. As the highest commander of the forces in Bor, his perspective has clearly shifted beyond the realm of war. After more than 3 years of conflict, the Boers are clearly at their breaking point. Reflecting on the fact that his country has spent 3 years and deployed hundreds of thousands of troops, with casualties exceeding 50,000, he recalls the recent Battle of Paardeberg, which has gradually cornered the Boers, with hundreds of thousands of troops encircling them. It is only a matter of time before the Boers face defeat. Looking at the telegram in his hand, Redvers lets out a helpless sigh, as the Prime Minister's office has tasked him with locating the gold hidden by the Boers. According to domestic intelligence estimates, prior to the war, the Boers held over 500 tons of gold and more than 100 million pounds in diamonds. The Prime Minister's office demands that he secure this gold and diamonds before eliminating the Boers. Have General Pete Cronje come to see me. The Boer War has gradually entered its later stages, and it is clear to any observer that the Boer defeat is imminent. Not only is the country in question involved, but many nations are eyeing this wealth, including the Eastern Empire. At this moment in the Lanshwar Mountains, Huang Peng and others are resting in a primeval jungle. As a liaison for the Eastern Empire's involvement in the Boer War, he has experienced the war from start to finish. From initial victories to stubbornness in the middle phase, to now barely hanging on. Mr. Huang, do you think we can still achieve final victory? Asked Bernal Chi, sitting nearby. Bernal, as a good friend, I think you should consider what lies ahead, Huang Peng replied, causing Bernal's expression to fade. Mr. Huang, do you also believe that we have lost our chance? The greatest problem facing the Boers now is not the will to resist, but a lack of manpower. The total population of Bor is less than 600,000, and not all of them are willing to follow President Kruger in opposing the country in question. More importantly, the country has realized that it cannot completely eliminate the elusive Boer cavalry. They have invented a good method to deal with the Boers, the centralized camp system. In order to suppress the resistance of the Boer people, a certain individual independently developed a set of tactics to isolate Boer civilians and guerrillas. At the same time, supplies, intelligence, and personnel support for Boer soldiers were cut off, with the intention of completely conquering the land. Within the controlled areas, more than 50 concentrated camps of various sizes have been established. Over 150,000 women, children, and elderly individuals have been detained, along with more than 100,000 others. Bernard, if you can persuade the president to expand beyond the cities and engage in guerrilla warfare, and if the opportunity arises, concentrate forces for a decisive battle. I believe the longer this drags on, the more difficult it will be for the opposing side. The international community is filled with sympathy for you, and in fact, your supplies are not lacking. In recent years, although the Navy has maintained a blockade, it is evident that since the advent of airships, the skies cannot be guarded. The Boer forces can still occasionally obtain weapons and ammunition. Huang, you know the president has changed. I cannot persuade him. Bernard said painfully. Huang, I should have listened to you. Otherwise, the Commando Corps would not have been destroyed. The Commando Corps was led by Bernard and was the strongest fighting force among the Boers, but unfortunately, the leadership does not rest with him. A year ago, To rescue tens of thousands of besieged Boer civilians, the president ordered Bernard to lead the Commando Corps into action. Clearly, this was a trap set by the enemy. Despite Huang Peng's numerous attempts to dissuade him, he could not stop it and was instead viewed with suspicion by the president. As a result, the entire Commando Corps of over 20,000 men was annihilated. Even though they killed and wounded more than twice their number of enemies, it was of no avail. The opposing forces have plenty of cannon fodder. After losing the commando, Bernard became marginalized, and more importantly, the president has now realized that without the Commando Corps, the other Boer soldiers are only slightly better than those from the colonies. Last month, an opportunity was finally found, but it was completely ruined due to the collapse of the Boer soldiers halfway through. Bernard, what has happened. Regretting it now is futile. I believe you can guess where I come from, Huang Peng said seriously. Bernard nodded. Huang Peng's identity is not hard to guess, after all. He has been selling large quantities of weapons to the Boers even before the opposing forces took action. Moreover, this has not stopped in recent years. Ordinary individuals cannot acquire such a vast amount of weapons, especially when these weapons are not even available to the opposing soldiers. Coupled with Huang Peng's appearance, it is evident that he is from the Eastern Empire, although he does not acknowledge it, and everyone tacitly avoids stating it. Bernard, you are my brother. If needed, I can take you away from here to a place where no one knows you, to live out the rest of your days. Huang Peng also received a telegram from the Eastern Empire's general staff. Indeed, the Empire is also coveting those gold and diamonds. Moreover, compared to the opposing forces, Huang Peng even saw the president's elite guards leaving with these valuable items. These yellow and white items are clearly hidden by this leader somewhere in this land. You know, I cannot leave here. This is our homeland, and without our homeland, we have nowhere to go. Bonner, are you really going to keep escaping like this, only to be exterminated by the enemy in the end? The current leadership of the Freedom Boer under President Kleiuger has less than 50,000 people, and the troops are even fewer, with just over 10,000. A telegram has already been sent to Huang Peng. If this batch of gold is not found within 3 months, we will have to evacuate. John Bull knows that many countries are supplying weapons to the Boers, but knowing and being discovered are definitely not the same. Even if we settle accounts later, we must first find a way to deal with the Hans. After all, the Empire of the East transports weapons under the name of the Hans. Huang, I want to ask, can you still provide us with weapons? It seems that President Kleiuger is still not giving up. Bonner, even if we can provide weapons, can you find people to use these weapons? Unless you can break John Bull's blockade. Rescuing those imprisoned in the concentration camps means nothing without soldiers. Even if you have more weapons, it would be futile. Chapter 8. A new round of turmoil in the North Sea province. General Wu Yinong of the Third Army of the Empire of the East looked at the intelligence report in silence for a long time. As a soldier who has followed His Majesty since the Maple Leaf Country, he has participated in all of the Empire's foreign military campaigns. Because of his outstanding achievements, he was sent here by the General Staff to serve as commander. The former Neon threat no longer poses any danger to the Empire of the East, which means this country has no future from that moment on. Wu Yinong called several division commanders over and handed them the intelligence report. Commander, are these people planning to stir up trouble again? Wu Yinong nodded and said, the intelligence agency has been monitoring these individuals for years. Recently, they discovered that these people purchased a significant amount of weapons from a certain country, and it is said that those buying the weapons have a similar skin color to ours. It seems those old remnants still yearn for the past. The commander thinks we should deploy the naval fleet and directly capture this group. We can follow the clues and catch them all in one go. Zhou Yu, the commander of the 17th Division, noted that there are 3 divisions stationed in the North Sea province, which not only has abundant resources, but also fertile land. There is also a detachment stationed here, regularly patrolling the Gulf of North. Capturing them is easy, but these die-hard elements do not care about their lives. Even if we capture all of them this time, as long as the source continues, they will definitely rise again. Just as Wu Yinong was about to say something, he heard a guard report about an urgent telegram. When he picked up the telegram and saw the contents, his previously worried expression instantly relaxed. He knew that if this plan were to proceed, the future of this country might be completely over. At the port, a passenger ship from a certain country was slowly docking, and several young people disembarked from the vessel. Upon looking up, they saw that the dock was filled with ragged individuals, and even a leading person walked up to them asking if they needed help unloading cargo at a fair price. A few people looked very complicated. Just as they were about to say something, a car nearby honked and drove over. The crowd around them quickly scattered, knowing that in this country, those who can drive are important figures. Uncle Gio, the young man nodded and said, "Get in the car." A few people nodded and got into the car. Inside the car, Matsuno Hiroshi looked out the window at the dock. In his view, he saw a cargo ship docked at the shore, with countless people rushing towards it, seemingly discussing something. Suddenly, the crowd parted, and a group of armed individuals appeared. brandishing knives and scaring the laborers into fleeing in all directions. Then this group directed another group of laborers to begin unloading the cargo. Matsuno Hiroshi seemed to understand something. So he asked, "Uncle Gio, is the situation in the country this chaotic now?" Uncle Gio glanced out the window, seemingly aware of what the young man was asking. And sighed, "Young Master Matsuno, you have been studying abroad for years and are not very familiar with the situation at home. This situation is still considered mild. At least they can fill their stomachs." Matsuno Hiroshi frowned. Uncle Gio was his father's trusted assistant and had watched him grow up. He would not lie to him. This meant that what he was seeing was still the better side of things. The country he remembered was one that understood humility. But now all he saw was chaos and disorder. This was the largest port in the capital, and he couldn't imagine what might be happening in more distant places. Matsuno Hiroshi believed that even if the whole country had failed, it should not bow down. It should unite and break free from its shackles through struggle. He had returned this time to contact the emperor through his father, believing that once he obtained the emperor's highest decree, he could persuade the people to unite against the disgraceful Tokugawa Yoshikatsu and restore the emperor to power, bringing back the glory of the empire. When the car stopped at a manor, Matsuno Hiroshi led a few people inside and saw his father waiting for him at the door. "Father," Matsuno Hiroshi deeply bowed. "I'm back. Good boy, it's good to be back. This is your classmate, right? I've prepared a room. Go take your classmate to drop off their luggage first." After a while, when Matsuno Hiroshi saw his father again in the study, he asked, "How has the situation been in the country these years?" "Father, I've been well there. The country is very powerful, truly the strongest industrial nation in the world, and the people are polite. The air there is exceptionally fresh, filled with a sweet fragrance." When Matsuno Hiroshi spoke of that country, his face was filled with longing. But then he remembered everything that had happened at the port today and said, "Father, has it really become so chaotic back home?" "Yes. The situation in our country is very bad now. After Tokugawa Yoshikatsu seized power, he disbanded both the navy and the army. And now there are only a few thousand guards left nationwide, all controlled by Tokugawa. So has father given up on resistance?" Matsuno Hiroshi said angrily. "As a general who was once received by the emperor, if you give up, there will be no hope for this country. You have lost the courage and determination of a soldier, father. You have disappointed me greatly." Upon hearing these words, Matsuno Hiro let out a sigh. His son's remarks felt painfully sharp. He seemed to want to say something, but looking at his son's furious face, he ultimately sighed again. Matsuno Hiro understood that a vast chasm had developed between him and his son, an invisible yet very real divide. But what could he do? As a witness to the Civil War 3 years ago, he was one of the few surviving officers. He had once, like his son, wanted to defeat Tokugawa Yoshimasa and end the chaos. To that end, he had led his troops into battle, successfully defeating 2 divisions of Tokugawa Yoshimasa. However, in the end, due to a lack of food and weapons, he had no choice but to lay down his arms. Perhaps because of his bravery, Tokugawa Yoshimasa had greatly appreciated him and intended to keep him in service. But ultimately, he chose to leave the military and retire at home. For safety reasons, he had secretly sent his son to the lighthouse, and it was only after several years of quiet that he dared to let his son return. Now, under the supervision of the Eastern Empire, the military power of his nation had been disbanded. The navy didn't even have a single gunboat. The original army had been dissolved, and the soldiers had become farmers or laborers. For decades, this country had spent vast sums to purchase industrial equipment, all of which had been taken away by the Emperor of the East. Factories, shipyards, steel mills, these heavy industries had vanished from the country. Chapter 9. The ambitions of Neon. Currently, Neon had only a security force of 40,000 men, equipped merely with rifles and lacking artillery. These men were the henchmen of Tokugawa Yoshimasa. At the same time, over 10,000 soldiers from another faction had been dispatched here for security purposes. Matsuno Hiroshi looked at his father, knowing that his father had been thoroughly frightened by the Eastern Empire and lacked the courage to resist. "Father, I believe that even after retiring, you should still have some connections, right?" Seeing his father tacitly agree, Matsuno Hiroshi continued, "I wish to meet Prince Higashifushimi Yorinori. I hope you can help me make the introduction." Prince Higashifushimi Yorinori was the adopted son of the current emperor. Tokugawa Yoshimasa knew that the Eastern Empire would show no mercy to those who instigated war, and he had conveniently arranged for several princes from the former headquarters to pass away due to illness. This prince, Higashifushimi Yorinori, had early on surrendered to Tokugawa and had remained in a nominal position, thus avoiding any repercussions. Matsuno Hiroshi had returned with a purpose. Initially, he had intended to leverage his father's connections, but now he felt this might not be a good idea. As one of the few remaining high-ranking officials, Prince Higashifushimi Yorinori had the authority to meet the emperor directly. He needed to convey his plans to the emperor and gain his support, as that was the only way to have a chance of success. Matsuno Hiro nodded. "You should rest for a few days. I will arrange for you to meet His Highness the Prince. Does that mean those people still have ulterior motives? In the study, Feng Mingzhou looked at the intelligence provided by Feng Wu and excitedly said, "Finally, I've found my opportunity. Yes, Your Majesty. This Desong Hiroshi has been studying abroad since before the war, and after our great battle with the neighboring country, the local leader retreated from the scene, allowing Tokugawa to rise to power. However, that leader is quite restless. If he were to remain a mere figurehead like his ancestors, it would be one thing, but unfortunately, he has tasted the sweetness of power." Feng Mingzhou nodded, noting that the current leader is indeed a capable one. If it weren't for our interference, the neighboring country would likely have developed rapidly by now. After the war, we discovered a hidden financial institution secretly funding certain individuals, while more people were sent to various countries in the region. Without exception, they all received military training, and we have been monitoring them for several years. Desong Hiroshi is unaware that everything he has done in recent years has been under the watchful eye of the Overseas Intelligence Department of the Eastern Empire. It seems that both the neighboring country and the region are filled with suspicion towards us. Whenever there is an opportunity to weaken us, these countries will not hesitate to take action. Feng Mingzhou smiled, stating that only the incompetent would not be envied. The rise of the Eastern Empire has offended too many nations. Take the neighboring country, for instance. Back when that individual in power sought to revive the domestic economy by signing a secret agreement with us, he still aided another country in building battleships. Feng Mingzhou certainly did not intend to indulge the neighboring country. Under his arrangement, the neighboring country and an old rival fought fiercely over colonies. Both sides deployed their naval forces, and the 4 main battleships sold to a certain entity managed to sink 6 of the neighboring country's battleships. If not for subsequent setbacks, they might have even breached the neighboring country's coastline. Even so, this resulted in countless people from the eastern coast of the neighboring country fleeing inland. Although the rival lost, the neighboring country also paid a heavy price. Without those battleships, the neighboring country could have easily dealt with the rival. The relationship between the two countries shifted from a honeymoon phase to covert confrontation. Meanwhile, our actions in the neighboring country have gradually pushed the neighboring country's capital and market out of its borders. This is simply intolerable for a country lacking in markets. Hence, the interactions between these two parties come as no surprise to Feng Mingzhou. Hindering the development of rivals is a fundamental task for every nation. In recent years, they have sent nearly 1,000 individuals abroad, all children of the elite, filled with hatred towards us in the Eastern Empire. Feng Wu smiled, saying, "If it weren't for us, they might still be living as nobles." Additionally, we discovered that these individuals, armed with substantial funds, purchased numerous weapons and trained many of their compatriots in the neighboring country and the region. We suspect that they are targeting Tokugawa Yashikatsu, and there are indeed people around him from their ranks. It seems their hatred for Tokugawa Yashikatsu surpasses even ours. Young master, what good does it do to hate us? Do those people dare to seek revenge against us? They are just a bunch of loud but timid individuals. Zhang Shun looked down on these small fry. But he also knew that allowing them to remain would only bring trouble, especially that leader, who has become a significant threat to the Eastern Empire. Since they lost that naval battle 3 years ago, the nation has been thrown into chaos, with Tokugawa Keisuke becoming the leader. Although he holds significant power, he can only do what his ancestors did a century ago, elevate the emperor and then take no further action. As the saying goes, to eradicate the roots. Feng Mingzhou cannot eliminate the royal lineage himself. Otherwise, the 40 million people in this nation may become a ticking time bomb. The Foreign Intelligence Department discovered early on that before the two countries went to war, these individuals secretly sent a group of people to a certain country and various nations in Europe in preparation for the future. It must be said that these individuals have shown remarkable restraint. It has taken them 5 to 6 years to reveal themselves. Have you figured out how to deal with this unrest? Zhang Shun immediately understood that His Majesty was planning to take action against this individual. Your Majesty, we intend to turn the tables on them. Since they want to restore that individual to power, we will give them what they want. Although Tokugawa Keisuke won last time, he was indecisive and only dealt with a group of leaders. He wants to win people's hearts? Fine, let him understand the consequences of winning hearts. These individuals clearly aim to eliminate Tokugawa. Otherwise, that individual would not have been able to rise to power. We can utilize their hatred against them. Dealing with these clowns will be sufficient, letting them fight among themselves first. Let Tokugawa Keisuke come to us for help, and then we will suppress them thoroughly. I believe after this, the Tokugawa will no longer be indecisive. Otherwise, we can simply replace him with another agent. Feng Mingzhou nodded. This plan was good. Minimizing the involvement of the Eastern Empire. It is not that the Eastern Empire is afraid of those short individuals, but if they intervene too deeply, it may instead unite those people. Unlike now, where there is a capital and labor market, once the older generation passes away, the next generation of this nation will become a pet of the Eastern Empire. Chapter 10. The quagmire of the lighthouse, the Gale Bay Sea, a country filled with plantations, has once again become the focus of the world. 3 years ago, in an effort to find an overseas market for its domestic market, and spurred on by the Eastern Empire, the nation launched a war against a certain region. Initially thought to be an easy victory, the war became unsatisfactory due to the Eastern Empire selling warships and inciting resistance movements. If the naval battle resulted in heavy losses for the nation but at least defeated the enemy, the military actions on land turned into a quagmire, tightly binding the nation. More importantly, the colonies of that region in the Pacific had already been occupied by the Eastern Empire in advance. After waging a costly war, the nation only managed to eliminate the leader José Martí with great difficulty, thanks to internal support. Unexpectedly, a person named Maceo emerged, who opposed the nation even more than José Martí. Now, with an army of over 100,000 in Cuba, the nation still has not been able to capture Maceo. The leader of the insurgent forces, trained in guerrilla warfare from the eastern region, has caused thousands of casualties among the local soldiers over the past couple of years. More importantly, the prolonged inability to stabilize the country has turned this nation, which produces half of the world's sugar, into a nightmare for the plantation owners from a certain region. They are hastily selling their plantations on the market, but no one dares to take them over. Everyone knows that this place has become a death zone. The aforementioned leader frequently leads soldiers to burn plantations and eliminate a few plantation owners. Eventually, a mysterious force emerged to acquire these plantations at shockingly low prices. Thus, under the arrangement of a certain influential figure, the two major sugar-producing regions of the world have come under their control, generating over 50 million blue coins in annual revenue. Not only has the local authority failed to conquer this area completely, but the war over the past 2 years has also led to high anti-war sentiments domestically. More than 50,000 lives have been lost on this land, placing immense pressure on the president. This is also why he wants to legislate restrictions on the trusts to cater to the lower-class voters. At this moment, the president is holding a cabinet meeting. The recent banquet was intended for the Secretary of State to gauge the opinions of these wealthy capitalists, but the results were not promising. Mr. President, with all due respect, these individuals will never give up their current monopolistic positions, the Secretary of State stated seriously. Not only from the banquet, but also in private conversations with several influential figures from prominent families. Once the topic turned to this issue, they would start to evade the conversation. Now, in the whole country, perhaps only Mr. Burgess is indifferent. Those prominent families are merely draining our nation through their monopolies, said another cabinet member. The president has abandoned the tradition of appointing finance ministers from prominent families. This cabinet member is someone who has truly risen from the grassroots. Russell, I want to know, are we still unable to fully take control of the colony? The president's voice was filled with helplessness. Who would have thought that the world's leading industrial power could not completely occupy a small colonial nation? The Minister of War, Russell, cursed the incompetence of the military internally but could only say, Mr. President, we have reached an agreement with one of their current leaders, Maximo Gomez. They will sign a peace treaty with us within 3 months. This is good news, the president replied with a smile, relieved to finally hear something positive. As he had grown tired of the unreasonable protests from those individuals at the presidential office demanding troop withdrawal. Is that Maximo still insisting on fighting us to the end? Can't we completely eliminate them? He's not a deity. Mr. President, this Maximo has been a follower of José Martí from the beginning. He is a staunch nationalist, and it is difficult for us to persuade him to lay down his arms. Additionally, there is a hidden force that has been supporting him. Otherwise, without reinforcements, they would have long run out of supplies. Do you know what this force is? McKinley felt a jolt. He knew that many nations opposed his efforts to seize colonies, aside from himself. However, he understood that this move was necessary for the country to expand beyond its current confines and not remain trapped on this continent. As the Minister of Internal Affairs, Michael Hawke managed the official intelligence of the lighthouse. Clearly, the Eastern Empire's covert support was highly discreet. Aside from José Martí and a few trusted associates, hardly anyone was aware of it, and deliveries were made to designated locations each time. Now that José Martí was gone, only the current individuals in Marseille knew to prevent any leaks. Seeing Hawke's troubled expression, McKinley sighed. Gentlemen, there are just over 6 months until the elections, and I hope we can stabilize this situation completely before then. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to win against that Brian. And I believe none of you want to lose the election. He turned to Russell. I trust you will find a solution, right, Lord Russell? James Russell vowed that upon his return, he would urge the generals to increase pressure on the current Marseille, or else his political career might be at an end. If the colonies were a minor issue, then the monopolistic tycoons in the lighthouse were the real pressing concern. Over the past 2 years, our economy has developed rapidly, completely surpassing another nation, with our pig iron production reaching tens of millions of tons and being exported to many countries. We have thoroughly overcome the previous economic crisis. However, Finance Minister Lehman Gimlet helplessly stated, "Our economy currently lacks funding, which has severely restricted factory expansion and business development." Ultimately, it goes back to the gold crisis from years ago. We have to repay over 60 tons of gold annually. The gold we gain through trade surplus is roughly the same amount, meaning we will face a gold shortage during this term or the next. McKinley had no solutions for this issue. Gold as a hard currency was scarce worldwide. Haven't you seen how the other nation has been engaged in conflict for 3 years? Ultimately, it's still about gold. He couldn't blame the previous Cleveland cabinet. Given the circumstances, the outcome was already the best possible. Have you figured out why that Burgess held so much gold initially? 500 tons is no small sum. Even the world's top 20 economies might struggle to produce that amount. The Minister of Internal Affairs, Michael Hawke, promptly replied, during the Century auction, Burgess Mining offered several gold mines of various sizes. There's no reason he wouldn't keep some for himself. We estimate that in the Maple Leaf Nation, this mining tycoon privately holds at least 2 massive gold mines. Chapter 11. The Sherman Act. This response did not come as a surprise to anyone present. Additionally, that Burgess had borrowed a significant amount of gold from various countries in Europe through various means. The remaining gold came from his former fiancée's family, the Stuarts, a prominent family with a legacy spanning hundreds of years. McKinley is not a fool. Although that economic crisis was initiated by a certain family, it was clearly Mr. Burgess who ultimately reaped the benefits. At that time, the leader Cleveland appointed this mining tycoon to head the central bank of a certain nation as a token of gratitude. Despite Mr. Burgess's performance being fairly standard in recent years, his stance on the domestic trusts is now crucial. Your Excellency, I understand your thoughts, but I want to emphasize that compared to the other influential groups, Mr. Burgess poses the least threat. We should not target him. Rather, we need to win him over. This mining magnate, who enjoys exploring for mines around the world, has minimal control over our nation's economy. Minerals are always of great value and can stimulate our economy. Furthermore, Mr. Burgess is currently overseeing the Western Development Plan in Canada. Initially, when the neighboring country aimed to develop its West independently, the Cleveland cabinet reached out to Mr. Burgess to prevent its neighbor from becoming powerful. Under his name, they planned to develop Canada's West, knowing that when the time was right and the minerals exhausted, the hundreds of thousands of miners would leave. Without people and minerals, the Western development of Canada would be a mere illusion. Mr. Burgess's mining company does not hold significant assets in our nation. The major minerals he owns are developed in collaboration with others. If we indeed implement antitrust laws, the impact on this mining tycoon would be minimal. Let us not forget that Mr. Burgess is currently regarded as a messenger of God in our nation. His influence is undeniable, and if he supports us in dismantling these monopolies, I believe more people will align with us. The words of the finance minister resonated with everyone present. The focus of this meeting is the antitrust law, which is urgent for the future of this nation and for the next term in office. Moreover, it must be said that the current government is quite responsible, especially compared to the situation a century later. Ultimately, this is partly the fault of the nation itself, as its advantageous position allows for unchallenged development. Particularly during the Industrial Revolution, production and capital became highly concentrated, leading to the emergence of numerous trust monopolies in this country. Such giants are a disaster for small and medium enterprises. How can they compete fairly when they can simply acquire your factory once you grow? It is well known that the rapid development of this nation, becoming the world's leading industrial power in just a few decades, is due to free competition. Clearly, the monopolistic practices of trusts have distorted market mechanisms and have now severely harmed the development of this nation. The rapid growth of the cat across the ocean is due to investments not just from Europeans, but even from the nation's own citizens. Hans's meticulous style has attracted numerous businessmen in recent years. Now, our wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few, leading to the bankruptcy of many small and medium-sized enterprises and farmers. After their mergers, these conglomerates have grown even larger. This has created a vicious cycle, and we must address this issue. Otherwise, in a decade or so, our nation's economy will lose its vitality and become stagnant. Over the past 2 years, there has been an average of 1 protest per week, all instigated by these conglomerates. Moreover, violent incidents increasingly target these individuals. McKinley said heavily that these people have become a social problem, and if not addressed soon, the public may erupt like a volcano and destroy the nation. They recklessly lower workers' wages and extend working hours, under the guise of increasing product competitiveness. In contrast, product prices rise while quality declines, forcing the citizens to accept high-priced, low-quality goods. We are a nation of freedom and democracy, yet their actions are the exact opposite. Regardless of what others say, during my remaining time in office, we must enact feasible laws to limit their further expansion. We need to dismantle these behemoths. After McKinley finished speaking, the ministers present fell silent. All present were elites, aware of the dangers posed by these conglomerates, but asking them to risk their lives to push for antitrust laws is too much to expect. Mr. McKay, I want to know, is the antitrust bill ready? Attorney General Robert McKay, Your Excellency, if you truly decide this way, then I must say, yes, we are prepared. Anyone can shirk responsibility, but he cannot. If the Attorney General is compromised, then everything is over. We owe thanks to our predecessor, the Cleveland administration, as the Sherman Act has given our government the legal authority to intervene in the economy and control such behaviors. The Sherman Act was passed 10 years ago during Cleveland's term, also known as the Sherman Antitrust Act. At that time, monopolies in our nation had not reached the current level, and the law only lightly restricted such monopolistic behaviors, although everyone took it lightly. The first article clearly states that any trust or similar entity that restricts interstate or foreign trade is illegal. However, the penalties are mild. Individuals face $5,000 in fines and 1 year in prison, while companies face $1 million in fines and 3 years in prison. These are not significant matters. But the fourth article is lethal for these trusts because it grants the government jurisdiction over companies and individuals that violate the law under necessary circumstances. It's a vague authority, similar to final interpretation rights. You might say it's useless, but when the time is necessary, it can prove useful. Your Excellency, as long as we categorize the existing issues based on this law, I believe Congress will pass it. When this law was being formulated, those large conglomerates used their power to obstruct it, resulting in many vague and ambiguous phrases within the law. What McKinley needs to do now is to clarify these ambiguous points, as he believes that the liberal members will push Congress to pass this law. Chapter 12. Hans's naval expansion. At this moment in the palace, Wilhelm II was holding a cabinet meeting. His neighbor, his good cousin, had become increasingly assertive since announcing the naval expansion. This made Wilhelm feel very uncomfortable. Initially, the bear was known as the gendarme of Europe, with regular forces exceeding 1 million, and the entire European continent had to heed its whims. Unfortunately, with the onset of the Industrial Revolution, countries began to develop rapidly, while the bear, this gigantic entity, failed to reform thoroughly and gradually started to lag behind. Since Nicholas ascended the throne, he had not encountered any favorable circumstances, giving Wilhelm plenty of reasons to mock him. It was clear that the bear realized that if things continued this way, it would indeed be looked down upon and marginalized. Thus, Nicholas decided to make a significant move. The announcement of the Grand Naval Plan shocked the world. Once the 50 main battleships were completed, it would surpass that of a neighboring country, becoming the second largest navy in the world by tonnage. Now, more than 3 years had passed, and this naval expansion plan was 70 complete. Even so, the Bear's naval tonnage had reached 3rd place. Yes, it had just pushed Hans's navy from 3rd to 4th. Moreover, Nicholas even telegraphed Wilhelm, asking if he needed money. If he could not afford to maintain a navy, he could speak to him as a relative. For the sake of their familial ties, he wouldn't mind lending Wilhelm some money. How could the proud Wilhelm II endure such a situation? Your Majesty, with all due respect, this enormous plan is difficult to pass in Parliament, said Hans's Prime Minister Hornlo Silingsfest, looking troubled. As a member of the Bavarian royal family and holding the title of prince, he should ideally support Wilhelm's decision. However, this naval expansion plan was simply too vast, to the point that even the Prime Minister was alarmed. It is worth noting that 3 years ago, when Nicholas began to expand the navy, Hans had also submitted its own naval expansion bill in response. It stipulated that within 5 years, the Hans Empire's navy must reach 20 main battleships, 10 armored cruisers, and over 50 various cruisers, totaling a scale of 600,000 tons, requiring an expenditure of 500 million marks. Although the number was only half that of its neighbor, it was evident that Hans's battleship construction technology was not something the Bear could compare to. After a long wait for this bill to pass through domestic meetings, the first batch of warships was only halfway through construction, and now there was a need to expand. Hans was a continental military power, facing the encirclement of unfriendly nations on both the eastern and western fronts, and these two nations were also strong in land forces. Prime Minister, do you mean I have to watch my foolish cousin flaunt his power every day? Or what if one day he loses his mind and blocks our port with dozens of battleships? William's voice was calm, but everyone could sense the anger behind it. Although they all knew this possibility was unlikely, who would dare to make such a definitive statement in politics? Your Majesty, our naval expansion bill from 2 years ago is still not completed, and that Emperor's navy has been largely destroyed by the Eastern Empire. Compared to them, we have only 5 unsatisfactory Brandenburg-class battleships, 2 improved Brandenburg-class, 5 Friedrich III-class, and another 5 Wittelsbach-class under construction. In a year, we will have 17 battleships, which should be enough to deter any enemy from eyeing the empire. Prime Minister Hohenzollern's words made others nod in agreement. Most of those present were Junker nobles, clearly favoring continental militarism. In their view, as long as they defended their homeland, it was sufficient, fighting was still the domain of their army. Unfortunately for them, William was not like that. He was a fervent novelist. How could he tolerate that his cousin's navy was twice the size of his own? The Hans cat and the bear both inherited the Holy Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman legal tradition, which, while it sounds flattering, actually reflects a familial relationship. With nearly a century of intermarriage, they should have formed the best alliance. Unfortunately, that emperor does not think so. Prime Minister, I disagree. Although the empire currently possesses 12 battleships, it is clear that the first 5 can only be classified as ironclads. Our real battleships are only the 2 improved Brandenburg-class and 5 Friedrich III-class, totaling 7 battleships, and we are also lacking heavy cruisers. Were it not for the mutual destruction between the lighthouse nation and Spain, we might not even be able to compete with the nouveau riche across the sea. The Minister of the Navy, Alfred von Tirpitz, quickly stood up and said. He was also a fervent novelist and had worked alongside William to promote the naval expansion bill 2 years ago. It must be said that Tirpitz played an irreplaceable role in the naval development of the Hans cat. Gentlemen, I commanded the battleship Württemberg to the Far East 4 years ago, where I stayed for a year. My understanding of the Eastern Empire is more accurate than anyone else's. Tirpitz glanced at the crowd and then addressed William II. Your Majesty. The Emperor of the Eastern Empire rose from the son of a general in a land filled with plantations to dominate the Far East. What did he rely on? It was the warships. His navy was built from nothing and is now the 5th largest in the world. But let us not forget, the Eastern Empire's navy possesses the world's richest combat experience with steel warships, an advantage that even the world's #1 navy cannot match. It is through these warships that he has come this far. Is that not enough to awaken you all? What was the Far East like 10 years ago? And what is it like now? Can you not see? Without powerful ships and artillery, the Far East is likely still in a state of ignorance. Admittedly, our 2 neighboring countries on land are not very friendly towards the Empire, and we must prioritize ensuring that the Empire's territory is not occupied. Our army has reached a conventional strength of 650,000 troops. But what about our navy? Tirpitz looked at these junker nobles, who only had eyes for the army, neglecting the navy, which prevents the Empire's goods from being sold. Yet, these junkers are mostly landowners and estate holders, controlling a significant portion of the country's land. They have a poor impression of the navy, believing that its development undermines their army-centric views and their own interests. For the Empire, not expanding is akin to chronic death. The fertile lands of the Far East have drifted far from us. 2 years ago, we paid a hefty price to have the Eastern Empire act as a muscle to seize the Dutch East Indies. Have you forgotten that over the past 2 years, without the Empire's navy, could you have enjoyed low-priced raw materials? Now, Wilhelm has come to understand the limitations of the junker nobles and has started to strongly support the court nobles, those who surround Wilhelm and rely on court favor and positions to gain status and wealth. Chapter 13. The theory of risk fleets. Wilhelm sat on the throne in silence, but his satisfaction with Tirpitz grew. This naval minister took over the navy 3 years ago and, despite everyone's doubts, turned Hans's navy into a world naval power. Under Wilhelm II's directive, he began reforming the navy. He strongly supported large military-industrial enterprises, which developed advanced artillery, armor, and propulsion for the navy. These advanced technologies further propelled the navy's technical development. All technologies on the under-construction Wittelsbach-class battleships came from domestic sources, reducing costs by 10% just for this one aspect. Furthermore, Tirpitz also improved Hans's naval training system, cultivating a large number of professional naval officers and technical personnel. These individuals filled various positions in the navy, significantly enhancing Hans's naval strength. At the same time, Tirpitz recognized the capabilities of the Eastern Empire's navy and began to learn from its system. He phased out outdated warships, with ships over 10 years old either being dismantled or moved to reserve status. While this reduced the tonnage of Hans's navy, the combat power indeed increased significantly. We have numerous colonies in Africa and the South Seas. Without a strong naval force to escort them, are we to rely on our soldiers to swim over? This is also the most conflicted point for the junker nobles. Although they do not want to admit it, this era belongs to the navy. Whether it's the Emperor of the Eastern Empire or John Bull, they have seized enormous profits through powerful navies. Moreover, Hans's land area is only over 500,000 square kilometers. While it may be considered a large country in Europe on the world stage, the area is inadequate. The benefits brought by land far exceed those from the sea. These emerging commercial elites, lacking land, have developed industry and commerce vigorously. In just a few years, their accumulated wealth has surpassed that of the junker nobility. On one side is tradition, and on the other is wealth. The choice lies in individual preferences. Our relations with certain neighboring nations are not good, and the 2 countries seem to have formed a subtle alliance to resist imperial influence together. The strength of our army is unquestionable. But what if the enemy comes by sea? After Tirpitz finished speaking, the noisy cabinet meeting fell silent. Can our soldiers' rifles and cannons penetrate the armor of battleships? It is known that our opponents have the second and third largest navies in the world. Therefore, Your Majesty, I urge everyone to expand the Imperial Navy. Warships are different from soldiers. Building them is a long-term process, taking at least 1 year and up to 3 or 4 years to complete. If it comes to a critical moment, we simply won't have enough time. After Tirpitz finished speaking, Wilhelm II nodded and asked, "What does the Navy Minister have to say?" Anyone? It was hard to refute. Tirpitz's words were facts. The entire world is developing its navy, and Hans is not lacking in shipbuilding technology. However, in terms of naval development, we are not even close to catching up with certain other nations. My finance minister, can you tell me our financial revenue from last year? Tillman quickly stood up and replied, "Your Majesty, our financial revenue last year was approximately 7 billion marks. How much of that was allocated to the Army and Navy?" The Army's budget was 7.4 billion marks, and the Navy's budget was 4.9 billion marks. Wilhelm nodded. Spending 1/6 of the annual revenue on the military is already a fairly healthy figure. And let us not forget, we launched 5 battleships in the past 2 years. Or else the Navy's budget would have been even less. My finance minister, can you tell me what benefits the Army and Navy have brought? This time, Tillman fell silent. As there were no statistical data available, and everyone knows that the strength of the Navy has enabled the Empire's maritime trade to thrive. A large amount of inexpensive raw materials and goods are exported thanks to the Navy. Undoubtedly, spending less on the Navy brings greater benefits. The countries on this continent have stabilized. Even with a strong army, we cannot invade land at will like in the chaotic times over 100 years ago. Everyone understood the Emperor's intention to increase military expenditure and expand the Navy. However, the Prime Minister, Hindenburg, remained silent, and everyone chose to stay quiet. Wilhelm II's expression grew increasingly grim. Even after stating his position, the Prime Minister still chose to protest silently. Your Majesty, Tirpitz stood up and said, "If the Imperial Navy wishes to venture into the deep blue and the open sea, it cannot avoid the presence of certain other nations. It is unavoidable. Just looking at the map shows that they block the gateway to the North Sea and the English Channel. If conflict arises, the title of the world's #1 navy will surely make the other side uncomfortable. In a short period, we cannot catch up with the naval tonnage of a certain island nation, which can focus solely on naval development without the need to worry about land threats. However, we cannot afford that. Therefore, our naval ministry believes that the scale of our navy does not need to exceed that of the island nation. Their navy is spread across the world, maintaining deterrence everywhere, while we, on the contrary, lack a strong naval presence in regions like the Neon Country and the Southern Seas. Our navy has only one goal, to engage in war with that island nation. As long as the Imperial Naval Ministry can ensure that, after the war begins, we can deal a heavy blow to their navy, preventing them from responding to challenges from other maritime powers. Unless their queen wishes to see her navy become second-rate and lose its dominance over the seas, she would not easily initiate a war. Otherwise, if we engage in conflict, it would only benefit other powers. This way, we can obtain the right to navigate freely across the world's oceans." After Tirpitz finished speaking, not only did Wilhelm II's eyes light up, but the Junker nobles and emerging nobles nearby also seemed inspired. Indeed, they had not considered that the Empire could avoid the great risk of war with that island nation by simply making it known that there would be no victors if naval battles were to occur. This would instill caution in the island nation, thus achieving the goal of peace. Moreover, the only cost to themselves would be spending money to build ships, and warships are indeed a significant boost to national strength. Your Majesty, I support Mr. Tirpitz's idea. The Empire indeed needs to appropriately develop its navy. The Minister of Finance, Tillman, began to align himself with this view. Some of the Junker nobles nearby nodded in agreement. Although they were proponents of continental militarism, the recent development of the Navy had indeed brought them considerable benefits. Therefore, enhancing naval strength to some extent was not a bad idea. Finally, Prime Minister Hlengesvis began to speak. Your Majesty, I would like to know what scale of expansion is needed for the Empire's Navy to achieve the effects mentioned by Mr. Tirpitz. Tirpitz quickly stood up and said, Your Majesty, Mr. Prime Minister, and esteemed colleagues, our naval ministry, after research, believes that if the Empire's naval tonnage can reach 70 of that of the island nation, it will ensure that they exercise restraint towards us and achieve the results we desire. Considering the current difference in naval tonnage between the two countries, we propose to double the existing naval scale over the next 10 years, in line with the Naval Act from 2 years ago. In 10 years, the Imperial Navy must ensure it has around 40 battleships and about 15 heavy cruisers, with a total tonnage reaching 1 million tons. We will call it the Risk Fleet. Chapter 14. The drawbacks of the gold standard. The Naval Act passed by Hans Cat appeared in newspapers across various countries, in response to the development of world navies and to protect national maritime territories. The navy of the Han's nation will reach a tonnage of 1 million tons in the next 10 to 15 years. Although specific types and numbers of warships have not been disclosed, it is evident that expanding the navy at this critical juncture is undoubtedly aimed at the neighboring country. Is this William getting restless? In the conference room, Feng Mingzhou was puzzled about who had provoked this neurotic emperor. Your Majesty, actually, Hans has no way out. The pressure from the neighboring country is just too great. Zhang Shun also felt a bit of sympathy for this Emperor William, considering what kind of neighbors he had. The Gallic rooster goes without saying, they are sworn enemies, and as for the other one, due to geopolitical security reasons, these two relatives have turned against each other. Especially since that leader announced the construction of 50 capital ships, it has intensified Emperor William's worries. 6 years ago, the Gallic rooster and the neighboring country formed an alliance, with the rooster economically controlling the other, and coupled with the reasons related to the feline nation, this animosity has only grown over time. Feng Mingzhou understood that it wasn't just about contradictions. It was also due to colonial issues, as emerging nations sought to challenge established industrial powers. As the saying goes, all under heaven is for profit, and indeed, the ancestors were right. Your Majesty, that Tealpix has sent a telegram requesting to strengthen naval ties between our two nations, hoping to send some officer groups to our Eastern Empire. Similarly, we could also send officers to their side to learn from each other. Zhang Shun chuckled, knowing that for the proud William to suggest that the Eastern Empire could teach them about the Navy. It spoke volumes about the current perception of the Eastern Empire's naval capabilities. It's acceptable. Being insular is unwise. Although Han's Navy lacks combat experience, it is still a strong nation, and learning more is beneficial. In fact, Feng Mingzhou had one more thing he hadn't mentioned. The world is currently in a race to build capital ships, and for a considerable time ahead, battleships and artillery will dominate. While the Eastern Empire is temporarily ahead in this regard, the future belongs to aircraft carriers and planes. Battleships will ultimately exit the historical stage. If the Eastern Empire can impart some experience to the Han's Navy, at least by the time of the next major naval engagement, the gap between the two sides won't be so vast. Since the first flight of aircraft was completed, Feng Mingzhou's previous sense of urgency had relaxed. Now, the Eastern Empire needed to hone its skills, develop itself, and simultaneously guide the world down a detour, which is airships. This technology is rapidly evolving towards a large and cumbersome direction, with costs rising swiftly from hydrogen to helium. As the creator of airships, the Eastern Empire even launched airship routes from the Far East to the South Seas. When giant airships carrying dozens of tons of cargo reached areas inaccessible by human means, it sparked a global sensation, with newspapers in various European countries declaring, "This is the century of airships." Your Majesty, Minister Zhou from the Ministry of Technology asked me to inquire whether radios can be sold now. Oh, has something happened? Ever since we registered the radio technology patent 5 years ago, radios have entered a phase of rapid development. Now, some individuals from the neighboring country are on the verge of completing experiments on radio signal transmission, just one step away from practical use. Since Tesla's research, radio technology has always been a closely guarded secret of the Eastern Empire. The Eastern Empire's radio technology has now developed to the 4th generation, entering the realm of medium to short-range communication. Moreover, the Ministry of Science and Technology is nearing the completion of long-distance image transmission, which is essentially the prototype of a fax machine. Zhang Shun recognizes the technological revolution brought about by radio. After the Eastern Empire registered its patent, it did not continue to register radio technology externally. Feng Mingzhou understands that technology cannot always be kept under one's control. The emergence of radio signals to him also indicates that the advantages of libraries are gradually being caught up by other nations. In about 2 to 3 years, we estimate that our first-generation radio products will emerge. The first generation of radio utilizes large steel towers for transmission, with a range of approximately 2,000 kilometers. Even so, it is a groundbreaking product. Inform the Ministry of Science and Technology that there is no need to sell the radio for now, as the patent is in our hands. Developing high-end radio technology is quite challenging, but starting off is simple. Structures like large steel towers are sufficient in height, especially since there aren't many tall buildings in this era. Radio transmission only needs to avoid mountainous areas. However, to move to the next step, diodes will be necessary, and it is estimated that this won't be feasible for another 10 to 8 years, leaving the Eastern Empire with a significant advantage. Additionally, Mr. Burgess has sent multiple telegrams inquiring about when the Silver Plan will be initiated. The entire world has begun to feel the drawbacks of the gold standard, with countries relying solely on the amount of gold they possess for development. No matter how strong the economy is, it cannot excessively print money without sufficient funds, which can lead to developmental stagnation. If a country attempts to overissue currency and faces any disturbance, its credibility will be shattered. The reason why the currency of a certain nation is universally accepted is that it controls over 70% of the world's newly mined gold each year. Major gold-producing regions are either under its control or indirectly controlled, allowing it to confidently print paper currency. Even a powerful nation nearly lost its currency authority due to a shortage of gold. The amount of gold mined each year is limited, and not only this nation but also others feel that the gold standard is a constraint. However, no one dares to abandon the gold standard. Without gold, directly printing paper currency would not only lead to domestic rejection but also hinder trade with other nations, which would only accept gold. The integrity of various nations can be said to exist, but it is limited. Paper, when not pegged to gold, cannot guarantee its value. As for paper currency, take the Eastern Empire as an example. Apart from a few small neighboring countries in the Far East, other nations do not recognize its blue currency at all. Every year, the Prime Minister's office has to exchange dozens of tons of gold for pounds to conduct large transactions. The main reason Fang Mingzhou and the aforementioned nation signed a trade agreement to eliminate barriers was to allow both sides to settle in their respective currencies. This way, the Eastern Empire's automobiles and light industry can freely trade with steel, machine tools, or locomotives from the other nation, saving both sides from the cumbersome process of currency exchange. Even if one country builds warships for another, and a certain empire sells warships to a third nation, neither party has halted these agreements. Everyone knows that such agreements are mutually beneficial. As for the friction, where is the peace between nations? It's merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Chapter 15. A massive amount of silver. Silver, like gold, is a precious metal. In this era, its production is several times greater than that of gold. Several centuries ago, silver was the mainstream currency, but unfortunately, with the development of industry, many silver mines were discovered, and large quantities of silver were extracted. When the quantity of anything increases, its rarity decreases, especially as a medium of exchange. In recent years, the empire has begun to prohibit the use of silver nationwide, opting instead to trade with a different currency. The Far East has used silver for thousands of years, and its reserves are still unmatched by emerging silver-producing countries. The Treasury estimates that there are over 200 million taels of silver, which amounts to tons. Although another country also uses silver, it produces enough for its own needs. 200 million taels of silver cannot simply be treated as industrial materials. The empire is not extravagant enough for that. Therefore, finding a buyer for this silver has become an urgent matter. How did Burgess manage to persuade those silver groups? Your Majesty, Burgess has now convinced silver purchasers from 4 states, and they are preparing to unite to persuade the cabinet to increase silver purchases. The other 3 states are also wavering. If they agree, it would represent 1/6 of Congress, a substantial force. They could even influence the outcome of the upcoming elections. Fang Ming nodded. He knew what kind of people these silver merchants were. A few years ago, it was precisely because of them that the country nearly lost its financial sovereignty. It has only been a few years, and they have already forgotten their past pains. However, this is a good thing. After all, they are not greedy and know how to profit. Tell Burgess to take action and form a silver consortium. His reputation in that country is sufficient now, but he lacks political power. Although these silver groups are not the best, they can make some noise. These people are all about money. As long as the price is right, they would sell anything, even their principles. They are just as opportunistic as anyone else, only focused on their benefits. Your Majesty, I believe this is very feasible. The current leadership also wishes to increase the issuance of paper currency, but they are constrained by the need to repay significant amounts of gold each year. For the past few years, they have been lacking in liquidity. Purchasing silver to supplement the gold shortage under the gold standard and issuing a certain amount of paper currency, as long as it is controlled within a certain limit, the public will not oppose it. After all, silver is also a precious metal. With over half a year until the elections, I believe that the leader will certainly be thinking about re-election, especially if these silver groups support him. The chances of re-election could be very high. Zhang Shun thought about the possibilities and felt it was worth trying. The Eastern Empire is also facing a shortage of funds, with national deficits reaching billions. If it weren't for Fang Mingzhou's control over several large gold mines, the Eastern government would likely be preoccupied with repaying debts. As long as the paper currency in the hands of the populace can be directly exchanged for gold, the blue currency of the Eastern Empire remains strong. Conversely, a failure in this regard would lead to disaster. Fang Mingzhou feels for McKinley, as this leader has promoted the external expansion of the lighthouse during his term, seeking markets for domestic capital. Now he must also tackle the monopolistic trusts and address the issue of currency shortages. Fang Mingzhou intends to seize this opportunity to obtain sufficient cash from the lighthouse nation. The Navy's fleet, including new dreadnoughts, has matured in technology and can be mass-produced. The shipyard, having invested heavily without regard for costs over the past few years, has established a dual industrial pattern in the north and south. It has become possible to commence construction on 4 battleships at once. The only limitation is funding, as each of the 4 dreadnoughts costs over 10 million blue currency, totaling at least 50 million. Adding in some auxiliary vessels, such as the new 203mm heavy cruisers, each costing several million blue currency, the total could exceed 100 million. The Prime Minister's office has the means to provide these funds, but doing so would stall domestic development. This is not what Fang Mingzhou wants to see. After all, with such a favorable external environment, they cannot afford to halt progress due to a lack of funds. He even plans to lend 100 tons of gold to the Prime Minister's office for currency printing, considering it a loan. Although it might take 20 or 30 years for repayment, Fang Mingzhou is not foolish enough to lend his own money without interest. As the Emperor of the Eastern Empire, his authority is tied to the empire's strength. Otherwise, he would be no more significant than a large landowner in the tiny countries of the European continent. The relationship is mutually dependent. Moreover, this action not only enhances the royal family's prestige, but also lays the groundwork for its future development. Looking at the world, it seems that this royal family is the youngest. The Korean royal family has existed for over 500 years, and the country of Neon has a history of over 2,000 years. The Annam royal family has a lineage exceeding 700 years. Not to mention the various European royal families, most of which have been around for several hundred years. In contrast, the Eastern royal family has been established for less than 5 years, and the common people are used to having an emperor above them. They care little about who that emperor is. They would rather focus on working the fields to gather more harvests. The ongoing large-scale compulsory education, once it enlightens the populace, may render the royal family an eyesore. This is also why, decades later, the war resulted in the reduction of royal families worldwide. People are not foolish. No one wants an unnecessary figurehead dictating their lives. Therefore, after the establishment of the Eastern Empire, Fang Mingzhou abandoned the previous dynasty's practices and began to benefit the people, essentially winning their hearts. The land law serves as the best proof, much like other dynasties over the past few thousand years. At the founding of the nation, there was a significant amount of benevolence extended. The evident benefit of this approach is that over 400 million citizens in the eastern region remember the kindness of Emperor Fang Mingzhou. However, this was not enough. Fang Mingzhou also took over free education. The 5-year free education program at least ensures that the common people will not be ignorant. As for higher education, that depends on individual talent. To this day, higher education remains a privilege enjoyed by only a small portion of the population. Land, education, and healthcare are the key areas. Fang Mingzhou initially handed over the manual for barefoot doctors, which can be said to have gathered thousands of years of traditional medical knowledge. Over the past 3 to 4 years, his empress has opened more than 100 classes, training thousands of barefoot doctors. These individuals have spread across the eastern region, becoming some of the most popular figures among the citizens. It can be said that the reputation of the empress surpasses that of Fang Mingzhou. Such subtle, yet impactful actions have greatly enhanced the royal family's reputation among the people. Once he leads the nation to defeat those powerful countries and become a hegemon, the imperial family of the Eastern Empire will solidify its rule. Chapter 16. The Dawn of Industrial Aluminum. Fang Mingzhou, accompanied by the governor of the Jianghe province, Fang Youji, inspected the newly built factory. It was evident that Fang Youji was appointed as governor due to the Fang family's reputation. He is the only one from the family to have passed the imperial examination and been granted an official position. This is not favoritism on Fang Mingzhou's part. Rather, in this era, if he did not act this way, others would be the first to think that he was an emperor who could not be followed. The disloyalty of some individuals and the dominance of family power are quite harsh. Fortunately, after years of turmoil from various countries in Europe and the southern governors, the influence of southern clans has begun to decline significantly. Even so, the emphasis remains on family and country, rather than just the state. Fang Youji, as the governor of Jianghe province, represents the greatest concession Fang Mingzhou can make to avoid interfering with the prime minister's governance. If it were a governor, Fang Mingzhou would not be so lenient. Lack of ability can lead to national disaster. As for this governor, under Fang Mingzhou's subtle hints, the prime minister's office has assigned this royal relative to oversee education, which carries no real power but holds a high status, ideal for this type of relationship. Fang Mingzhou is not here for a family visit, but to inspect one of the most important factories established under the 14 projects, aluminum. Aluminum is no longer a novelty. Industrial aluminum has been around for over 20 years, but its scarcity has not diminished. Currently, the global annual production of aluminum does not exceed a few thousand tons, and it remains a rare metal. As the empire that prioritizes electric power development, the Eastern Empire has taken the lead in the wave of electrification revolution. The patent holder for alternating current technology is Emperor Fang, who was rewarded by Tesla for being a long-term benefactor, transferring all his patents to Fang Mingzhou. Of course, Fang Mingzhou has never skimped on research funding for Tesla. Every year, With funding in the millions, it seems that only the emperor of the Eastern Empire is so generous. With patents in hand, any country wanting to develop electricity must first pay up. Refusing to pay? Haha, you must be looking down on the Eastern Empire. And there's no discussion, let's go to war. While those countries may not necessarily fear the Eastern Empire, they certainly do not want to provoke the warlike Emperor Feng Mingzhou. Offending the emperor of a major power over a minor patent? That would be foolish. Aside from the electricity used for military purposes or warships in the civilian sector, the emperor earns enough in patent fees each year to fund a battleship. The development of the electricity revolution has spurred rapid advancements in aluminum, which itself has excellent conductivity and relatively lightweight. Electrical transmission equipment, such as wires and cables, heavily relies on aluminum, which was previously a luxury only the nobility could afford. Its elegant appearance, combined with good ductility and durability, allows for the creation of various exquisite and practical items. A century ago, only the wealthy elite could use it, as it symbolized noble status. Not only electricity, but aluminum is also essential for the Eastern Empire's pillar products like automobiles. The automotive industry has been around for a few years, and after dominating the high-end market, the Eastern Empire's cars have inspired numerous imitations worldwide. However, modern car engines still primarily use steel, which can weigh several hundred pounds. Given the current limited engine power, the maximum speed of cars is only 40 kilometers per hour, and that's with the sufficient power from the Eastern vehicles. Others struggle to reach 30 kilometers. It is well known that most future engines will be aluminum-based, and in aerospace, the reliance on wooden frames is mainly due to insufficient power. The large-scale production of aluminum is urgently needed. According to estimates from the Prime Minister's office, the annual aluminum shortage in the Eastern Empire exceeds 10,000 tons, far surpassing current global production levels. Electrolytic aluminum has long been available, but the scale of aluminum production is constrained by electricity. The global electricity revolution has just begun, and even in those countries across the ocean, only capitals or major cities have sporadic electricity. They certainly cannot afford to use electricity to produce aluminum. However, Feng Mingzhou understands that without aluminum, the manufacturing of cars and airplanes cannot progress. To this end, he found suitable aluminum production techniques for this era in the library, the Bayer process and sintering method. Even in the current Eastern Empire, they have not yet reached the luxury of using the electrolytic aluminum method for production. As for why the aluminum plant is located in the River Province, it is simply because this area has the largest coal reserves in the entire Eastern Empire. The newly built aluminum factory is situated about 10 kilometers from the coal mine. At this moment, numerous workers are busy in the factory, and Feng Mingzhou is not making a grand inspection. With the help of Lazy, he puts on a bulletproof vest and a safety helmet and mask, resembling a modern-day supervisor. The furnace is lit. With the master's shout, the entire assembly line seems to come alive, and everyone follows the trained procedures to proceed to the next step. A shovel of high-quality coal was shoveled into the blast furnace by the boiler worker, and the intense heat reddened everyone's faces. As the temperature rose, truckloads of crushed bauxite were poured into the furnace, followed by the addition of sodium hydroxide solution. Under high temperatures, these ores quickly transformed into liquid, and workers standing on the platform used levers to stir with a thick iron rod. This continuous dilution allowed the slurry to settle, and at specific intervals. Some crystal seeds were also thrown into the furnace by the workers. Over time, the liquids began to change color, resulting from the chemical reaction that produced aluminum hydroxide and the mother liquor. The mother liquor was collected for recycling. However, this aluminum hydroxide was not the final product. It flowed into another pool through molds. Here, workers washed and calcined the aluminum hydroxide products, eventually obtaining alumina, which was the final product. As the temperature gradually decreased, aluminum hydroxide began to turn into alumina, completing the entire manufacturing process. Feng Mingzhou led everyone over to see the silvery aluminum, and excitement filled the air. How much finished product could be calcined in one batch? The factory manager, aware of Feng Mingzhou's identity, respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, as long as there is enough bauxite, we can operate 24 hours a day without stopping. We can produce about 50 tons of aluminum in a day." Only 50 tons? But Feng Mingzhou thought that since it was only the first year of the 20th century, this scale was quite impressive. Nearly 20,000 tons could be produced in a year, which was already sufficient for use. Feng Mingzhou had another idea hidden in his heart. Aluminum engines could be used not only in cars and airplanes, but also in tanks, known as land cruisers. If he could produce tanks now, what trenches and human wave tactics would be as fragile as paper? Chapter 17. Unrest in Neon. While Feng Mingzhou inspected the aluminum production across the sea, there were also undercurrents in the Neon country. At that moment, in a villa, a young man was passionately speaking about something. Prince Irin listened and nodded along, and after a long time, he finally spoke. "Mr. Hiroshi, Do you mean the time is ripe now? Yes, Your Highness. After years of turmoil, the people of Neon have grown increasingly dissatisfied with that despicable Tokugawa Yoshiyuki. He has become a lackey of the Eastern continent and a disgrace to our nation. Over the years, how many of our citizens have been sold to the Eastern continent by that Tokugawa? Our compatriots have been dispatched to various mines and construction sites by that cruel emperor. They toil day in and day out, merely to earn food to survive. Your Highness, if this continues for a few more years, or even a decade, our younger generation will be completely depleted by the Eastern continent. Matsumoto Hiroshi spoke with a sense of pity, as if he were the savior at that moment. Prince Irin also understood that the current situation in the country was very grim, but it was not as dire as Matsumoto Hiroshi described. At least those sent to the Eastern continent would not starve. In recent years, Wang has gradually faded from the public eye. Thanks to the efforts of the current leader and certain hints from the neighboring region, they wish to make Wang disappear from public memory through this process of forgetfulness. Something that these individuals cannot tolerate. Now seems to be a good opportunity. Hiroshi, you are right. But you seem to have forgotten that we have already lost twice and no longer have an army. After the current leader took power, the first thing he did was to control the military. Anyone who did not submit to him was sent to the neighboring region as laborers. The current forces in the area, numbering over 40,000, are all loyal to the current leader. To win them over, he has granted these individuals land, houses, and status. While it might be possible to sway one or two, convincing them all is impossible. How much can a few people really change? Moreover, Hiroshi, you seem to have forgotten about the colossal entity next door, which will not allow our king to reappear in the public eye. The current leader is merely a pawn. The empire pulling the strings is the real force we cannot resist. If it were just the current leader, perhaps we could unite and make an effort. And there might still be hope. But just thinking about the empire leaves Prince Irin deflated. Even at its peak, we could not defeat the empire in its complete form. Let alone now. Your Highness, I understand your concerns, but there is a good opportunity before us. Daisuke Hiroshi's words made Prince Irin's expression brighten. An opportunity? What opportunity? I believe Your Highness understands that the Boer War is nearing its end. Prince Irin nodded. Indeed, the Boer War, which has lasted over 3 years, is reaching its conclusion. The forces of John Bull have already taken control of most of the Boer territories, pushing the resistors into a corner. With over 500,000 troops encircling them, the defeat of the Boers is merely a matter of time. John Bull and the Gallic Rooster have never given up hope of returning to the Far East. This land is simply too rich for them to abandon. Since the unification of the neighboring region, their relationship has become increasingly tense. Previously, the region had confronted the navy of John Bull for a long time, coming close to war. Due to the burdens of the Boer War, John Bull had to withdraw from the Far East. However, this withdrawal is only temporary. Currently, the Gallic Rooster occupies Annam, threatening the southern heartland of the empire. Meanwhile, John Bull's colonies in India are subtly encircling the southwestern part of the empire, and if it weren't for the towering mountains blocking the way, they would have sent troops into the mysterious Tibetan region long ago. The land borders of the colonies of these two countries and those of the empire stretch over 1,000 kilometers, creating an invisible deterrent that forces the empire to station a considerable number of troops in the south for defense. I have received promises from John Bull, the Gallic Rooster, the Lighthouse Nation, and the Bear. Daisuke Hiroshi's words astonished Prince Irin, who stood up in surprise. He had not expected this young man, initially sent out to learn foreign technology, to have gained such significant influence. Hiroshi Omatsu proudly stated, "These nations have promised that as long as we eliminate Tokugawa Keishi and let Wang lead the country, they will recognize our new government at the earliest opportunity. At the same time, these countries will send warships to our land to protect our sovereignty and prevent interference from the Eastern Empire." Omatsu continued, "And that Hans, who took advantage of the situation to seize our territory, is now going to pay the price. As long as we find the opportunity to kill Tokugawa Keishi and announce our governance before the Eastern Empire reacts, the John Bull fleet stationed in the Strait Colonies will visit our country under the pretext of a visit. Moreover, they have all promised not to allow soldiers from the Eastern Empire to enter our country. Your Highness, our opportunity has come," Omatsu said with fervor. "Currently, Tokugawa Keishi has only 40,000 men, and we have secretly controlled over 3,000 of them. These individuals are stationed near the capital, and although Tokugawa's people are numerous, most are stationed elsewhere. With a surprise attack from these 3,000, we can kill Tokugawa Keishi." Omatsu laid out the entire plan, and it must be said that even Prince Irin showed a look of interest. If what he said is true, there is indeed a great deal of hope. More importantly, these people have had enough of being overlooked. They were once part of the royal family, held in high regard. Now, however, those commoners only remember Tokugawa Keishi and have completely forgotten about their existence. If this continues, They will revert to being treated like mascots as they were hundreds of years ago. No one dislikes power, especially since these individuals have already tasted the sweetness of it. Additionally, there were over 300 students, like me, who studied abroad, all of whom received professional training. Like the Eastern Empire, Neon also sent many students abroad. Initially mainly to John Bull, as Neon's navy was entirely modeled after theirs. Later, due to loans from another nation, some went there as well. Furthermore, we have trained over 1,000 citizens working overseas, who are no less capable than soldiers. 4,000 is enough for us to deal with Tokugawa Keishi. Once he is dead, we Neon will achieve true freedom. Chapter 18. Where are the guns? So, is the general staff ready to take action? In the Eastern Garden, Zhang Shun came to find Fang Mingzhou again regarding the matter of Neon. Yes, Your Majesty, we have currently grasped their operational plans. For the past few years, these individuals have been secretly active, wanting to eliminate Tokugawa Keishi and support that individual again. Your Majesty, we owe much gratitude to Mr. Burgess. Without him, we would not have discovered that Neon dared to engage in such small maneuvers right under our noses. It turns out that as Burgess began to involve himself in the financial sector in another nation, he also acquired several banks, one of which is the Citibank. During audits, it was found that a significant sum of money was distributed to many individuals through the bank system every month. Without exception, these individuals are all from Neon. Burgess is aware that there is a feud between the Eastern region and the Neon country. So he began to investigate and discovered that this funding activity has been in place for 6 years. In other words, this support has existed for a long time. Fang Mingzhou couldn't help but sigh. This young man really is well prepared. Success indeed is not accidental. Yes, after our discovery, we immediately conducted an investigation into these individuals and found that they are from an organization called the Rising Sun Society. Subsequently, Mr. Burgess used his connections to find out that not only does this exist in the Lighthouse Nation, but also in various countries in Europe, where they have used money to win over many students from the Neon country. Your Majesty, as you know, the past few years have not been easy for the Neon country. Under the manipulation of certain individuals, these students harbor a deep resentment towards the current leadership, believing that this person is the reason for the division of the Neon country's territory. The mission of the Rising Sun Society is to overthrow or eliminate the current leader and restore the previous regime. Previously, the expenses for these individuals were funded by the Neon government, but when the current leadership took power, this funding was cut off. The leader of the Yamato faction became aware of this situation and began to take over the funding for these individuals. The one sending money is Prince Yoshihito of the Higashifushimi family, who is currently the adopted son of the leader. Earlier, the current leadership did not dare to act against the Yamato faction, which has led to these individuals feeling emboldened. Zhang Shun also understands the current leader's helplessness. Although he holds power in the Neon country now, the Yamato faction has a deep-rooted history spanning thousands of years. If he were to act rashly, it could lead to chaos, so the current leader can only resort to methods akin to house arrest to gradually eliminate the influence of the Yamato faction. Among them, one of the leaders of the Rising Sun Society, Hiroshi Yamatsu, secretly returned to the Neon country. We suspect that he must have received some kind of assurance. Otherwise, he wouldn't foolishly attempt to overthrow the current leadership. Even though the current leader may not have a legitimate claim to power, he controls soldiers and weapons, with tens of thousands under his command. How many soldiers can these students take down? It seems that the Boer War is about to end, and the forces from across the sea want to re-establish their presence in the Far East. Additionally, since we previously outmaneuvered the Lighthouse Nation, that individual McKinley is also looking to regain face. With the encouragement of the Gallic Rooster and the Bear, they dare to take action. Fang Mingzhou smiled and said, just right. The last time the current leader left hidden dangers, this time is a perfect opportunity to make the Yamato faction completely disappear. Your Majesty, the Lighthouse Nation has provided several thousand rifles to those individuals, but when we tracked them, those rifles had already left. Zhang Shun said worriedly. 5,000 rifles are a significant threat at any time. Are you suggesting that these rifles might be in the Neon country? Yes, Your Majesty, if these rifles reach them, it is likely that the current leader will indeed fall victim to those individuals due to carelessness. Furthermore, not long ago, the Lighthouse Nation announced that it would send 2 battleships and 2 cruisers to the Neon country for a friendly visit. Fang Mingzhou pondered. At this critical moment, the visit of the Lighthouse Nation's warships is inherently abnormal. Although a few years ago, the Lighthouse Nation lent money to the Neon country, and subsequently their grand fleet was completely destroyed, resulting in those funds being wasted. Of course, the fleet is gone, but the debts still need to be repaid. In this day and age, armed debt collection is quite a normal occurrence. Under the guidance of a certain individual, the country developed industries such as silk production, cotton textiles, and fisheries. A significant portion of the money earned each year is used to repay loans from a certain nation, which has brought the two countries closer together. The general has already agreed to allow naval visits from that nation, and we suspect that these weapons may accompany their fleet. Only in this way can we evade scrutiny from various parties. It seems that the country is really trying to make a big move lately, with both visits and arms involved. Additionally, the Foreign Intelligence Department has discovered that many citizens from that country residing in various European nations are leaving one after another. Although it's hard to keep track of these individuals, their numbers exceed 1,000. If they gather together, it could pose a significant challenge. Although not explicitly stated, it is evident that with internal and external cooperation, along with the support of their leadership, they might truly turn the tables. The future for that country has already been arranged, and if they wish to break free, it will depend on their fortune. I remember there are around 10,000 soldiers stationed there. The animosity between these two nations is long-standing. We should inform the general to take action. Furthermore, 2 divisions stationed in the northern province should coordinate with the general to eliminate these individuals. Remember, we should not act directly. Just maintain control of the situation. After the fact, have the general clean up the mess for me. Otherwise, it's his life at stake. Let him choose. I recall that the land in that country remains unchanged. Yes, Your Majesty, currently over half of the land is in the hands of the general and the nobility. The country itself does not have enough land to sustain its population, and if it weren't for the recent years, when there was a suggestion to export grain from another nation to them, the place would have been overrun with famine. Every year, more than 200,000 young people are forced to leave, joining the construction crews in the eastern region. Presently, the situation is such that women and children are at home, while able-bodied men either work hard or join the construction forces in the east. Each month, they receive 5 blue coins. Don't underestimate 5 blue coins. The exchange rate of blue coins to gold in the Eastern Empire is 11, equivalent to 5 grams of gold. This is enough for a family in that country to live comfortably for 2 months. Therefore, despite the dangers, many still choose to join the construction forces. As for those who refuse, they can starve in their homeland. After all, it's not their own people dying. Now, apart from the indigenous people in the southern seas, these individuals have effectively supplemented the construction forces in the east. In just over 3 years, the eastern region has undergone significant transformation, with various factories, farmlands, and railways springing up. Chapter 19. Transforming the country. It must be said that this operation has been guided by a higher power. The individual believed that by supporting the general 3 years ago and purging the previous cabinet, the island nation would settle down and become a loyal subject of the Eastern Empire. However, it is clear that this nation will not understand reverence until they are thoroughly defeated. Last time, the approach was perhaps too merciful. The Boer War is about to end, and John Bull and the Gallic Rooster are looking for opportunities to return to the Far East, leveraging the friction between the Lighthouse Nation and the Eastern Empire. Taking advantage of the current instability in the Neon Nation's domestic environment, they have brainwashed students dissatisfied with the Tokugawa government. In these times, those who can study abroad are not ordinary people. At the very least, they belong to the wealthy class. If they manage to incite the soldiers of the Neon Nation, by the time they realize it, the situation there might already be out of control. Fortunately, Burgess discovered this early, and now it's his turn to play his cards. Ultimately, it's still related to Fang Mingzhou not addressing the issue thoroughly 3 years ago. At that time, the international environment of the Eastern Empire was not favorable, and implementing strict measures against the Neon Nation would have caused a backlash among its 40 million people. If a country cannot be defeated, it should stop. Chaos will naturally allow some ambitious individuals to rise. Moreover, Fang Mingzhou cannot guarantee whether Tokugawa Yoshiyuki has had other intentions during these years. On the surface, he is very respectful towards the Eastern Empire, appearing to do whatever is asked of him. But isn't this also a way to numb oneself? The current Eastern Empire is undoubtedly a strong nation in the Far East, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers ready for battle, capable of confronting any force as the world's 6th navy. It is the perfect opportunity to resolve the hidden threat posed by the Neon Nation and cut off the hands of those countries trying to hinder its development through the Neon Nation. Summon the ambassador from the Han's Empire. I believe he wouldn't mind dealing with these small fries. The Northern Sea province itself has very few people from the Neon Nation. Initially, Fang Mingzhou relocated all of them, then began large-scale immigration there. Although the process was a bit troublesome and costly, the differences have become stark now. The Northern Sea province has become a source of food and raw materials for the Eastern Empire. I believe that Wilhelm II would not mind working together with the Eastern Empire to completely eliminate the resistance of the Neon Nation. As for those who suffered oppression from the Neon Nation in the past, I believe they would also be eager to take up arms. Does the General Staff have a comprehensive solution to this problem? Your Majesty, the General Staff suggests first eliminating the symbolic figure of the Japanese king, then utilizing the conflicts between the Koreans and the Neon Nation as muscle. Our Navy will be responsible for deterring the military vessels of the Lighthouse Nation. If Tokugawa Yoshiyuki drags his feet, We will simply replace him. Currently, more than half of the land in the Neon Nation is in the hands of the shogunate and the nobility. These individuals are breeding grounds for chaos, and they will not have any goodwill towards our Eastern Empire. Both the Prime Minister's office and the General Staff believe that these people cannot be left alone. The roots must be severed, and these issues should not be left for future generations. Fang Mingzhou previously stated that they are the first generation of entrepreneurs, fierce and proud. And in this era, many things can be resolved through force. As for future criticisms, let them come. Only the victors have the right to leave a legacy. We plan to implement measures similar to ours in the Neon Nation, land reform. The Prime Minister's office is quite bold. One must understand that once the land law is implemented, the common people will benefit. And it is hard to believe that the elites will remain calm while watching their land taken away. Even if they do remain calm, it would only be temporary. This nation and its people are not to be trusted. Have you considered that once the citizens of the neighboring country benefit, society could stabilize in a very short time? Land is a trump card for anyone in this era. Once the land law is enacted, at the very least, the people won't starve. Once their basic needs are met, why would they stir up unrest? But this does not align with the interests of certain parties, and there seems to be no good solution. With tens of millions of people, it is indeed a ticking time bomb. If not handled well, these individuals could be misled by those with ulterior motives, causing internal strife, which would lead to headaches for us. Your Majesty, the neighboring country is an island, and I believe our empire's powerful navy will handle the situation. Furthermore, aside from the main island, the other two islands are not under their control. 40 million people is indeed a significant number. And even if we were to distribute all the farmland to them, it would only prevent starvation. Achieving a stable livelihood would be impossible, relying solely on the main island. It is indeed challenging to support so many people. We estimate that without those two large islands, the population of the neighboring country would need to be reduced by at least 1/3 to meet basic needs. More importantly, unless ships permitted by us leave the neighboring country, they will be sunk without reason. We will establish a shipping company, and all future maritime trade for them will be under our control, as Zhang Shun sternly stated. 1/3 means over 10 million people. Even if we recruit 200,000 workers a year, it would take 10 years to reach 2 million. By targeting the nobles and fairly distributing the land among the common people, those who benefit will certainly know whom to support. Moreover, once a blockade is in place, trapping tens of millions on the islands surrounded by the sea, they will be unable to leave by human effort alone. This effectively controls the flow of people, without movement. Internal conflict is the worst that can happen. The Prime Minister's office and the General Staff are essentially nurturing a situation. The reason the Prime Minister's office is taking such measures is that they have harbored animosity toward this nation from the very beginning. An unavoidable influence from another memory has affected me, which is why the General Staff has resorted to such drastic measures. The only way to survive is to rely on the neighboring region. Let's proceed with this plan. Additionally, inform the Prime Minister's office that we can recruit some special talents. But they must be discerning. Every nation has its talents, and as long as they are used for our purposes, it will be even more impossible for the neighboring country to break free from our chains. We will wait for the arrival of the naval fleet and take action directly, making it clear to that individual that the Far East is not a place where he can dictate terms. If he thinks he can gain support by creating conflict, let us see if he has the capability to declare war on us. Their politics have always been like this, during election periods. They always stir up some events and then make a plethora of promises. If he thinks he can gain experience from us, he better hope he is capable enough to keep up. Chapter 20. Preparing to launch the plan at this moment. Hiroshi Daisuke was riding in a car manufactured in a certain eastern country. Although he despised this nation, he had to admit that there was a reason its cars were popular worldwide. Along the way, a throng of people followed the car, seemingly hoping that the wealthy individual inside would take pity on them and offer some food. Even though this was the capital, the scenes that unfolded before Daisuke's eyes gradually weighed down his heart. Spring had just arrived, yet these people were dressed in thin clothing, wandering the streets like the living dead. On both sides of the road were beggars extending their hands towards passers-by, but unfortunately, no one was willing to help them. In stark contrast was the recruitment point for the empire nearby, bustling with people. As long as they were healthy adults and signed a contract, they could immediately receive a relocation fee of 10 blue coins, along with clothing and food, and could leave on a ship 3 days later. These foolish individuals, did they not realize the empire's ulterior motives? They only wanted to spend the least amount possible to utilize the cheapest labor, and when they became worthless, they would die in obscurity. But what did it matter if they knew? Even the local leadership did not dare to stop them. They could no longer provide sufficient food. No one wanted to witness what would happen to those without food. Just as Daisuke's car was struggling through the crowd, his eyes suddenly narrowed. In the distance, a troop of soldiers appeared, soldiers from a certain neighboring country. Why were they here? Daisuke knew that a contingent of soldiers was stationed nearby. but they usually resided in a region much closer to their homeland, convenient for resupply. The distance from there to this place was over 200 kilometers. Upon seeing these soldiers, the people by the roadside quickly moved aside. Compared to the disciplined soldiers of the empire, these soldiers were truly ruthless. They took pride in their allegiance to the emperor of the Eastern nation, believing themselves to be loyal subordinates, flaunting their power and oppressing the local populace. If not for the fear of exposure, Daisuke would have truly wanted to gather those students and leave these soldiers behind. How could they forget how the empire's soldiers once entered their palace as if it were nothing? Those who once bowed down in defeat had now switched positions, which was intolerable for someone as proud as Daisuke. In due time, these individuals would pay the price. The car continued forward, finally stopping at the entrance of the palace, where Prince Yoshihito was waiting. This made Daisuke quite satisfied. "Your Highness," he said, quickly bowing as he stepped out of the car. "Hiroshikuin, the king has been waiting for you inside for quite some time." When Daisuke straightened up, he realized there were several young men like himself present. They all knew each other, but Daisuke had been in a distant land, and the others from various European nations only knew his name but had never met him in person. Prince Hihito of the Higashi Fushimi family side. These individuals had been sent abroad in batches for study after the last major conflict, with the hope of returning to serve the nation with advanced technology. However, in just 2 or 3 short years, the situation in the neighboring country had changed dramatically. As the youngest in this generation, Prince Hihito was the last to join the military, and before he could gain any experience, the empire's navy faced repeated defeats. His brothers, Komatsu, Shirakawa, and Prince Chihito, had all perished one by one. While his abilities were incomparable to those of his older brothers, his lack of threat allowed him to survive. Initially, he believed he could enjoy a life of wealth and luxury until death, only to realize that this was impossible. The power of the Eastern Empire was growing daily, while his own country was declining. Seeing his adoptive father in a state of despair every day, he eventually made up his mind to take a chance. Many in the neighboring country had forgotten the humiliation brought by the Eastern Empire. To them, that vast nation in the Far East had always been an object of admiration and tribute. This tribute system had been in place for over 1,000 years, and now it was merely repeating itself, which they deemed insignificant. Unlike the mindset of the general populace, those in the prince's circle viewed this as a disgrace. For Prince Hihito, this operation represented a significant opportunity. Both European countries and the nation known for its guiding light were wary of the increasingly powerful Eastern Empire. They were unwilling to see another player emerge on the world stage, especially one of a different complexion. As long as they could hinder the Eastern Empire's rise, they would offer support, while the neighboring country currently played the role of an enforcer. This was the tragedy of a weak nation, and Prince Hihito understood that placing hope in those countries was inherently uncertain. However, without such support, the current capabilities of his own nation could not shake the Eastern Empire. With no way out, Prince Hihito gathered everyone in the hall, where they saw one person seated at the top, prompting everyone to bow. "Your Highness, I would like to know why soldiers from a certain country have appeared on the streets of the capital," Matsumoto Hiroshi asked, recalling the scene from earlier. Did these individuals hear any rumors? Everyone was engaged in a dangerous business, and there was no reason not to approach it with caution. "I can answer that, everyone. It's mainly an issue of troop rotation. This batch of soldiers will return to their country in a week. New soldiers will replace them, as they rotate annually. Each time they leave, Tokugawa Keisuke invites some officers to come here for a showcase," Prince Hihito explained, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, their side only had 4,000 men. An additional 10,000 soldiers from the neighboring country would pose a serious threat. "We plan to implement our strategy in half a month, as the naval vessels from the guiding nation will arrive here just in time. The weapons we purchased will also return with those ships," Matsumoto Hiroshi added. "As long as we can secure the weapons, we will launch a surprise attack on Tokugawa Keisuke's residence here. Among the 4,000 people, I will lead 2,000 to raid the palace, kill the guards, and take the king away. Although the current king appears to be acting normally, he is not allowed to leave the palace." Clearly, Tokugawa Kiyoshi is not a fool, having stationed 2,000 soldiers here for years under the pretense of protection. The remaining 3,000 will kill Tokugawa Kiyoshi and then take control of this city. Once the king appears, I believe all the subjects will lay down their weapons. A new era will then begin. Chapter 21. What result awaits at the Beihai Province Staff Headquarters? Wu Yinan has already started preparations since receiving the telegram from the General Staff. 3 divisions are stationed here. Apart from the main division, the other 2 are National Guard divisions on rotation. This time, the General Staff has requested cooperation with Tokugawa Kiyoshi to completely end the chaotic situation in the region. Over 3 years have passed, and this Tokugawa Kiyoshi has not only failed to gain full control over the situation, but has repeatedly sought help due to ongoing unrest. The empire has grown weary of this constant firefighting, But if left unchecked, a complete loss of control in the region will lead to a new set of troubles. Finding a permanent solution has become the most crucial task. The empire cannot be led by the nose by these individuals. This time, Minister Liang Dunyan of Ethnic Affairs will head to the region, fully responsible for executing this eradication plan. Orders were given for the 17th Division to prepare for battle, while the 6th and 7th National Guard divisions are tasked with maintaining stability in Beihai Province. They must also remain vigilant against enemies looking to take advantage of the chaos to loot and plunder. Besides the immigrant Chinese, there are over 50,000 locals working here. After issuing the orders, Commander Wu Yinan boarded a cruiser to head to the capital to meet with Liang Dunyan, who is on his way there. A day later, when the Minister of Ethnic Affairs of the Eastern Continent Empire and the highest military officer stationed in Beihai Province arrived for a visit, Tokugawa Kiyoshi knew that something significant was about to happen. This was Liang Dunyan's first visit here. He had previously served as governor in the Funan province and was transferred back last year to take up the role of Minister of Ethnic Affairs due to his outstanding capabilities. Compared to the thriving situation of the Eastern Continent Empire now, the once prosperous region appears like an elderly person at sunset. There are beggars everywhere, and intimidating strongmen dominate the streets. Shops are closed, and although he is not the Minister of Finance, he understands that if the capital of a country faces such commercial difficulties, conditions elsewhere must be even worse. It is no wonder that Tokugawa Kiyoshi cannot suppress the chaos. If people are not even well-fed, stability is a distant dream. If it were not for the region's proximity to the Eastern Continent Empire and its significant status, the empire would have lost control over it long ago. Those hostile to the empire would certainly support it, making it a stumbling block to the empire's progress. This is also the reason why His Majesty and the Prime Minister's office sent him here, to find a permanent solution. In the conference room, Tokugawa Kiyoshi listened respectfully. And when Liang Dunyan finished speaking, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's no wonder this person lost back then, with such abilities. Even being a county mayor in the Eastern Continent would be a challenge. I have already made my intentions regarding the Shogun, the Eastern Empire, and myself very clear. Now, I would like to hear the Shogun's opinion. Lord Liang, General Wu, may I ask if this information is true? Is it really true? Would the empire joke about such matters? Must one wait until the enemy appears to be slaughtered before realizing the truth? General Wu was also speechless regarding this shogun. Can the empire truly support someone like him? The empire wouldn't joke with national credibility. Or perhaps, shogun, you could give it a try and see if such a situation arises. It's not difficult for the Eastern Empire to support others in controlling the situation. Lord Liang's words were undoubtedly a serious warning. I dare not. The words of the envoy are for the consideration of the lower officials. Shogun Tokugawa is not foolish. Although he doesn't know who is targeting him this time, certain happenings in the country hint at a growing unrest. A clear example is that some are secretly attributing the current chaos in the Neon country to him. The ignorant common people know nothing and believe whatever they are told. The recent domestic riots are several times worse than before. Shogun Tokugawa knows that his abilities are lacking. So he has only one thought, to firmly cling to the Eastern Continent as support. It's not that he hasn't tried to strive for improvement, but clearly, whether it was the large landowners who previously supported him or the emerging businessmen he defeated, they are either unwilling to give up their lands, leading to starvation across the country, or they harbor hatred towards him, preventing commercial development. He has considered using violence to resolve issues, but he is unsure if his soldiers would follow his orders. Lord Liang, may I ask what kind of outcome your country desires? How does the shogun perceive the current domestic situation? Liang Dunyan retorted. The corners of Shogun Tokugawa's mouth were filled with bitterness. The current Neon country is just like the former Far East, rife with opium and a numb populace. After the rise of the Eastern Continent, those foreigners no longer dared to offend it, as the emperor would directly sentence anyone caught trafficking opium to death. There have never been exceptions, regardless of rank. Even if they are foreigners, anyone discovered would be hanged at the lighthouse. Thus, the Neon country has become the largest opium market in the Far East. I want to elaborate further on the current state of the Neon country. Does the shogun not wish for this country to return to normal? Return to normal? Would your Eastern Empire be so kind-hearted? I fear Shogun Tokugawa has misunderstood my intentions regarding the Eastern Continent. Liang Dunyan seemed to guess Shogun Tokugawa's thoughts. As long as your country restrains its people and lives normally, even we in the Eastern Continent would not oppose it. After all, the world's discourse power is not in our hands. Those foreigners control most regions of the world. Our emperor is a man of great talent and strategy. In the Far East, foreigners have lost their influence, but who can say what the future holds? Although Liang Dunyan was unclear about the emperor's intentions, he had been specifically instructed before departing. Fang Mingzhou's thoughts are quite simple. The current situation in the Neon country is unstable, resembling a ticking time bomb. It's important to note that a world war could happen in a decade or so. It might come earlier or be delayed. Therefore, Fang Mingzhou believes that he must start cultivating his subordinates now, essentially a servant army. This type of army has existed since the era of slaves in ancient times, and the neighboring nations are the best enforcers. Fang Mingzhou is considering taking action against the lighthouse across the sea, which is not just any ordinary place. It is the world's leading economic power, with territory only slightly smaller than the Eastern Empire. Capturing that land could potentially cost countless lives. Is Lord Liang serious about this? Tokugawa Keisai stood up, surprised that the benevolent monarch would actually allow for stability in the Neon country. With this promise, Tokugawa Keisai would dare to initiate a major purge. If necessary, he could invite the army of the Celestial Empire. After all, he had confidence that those individuals would not dare to resist the heavenly forces. The Dragon Slayer eventually becomes the evil dragon. Those who once supported him are now hindering the stability of the nation. I believe the general has heard of our land reform policy, Liang Dunyan said meaningfully. Chapter 22. Security Agreement. Liang Dunyan observed Tokugawa Keisai's expression, knowing he was in the midst of a final psychological struggle. If he agreed, it was evident that he would likely become isolated, needing to cling to the Eastern Empire. Conversely, if he disagreed, Liang Dunyan glanced at General Wu Yinan beside him and feared that a change in leadership would be inevitable. Tokugawa Keisai realized he had no choice. Even if foreign support rallied behind him, what difference would it make? How far is the distance from the Neon country to the foreign powers? And how far is it to the Eastern Empire? Only by submitting could there be a future. With this thought, Tokugawa Keisai seemed to come to a conclusion. He nodded to the two men and then left his seat. When he returned, he held a list in his hand. It was unnecessary to say who was on that list. Your Excellency, thank you for your cooperation. I believe that under your leadership, the Neon country will achieve long-term stability and development. After obtaining the desired information, Liang Dunyan seemed to transform, feeling invigorated. Additionally, our Eastern Empire's Prime Minister's office is promoting a plan in response to the current chaos in the Neon country. Our financial department has drafted an investment plan of 100 million blue currency aimed at assisting the Neon country in developing its light industry. Tokugawa Keisai knew this was the Eastern Empire's reciprocation. Liang Dunyan also understood that steering the Neon country towards light industry had long been arranged by the monarch and the Prime Minister's office. Light industry yields quick results and short returns, making it suitable for the current Neon country. If Tokugawa Keisai wanted to develop heavy industries like steel, shipbuilding, or machinery, he would likely face the risk of abandoning the endeavor halfway through. 100 million blue currency is already half of the amount that the Neon country initially owed the Eastern Empire as compensation for a previous failure. What do we need to do? Tokugawa Keisai still understood that there are no free lunches. At some point in the future, we promise to assist your nation in reclaiming the Kyushu province, which is the empire's commitment to the Tokugawa shogunate. What? Tokugawa Yashikatsu stood up directly, knowing what this meant for his country. After all, the Hokkaido province is basically uninhabited, and people there do not have a sense of belonging. Many even believe it is not part of their homeland. However, the Kyushu province is different. It is the most developed area for maritime transport and has produced many talented individuals. If this were to happen, the Tokugawa family's rule could continue justifiably. Currently, this island is in the hands of a certain entity, and it would be nearly impossible for the nation to reclaim it on its own. But now, the empire's intention is to let that entity withdraw at the right time. How could that happen? A loan of 1 billion blue currency and the future sovereignty of the Kyushu province are conditions that would surely tempt Tokugawa Yashikatsu. What the shogun needs to do is sign this cooperation agreement between the two nations, along with an established document regarding mutual defense and security. Liang Dunyan smiled as he handed the translated document to Tokugawa Yashikatsu. Upon receiving the document, Tokugawa Yashikatsu's expression quickly stiffened. According to this agreement, the empire would assist in reclaiming the sovereignty of the Kyushu province in the future while providing loans to stabilize the situation. It ensures normal relations between the two nations and strengthens cultural and civil exchanges. Similarly, the nation must ensure diplomatic immunity for the empire's citizens here, and the currencies of both countries will be linked. Moreover, the empire will ensure the nation's security and stability, and any declaration of war against the nation would be considered a provocation against the empire. However, the premise is that both parties must sign a mutual defense agreement, inviting the empire to station troops here long-term. Their troops would be incorporated into the empire's general staff for deployment, and in the event of war, the nation's military would also be subject to dispatch. As Tokugawa Yashikatsu looked at these conditions, he finally understood why the empire was being so generous. Diplomatic immunity means that if anyone from the empire commits a crime in the nation, the local authorities have no right to prosecute and must hand the case over to the empire for judgment. This undoubtedly represents a serious infringement on the nation's judiciary. As for the linking of currencies, Tokugawa Yoshikatsu could foresee that in a few years, the domestic currency would likely disappear, with everyone using the empire's blue currency. After all, the local currency cannot buy much, and those working in the empire receive payments in blue currency. This currency is already far more popular domestically than the nation's own issued currency. Everyone understands the principle of good money driving out bad money. This undoubtedly helps stabilize the empire's currency system and promotes the globalization of blue currency. But can he refuse? The nation's banknotes have become almost worthless, with various foreign currencies flooding the market. This is also a reason for the nation's poor commercial performance. Buying something requires constant exchanges between different currencies, which is unbearable for anyone. Given time, it is feared that the Eastern continent will control the currency rights of Neon. Neon only has nominal national sovereignty. Shogun Tokugawa. There is another matter I wish to inform you of. A month ago, the king from the neighboring country has approved the signing of a mutual defense agreement between our Eastern continent and them. Liang Duanyuan's words left Tokugawa Keisuke stunned. His other neighbor had compromised just like that? It seems the Eastern continent has long been prepared. Looking around Neon, surrounded by the sea, the closest are these two countries. One is powerful, while the other has become subservient to others. If one opposes, it is likely that the Eastern continent will find someone more compliant to sign the agreement. Therefore, regardless of the situation, one has no choice left. This is not just a mutual defense agreement, but essentially a bond of servitude. The shogun might want to consider this. Your current situation has little left to lose. If agriculture and industry continue like this, the shogun's position may become unstable. With this agreement, I believe that in just a few months, your country can stabilize the current situation, regardless of whether it is the shogun or the emperor of Neon. Only when the common people are well fed will they support someone. Otherwise, everything is just an illusion. Tokugawa understood that Lord Liang was right. As long as he could stabilize the current chaos, leveraging the Eastern continent's banner, the situation could be completely settled. As for the future, since that naval battle 3 years ago, Neon has had no future. Only those foolish enough to cling to past glories would think they could defeat this neighbor. Lord Liang, please convey to your emperor that we in Neon agree to this agreement. I also ask that, for the sake of our country's 1,000-year relationship, you help the people of Neon lead a stable life. Liang Dunyuan nodded and said enthusiastically, rest assured, my lord shogun, this action will not tarnish your reputation. We have already invited 2 regiments from the neighboring country into your land. If you have any inconveniences, you can let them know. No need to dirty your own hands. Chapter 23. The grand performance begins. May is a time of vibrant spring, but such a beautiful season cannot change the anxious situation in Neon. The recruitment office established by the Eastern continent is now lined with a seemingly endless queue. Jiomu Siyuan Shun watched the flow of people ahead, feeling restless. He hasn't found work for a week. His previous job carrying bags at the docks was taken over by a group of strongmen, along with a dozen others. He was not only beaten, but also lost their jobs. There was no food left at home, and his wife and children were too weak from hunger to even get out of bed. If this continues, Jiomu Siyuan Shun knows they will starve to death. As the head of the family, he thought long and hard, ultimately making a decision. He would go to work in the Eastern continent. Although those around him said it was a place that devours people, once there would be endless work. Every day they wouldn't eat enough, doing heavy labor. And after a while, they might die in some forgotten corner. However, Jiwu Village Shun knew that these were all intentionally spread by those with ulterior motives. A distant relative of his had, like him, been forced to go to a foreign land to work as a laborer a year ago. Now, he sends back 4 blue coins each month, enough for their family to live a happy life. The reason he hadn't gone was that he couldn't bear to leave his wife, and his pride was a hindrance. Thinking of this, he glanced at the port in the distance, which had once been the pride of his homeland as a naval base, hosting dozens of warships. But now, there were hardly any ships, let alone warships. As a once well-known shipbuilder, he had lived a good life thanks to his skills. He did not hate the foreign empire. After all, both nations were at war, and it was a common principle throughout history to fight until the opponent surrendered. Comparatively, he hated the previous government even more for provoking the foreign power. After thousands of years of lessons, wasn't it enough? That land was not something to provoke. He was just a worker, indifferent to why his fellow countrymen had to provoke such a giant. After losing the first battle, they should have focused on development instead of engaging in feudal warfare, which brought irreversible harm to the nation. While he was deep in thought, the line had slowly moved forward, and it was finally his turn. Name? Jiwu Village Shun. How old are you? Do you have a family? What are your skills? Sir, isn't this a recruitment for workers? Why ask about skills? Look closely, this is a recruitment office for skilled workers. The ordinary laborers are next door. A young man speaking in the local language pointed to the long line that seemed endless. Jiwu Village Shun became anxious. If he was recruited by the foreign land, He could receive 10 blue coins immediately and 5 blue coins every month thereafter. His family had run out of food for several days, and if he couldn't get money for food today, his wife and child might starve. For this recruitment, his wife had specially taken the last of their food to make him a bowl of porridge. Go next door to line up, but I warn you, there are only 200 spots available each day. Clearly, the line that seemed endless far exceeded 200 people. Sir, I have skills, I have skills. Perhaps he thought of something, and he hurriedly exclaimed. He had once vowed that he would rather work as a laborer than for the foreign land. But now reality had defeated him. You're not lying to me, are you? You must understand that if you're lying, the consequences could be much worse. Sir, I'm not lying. I really have skills. I used to be a welder at the largest shipyard in the country, and my craftsmanship was even awarded by the state. Jiwu Village Shun quickly said, fearing he might miss this opportunity. Oh, if what you say is true, then you're in luck. The foreign empire has just announced a recruitment for skilled workers. As long as you pass their assessment, not only can you work there with dignity, but your salary will also double. Really? Sir, I can demonstrate it for you. Get someone. As soon as the young man made a gesture, 2 of his compatriots appeared. He bowed and saluted, leading him to meet the people inside. The young man pointed to Kimura-shun. Under the envious gaze of the two, Kimura-shun was taken to a studio where the tools he needed were placed. He took a deep breath, picked up the welding tool, and in that moment, he thought of his wife and children at home, feeling an indescribable strength in his hands. Congratulations, you have passed the test. According to the regulations, you can bring 2 family members to the Eastern continent, with a monthly salary of 10 blue coins, said the young man, handing him a paper stamped with a seal. Don't lose this. Departure from here in 3 days. Kimura-shun was not an isolated case. There were over 40 million people in his country, and there were always a few talented individuals. Now, with the turmoil in their homeland, many capable people were finding connections to leave and go to foreign lands. Talent is always in short supply, and the Eastern Empire has the advantage of a unique cultural sphere. For thousands of years, neighboring countries have basked in the glory of the great nation, all desiring to integrate into it. These skilled individuals would work for 10 years in the Eastern continent to obtain formal labor visas, and if they made significant technological breakthroughs, they could even gain permanent residency rights in the Eastern Empire. 3 days later, when Kimura-shun arrived at the port with his family, ready to board a ship to the Eastern continent, he found that the previously empty port was now filled with vessels. Kimura-shun was well informed. Just by looking at the flags, he saw not only warships from one country, but also those from the Eastern continent, and even some from a certain feline nation. However, there were none from his homeland, which no longer mattered to him. Kimura-shun resolved to work diligently and wholeheartedly, striving to stay in the Eastern Empire and never return. At that moment, the port welcomed the delayed fleet from the foreign nation, consisting of 2 battleships, 2 cruisers, and several supply ships. Accompanying them were 2 battleships and a heavy cruiser from the Eastern Empire's Royal Navy First Fleet. A division stationed in the Northern Sea province had already set sail and was about to arrive, along with 2 divisions from another country and the prearranged troops from another region. As the commander of the foreign fleet stepped down from the platform during a warm welcome ceremony, Liang Dunyuan and another prominent figure greeted him, shaking hands and engaging in friendly conversation. Everyone was ready, just waiting for the grand performance to begin. Chapter 24. These can be ventilated with the arrival of the visiting fleet from the foreign nation. It felt as if invisible hands were manipulating the situation and brewing something. Night had fallen, and as the daytime festivities concluded, the port fell into an eerie silence. An inconspicuous cargo ship appeared on the sea, without any lights, relying solely on the captain's familiarity with the navigation route. Quick, quick! Daisuke Hiroshi was anxiously urging everyone at the port to secure the mooring ropes. With a loud thud, the cargo ship steadied against the dock. Have they noticed anything? Hiroshi Amatsu asked nervously. It was hard not to be anxious. Recently, Tokugawa Keishi seemed to have lost his mind, entertaining soldiers from another nation and planning some joint military exercises. What was there to practice? Both countries were mere enforcers in the east. Didn't they feel embarrassed? With the naval ships from the visiting country arriving, soldiers arranged by Tokugawa were everywhere in the streets these days. Although they had managed to sway thousands, it was best not to expose themselves. Don't worry. We checked thoroughly when we arrived. There's no tail behind us. Has everything been inspected? Amatsu asked again, as the cargo on the ship was crucial for the success of their operation. Everything has been checked. 3,000 newly manufactured rifles, all from the visiting country. If it weren't for the strict checks in the east, this shipment would have arrived much earlier. Now we have to take advantage of the visiting opportunity. As they spoke, the students waiting nearby stepped forward, skillfully picking up rifles, clearly trained professionals. Large vehicles arrived, and after more than an hour of effort, they finally transported the firearms to a hidden warehouse. When the last rifle was placed inside, everyone could hardly contain their excitement. as if they were part of something monumental. Hiroshi-kun, all 3,000 rifles have been checked. Good. With these rifles, we can eliminate that Tokugawa traitor. Amatsu's face was filled with fervor. Yes. We've waited so long for this moment. Inoue-kun, we need to stay calm, especially now. We'll first distribute the rifles to the students. They are trained and familiar with the firearms. The remaining 2,500 rifles, we will give 1,000 to the patriots who returned with us. The other 1,500 will go to the mercenaries we recruited during this time. They will lead the charge. But we can't give them the rifles just yet. We need to wait until the day after tomorrow, or they might cause trouble. Right. The day after tomorrow is when Tokugawa will host the naval personnel from the visiting country. We just need to find the right moment to strike. Inoue-kun, I will take 2,000 men to the palace to welcome back the king. You take the rest and surround Tokugawa's residence with the soldiers we've swayed. Remember, we must not harm the officials from the visiting country. Once we bring back the king, they will announce the restoration of governance immediately. Amatsu clearly outlined the plan for everyone. Essentially, they would split into two groups, one to eliminate Tokugawa Keishi and the other to head to the palace. In their view, both tasks had a high chance of success, as they operated in the shadows while their targets remained unaware of their presence. Everyone, the morning of the day after tomorrow is when we act. Victory or defeat hinges on this moment, for the future of our nation. If we succeed, even if we die, the empire and the people will remember us. Do not fear sacrifice, fight for glory. The group was filled with a fervor, eager to charge towards Tokugawa's residence immediately. Take a good rest in the next couple of days, and check the things you need to prepare. I don't want any mistakes to happen then. Hi. At this moment in the embassy of a certain empire, Liang Dunyuan, Wuinan, and a general from another country are having a conversation. When an intelligence officer walks over to hand him a report, Liang Dunyuan quickly takes it and starts to read. Ha. Liang Dunyuan glances at the two and says with a smile, those people just got their guns and are planning to act the day after tomorrow. The others think their plan is foolproof, but little do they know, their every move has been closely monitored from the very beginning. General Han Taiyu, we have already discussed the previous plan, and now that the timing is confirmed, I assume you know what to do. Yes, sir, our 20,000 troops are ready, and we can strike at any time upon your command. Han Taiyu, the leader of the forces stationed in a certain region, immediately stands up in response to Liang Dunyuan's words. Very good, I want to reiterate. Although the animosity between your country and that region has always existed, I hope you can restrain your soldiers during this operation. Han Taiyu nods immediately. He wouldn't dare offend this important figure from the empire, as they are far too weak in comparison. Moreover, there is a regular division from the empire backing this operation. Clearly, if he doesn't follow the plan, that division would deal with him. Liang Dunyuan nods. The peninsula has signed a mutual defense agreement with the empire, which has wartime command authority. Commander Wu, I will trouble you to take charge of the troops at Tokugawa tomorrow. Wu Yinan smiles and nods. The general staff has decided to use the forces from another country to clean up the old powers in that region, and he estimates he is just here to act as a referee. Of course, I know your country has been deeply harmed by them before, so asking you to endure it completely is probably too much to ask. Liang Dunyuan looks at Han Taiyu and picks up a document from the table nearby. Go tell your soldiers that if they really cannot suppress their emotions, they can vent appropriately. Of course, this is only for those listed on this document. Ordinary civilians are not to be harmed. As he hands the document to Han Taiyu, Liang Dunyuan's voice comes through. These individuals and their families are not under the protection of the empire or General Tokugawa. Instantly, Han Taiyu's eyes brighten. The ambassador's words are clear, and if he still doesn't understand, he would be a fool. He picks up the list and starts reading. When he sees the names of the prominent families, his eyes turn red. He knows these families were the most active supporters of the invasion of his country, and now it's their turn to be named. This opportunity has finally come, and he can retaliate without worrying about the consequences. As long as they are not on this list, they cannot be touched. Otherwise, the empire's punishment will come down hard. As for the names on the list, not even the highest authority would matter. The total number of people in these families has probably exceeded hundreds of thousands. It's uncertain whether the ammunition brought this time is sufficient. Han Taiyu licked his lips, realizing that coming to this country was indeed the right decision. Chapter 25. Shattered. When Tokugawa Yashiharu hosted a banquet for the visiting fleet from a certain country, various factions began to take action. At this moment, in a military camp, an infantry regiment was on high alert. The regiment commander, Tokunaga Yuichi, was gathering over 3,000 soldiers. After breakfast, the military discipline officer opened the armory. Rifles, typically issued only during wartime, were distributed to everyone. Under the leadership of various squad leaders, they formed into smaller units. At this time, a group of international students led by Inoue appeared in the camp, ready to assist the soldiers in their offensive. Meanwhile, another portion of soldiers, under the command of the regiment leader, began to leave the camp. They were set to cooperate with patriotic individuals and recruited militia in attacking the Tokugawa residents. Outside the city, in a certain estate, Amatsu Hiroshi gathered over 2,000 people, preparing to open the city gates with the help of insiders and advance into the city. Just as Amatsu and his group commenced their actions, Hontayu led 20,000 soldiers into motion. If someone were to look down from above at that moment, they would see long lines of troops heading towards two targets. Tokugawa Yoshiharu stood in his residence, watching as soldiers from the Eastern Empire transported crates of ammunition. Today, it seemed, blood would flow like rivers here. On the streets early in the morning, various people were busy, some selling breakfast, others working. No one noticed that the beggars and strongmen who usually populated the streets had seemingly vanished. Bang! A gunshot shattered the morning tranquility. As everyone turned towards the sound, they discovered a massive army appearing on the street, charging forward with headbands tied around their heads. Instantly, the crowd that had been bustling just moments ago began to scatter in panic. Everyone, the king is imprisoned by that despicable Tokugawa. This time, we must eliminate Tokugawa Yoshiharu and restore the king to power. Amatsu Hiroshi shouted, igniting a fervor among the crowd. It was such an exhilarating moment. As Amatsu's call echoed, the people rushed towards the nearby palace, shouting wildly. At the palace entrance, Hontayu was lying in ambush with thousands of soldiers, waiting for their prey. When Amatsu appeared before the palace, before he could utter a few words of encouragement, a bullet silenced him forever. Ambush! The regiment commander shouted, quickly rolling back. The soldiers under him, being regular troops, immediately halted and took defensive positions. Meanwhile, the temporarily recruited patriots and Ronin were still looking around in confusion. From all directions, the sounds of gunfire erupted. Those still standing in confusion fell like wheat under a scythe, collapsing in large numbers. The first wave of attack claimed at least hundreds of casualties, and as the remaining individuals began to react, they were met with a scene drenched in blood. The patriotic individuals who were just trembling with excitement suddenly came to their senses, realizing what it means to face an unpredictable threat. Under the adrenaline rush, they began to fight back. Some quickly organized themselves, with part of the group moving to the rear for defense, seemingly afraid of being caught in a pincer attack. Another group, under the command of their leader, started to utilize the terrain advantages along the streets to counterattack. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Eastern Empire had long been prepared and were waiting for them at the embassy. Tokugawa Keishi had completely allied with the Eastern Empire, so he could not afford to die. The perimeter of the residence had already been transformed into a battlefield, with heavy machine guns fixed in concealed positions. The soldiers had been resting behind sandbags, waiting for the enemy's arrival. All the gun barrels were aimed at the street outside the main gate, unaware of the metal storm they were about to face. Additionally, thousands of soldiers were concealed in the nearby houses, waiting for the signal. When the more than 3,000 soldiers led by Inoue Tan saw the Tokugawa residence from a distance, they became as excited as if they had spotted prey. Charge! Kill Tokugawa Keishi! Inoue Tan shouted as he led his roaring soldiers towards the residence. The sound of gunfire rang out suddenly, and Inoue Tan felt a chill run through his body. His vision blurred, and he saw his own legs running forward, looking so familiar. Compared to the palace, the defenses here were nearly impenetrable. As those people entered shooting range, several heavy machine guns unleashed a deadly roar. The 7.62mm bullets struck bodies like bombs, instantly shattering them. Those who were just charging seemed to have their throats gripped tightly. As confusion set in, figures appeared at the end of the street, and the houses on both sides were also filled with people. In an instant, these more than 2,000 individuals were surrounded on all sides. At that moment, Tokugawa Keishi was watching the street through binoculars. Although these people deserved their fate, he understood that they were the last elite of this country. They should learn advanced technologies from abroad and return to serve their nation. Yet now, they were being slaughtered in the streets like chickens and ducks. Tokugawa Keishi closed his eyes, knowing that after this, he would completely lose his independence. Perhaps the gunfire ignited the last spark of courage in these individuals. As they charged towards the residence with their weapons, seemingly determined not to back down until they reached it. However, under such concentrated firepower, not even steel would stand a chance. Watching these individuals fall one by one under the guns of the Eastern soldiers, it was evident that most of them were students who had acted impulsively. Now, they realized how helpless they were under the gunfire. The battle lasted less than 20 minutes, and the nearly 3,000-strong force had completely collapsed in front of the residence. The closest individual was less than 100 meters away from the residence, but that distance became an insurmountable barrier for them. As the soldiers began to emerge one by one to reload their weapons, it signaled the end of the battle. Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding within the palace. Although the soldiers' weapons were not as advanced as those from the Eastern Empire, their sheer numbers made a difference. And after half an hour, the fighting was drawing to a close. Inside the palace, those who were hiding were trembling in fear. Initially, They thought this was an operation to save them, only to realize it was a massacre targeting them. Prince Iran of the Eastern Palace seemed to understand something. Filled with regret about why he had chosen to take such a risk instead of enjoying peaceful days, he closed his eyes, reflecting on what he had done by placing the nation's hopes in the hands of such a person, glancing at his adoptive father. As Han Taiyu led his soldiers to clear the battlefield, it heralded that the true slaughter was just beginning. Chapter 26. The End of the Great Family. On May 17th, a riot broke out in the land of the rising sun, where over 4,000 rebels, led by those with ulterior motives, took advantage of the inability of the local leader to stabilize the domestic situation. Additionally, more than 2,000 rioters and youth were incited to join in, attempting to overthrow the ruling power. In the morning, these individuals began to storm the palace and the general's residence, as the leader was unable to stabilize the situation. Consequently, he decided to seek assistance from the soldiers of the Eastern Empire and those from another nation stationed within the territory. Intense battles erupted around the palace and the general's residence, with both sides suffering casualties. Some of the rioters managed to breach the palace, resulting in the assassination of the current monarch and significant damage to the palace. With the announcement of this news, the world's attention quickly returned to the Far East, particularly from certain nations that were well aware of the underlying reasons for the unrest. Ambassadors from these nations rushed to the general's residence, demanding explanations from the leader regarding the events and their consequences. However, it was evident that the general refused to meet with anyone, citing the need to handle the chaos. At the same time, he declared a week-long curfew in the land of the rising sun, during which no one was allowed to leave their homes without cause. Additionally, he urgently requested a supply of food from the other nation to stabilize the situation. The ambassadors who were turned away felt helpless, as they were unable to receive any information. Those they had previously communicated with were long gone, and it was clear that the general was determined to carry out a thorough purge. If it weren't for the Eastern Empire, they might have faced dire consequences themselves. With their lives at stake, the general could not afford to be complacent. For ordinary people, the curfew over the next few days might allow for some relaxation, as the government would send food supplies. However, for certain individuals, this may very well be their last day. Under the suggestion of Liang Dunyuan, the soldiers had completely shed their restraints. Although they were not allowed to harm civilians, it hardly mattered. These impoverished individuals had little wealth to begin with. The real wealth lay with the powerful families, who, despite the nation appearing to be on the brink of collapse, continued to indulge in their lavish lifestyles. 20,000 soldiers and another 20,000 loyal to a certain historical figure conducted an unprecedented crackdown within the nation. According to declassified documents from later periods, over 300 families of varying sizes were raided during these months for colluding with external forces and attempting to overthrow the regime. The death toll exceeded 500,000. When the nation declared martial law, these prominent families realized something was amiss and attempted to make contact. But it was too late as soldiers stormed through their doors like wolves. A week later, 2 National Guard divisions stationed in a northern province also entered the nation to assist the government in quelling the rebellion. This operation lasted for more than 3 months, causing widespread panic throughout the country. In a short time, many large landowners, who controlled over 70% of the nation's land, found themselves in dire straits. Additionally, emerging commercial forces connected to these aristocrats were also not spared. On May 24th, a mutual defense and financial assistance agreement was signed, officially normalizing relations between the 2 nations. The Minister of Ethnic Affairs expressed a commitment to provide a loan of 100 million units of currency to help the nation overcome its current difficulties, along with 50 tons of gold to stabilize its currency. These actions from the neighboring nation left other countries stunned, and upon reviewing the agreements, they were filled with resentment. If executed as per the agreements, the neighboring nation would not only have complete control over the economy, but also military capabilities. It is noteworthy that the nation's soldiers were not weak. If conflicts arose in the future, they could potentially be armed by the neighboring nation. The historical figure in charge would also lose command over the military, as the agreement allowed for the neighboring nation to take over national armed forces if necessary. With both the economy and military under control, the nation would have to bid farewell to its autonomy. They were certainly unwilling to see such events unfold. Starting with the fleet from another nation that had come to visit, they raised their cannons, preparing to use naval diplomacy to force submission. However, unexpectedly, 3 battleships from the neighboring nation appeared simultaneously. Clearly, unless a naval battle ensued, the historical figure would not fear the warships with the backing of the neighboring nation. As for going to war, since the last conflict, the visiting nation had lost 6 major ships, leaving them with only 4 battleships in total. Meanwhile, the neighboring nation boasted over 10, and engaging in battle with the world's most experienced combatants in naval warfare was a thought the visiting nation dared not entertain. Just as the warships of the dominant power were exiting the strait, they encountered the second fleet of the neighboring nation. It was evident that the neighboring nation had firmly secured its hold on this prized territory, leaving no room for others. Simultaneously, the Prime Minister's office of the neighboring nation announced the dispatch of 2 divisions to assist in stabilizing the internal situation. At the same time, Tokugawa Keishi announced that over the next year, he would refer to the land laws of the Eastern Empire and redistribute the nationalized land equally among the citizens of the Neon Nation. This statement instantly shifted the support in favor of Tokugawa Keishi. At this point, these nations realized that their covert actions aimed at using the Neon Nation against the Eastern Empire had likely been discovered. The immense effort spent training personnel had only resulted in wasting a few bullets, and they had lost their leverage for future interventions. Meanwhile, under the support of Tokugawa Keishi, Karen also announced his official position. Immediately upon taking office, he issued a statement expressing his support for the actions of the Eastern Empire and Tokugawa Keishi, stating that this was a joint decision made with General Tokugawa. He affirmed that the actions of the Eastern Empire had been conducted with his consent and expressed support for the upcoming land law. Additionally, due to his youth and inability to manage state affairs, he stated that the future of the Neon Nation would be determined by its own people. He would no longer interfere in the matters of the Neon Nation, but would leave it to the government elected by the Neon people to handle. Tokugawa Keishi then announced plans to convene representatives from various regions to form a new national assembly, indicating that the future powers of the state would be entrusted to them. In appreciation for their understanding, the government would fund the renovation of the royal palace for the permanent residence of the royal family. Meanwhile, a new type of building material, asbestos, would be sent from the Eastern Empire to the Neon Nation, provided by the Eastern Empire for the renovation of the palace. Chapter 27. Chaos. A series of events in the Neon Nation left major countries around the world astonished. In just a few days, the Eastern Empire had completely brought this neighbor under its control. Karen's statement, the new parliamentary elections, and the impending land law overshadowed any discordant voices. Although those nations were clamoring about threats from the Eastern Empire, they unfortunately could not provide any evidence. Instead, the individuals they supported were exposed by the press. Tokugawa Keishi held public trials for those who had survived, and as explosive news emerged, more and more Neon citizens became enraged. They spontaneously took to the streets, vandalizing the shops of foreign merchants. In a moment, they became the targets of public disdain. As the land law was about to be enacted, increasing numbers of citizens began to support Tokugawa Keishi spontaneously. Those without land in rural areas, or the lower classes in cities, hoped the government would expedite the land policy. Owning land was something no one could refuse. They even turned around and reported the misdeeds of the prominent families to Tokugawa Keishi. While more young people joined the military and the ranks of these rebels. In early June, the hastily formed Neon Parliament, in conjunction with the Eastern Empire, announced the implementation of a new land law. According to this law, the parliament would conduct a nationwide population census over the next 6 months, distributing land based on family units according to population numbers. As the news spread, various ordinary people filled the streets, and even some urban residents joined in. In their view, it was better to have a piece of land to cultivate and live a good life than to struggle at the bottom in the city. The one-sided public opinion in a certain region made it clear to those countries that the East was determined to eliminate the threats at their doorstep. Meanwhile, the situation across various areas in that region had not calmed down, and under the joint pressure from several forces, those who defended their land against the ruling power were arrested and tried, with many from large families sentenced to death and sent to the northernmost mines for labor. At the same time, an equal number of young women were secretly sent to the east to be assigned to unmarried soldiers. As the military campaign continued, the entire region fell into silence. Everyone was waiting for this grand feast, and as for the original owners of the land, who cared? When the warships flying the flag of a certain nation slowly pulled out of the port, everyone knew this was likely the last time their navy would enter the ports of that region. Outside the window, the summer air was gradually intensifying, and the garden in the east was filled with blooming flowers. Fang Mingzhou was taking a walk in the garden with Xiaoxi. Now, Xiaoxi's belly had noticeably grown, and despite being busy, Fang Mingzhou made it a point to walk with her every day. Lu Hongxiu watched Xiaoxi's belly with envy, wondering when she would be like that. Your Majesty, Chief of Staff Zhang is here for an important matter, someone announced. You go ahead and take care of it. I'll just have San Yang keep me company, Xiaoxi said gently. Okay, be careful not to walk too much. I'll be back soon, Fang Mingzhou replied. Once he left, Xiaoxi took San Yang's hand and began to whisper. That means there's no longer any threat, Fang Mingzhou said, looking out the window with a complex expression. The geographical locations of these two places are extremely important. If we lose control here, the northern heartland of the entire empire will be in danger. He finally understood why the ruling power was so insistent on holding on to this area. More importantly, once their deployment was complete, The influence of the Royal Navy would extend all the way from the distant sea to the southern continent. With over 10,000 kilometers of coastline, all the critical strategic points along the way would be under the control of the empire. It could be said that unless extraterrestrial beings appeared, no one could defeat an empire with such depth. The nation's security strategy was unprecedentedly stable. The military had grown to over 500,000, which was sufficient in the absence of a world war. Your Majesty, the forces in that area only have one division. At least 2 more are needed. We can negotiate with them to help protect their territory. They should rightfully pay a protection fee. After all, we are protecting them, Zhang Shun said with a smile. Fang Mingzhou chuckled. Isn't this just like what the opportunists would do? They take people's land and still want them to pay. I'm not involved in this. You all discuss it with the Prime Minister's office, he concluded. Fang Mingzhou smiled. Over the past few years, the other party had been sufficiently respectful, and he felt a bit embarrassed to take advantage of him again. Zhang Shun's eyes lit up. As long as the leader did not oppose it, this matter was at least half successful. Chapter 28. The banquet. While the Eastern Empire was busy dealing with its neighboring countries, at the same time, the Lighthouse Nation was experiencing the most intense preliminary campaigning of its election season. The 2 leading candidates, Brian and McKinley, had begun their fierce efforts to win votes. Meanwhile, the previously controversial antitrust legislation was quietly progressing. The biggest topic in the Lighthouse Nation now was monopolies, and the advisory teams behind both candidates started to focus on this issue. McKinley publicly declared that the trusts in the Lighthouse Nation were dangerous schemes that harmed public interests. Brian, on the other hand, firmly believed that these trusts should voluntarily exit the already monopolized industries. Both candidates seemed to be planning to adopt tough measures against the trusts, prompting major financial conglomerates to begin frequent communications. Burgess had already attended such a banquet for the 2nd time this week, but this time it was hosted by the largest financial family in the Lighthouse Nation, the Part1 Consortium. All attendees shared a common identity. They were trusts. As this was not an official event, everyone was quite relaxed. After the banquet, these individuals gathered in a hall once again. This time, only fewer than 30 people were allowed to join, clearly indicating that they were the true giants controlling the lighthouse. Burgess also spotted former rivals, members of the Rothschild family. It seemed that everyone was not too optimistic about the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe since we are here, I won't say too much. It seems both our beloved leader and Mr. Brian want to eliminate us completely, Part1 said loudly. During the crisis, this leader requested us to increase production to help restore the economic vitality of this country. Now that the economic crisis is over, they want to kick us out. Part1's words resonated with the crowd. One should not think that these trusts are all villains. The Lighthouse Nation has ascended to the position of the world's largest economy, and these individuals played an indispensable role. Over the past decade or so, they merged multiple enterprises into one organization, expanded economies of scale, reduced costs, and improved production efficiency. While these statements may sound simple, the investment required was enormous. Take Part1 for example. This financial giant wanted to enter the steel industry and first had to contend with the steel magnate Carnegie family. Through a series of business battles, he acquired resources such as mines and then invested in building new steel plants to compete. The price wars between both sides were fierce as they fought for market share. It was precisely because both aimed to dominate the steel industry and were desperately building steel plants that the Lighthouse Nation's pig iron production surpassed tens of millions of tons. Steel is an important standard for measuring a nation's comprehensive strength. The more than 30 individuals, despite appearing gentlemanly, are engaged in activities that can hardly be described as genteel. They are present in almost every profitable industry globally, using all possible means. They squeeze small and medium-sized factory owners and exploit their monopolistic position to earn enormous profits without restraint. Mr. Pont, it is too late to say anything now. We chose that candidate for his gentle economic policies. Clearly, for years have passed, and this leader's views have changed. The spokesperson for the Lefebvre family sighed in resignation. The expressions on everyone's faces turned grim. 4 years ago, during the election, the candidates were McKinley and Brian, with Brian's campaign being far more radical. His advocacy for the free coinage of silver alone sent shivers down everyone's spine. We must remember that the gold crisis 6 years ago nearly led to a plunge into the abyss, and now the mere mention of silver terrifies everyone. On top of that, he opposes colonialism and imperialism. How did trust develop if not because of these two? Not to mention his staunch defense of farmers' interests, which is unacceptable to these tycoons. Mr. Lefebvre, your family is the biggest supporter of the Democratic Party. Why can't you persuade Mr. Brian to tone down his radicalism? Or is there no one else in the Democratic Party? Someone from the DuPont family said bitterly. Lefebvre could only smile wryly. If he could control it, he would have stopped Brian long ago, as Brian is truly the enemy of capital. Well, now our primary concern is how to navigate this crisis. Clearly, both of these candidates want to restrict us. Instantly, the meeting room became noisy. Do not think that these wealthy individuals would refrain from expressing their anger when faced with two candidates who both want to deal with them, regardless of which side wins. The outcome will not be pleasant. Mr. Burgess, as the leader of the central bank, do you have anything to say? Andrew Carnegie asked again. Burgess knew that these people were waiting for his response. After all, in their eyes, he, who is obsessed with mining, is the least affected by antitrust laws. How can a monopoly prevent someone from seeking minerals? More importantly, due to the 500 tons of gold he provided to the government 5 years ago, his reputation in the country is very high. To some extent, Burgess can even influence public opinion in the country. Gentlemen, I truly do not know how to respond to you. First of all, my mining company is not a large corporation. At this point, Burgess couldn't help but chuckle internally. Others think he is remarkable for discovering minerals that no one else can find and consistently reaping substantial profits. In reality, only he knows that his subordinates have brought him the most significant gains in recent years, which are merely some insignificant iron and coal mines. The mines in Canada were mapped out by his partner, and the oil in Australia and even the Gulf of Mexico is similarly sourced. In front of others, one presents themselves as a master of transformation, but under the family's secret techniques, they find themselves lacking in comparison. The entire mining operation has only about 100 people. And the reason no one suspects anything is that everyone else is focused on exploration. The more remote a place is globally, the more likely it is to send people for exploration. Who could know that there are really only about 100 people here, and among them, it's uncertain how many are from the East? You underestimate yourself too much, Mr. Burgess. You hold a higher position in the colony than any of us, and you are also the spokesperson for the central bank. Burgess realized that he had to say something today, and fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Everyone, let us consider this from a different perspective. If it were you, what would you do? How would you handle it? The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Burgess's words. If I were Mr. McKinley and aware of the issues at hand, I wouldn't just turn a blind eye. I would definitely seek a solution. If it were you, how would you address the problem of currency shortages? Chapter 29. The Path South. Burgess knew that these people only thought of using monopolies to harvest wealth. But they didn't realize that the current situation was no longer the same as the past crude economy. As major global powers began to enter imperialism, industrial development rapidly accelerated. All countries discovered that the market was insufficient and the consumer base was also lacking. So what to do? They had to roll up their sleeves and work harder. Just like in the future, better quality products at lower prices would attract consumers. As for foreign affairs, just look at how high the current trade barriers have risen. There is no longer a World Trade Organization. Countries only enjoy most favored nation status if they sign treaties. Otherwise, a cost of $1 incurs a $2 tariff. Currently, there are constant minor frictions between the East and the colony, but neither Emperor Feng Mingzhou nor General McKinley plans to cancel the most favored nation tariff agreements between the two countries. Why? It's because of the complementary nature of their economies. The machinery, steel, and locomotives from the colony, and the automobiles and raw materials from the East, are needed by both sides. Setting trade barriers against each other would only lead to mutual destruction. Furthermore, the East has a trade deficit with the colony and cannot compete industrially. Our colony has now entered a phase of rapid development and has achieved victories abroad. So what do you think this general will do next? Burgess said with earnestness. Hegemony. He lamented, compared to our economic strength, our military strength is lacking. Although Burgess didn't say it outright, everyone knew it was about being looked down upon. The military strength of the colony doesn't even rank in the top 10 globally, and there is no shame in that. Now the Far East has become our formidable opponent, while the powerful nations in Europe are busy seizing territories worldwide, and we cannot intervene elsewhere. Economic strength does not equate to military strength. Currently, the colony's influence in the world is less than that of the East. At the very least, the emperor over there fears no one. If provoked, he wouldn't care about the face of the world as hegemon. Those who are bold fear nothing, while those who are reckless fear nothing to lose. Our northern neighbor is an autonomous territory of a certain realm. Although it has achieved independence, if a conflict arises, the queen might just come knocking. Therefore, we can only head south. After Burgess spoke, he fell silent. However, everyone was shocked. While they were still contemplating how to monopolize, this individual had already begun to see so far ahead. In that moment, both the John Lufay Consortium and the Pont Genmo Consortium deeply felt the terror of this usually low-profile mining tycoon. Burgess could tell from their expressions what they were thinking. If only he could think like that himself. These individuals were not ordinary people, and the reverence in their eyes was something few could perceive. Damn Fong. How did his mind work? He became even more terrifying after ascending to power, leading the elites of the entire realm by the nose to achieve his goals. Such calculations were why Fong could become an emperor. Ahem. Seeing that everyone was still lost in thought, Burgess continued, Gentlemen, I believe it is unnecessary to say where our realm can develop next, right? South America, Pont Ginmo said leisurely, realizing he had underestimated this mining tycoon. Burgess nodded with a smile, agreeing with Mr. Pont. If Mr. McKinley wanted to leave a good name, he must deliver results. What better achievement than expanding the influence of our realm across the entire continent? Mr. Burgess, even if you are correct, what does that have to do with us? Our most important task now is to convince these two candidates to abandon the idea of enacting antitrust laws, Patrick Kennedy stated, noting that his family hailed from a prominent political lineage. Mr. Patrick, if you were the supreme leader, facing a vast, unfamiliar, and promising market, what would you do? Of course, I would quickly send people to build factories and invest. Yes, the supreme leader would think the same. Burgess continued. Do you think small merchants or ordinary artisans have the capability or the resolve to invest in markets thousands of kilometers away? The crowd seemed to understand something, yet felt somewhat lost. These individuals were surprisingly slow-witted. Burgess completely forgot that he had been just as bewildered when he first heard about this grand plan. You are all great entrepreneurs, and I believe the resources at your disposal are not lacking. To put it bluntly, who among you doesn't have some questionable powers? Burgess said slyly, if we were to truly march into the southern market, who would the supreme leader choose to take the lead? Surely, we can't send those small workshops or farmers, right? It must be you capable big merchants. This plan was referred to as the Southern Water Diversion Plan by Fang Mingzhou. The development in the realm has already hit a bottleneck. Having fought in Cuba for several years without a complete victory, the external environment is also facing high trade barriers. With a massive amount of industrial goods piling up in warehouses, if in another 10 or 8 years, another economic crisis sweeps through the region, that's just the fate of this place, always facing economic turmoil. However, once these individuals enter South America, the vast markets and population will provide a strong boost to the region. It's important to note that although each country in South America has a population of only a few million to under 10 million, there are many countries. More importantly, there is not a single strong nation that can resist economic incursions from the region. As you all know, I have a keen interest in global resource exploration. And of course, I have mines in South America as well. It is said that this area has over 20 countries, spans 18 million square kilometers, and has a total population of 1.2 billion. This is more than twice the area of the region with a similar population. What more do I need to say? Burgess chuckled, while the 20 people in the room could not manage a smile. Each person's eyes were filled with greedy anticipation. Indeed, how could they forget the other side of their continent, the current scale of the region? Rather than being forced by the incoming leader to split into small companies, it would be better to become the government's enforcers directly. Expanding into the market requires strong and capable companies. Isn't that what a trust is? Observing the faces of politicians at home is less appealing than going out to build a commercial empire. Moreover, as far as I know, many countries' economies are not even as large as your company's annual revenue. If I weren't aiming for something else, I might just overthrow a small country and play the leader myself. Who wouldn't enjoy that? You see, these individuals are not just envious, but are now panting with excitement. They realize that compared to this mining tycoon, they are mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Who would have thought that a discussion about how to organize a splitting party could yield such significant insights? Forget about antitrust. Now everyone feels incredibly powerful, eager to take immediate action. Chapter 30. The way out is to go to sea originally. Everyone was discussing how to use their power to force the current leader to cancel the antitrust laws. But they also understood that, given the public's outrage, if those politicians didn't take action, they would have a hard time explaining themselves to the people. They were even prepared to make sacrifices. However, unexpectedly, the most unlikely person offered a different path. Want to split? Fine, I won't play your game anymore. I'll go to other countries. South America has a vast market and a large population, larger than the current shared resources. In terms of business warfare, everyone has fought their way through. Moreover, it's crucial to note that South America was previously a Spanish colony. Although it has gained independence, the influence of the former colonial power won't disappear overnight. While it might be hard to say for other countries, Spain is a defeated foe. So why worry? With such a large piece of pie, everyone can rely on their own abilities to take a share, just as Burgess said. With over 10 countries, even sharing would yield substantial territory. Quiet, quiet. Pont Ginmo had to put an end to the noisy scene. The excited crowd, stirred by a few words from Burgess, was animatedly chatting among themselves, as if immense wealth was waiting for them to pick up just by bending down. First of all, we must thank Mr. Burgess for his wisdom. Without him, I believe everyone would still be thinking about how to please the two current candidates. But now, although Mr. Burgess's ideas have given us a revelation, why should we stay here fighting each other to the death? With so many countries, there must be places for us to prosper. However, Pont Ginmo said seriously, we cannot rush in recklessly. Although those South American countries might be somewhat weaker compared to us, if they unite, we might have to retreat. This is no joke. After all, these countries were once governed by Spain before they gained independence. Indeed, all of Central and South America, over 20 million square kilometers, belonged to Spain during its most prosperous period. They can fight among themselves without issue, but if external forces intervene, it will likely only cause them to unite. Everyone present, being from the top families of the lighthouse, instantly understood Pont Genmo's meaning. Moreover, it was clear that without Mr. Burgess, we might not have thought of this. I suggest that no matter where we do business in the future, as long as it is chosen by Mr. Burgess, everyone should withdraw. Good. Pont Genmo's suggestion received unanimous approval, not only as a reciprocal gesture, but also acknowledging the considerable influence of Mr. Burgess. Next, we need to establish a committee to plan the route southward. And let us not forget, although we have a fallback, our foundation is still here. We need to talk to the current two candidates, whoever supports our ideas. We will help them secure that position. Although Pont Genmo's words were bold, it was evident that if the 20 or so people in this room worked together, even a dog could potentially sit in the presidential seat. All right, Mr. Pont Genmo, our request is simple. That is to delay the antitrust laws as much as possible, or rather, we can publicly establish different companies and then split our assets among these companies. Old John Luffey's words brightened everyone's eyes. Indeed, it's just splitting up, right? Who doesn't he have sons or heirs? We can learn from the Luffey family and distribute the assets among several heirs in advance. Then, secretly control them through one of the companies, which would both clarify ownership and expand our business scope. As long as nobody talks. How many of those common folks would know whose companies these are? At this moment, everyone had only one thought. Today's gathering had been incredibly fruitful. Very well, Mr. Luffey's words also provided us with great insight. So, the next step is to draft these plans. I suggest each family send a representative to handle negotiations with the current government. Now they finally don't have to be on edge all day long. Burgess beside him nearly laughed out loud, truly deserving of the title of Fong, like a candy laced with poison. Now, these prominent families and trusts not only have to face the criticism from everyone in their region, but also need to expand their industries. These people are just like what Emperor Fong said. They would sell anything, even their souls, as long as it is profitable. This path seems like a broad avenue. But would Fong be so kind? Not likely. This guy seems to have an unresolvable grudge against that region. Now, these individuals probably can't wait to head south and make a big move. Previously, the government wanted to split them up, but now it seems the tables have turned. Capital pursues profit, and having opened a door, these greedy individuals certainly know what to do next. If the leader continues to stay in power, they will face a dilemma, whether to break up these giants or let them leave. Breaking them up would be ideal because, after all, the profits they generate belong to that region, regardless of the company's size. However, if they are split, these people are not without the ability to resist. Previously, they had no choice but to accept it. Now, with a better opportunity, it may be that they would really just run away. Of course, the scenario of them leaving as lonely wanderers is impossible. The most likely outcome is that they will take their capital and venture out. In the gold standard era, all money is accounted for. The more you take away, the less that region has. Indeed, Fong Mingzhou is leveraging the widespread hatred towards trusts in that region to force the government to break them up. And these individuals will certainly resist. Historically, due to certain influences, these trusts were eventually split into smaller companies, completely eliminating the economic risks and allowing the country to firmly establish itself as an economic power, maintaining a strong position during global conflicts. But since Fong Mingzhou is aware of this, how could such good fortune fall into their hands? Fong Mingzhou not only aims to prevent these individuals from being broken up, but also to make them even stronger. Since ancient times, merchants from any country have had insatiable desires. When starting out, they dream of having a company. Once they have it, they think about expansion. After expanding, they want to dominate the industry. When they grow to a point where no one can control them, by then, not even the president of a country, let alone a deity, would intimidate them. Fong Mingzhou's goal is to cultivate these ambitions. At the same time, he also aims to siphon off development funds from that region. Currently, it is already short on funds, and if more capital is withdrawn, it could lead to serious trouble. Chapter 31, Colonial System, Tribute System. After stability is achieved in that region, the remaining task is merely to allocate land step by step. This will naturally be handled by the Prime Minister's office and military personnel. Clearly, the situation there is unlikely to stabilize in the next 6 months. As for when it will no longer pose a threat, that depends on the power of certain influences. When the Eastern Empire completely becomes the dominant power, none of the surrounding nations will be able to escape its control. While some foreign powers incessantly talk about rebuilding a certain ancient civilization, when it comes down to it, no one is truly willing to do so. Moreover, that civilization was ultimately lost due to their own actions. However, the Eastern version of that civilization has persisted. With the gradual rise of the Eastern Empire in recent years, the previously interrupted tribute system has surprisingly begun to re-emerge. Of course, Both the central authority and the Prime Minister's office are not particularly enthusiastic about this system and have not hinted at it to these nations. Yet, they all coincidentally recalled this system, proving that sometimes culture can be more effective than force. Just a few months ago during the Lunar New Year, envoys from 7 countries, Kanjuti, a certain peninsula, a certain island nation, a certain historical kingdom, a certain ancient city, a certain region, and a certain kingdom, actually arrived at the Eastern Empire to pay tribute with gifts. The Eastern Empire is becoming the new central nation. And these culturally influenced small countries have shifted their tribute target to the Eastern Empire. What the central authority feels about this is uncertain, but it is clear that when these small nations appeared at the New Year celebration, the Prime Minister's eyes could light up the entire hall. Previously, people from the Prime Minister's office and the general staff had been trying to expand the influence of the Eastern Empire, but the results were not good. In this era, foreign weapons and artillery have made it clear to everyone that military power is the foundation of strength. The colonial system established by European nations over hundreds of years is currently the mainstream in the world. Surely, the Prime Minister would not think of using the tribute system to break the colonial system that has lasted for centuries. The central authority has every reason to think so, because after the tribute from these small nations, the Prime Minister's office promptly invited them to the New Year banquet. This banquet is not open to everyone. Only the offspring of major royal families can participate. However, it is evident that the central authority's first child is still yet to be born. Besides the royal family members, there are only 2 to 3 dozen governors and officials, along with less than 50 heads of various departments. Additionally, there are outstanding figures and officials from all regions each year. The number of people qualified to attend the New Year banquet is fewer than 100. Yet this year, there is an extra table. This already indicates a significant issue. When Ouyang appeared again at the Eastern Garden with several ministers, the central authority knew that the Prime Minister must have some plans. Go ahead, what do you intend to do with these small nations? The central authority said with a smile, as the Prime Minister's thoughts seemed almost written on his face. Your Majesty, my fellow ministers and I have discussed for a long time and believe that we can bring back the tribute system that has operated in this land for thousands of years. Ouyang said, and everyone behind him nodded in agreement. It is rare for everyone to reach a consensus on the same matter. Now, the colonial system led by European powers can be said to be in its latter half. The central authority nodded, acknowledging that the colonial system has existed for 400 to 500 years, and this exploitative mechanism has never ceased to resist since its inception. This system has managed to maintain itself until now, primarily due to the deterrence brought by large ships and cannons. The ongoing conflicts such as the Boer War, the Madagascar War, and other unrests all demonstrate one thing. An increasing number of people are beginning to resist this system. Moreover, emerging nations are dissatisfied with this framework and aim to topple the established colonial powers. The most representative figures are William II from the Hans Cat and Fong Mingzhou from the Eastern Empire, who seem to be constantly monitoring the position of the prominent colonial power. The limitations of the colonial system ensure its short-lived existence. It is no longer several centuries ago. With the proliferation of newspapers, telegraphs, and written communication, more and more nations are awakening to their potential. It must be said that the greatest guarantee for the colonial system is ignorance. The more ignorant the population, the easier it is to colonize. However, with telegraphs now spanning across all continents and most countries, the world has become more interconnected. The colonizers from Europe inevitably brought their written language with them during colonization. Although they tried to block access to education, there were always a few who escaped this fate, and these individuals surprisingly became leaders of resistance in their respective countries. The global colonial system has faced increasing challenges. A simple example is Spain, which at its peak controlled over 30 million square kilometers of land, having toppled the Aztec Empire, the Inca Empire, and the Maya civilization. For centuries, aside from conquering the indigenous people, the remainder was characterized by peace and celebration. The only threat came from later colonial empires. The Battle of the Spanish Armada during the 100 Years' War was a product of rivalry between 2 nations. And what about the prominent colonial power today? While the title of colonial overlord sounds appealing, the annual need to suppress rebellions in various colonies has become a headache. Your Majesty, the tribute system that has existed for thousands of years may not compare to the profits generated by the current colonial system. However, we are no longer in a time where we need to focus solely on wealth. What we need now is a market. Clearly, if we were to revive the tribute system, everything would no longer be a problem. Our Eastern Empire only needs to be industrially strong and militarily powerful. What we require is not money, but raw materials, markets, and people. These needs do not conflict with the interests of the rulers of those tributary states. We can modify the tribute system that has existed for thousands of years, transforming it from a superficial arrangement into one where both parties can meet their needs. Among the countries that previously paid tribute to us, many are still oppressed and colonized. with even their rulers unable to protect themselves, let alone the common people. Ouyang is also aware of the nature of the foreigners, who, upon seeing wealth, behave like hyenas drawn to carrion. Feng Wu, have you investigated the intentions of these individuals? Feng Mingzhou is not easily deceived. The tribute system of the feudal dynasties was a loss for them. These individuals come with some worthless items, claiming they are local specialties, only to take back goods worth hundreds or thousands of times their original value from the superior nation. It is a business that guarantees profit. This situation has even led to the Central Empire restricting the frequency and scale of tributes from various tributary states. Why? Because even the landlords have no surplus grain. The Eastern Empire did not actively mention it, yet these individuals came running over eagerly, making it hard for Feng Mingzhou to trust them. Chapter 32. The Great Tribute System. No one would be kind to others for no reason. This is a nation, not child's play. Feng Mingzhou believed he was not the father of these small countries. They came to the Eastern Empire, and it wasn't as if they expected him to inherit their nations simply because of his remarkable lineage. Your Majesty, due to the limited time, we haven't gathered much information, but we can confirm that these people are not acting spontaneously. Oh, who is leading them? Not only Feng Mingzhou, but even Ouyang and other ministers became curious. To think of tribute, at the very least, it must be a country very familiar with this system, one that had frequently participated in it. Annam. Feng Wu's words stunned Feng Mingzhou. Annam? That country had been occupied by a certain foreign power for decades. Your Majesty, have you forgotten the message delivered to the king of Annam a few years ago? Feng Wu continued. At that time, the navy of that foreign power and their allies had been supporting the southern faction. Your Majesty ordered us to take action in Annam and eliminate the governor of that foreign power. Since then, the enthusiasm of the Annamese people in resisting foreign rule has significantly increased, and that king of Annam has managed to catch his breath. The foreign power needs him to pacify the colonial populace. So this king of Annam is returning a favor? Feng Mingzhou mused. He hadn't expected that a seemingly small action of his would change the fate of a small country. Your Majesty, it is likely not just a simple return of favor, but rather something more strategic, Ouyang remarked thoughtfully. Prime Minister, do you mean this king of Annam wishes to use us to free himself from the colonial rule of that foreign power? The chief of staff, Zhang Shan, expressed his disbelief. How could a small nation like Annam have the confidence to think we would assist him, risking a war with that foreign power? It was understandable that Zhang Shan spoke so bluntly. The current Eastern Empire was not the same as the previous dynasties, which often did things merely to save face. Should a suzerain state really be obligated to help its vassal states quell unresolvable turmoil just because of a tribute system? Zhang Shan seemed to realize something and incredulously asked, could it really be so? It's quite possible, Ouyang replied. Looking at Zhang Shan, in recent days, I have also researched a lot about the tribute system. Your Majesty, the so-called tribute system had already appeared during the Shang dynasty and only completely collapsed a few years ago before our Eastern Empire was established. It has lasted for thousands of years. With our Central Empire as the core, various hierarchical systems present a web-like political order. Simply put, the tribute system means that the monarch of our Central Empire is regarded as the son of heaven, dividing the surrounding areas into two parts, internal and external. The internal refers to the central region where direct administrative management is conducted, while the external refers to the marginal regions, governed by rulers appointed by the central dynasty. The internal and external regions protect each other, thus forming a concept of a world under a single sovereign. Of course, the internal and external are not static. During the Shang dynasty, the internal was just a small part of the Yinshang territory, while during the reign of the first emperor, it expanded to over 3 million square kilometers, and now the Eastern Empire covers over 10 million square kilometers. The internal administration is continuously expanding, with some previously external territories gradually being incorporated into the Central Empire's management. This reflects a long-standing expansion that has persisted for thousands of years, accompanied by the debate between civilization and barbarism, from the initial feudal system and the tributary system established by the previous rulers, to the tribute system ultimately confirmed by the last emperor. This framework has gradually formed a circle centered around the culture and characters of the Han civilization among neighboring states, both large and small. Your Majesty, before our Eastern Empire, perhaps the greatest pride of past emperors was the tribute from all directions, with nations coming to pay their respects. At the pinnacle of this was the Zhou family. At the beginning of their dynasty, they quickly sent envoys to neighboring countries to inform them of the continuation of the Yuan dynasty's rule and to promote the prestige of the Ming state. The achievements of Zhu Di are even more notable, as he made 7 voyages to the west, leaving his mark across Asia and Africa, engaging in extensive interactions, with over 150 countries coming to pay tribute during the peak period. This suzerain vassal system reached its geographical maximum. We do not seek to have 150 countries. Even 1/10 of that would satisfy the vast market for our Eastern Empire's industry. Moreover, the tribute system does not impose strict demands. It emphasizes mutual willingness. And compared to the current colonial system, those rulers would likely know how to choose. Ouyang couldn't help but admire the strength of his ancestors, who had considered nearly every issue. It's not that the later generations are lacking in effort. Rather, it is unnecessary, as they can simply follow the example set by their forefathers. Prime Minister, have you considered that the establishment of this system is predicated on the Eastern Empire defeating the colonial system? Zhang Shun seemed to realize the benefits that dozens of countries paying tribute could bring. Everyone knows the advantages of the tribute system. After all, there is only one suzerain state, which is the Eastern Empire. Since the signing of the Peace of Westphalia, the world has entered a colonial system, and the series of failures in foreign affairs by the previous dynasty completely plunged the tribute system into despair. Ouyang sighed, saying that it's not the formidable opponent that is feared, but rather the incompetent allies. Clearly, the current situation is a prime example of such incompetent allies. A system that had gradually improved over thousands of years was squandered in just a few decades under their management. The collision of these two systems has led to a clash between East and West, and evidently, this time the tribute system has been thoroughly defeated. Additionally, the encroachment of surrounding small nations by the Europeans has significantly reduced the number of members within the tribute system. It wasn't until the two wars sparked by opium that the foundation of the tribute system faced irreparable damage. If the suzerain state is faltering, can we still rely on these vassal states? However, the situation is beginning to change again, as the Eastern Empire rises and major powers compete for supremacy. Fang Mingzhou leads the Eastern Empire to a resurgence, and currently, external wars have been consistently victorious. This brings back unpleasant memories for the former vassal states, reminding them of the early establishment of the Central Dynasty, which unified the internal administration through strong military power. Following that, it was all about listing the targets and defeating external territories, and they were part of that external territory. Fortunately, the cultural norms of the Central Dynasty determined that they would not pursue total annihilation. As long as the small vassal states submitted or sent a prince to the Central Dynasty for a few years of enforced servitude, the Central Empire would not resort to complete destruction. Compared to the current colonial system, this is almost a benevolent governance. Clearly, the inertia established in the early years of the Central Empire applies equally to the Eastern Empire. If you don't believe it, just look at how the Eastern Empire first dealt with the small nation, which is often referred to with colorful terms. Why is that? When a vassal state is able to ride over its suzerain, what is the point of tribute? Thus, when the Eastern Empire dealt with these small nations, all neighboring countries found it reasonable and legitimate. If a son misbehaves, it's only natural for the father to discipline him. Chapter 33. Re-establishing the tribute system. Ouyang led all cabinet members to meet Fang Mingzhou, not for any other reason but to discuss the tribute system. Your Majesty, our Eastern Empire has been developing steadily. The first 4-year industrial plan is progressing smoothly, and our economy is soaring. I believe that in no more than 10 years, we can transform from an agricultural nation into an industrial one. However, Your Majesty, even now, as strong as the Han's nation is, it remains shackled by the colonial system. Even though it is part of it. After the 3 dynastic wars, the Han's nation seemed to be on a roll, first surpassing the Gallic nation in industry, and then the British nation. Although it still lags behind the Lighthouse nation, one can see how difficult that is just by looking at the land area of both countries. Moreover, the Han's nation is not only strong economically, but also holds a prominent military position in the world. In contrast, while the Lighthouse nation is economically powerful, its military is quite weak. But what does that matter? Without being the leader of the colonial system, the Han still finds it hard to breathe under pressure. The arrogant Emperor Wilhelm II can only submit to the colonial system. The Han's nation's greatest wish is to become the leader of this system, rather than the British. Nowadays, the British have been surpassed in all areas except for their navy, and their army suffered a significant defeat in the Boer War, losing face as a world leader. Yet what is the outcome? The British goods have no shortage of markets, as their domestic capitalists are employing child labor and running machines day and night. As long as the products are produced, even if the quality is subpar, they are sold worldwide. This is because the British are the leaders of the colonial system, controlling the most populous and prosperous regions of the world. In a few years, when the Eastern Empire grows stronger, we will face the same issues. Ouyang said firmly, we either resist and overthrow this system, or like the Hans, become a part of it, even helping the British solidify their colonial system. Ouyang had one more thing to say. The Eastern Empire has already begun moving toward the colonial system. It is clear that neither the Eastern Empire, Fang Mingzhou, nor the Prime Minister's office has ever been content to be subordinate. Or rather, the people living in this land inherently believe they should be number 1 in the world. What is second place? They wouldn't even want it. As long as one is not first, one must work hard to surpass the previous leader. Ouyang even contemplated that if Dongzhou becomes powerful in the future, it might still be constrained by the colonial system, much like the current situation with certain entities. Fang Mingzhou sighed inwardly, realizing he had underestimated the people of this era. He had thought that with his foresight from a later time, he could lead this nation to a dominant position, but now he realized that was probably naive. As Ouyang said, without creating a new system, one can only be second or third, which is unacceptable to everyone. Fang Mingzhou knew that the complete collapse of the colonial system would take at least several decades, and even a century later, remnants of this system would still exist. If nothing is done, it would take nearly 100 years for this system to crumble. And if the Dongzhou Empire were to join in, this system might persist even longer. Would Dongzhou join? Of course not. Fang Mingzhou had no desire to be second. If his ancestors had not been glorious, it would be one thing, but his forebears had always been the best in the world. He couldn't let his lineage be reduced to a perennial second place. How would he explain that to his ancestors when he passed away? Oh, he could only say, "Ancestors above, your unworthy descendant finally became second after decades of effort." Wouldn't those ancestors come back to haunt him again? I understand your intentions. Fang Mingzhou looked ahead, seemingly pondering something. It's not just you. I also do not want someone above me. I don't care what happens to the colonial system, but the tribute system must be re-established. Your Majesty, wise as always, said the dozen officials sincerely. This is a fundamental national policy. Fang Mingzhou's words completely signified that this already collapsed system would reappear, and in an even stronger form. Your Majesty, if we are to establish a national policy, then we must adjust our foreign relations from now on. The term national policy is not to be taken lightly, broadly speaking. It is the basic principle and guarantee for a country's survival and development. Of course, there cannot be just one basic national policy, but regardless of how many there are, each one is crucial and relates to the survival of the nation. This is measured in years and is a medium to long-term process. Your Majesty, just as we in Dongzhou complete our unification, as you mentioned, we need to formulate some long-term plans. I believe the basic national policy can be defined as issues concerning our strategic interests in Dongzhou. Ouyang felt that the concept of basic national policy proposed by the emperor was spot on. Establishing a national policy requires collaboration with policies from different periods. And beneath the tribute system lies the Dongzhou Empire's blatant ambition for hegemony. Currently, the whole world believes that civilization originated in the West, which is a self-aggrandizing notion from those who have even fabricated history. Fang Mingzhou said in a serious tone, civilization originated in the East. This is a common knowledge that everyone must understand. If anyone is unaware of this common knowledge, then we in Dongzhou have an obligation to make them aware. This land, aside from the 24 official histories, has many unofficial accounts that are so wild that future generations find them outrageous. However, these foreigners do not share the same view. They regard these unofficial accounts as legitimate history. Your Majesty, currently, aside from the northern territories, many of the southern countries have already been colonized by these Europeans. At this point, everyone sighed, acknowledging that over the past 100 or 200 years, the collisions between East and West have indeed resulted in more losses than gains for us. This is fundamentally why the tribute system has collapsed. Since this king of Annam has initiated such a situation, we must indeed safeguard this allegiance. It must be said that this king of Annam is quite bold. Daring to connect with several countries for tribute at this time is truly betting the fate of his nation. It hinges on whether the Eastern Empire recognizes this system. If not, then the term tribute might very well become a thing of the past. If it is recognized, as the first to take the plunge and seek allegiance, he will surely receive some preferential treatment. At the very least, the Eastern Empire should guarantee the succession of the Annamese throne. Your Majesty, the current ruler of Annam is King Tontai, but he is merely a puppet with no real power. It seems that King Tontai wants to take a gamble. Chapter 34. Current situation in Annam. Fang Mingzhou looked at his chief of staff. It was evident that Annam is currently a colony of the Gallic Rooster, and the influence of the Eastern Empire here has yet to intimidate the Gallic Rooster. Your Majesty, the Gallic Rooster's army stationed in Jiaoji is about 50,000 strong, with around 20,000 foreign legionaries and approximately 30,000 troops from North Africa. Additionally, the Gallic Rooster has armed some enemies who have allied with them, numbering around 70,000. In total, there are about 170,000 troops, and a Gallic Rooster fleet is also stationed in Cam Bay. However, in recent years, the Gallic Rooster has been obsessed with torpedo boats, resulting in the production of many small warships weighing dozens of tons. Currently, there are about 50 of these warships, along with 2 armored ships of the Hanoi class and several 4,000-ton cruisers. Although these small warships lack combat power, they all have speeds exceeding 25 knots. It must be said that the Gallic rooster is quite peculiar, once a dominant power on the European continent, in order to contend with the John Bull across the sea. It built over 100 warships during the age of sailing battleships, becoming a significant threat to John Bull at that time. However, the political situation in the Gallic rooster has been unstable for decades, with frequent changes in the prime minister leading to ever-shifting national policies. One moment it's continental militarism, fiercely opposing the neighboring Hans Cat, the next it's naval militarism, clashing with John Bull, and then it's back to advocating for pacifism. The phrase changing allegiances perfectly describes the Gallic rooster. Under such circumstances, it's a miracle that the Navy could develop properly. It wasn't until over a decade ago when a naval officer named Yazan Tiab was appointed as the Minister of the Navy and proposed the famous torpedo boat combat plan. At that time, the emergence of new torpedoes, which were cheap and effective, allowed one torpedo to incapacitate or sink a large warship. This led the minister to believe that torpedoes were the ultimate weapon for achieving victory. The famous statement that 100 torpedo boats could defeat the Royal Navy was made by him. Consequently, the country in question canceled all large warship construction plans and focused entirely on developing small torpedo boats. The result was, of course, a complete destruction of its navy. Meanwhile, the neighboring nation took advantage of this chaos and began to vigorously develop steel warships, leading to the emergence of the renowned type of battleship. As for the former naval power, it could only rely on small coastal torpedo boats, which would sink if they ventured too far out to sea. Once a formidable rival of the Royal Navy, it had now been reduced to inconsequential little vessels on the high seas. It wasn't until the new battleships appeared that the country realized its mistake and began constructing battleships and significantly developing its navy. Zhang Shun laughed, noting that such a peculiar nation was indeed rare. However, the numerous small torpedo boats built just over a decade ago had reached the end of their service life. And reluctantly, they had to repurpose them all to be deployed in a specific bay. What could these small warships do? A single destroyer could easily handle dozens of them. Sun Fu, as the Minister of the Navy, had no interest in these small crafts. In his view, the larger the warship, the better. The bigger the caliber of the naval guns, the more powerful. With an army of several 100,000, even if that fleet was just for show, it wouldn't be easy to confront. Fang Mingzhou stroked his chin, pondering the dilemma faced by the neighboring nation. Regardless, once the tribute system succeeded, they would be the first to propose it. Surely they wouldn't want to miss out in the end. However, if they ignored it, the neighboring nation didn't have enough influence to incite a conflict with the other nation. Your Majesty, the son of the king of Qintai, Nguyen Phuc Long Yen, is already 6 years old. A hostage? Your Majesty, how can we call it a hostage? This is to solidify the vassal relationship, Zhang Shun said bluntly with a smile. Ouyang Gung's eyes lit up. Indeed, it wasn't appropriate to go to war with the neighboring nation over a king, but the son was a suitable figure. First, it provided the king of Qintai a promise that his lineage would be protected by the Eastern Empire, ensuring the throne wouldn't be left without an heir. Second, a prince raised in the Eastern Empire who later returned to claim the throne would likely lean towards the Eastern Empire. I believe this is feasible. No matter how arrogant the neighboring nation is, they won't go to war over a young child. Doing so would undoubtedly send a signal to the former vassal states that the Eastern Empire was preparing to reconstruct the tribute system. Ouyang Gung spoke faster, asserting that even if these nations wouldn't act now, as long as the Eastern Empire grew stronger, they would naturally remember the benefits of the tribute system. Nothing is feared more than comparison. Compared to the current colonial system, the tribute system is simply a blessing. It doesn't covet your throne or your territory. Isn't that the ultimate fortune? As for why they don't covet the territories of these vassal states, it's clear that the good locations have already been secured by their ancestors. Other territories, as the term suggests, are not very appealing. Of course, their ancestors didn't have a world map, so their vision was limited. But that is all right, for there is still the Eastern Empire. As long as we occupy some advantageous locations, the remaining outlying areas can be incorporated into the tribute system. If half of the world is brought under the tribute system of the Eastern continent, then it would be the Eastern Empire's unwillingness to be a hegemon, while other nations would push it to assume that role. Your Majesty, this path is not easy. Ouyang Gung's voice lowered. The strength of the nation in question is currently at its peak. Although it stumbled during the Boer War, its navy remains powerful. More importantly, even if this nation declines, there will still be successors like Hans. This is the dilemma that Ouyang Gung and others face. The colonial system is not solely dominated by the hegemon. Many nations in Europa are potential successors. Fang Mingzhou wanted to tell him that this path is not difficult at all. In fact, it is quite favorable. In about 10 years, a great war will begin, which is essentially a replica of the 30 Years' War in the European continent. Millions of people will be lost. And more importantly, the lethality of current weapons is far greater than that of hundreds of years ago. The hegemon has been severely weakened, and the Gallic nation has lost a generation. while the successor Hans is also struggling. As for the bear nation, its dynasty has been obliterated. The feline nation has disintegrated, and the chicken nation has been divided. This is truly poisoning the colonial system, and to the brim. Regardless of the leading power or the successors below, their morale has been shattered. Isn't this an opportunity for the development of our tribute system? Zhao Ting, do not rush. I can guarantee that within 20 years, the world colonial system will face disintegration. Fang Mingzhou appeared confident. At this moment, not only Ouyang Gong, but even Zhang Shun and others were enlightened. The long-term strategic planning ability of His Majesty is simply elusive, like a deer's antlers. Since His Majesty says so, there must be a plan in place. What plan does Fang Mingzhou have? Nothing at all, just focusing on internal cultivation. When the Great War begins and these nations are exhausted from fighting, that will be his moment to take the stage. He will also deal with that Eagle Nation along the way. Chapter 35. Free Silver. At this moment in Lighthouse Federation City, a vigorous election is taking place, culminating in the final debate where the two candidates are sharply proclaiming their policies. McKinley stands confidently on the platform, eloquently speaking. As a former renowned lawyer, his oratory skills are also exceptional. We must support our industry and ensure that lighthouse goods can be sold anywhere in the world without hindrance. The nation across the sea has consistently shown hostility towards us, arbitrarily raising tariffs, with ugly protectionism prevailing. McKinley's passionate voice grows louder. And yet we have not raised our tariffs correspondingly, which is wrong. If I am elected, I will immediately raise tariffs on goods from various European nations to protect our domestic enterprises. As McKinley reaches this point, the crowd erupts into enthusiastic applause. Everyone hopes for higher external tariffs so that their locally produced goods can be more competitive. When McKinley steps down, the crowd remains reluctant to disperse. Kane, is the situation truly as it was before? That group has already found their escape route. McKinley picked up a towel to wipe the sweat off his forehead and said to his assistant, "Yes, Mr. William, the consortium led by Mr. Pont Ginmo has established a company for foreign development. Half a month ago, this company dispatched nearly 100 people to various countries in South America for inspections. It seems they are indeed preparing for foreign expansion." As he pondered, McKinley entered a conference room filled with members of his campaign team, many of whom would likely become members of the new cabinet. "Ladies and gentlemen, Kane has already briefed you on the situation. Now I want to know, if those trusts really enter South America, what will it mean for our country? It could be both good and bad. Also, should we continue with our antitrust laws?" Clearly, McKinley was very confident about winning this election. "Mr. President, if Kane is correct, we are not only not restricting them, but should actually help them expand," said a member of the think tank. "If these trusts really leave the country, it might not be a good thing for us." "Yes, Mr. President, after thorough discussion, we believe that while these monopolistic organizations have many drawbacks, they are also a part of our strong economy. Many large companies possess advanced technology and lead in industries such as steel and manufacturing. If they truly withdraw, although the likelihood is low, our economy and industry might face setbacks." McKinley furrowed his brow, initially thinking he could balance these trust conglomerates, only to find that they had outmaneuvered him. "What exactly does Mr. Burgess mean?" McKinley asked, feeling a headache coming on. The economic policy proposed by this mining tycoon was not a secret, but McKinley was more concerned about which side he stood on. "This is also puzzling for us. Regardless of whether the antitrust law will be implemented, it has little to do with Mr. Burgess, as he did not build his fortune in traditional industries. Don't forget, Mr. Burgess is also a financier. And they only care about money," McKinley remarked. Unlike his predecessor Cleveland, Burgess was rather conventional during his term, and McKinley did not share the same gratitude towards him as he did for President Cleveland. Now that these individuals have hinted at their intentions, they are likely watching our next move. After the think tank member finished speaking, everyone looked toward the president. Clearly, the president's earlier hint about drafting antitrust laws had already put significant pressure on these conglomerates. They were not the type to be passive and simply endure. Once they made a move, it indicated they were ready to negotiate. Whether it was McKinley or Bryan, both had different campaign platforms, but they shared one common goal: to limit the trusts. If both candidates continued to hold on to this idea, these trusts might prefer to develop in other countries rather than being dismantled. If the candidates abandoned the idea of breaking up the trusts, then it would come down to who they chose to support, which would determine who could become president. Has there been any change? Everyone knows that McKinley was asking about another candidate, Bryan. We learned from their campaign office that Bryan still maintained his campaign platform, which aimed to restrict trusts. To be honest, McKinley had a bit of admiration for him. Compared to himself, Bryan's platform was much more radical, even though he believed that the moderation still made many uncomfortable. "Are you really doing this for the country?" McKinley muttered to himself. He knew he had to make a choice. Compared to Bryan, he had significant advantages, but they were not absolute. Bryan's policy platform was more acceptable to the ordinary citizens. Tell Mr. Pantagnome that I will temporarily suspend this bill, but the campaign platform remains unchanged. Additionally, I will persuade Congress to increase tariffs on the main imported goods for the lighthouse, further promoting industrial development. We will reduce support for the Department of Labor. After McKinley finished speaking, he closed his eyes, knowing that this decision was a compromise with the trusts, unlike his opponent Brian, who fought to the end like a warrior. Upon hearing these words, the members of the think tank all breathed a sigh of relief. They clearly understood that as long as the president did not touch the most important antitrust laws, they had a 70% chance of winning this election. Your Excellency, Mr. Burgess contacted us earlier, hoping that you could pass the free silver system after your election success. Is there a money shortage? Yes, the situation has become quite serious. Most of our government's gold income is used to pay off debts every year. This has resulted in insufficient gold to print credit currency. Last year, we only issued $200 million in credit currency. Clearly, this is far from enough, and various industries are lacking liquidity. If this continues, our economy may be put on pause. McKinley knew that what he said was correct. The economy of the lighthouse had completely entered the fast lane. But major banks were lacking credit currency. Factory owners and plantation owners held assets, but could not mortgage enough currency from banks to expand production. This had already hindered economic development to some extent. The situation had reached a point that needed to be resolved. The antitrust law could be suspended, but not this. It seemed that our mining tycoon was eager to unleash the silver he held. No one doubted that this capitalist, who started in mining, did not have gold or silver. If the government were to open up free silver now, then silver would become a currency, and the price of silver would rise. Burgess, holding a large amount of silver, would make a fortune. Chapter 36. Also eyeing gold, McKinley was a staunch advocate of the gold standard. During his last campaign for the presidency, he publicly expressed his opposition to the free silver policy. He opposed the free exchange of silver for currency, as he viewed it as a devaluation of the currency of the lighthouse. At that time, his opponent was also Brian, who firmly supported the free silver policy. During the last election campaign, there was no such issue. After taking office as the leader, the country began a long journey of repaying debts. Theoretically, this process should last for 10 years, which means that even if I get re-elected, by the end of my term, the debts will still not be fully repaid. Who can I blame for this? I inherited a significant amount of gold bonds before taking office, and after 2 terms, they are still not settled. I am unfairly burdened with a heavy responsibility, and it's a burden that was thrown at me by the opposing party. If I maintain a firm commitment to the gold standard during this term, it's evident that there is still a lack of liquid currency. To resolve this issue, unless we can acquire hundreds of tons of gold, but is that possible? Haven't we seen that the local powers are fiercely fighting for gold? The local powers? Gold. It seems I have discovered something important. The war is nearing its end, but those involved should have a substantial amount of gold. If I offer protection in exchange for their gold, it might work. Offending the local powers for hundreds of tons of gold doesn't seem impossible. If we can secure 200 tons of gold, then the current monetary shortage could be resolved. Please find Mr. Russell, the Secretary of the Army, and ask if we have any backup plans regarding that region. Once the messenger left, I remarked, tell Mr. Burgess that unless absolutely necessary, I will not open the free silver policy. This statement would undoubtedly offend Mr. Burgess, but my mind is focused on the gold. When Secretary Russell arrived, I shared my thoughts with him. Upon hearing about my intention to acquire gold from the local powers, Russell tactfully replied, Your Excellency, the war has reached its conclusion. The local powers have deployed nearly 600,000 troops over the past 3 years, with military expenditures exceeding £300 million. Theoretically, this amount exceeds 2,000 tons of gold, and it is clear that their treasury cannot produce this much gold. Of course, value is one thing, and gold is another. For instance, weapons may be valued at 1 ton of gold, but they are not paid for with gold. Instead, they are produced from the vast raw materials of the colonies. There isn't a gram of gold involved. Yet the value of these weapons equates to 1 ton of gold. The whole world knows that the local powers are hiding a stash of gold, potentially 100 to 200 tons. Everyone is eyeing this gold. If the local powers can secure it, although the war has been costly, at least the economic loss won't be too severe. Russell's words undoubtedly informed me that the local powers have gold, and the entire world is aware of it. However, the local powers are certainly fixated on this gold, and trying to seize it will be quite challenging. Are they really counting on this gold to recover? The pace of the war has slowed, and they are primarily focused on encirclement. Clearly, they are also searching for that stash of gold. Is there truly no way to resolve this? Those boars can't just give up their lives for gold, can they? No matter how good gold is, without life, it can't be spent. McKinley said seriously, we can tell that Boer President Paul Kruger that as long as they hand over the gold, we can offer him political asylum. I think now, apart from us, those countries in Europe wouldn't want to offend John Bull by providing them asylum. After all, they are too close to John Bull. McKinley was right. After 3 years of war, John Bull's eyes have turned red, and now who would dare stand in front of him? An angry bull could really go on a rampage. But the lighthouse is different. We are not on the same continent, and as long as we operate well, without concrete evidence, what can suspicion do? Does John Bull really want to start a war against the lighthouse? We should use our strength to contact him and convey our conditions. Once Russell leaves, McKinley knew that if he couldn't obtain this gold, he might really have to give up on free silver. But he was unwilling. He remembered what that group from the South had done years ago. Their greed had caused the crisis 6 years ago, and that crisis led to the lighthouse government being in debt for a huge amount of gold. Now, letting these people exchange their silver for currency would be too cheap for them. As the elections continued, everyone noticed that McKinley seemed to no longer mention antitrust, but kept talking about increasing tariffs, protecting domestic businesses, and expanding industrial scale. This made the people of the lighthouse very dissatisfied. Their demand was for the government to implement policies to break up the monopolistic tycoons. Consequently, many began to turn to support Brian. In the estate, a group of people was laughing loudly. The great leader finally yielded. "Mr. Burgess, we must thank you for this matter." Pont Ginmo raised his glass and said to Burgess beside him. The people nearby nodded quickly. Yes, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess suggesting everyone develop in South America, they might have had no choice but to be divided like fat pigs by the government. Now it's good. They just let out a hint, and the current great leader sent someone to tell them to temporarily abandon the formulation of the antitrust law. The sword of Damocles hanging over their heads had finally dissipated for the time being. "Mr. Pont Ginmo, my method is merely to provide an idea. Whether you all choose to head south ultimately depends on yourselves." Burgess knew that with these people's greedy nature, in such a large market, if they didn't seize it, it would be more painful than death. Sure enough, Pont Ginmo directly told everyone, although the great leader has shown goodwill, business is business. I have promised the great leader that even if we develop the market to the south, we won't transfer our capital away from the lighthouse. Everyone knew that the idea of fleeing with assets was just to scare people. Where else could they find a better market than this after leaving the lighthouse? Why did they originally run from the continent to this country? Was it not because they were attracted to the country's free and relaxed economic market environment? Moreover, what are those small countries in South America really like? Everyone hasn't fully figured that out yet. Bringing a massive amount of wealth there is like a child holding gold in a bustling market. However, with such a large market in front of us, if we don't occupy it, others will. I think we should take advantage of the current good opportunity to develop southward. What do you all think? Chapter 37. Mutual Aid Organization. Burgess watched as these people enthusiastically discussed how to expand into those South American countries. It seemed that as long as they took action, those countries would readily comply with their demands. They probably forgot one thing. Although it is possible to travel by land and sea from the lighthouse to South America, they may not have measured that distance. The north-south distance of this continental shelf is 250,000 kilometers. Clearly, if they were to do business, even excluding the northernmost areas, there would still be over 180,000 kilometers involved. What kind of goods could withstand such a long transport distance and still maintain low prices? Thinking of this, Burgess sighed again. Initially, Fang Mingzhou had persuaded him to spend over 10 million on stocks of the Panama Canal, which now must have at least 20 times the profit. How did he guess that these people wanted to enter the South American market? And yet he managed to hit on the most unavoidable canal. Everyone, I believe you are all troubled by the lack of credit currency right now, right? Pont Ginmo's remarks caught everyone's attention. The lack of credit currency affects not only ordinary people, but also these trusts, especially the Pont Ginmo family, known as the leading financial family in the lighthouse. Originally engaged in investment and credit banking. However, later on, they were not satisfied with finance and began to expand into steel, railways, and utilities. 4 years ago, they made a tacit agreement with Burgess to defeat the Lefebvre Consortium and the Carnegie family, becoming the leading family in the lighthouse. Yet, even the Pont Ginmo family is feeling anxious about the current situation of insufficient credit currency domestically. It's important to know that banks prefer factory owners and merchants to borrow money. High interest rates are essential for their survival. But now, countless people are seeking loans. Yet Pont Ginmo's banks cannot provide the funds, which is simply ironic. Pont Ginmo has done the statistics. Just in these 4 years, the major banks under his name have seen profits drop by over 100 million due to a lack of liquidity. A profit of over 20 million a year would be enough to bring down the current cabinet. Unfortunately, it's useless. The entire country is like this. That leader has hinted that, when necessary, he will relax the exchange of free silver, provided he becomes the leader, but it won't be soon. Still, isn't that good news? Burgess felt a shock in his heart. If the exchange of free silver is relaxed, that leader indeed has such great ambition. The lesson from 6 years ago is still fresh in mind. If that happens, the vast amount of silver piled up in warehouses by the Emperor of the Eastern Empire might really find buyers. Ladies and gentlemen, The decision to move south for development is now irreversible. What we need to do now is to find suitable areas for our national development in various regions. Pont Ginmo clapped his hands, and his subordinates pushed forward a large map. At a glance, the entire continent was divided into two parts, north and south. These countries were once colonies of a certain European nation. Although they are now independent, the mainstream forces within them still lean towards that nation. I hope everyone is mentally prepared, Pont Ginmo kindly reminded. The crowd was unconcerned. It was just that country after all. In business, one cannot expect everything to go smoothly. What kind of people are they? Trusts. To put it bluntly, the probability that they use normal means in business is less than 1/3. Unconventional methods are the key to wealth. Their enforcers are fiercer than the soldiers of a lighthouse. This is a report on various countries, and I hope it will be helpful to everyone. Pont Ginmo continued to take out a document. This piqued Burgess's curiosity. Although Pont Ginmo worked in finance and obtaining this data shouldn't be too difficult, the people present were not just anyone. Every top family in the lighthouse was there, along with many low-profile families whose influence should not be underestimated. Logically, competitors are rivals. Why would Pont Ginmo be so kind as to help these potential adversaries? A kind-hearted person wouldn't he sit at the top of the lighthouse families? Pont Ginmo understood everyone's thoughts and smiled as he explained. There is no need to harbor hostility towards the Pont Ginmo family. In fact, there is a reason for me to provide this information. As long as there is a reason, we thought the Pont Ginmo family had turned to Buddhism. As you all know, since Mr. Burgess proposed the path of developing southward, we no longer have to be confined to this country. Everyone nodded, looking kindly at Burgess. If it weren't for him, they might still be embroiled in internal strife. At the lighthouse, we are leaders in our respective fields, and competition among us is intensifying, with many conflicts arising. Here, it's all based on ability, and I believe many want to replace the Pont Ginmo family and take control of lighthouse finance. No one spoke, but the smiles on their faces communicated agreement. In business, there is no need for modesty. However, we will be heading to South America for development, an area that is unfamiliar to us now. I trust there are no objections. Seeing that no one spoke, Pont Ginmo continued. South America is vast, with over 20 countries, and there is business to be done everywhere. Even if each of us takes one country, the wealth generated will be considerable. Therefore, I hope that once we go out, we will avoid malicious competition and coordinate our respective areas of expertise in relation to different countries. In business, no one can claim constant success. Even I might face failure next time. So I want to propose that since we are all gathered today, we might as well establish a cooperative organization aimed at supporting companies and individuals entering South America. We can help each other with any issues we encounter and brainstorm solutions together. Pont Ginmo stated his ultimate goal, and the venue fell silent as everyone pondered the necessity of his words. Burgess was also taken aback, not expecting Pont Ginmo to have such intentions. Was this a replica of a certain secret society? Or was it that Pont Ginmo was no longer satisfied with being controlled by a certain influential family from the continent? Did he wish to break free from their constraints? As a savvy individual, he was aware that this family had secretly controlled the central banks of many powerful nations and were no longer content with mere control. They instigated conflicts and wars around the globe, profiting from information manipulation. Unfortunately, in recent years, they had encountered setbacks, especially with an emperor who did not play by the rules. Now, there were individuals in the Eastern Empire specifically monitoring this family. And when it came to the timeliness of information, no one could rival the Eastern Empire with its radio capabilities. In recent years, this family had failed to achieve expected returns on several major investments. This could be the main reason why the ambitious Pont Ginmo began to harbor other thoughts. As for why the family had not met expectations, it was clear that the Eastern Empire had intercepted a portion of their plans. Chapter 38. The Liaja Mutual Aid Society. The once lively venue had now fallen into silence, as everyone contemplated their own interests. Pont Ginmo understood how powerful these individuals were. If they united, even the current beacon of hope would struggle against such forces. However, there were conflicts among them, preventing a unified opinion, especially among those liberal individuals who always sought to stand out and oppose monopolies. Otherwise, they would not fear the so-called anti-monopoly laws. Mr. Pont Ginmo, I would like to know what the model of this organization looks like, asked John Leffy, a staunch rival of Pont Ginmo. This was a concern for everyone, as no one wanted to be the one at a disadvantage. Pont Ginmo chuckled, noting that everyone present were significant figures, and he believed no one could command them. This organization is merely one of mutual assistance. There is no hierarchy, and everyone is equal. Pont Ginmo knew that if there were any inequalities, these individuals would not join. Of course, there were conditions. Only individuals and companies doing business in South America could join. Furthermore, the organization was exclusively focused on South America. Once one left this region, their eligibility would be automatically canceled. Pont Ginmo was now focused on rallying some individuals to confront the influential family, as his actions in recent years had already drawn their displeasure. Entering the steel industry had crossed a line for this family, as the Carnegie family was also under their influence, with Carnegie being the steel magnate of the beacon. Unlike others, Pont Ginmo was genuinely determined to concentrate on South America, as the threat posed by the influential family was too great. In South America, their reach was minimal, presenting an untapped market that could elevate Pont Ginmo to new heights. This was why he was tirelessly establishing this mutual aid society. Additionally, everyone knows that the Pont Ginmo family is engaged in finance, and they will be the first to pave the way in South America. In fact, on the third day after Mr. Burgess proposed this path, professionals from Pont Ginmo had already set out. I, Pont Ginmo, assure you that any information will be shared with everyone. We have united in this wealth-filled market rather than opposing each other. Pont Ginmo's words are quite enticing. There is no need to pay anything. Just joining will grant access to a wealth of information, and all members are equal. Of course, absolute equality is impossible, but no one here is a pushover. Moreover, we are merely pioneers. I believe more people will want to venture into this area later on. Pont Ginmo said with a deeper meaning. It is clear that those standing here now are the first batch, and they are likely the wealthiest and most influential individuals in this organization. Those who join later may not enjoy the same privileges and might instead provide resources for those who came before them. I, Burgess Mining, agree to join. Burgess stated immediately, as it doesn't matter what organization it is. He has the backing of a powerful figure, so he could always return to being a noble in his own right. Would these people dare to create trouble for him in the East? Since he is not afraid of any consequences, Burgess is curious to see what Pont Ginmo has in mind. Burgess's agreement made Pont Ginmo show a grateful expression, as being the first to join a strange organization requires more than just courage. The Walton family agrees. The Vanderbilt family agrees. The Harrison family agrees. With more and more business magnates or prominent families agreeing, the number of people choosing to join the venue increased. They confidently believe that Pont Ginmo wouldn't dare offend so many people or pull any tricks in this regard. Eventually, even John Leffey and Carnegie joined in. The fact that they joined indicates that everyone is eyeing that market. The South American countries are not an inconsequential presence in the future. The wealth levels of these countries are no less than those of European nations. Abundant resources and unique geographical locations make these countries the most favored destination for immigrants. Currently, most countries in the world are still agricultural, and agriculture has not yet entered the era of large machinery, leading to low yields, which makes food and meat highly sought after. Clearly, these primary products are being exported in large quantities, bringing considerable foreign exchange income to these South American countries and further promoting economic development. As the trade barriers of the empire rise higher, some European countries have begun to recognize the potential of this region and started to invest. More importantly, most of the rulers of these countries are of the white race. Everyone knows what kind of people they are. Thank you all for your trust. In the remaining time, we will discuss the details of establishing this organization, which requires everyone's input. The crowd nodded. Pont Ginmo indeed knows how to engage people. Please take a look at this information. A nearby attendant brought over a set of documents, and Burgess glanced at them, feeling incredulous. I'm afraid that this individual from the Pont Ginmo family is not merely sending someone to scout ahead, or rather, this person has already begun laying out plans in South America quite some time ago. Given that the Pont Ginmo family has previously established some financial trust companies in South America, we know a bit more about this region compared to others. The individual from Pont Ginmo humbly stated that these countries now have quite prosperous economies and the national income is considerable. At the very least, we don't have to worry about our products not being sold. What everyone fears the most is the situation where, similar to other regions, they can't even meet basic needs, let alone purchase any goods. The premise for selling products is having consumer capability, and clearly, this area meets that criterion. Most of these countries rely heavily on the export of primary products, which means they are dependent on a single industry. This represents a business opportunity that I believe everyone is aware of. What is clear is that a monopoly is involved. The more singular, the better, as they all emerge from trusts, buying in at high prices, controlling the majority, then manipulating prices to increase them. This is what these individuals excel at, isn't it? When the time comes, they can dictate prices themselves. A simple fluctuation can lead to a collapse in national tax revenue. If the public isn't making money, their frustrations will be directed at the government, and whether they are satisfied depends on how the government handles the situation. These individuals only need to invest up front. Afterwards, they can sit back and earn money. Moreover, they can control a country's regime, which is no different from being an emperor. Instantly, the eyes of these families lit up with excitement. If they missed this opportunity, it would truly be a disaster. Of course, to reduce unnecessary competition, I think we should first delineate our respective areas of responsibility. The decision made by Pont Ginmo received unanimous approval. After all, A single country can certainly be divided among several trusts. As for newcomers, they can just follow along and pick up the scraps. However, as I mentioned before, we should be grateful for Mr. Burgess's ideas, so the areas chosen by Mr. Burgess should be off limits to everyone else. What do you all think? Pont Genmo is doing Burgess a favor, as he was the first to agree, and as he said, without Burgess's thoughts, everyone would still be in a state of panic. Chapter 39. The Great Canal. Everyone turned to Burgess, clearly curious about where this mining tycoon would choose. Burgess smiled and stated that Burgess Mining is merely a mining company, and it doesn't differ much from what everyone else is doing. Any location is fine. My interest lies in exploration, and it doesn't matter where. Everyone understood Burgess's implication. He is merely a miner who won't interfere with business, as long as he is allowed to mine. Such conditions are naturally acceptable. There is no competitive conflict between doing business and mining, especially since South America is rich in mineral resources. That said, Mr. Burgess should still make a choice, as your role is clear to everyone. Burgess looked at Pont Genmo, trying to read something from his expression. Since there is no competitive relationship with these trusts, Burgess was quite relaxed and smiled as he pointed to a place. Everyone looked over and saw that Burgess had chosen a region in Costa Rica along with a nearby S-shaped area. This location is remote, has few people, and does not hinder business for everyone, Burgess remarked with a smile. In fact, he knew better than anyone that whether he could make a fortune depended on this opportunity. Few people know about Costa Rica, but it is right next to the famous Panama Canal. Yes, at this time, the canal has not yet been opened. A company from a certain country spent over 20 billion and took more than 10 years, only to end up with a failed project. 6 years ago, under the direction of a certain leader, Burgess invested 10 million to acquire 60 of the canal's shares, while the remaining 40 still belonged to the local government. From the beginning, the leader was focused on making money. There was no so-called South American strategy, because even without mentioning it, in a few years, the leader of the prominent country would still issue antitrust laws. These giant trusts would be dismantled, forcing people to move to South America. And Burgess was just a few years ahead. More importantly, being ahead of time not only prevented the dismantling of these trusts, but also intensified the financial crisis in the prominent country. This way, the over 200 million in silver he secretly sent to the prominent country could be sold off. Even more importantly, when these people head south to do business, they would realize that it takes a detour of over 10,000 kilometers across the continent, making business extremely challenging. Thus, the canal plan would naturally come to the forefront, allowing the leader to profit again. This three birds with one stone approach was also a last resort. The Eastern Continent's Military Research Institute had completed the basic designs for heavy cruisers and dreadnoughts, and the next step was construction. This was 6 years ahead of a certain country, and one should not underestimate those 6 years, as the whole world was frantically building battleships. If the Eastern Continent wanted to join this naval race, it had to invest real money. However, the reality was that the Eastern Continent couldn't keep up. According to recent estimates from the Navy Department, the cost of a dreadnought had already exceeded 25 million blue currency. Although the price of heavy cruisers was not as high, it still exceeded 17 million blue currency. If they didn't invest, when dreadnoughts appeared in large numbers, those foreign powers would likely come to the Far East to stir up trouble again. In desperation, the leader could only set his sights on the prominent country. If they didn't gain a few dreadnoughts from this wave, it would be considered a failure. Burgess's choice made everyone very satisfied. This area was only tens of thousands of square kilometers, and Mr. Burgess had already made the biggest concession. Once Burgess finished his selection, the atmosphere became tense, as there were only so many good places, and everyone wanted a piece. Holding a glass of wine, Burgess stepped outside the estate and shook his head, wondering what there was to fight over. They were all like farmed pigs, and when the time was right, everything would belong to the great emperor. So, did McKinley also set his sights on that gold? The leader did not expect the president to hold firm on the issue of silver, while instead placing hope on the gold of the Boer people. By this calculation, at least more than 10 countries had their eyes on this wealth. Your Majesty, the lighthouse has dispatched personnel to the Boer region to negotiate the issue of asylum with President Paul Kruger. What is the current situation in Boer? How much longer can they hold out? The outlook is not optimistic. Ever since their strongest legion, the Commandos, was defeated, the Boers have had no chance of victory. However, the president knows that even if he surrenders, he will face death, so he continues to hold on. Zhang Shun's words are not surprising to Fang Mingzhou. The fact that the Boers have fought this far has left everyone worldwide astonished. This is the global superpower we're talking about. With nearly 600,000 troops over 3 years, against a country with a population of just over 500,000. This is also why Wilhelm II has become increasingly bold in his provocations over the past 2 years. If he knew the proverb, he might stand up and shout that the heavens are dead and the yellow sky should rise. Will we be able to obtain that gold? Fang Mingzhou is equally greedy. This is not a small sum, at least 200 tons. Currently, only President Kruger and his guards know the exact location of the gold. It will be difficult to get them to part with this wealth before the final moment. Zhang Shun is also eager. He knows the young master has been short on funds lately, or else he would have started shipbuilding by now. Compared to other naval powers in the world, the expansion speed of the Eastern Continent Navy has slowed considerably. Have Huang Peng approach the president and tell him that we can offer 10 million pounds to exchange for that batch of gold in his possession. This amount is enough for him to find a secluded place and live as a wealthy man for the rest of his life. The future of Boer is unpredictable, but the money could be his. Additionally, we guarantee he can leave Boer. As for where he goes afterward, we won't interfere. If he remains obstinate, then let him perish. I believe those guards are not completely loyal to him. By the end of this year, we must acquire that gold. Otherwise, we will have to leave that place, as the Boer's fate is already sealed. If we don't leave soon, we risk exposure. The global superpower still doesn't know that the Eastern Continent has hinted at supporting the Boers. In their eyes, it is all the wicked Wilhelm II orchestrating behind the scenes. After all, with so many countries opposing the global superpower, adding one more Eastern Continent 1T make a difference. Furthermore, I have ordered the Navy Department to begin designing the Eastern Continent ships. We must expand our Navy before the Great Fleet of the Northern Bear is completed. The hatred between the Northern Bear and the Eastern Continent is irreconcilable. And with the rapid construction of that major railway, it also signifies that the war between the two nations is drawing closer. The army is not a concern for Fang Mingzhou. As long as those gray beasts from the Northern Bear dare to come, he wouldn't mind capturing more prisoners. However, once the Northern Bear's navy moves, Fang Mingzhou believes that whether it's the global superpower or the Gallic Rooster, they would be remiss not to join the fray given their identities. This means that if naval battles become stalemated, the Eastern Continent's enemies may not just be the Northern Bear. Chapter 40. The leader's dilemma. With the Lighthouse elections concluded, McKinley has once again won victory with absolute strength. At this moment, the presidential residence is hosting a banquet for supporters, where the attendees are mostly either wealthy or influential. This banquet is significant because winning the election is only part of the equation. What truly matters for the next 4 years is the policy agenda of this leader. Since he is seeking re-election, he maintains a strong grip on the administration. It's fair to say that his previous term yielded considerable achievements. Over the last 4 years, in the economic realm, he has introduced a new tariff law, raising tariffs from 15 4 years ago to 25 now. Reports suggest that he is drafting even stricter tariffs, potentially increasing them to 57. This undoubtedly provides a boost to domestic manufacturing, though it also strengthens monopolies. On the military front, he achieved victory over a certain country, gaining important overseas colonies and strategic points, albeit at a high cost, as the Navy nearly faced obliteration. The open-door policy proposed 3 years ago has further promoted the export of goods, opening new avenues for the domestic economy. In summary, this series of actions has garnered support from the middle class, industrial capitalists, and the working class. However, there are numerous issues that remain unresolved. Now that he is re-elected, these problems fall squarely on his shoulders. The first issue is the public's persistent demand to address monopolies, which he has reached an agreement with. Upon his formal inauguration, he plans to enact a regulation that will intensify penalties for these enterprises. However, beyond that, there is little progress, as these monopolies are preparing to expand their markets southward. And if pressured further, they may just take their capital and leave. The constraints on these monopolies are minimal. If the antitrust law can still be delayed, the lack of credit currency has already become the biggest obstacle to economic development. As the year-end approaches, it also means that the 50 tons of gold and interest for this year must be paid. Given that this is an election year, expenses have slightly exceeded projections, leading to a higher deficit. The gold available for printing credit currency is only $1 billion, and with these monopolies planning to leave, some capital will also be taken away. This further exacerbates the tension surrounding credit currency. The finance minister has already warned the current cabinet that if this issue isn't resolved, the economy could decline by at least 5 next year. Russell, tell me, is there really no hope on the other side? The leader looks at the Minister of the Army, hoping to hear good news. Clearly, there is none. Mr. President, our contacts have reached the counterpart there, and they not only rejected our proposal, but also handed our people over to the local government. Don't ask why, it's just how things are. Our liaison stepped into the counterpart's house, and right behind him, those staunch resistors rushed in. Doesn't he want to escape? More than anyone else, he does. But not in front of his subordinates. He could only pretend to fight to the end. Otherwise, people's hearts would scatter. The Lighthouse's situation could be described as a failed attempt to gain an advantage, and the government had already sent a serious diplomatic note demanding an explanation. Explanation for what? Aren't they all after gold? It's just that the Lighthouse had bad luck. McKinley closed his eyes in pain. The celebrations in the hall had already begun, and he had to make a resolution today. Or rather, He needed to present his governance agenda for the next 4 years to these financial groups and reporters. If they didn't get results, they would probably criticize him in tomorrow's newspapers. More importantly, if he, having just won re-election, didn't take the right first step, people's hearts would likely become even more unstable. Was it really only possible to resort to free silver? When McKinley first took office, he signed the Gold Standard Act, linking the currency to gold. The benefit of this was that the risk of currency devaluation or inflation was greatly reduced. For the lighthouses industry, monetary stability meant more reliable investment returns and a more stable financial market. However, gold is not so easily obtained, even for a strong industrial power like the lighthouse. Unless it was the last moment, McKinley was reluctant to consider free silver redemption. Once that door was opened, the stability of the currency would likely be significantly compromised. Mr. President, Mr. Burgess requests a private meeting with you for 5 minutes, said Secretary of State Olney softly after arriving. McKinley was taken aback. Why was this mining tycoon looking for him at this moment, especially for a private discussion? Instantly, McKinley recalled what had happened 6 years ago with his predecessor, Cleveland. It seemed that the lighthouse was also lacking gold back then. Was this man really so kind as to offer gold to the government again? With that thought, McKinley nodded and walked into a nearby conference room. As he pushed open the door, he saw Mr. Burgess waiting there. Mr. Burgess, what is the urgent matter? Mr. McKinley, I believe you will need to explain the issue of insufficient credit currency to those people at tonight's banquet. Time is urgent, so I won't beat around the bush. I can help you solve this problem, Burgess said. McKinley, unable to contain his excitement, asked, Are you willing to lend us gold to issue credit currency? This was the only solution McKinley could think of. After all, as long as they had gold, they could print money. Burgess shook his head seriously and said, I believe you understand, Mr. President, that the gold I lent to President Cleveland was also acquired at great expense from various sources, and I need to repay that. Forget it, providing gold to the lighthouse? Not to mention that there isn't any. Even if there were, it wouldn't be lent. If they borrowed gold, the lighthouse wouldn't lack credit currency. And how would the emperor and himself make money? Did this man really think of himself as a good person? McKinley withdrew his expression in disappointment. Without gold, what other solutions were there to address the financial crisis? I know that the esteemed leader has always opposed free silver, mainly because the silver merchants from the southern region are simply too greedy. A few years ago, it was precisely because of them that we almost lost our monetary authority. McKinley nodded, as this was exactly what he was worried about. Silver itself is a precious metal, and other countries around the world have also experienced shortages of credit currency. Generally, international transactions either adopt gold or acquire a certain amount of silver to issue paper currency, and then buy it back when the monetary policy is relaxed. However, McKinley was well aware of the nature of those silver merchants from the South. When his predecessor left the presidency, he had been advised not to trust businessmen, as they were synonymous with greed. Once a concession was made, he couldn't guarantee what would happen next. This was also the reason he was adamant about prohibiting free silver. Chapter 41. I Have Silver. Time was ticking away, and Burgess was quite nervous. He had come to address the issue of the lighthouse's missing credit currency, while also looking for a buyer for the silver he had on hand to exchange for some cash. That damned emperor from the East, unable to fund his own warships, turned to him. He was just a businessman, not the finance minister of that Eastern empire. Free silver could not be allowed, or else the greedy silver merchants would ruin the country's currency once again. Burgess suddenly shifted his tone and said, However, Your Excellency, if we don't open the door to free silver, is there another way to obtain silver? If the esteemed president could persuade those individuals to use silver as currency and print a batch of credit currency, it wouldn't be a big issue. After all, other countries often do this. Who hasn't faced tough times? McKinley's eyes lit up. He finally understood why this mining magnate was seeking him out. He intended to bypass the group of silver merchants in the South and, without opening the door to free silver, either monopolize or use silver as a standard to print credit currency. However, McKinley soon became puzzled. This year, the lighthouse's gold revenue was 2/3 less than last year, which was already a headache. Coupled with the tight liquidity of market credit currency, to achieve a relaxed credit currency environment, at least $300 million in paper currency was needed. This was no joke. $300 million would require at least 1.5 billion taels of silver, which was not a small amount. Even the silver merchants from the South could not produce that much silver. Hence, if free silver were to be allowed, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for the market to gather that much silver, and that was too long. Nobody knew what might happen in between. Of course, the lighthouse government could also acquire silver from the national market. However, this would cause fluctuations in international silver prices, and all the silver merchants worldwide would raise their prices to profit from the lighthouse. This was a situation McKinley did not want to see. He understood the leader's intent. Clearly, since he proposed this method, he must have sufficient silver on hand. Burgess said confidently that there were 100 million taels of silver in the underground warehouse of his mining company. Moreover, the emperor was continuously collecting silver from that region and sending it across the ocean to this place. Of course, this came at a cost. It would offend the group of silver merchants in the south. They were likely to benefit from this opportunity. But if Burgess provided all the silver at once, those merchants would be left with nothing. It should be noted that they were spread across 6 states, and their influence should not be underestimated. Fortunately, Burgess was not in the business world. Otherwise, he would have to prepare for retaliation from those people. McKinley felt his throat was a bit hoarse and looked at Burgess in disbelief, asking, "Mr. Burgess, I would like to know how much silver you have?" He finally understood the feeling of the previous leader, Cleveland, when someone offered exactly what was needed in a moment of desperation. The title of Burgess as a messenger of God was indeed fitting. Has the leader made a decision? Burgess did not answer directly, but instead asked. If this leader did not make a decision, Burgess would not reveal how much silver he had. After all, silver was still money. Even if he sold the over 100 million taels of silver, it would still bring in at least tens of millions of blue currency. When the Eastern Empire originally retrieved this silver, they had honestly paid in blue currency, though the criminal families did not have the same treatment. The cost was already in the tens of millions of blue currency. I can have Congress pass a temporary silver standard bill, McKinley said, but Mr. Burgess also understands that silver is just a short-term measure. Gold is the fundamental solution. Burgess understood that this leader feared that if he obtained credit currency, he would turn around and exchange it for gold like those silver merchants, which would not solve the problem, but rather cause a massive outflow of gold. In simple terms, it would be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Your Excellency, I can make a commitment that the credit currency printed due to free silver will never be exchanged for gold. I will use it to purchase various machinery and steel from the lighthouse. You should understand that industrial products from the lighthouse are very popular. They just can't go out due to high tariffs from other countries. The lighthouse imposes high tariffs on other countries, and of course, those countries will retaliate with the same excuse. None of us are innocent. Moreover, I can sell these industrial products not only in the lighthouse, but also on the European continent and in the Far East. It just takes more time and effort. Compared to all this, what does a bit more time matter? Burgess smiled as he took out a dollar bill from his pocket and said softly. McKinley took a deep breath. He had underestimated Mr. Burgess. He initially thought he was just a tycoon with a passion for minerals. But it turned out that his understanding of economics was also quite remarkable. Even the Pont Ginmo Consortium, known as the leading financial family in the lighthouse, had not taken such actions. Clearly, the benefit of this approach was that credit currency would no longer be an issue for the time being. And it could also prevent the outflow of gold. What is even more commendable is that if things proceed as this individual suggested, it could stimulate domestic consumption, with hundreds of millions in currency potentially clearing a significant amount of goods from the market. It can be said to achieve multiple goals at once. The only issue is that it may offend certain silver groups in the southern regions. But what does that have to do with oneself? The election is over. And according to the laws of the region, one only needs to go through a process. The threats from those silver merchants can be ignored, unless they are bold enough to attempt an assassination of the leader. With this thought, McKinley felt much better. The issue of credit currency hindering economic development was thus easily resolved. I completely agree with Mr. Burgess's idea. I wonder how long it will take for the mint to be busy with the silver needed by Burgess mining? Seeing that the president accepted the proposal, Burgess let out a sigh of relief. That damned emperor of the silver trade has made him money again. Respected leader, I regret to inform you that this silver will likely keep the mint working overtime for months. Ha ha ha, McKinley laughed heartily. I believe they will be happy to work overtime. Months of work, at least hundreds of millions in currency. With this credit currency, the economy of the region will once again experience rapid growth. With a handshake between the two, a deal worth hundreds of millions was happily concluded. When the newly inaugurated leader appeared again at the banquet, numerous reporters rushed over. Everyone was very curious about the policies this leader would implement over the next 4 years. Chapter 42. The busy exchange. The regional leader announced that in the next 6 months, the window for free silver would be opened, increasing the purchase of silver to address the tight situation of credit currency in the market. The next day, newspapers were filled with reports, and southern silver merchants were ecstatic. Ever since they triggered the crisis 6 years ago, the previous leader had canceled the Silver Purchasing Act. In recent years, the regional government only purchased a few 100,000 ounces of silver annually, mainly for industrial and civilian markets. This had left the previously well-fed silver merchants unable to even have a sip of soup, making it impossible for them not to oppose the situation. Thus, these southern silver merchants turned to support Bryan, who was firmly against the gold standard and advocated for a bimetallic standard. Unfortunately, he had already lost to McKinley for the second time. Unexpectedly, a turnaround occurred when McKinley submitted a silver purchasing bill to Congress. According to this bill, The treasury would acquire 50 million ounces of silver in the next 6 months. Over the following year, it would continue to buy 100 million ounces of silver to issue credit currency. This batch of credit currency was aimed at alleviating the domestic monetary tightness. The implication was that it could only be spent within the region and could not be exchanged for gold. Once this announcement was made, international silver prices began to surge. However, what they did not know was that at the exchanges in various regions, a mysterious seller was preparing to offload a massive amount of silver. It should be noted that the region was just about to purchase silver, and everyone was working overtime to mine silver, all for this wave of wealth. In just 1 week, international silver prices have tripled, something unimaginable in ordinary times. The trading venue, the largest and most comprehensive in the world, generates countless transactions daily. Stocks from various companies and raw materials are marked on a giant board at different price points. Agricultural products like sugar, potatoes, and wheat, as well as industrial raw materials such as steel, coal, and oil, along with countless industrial goods can all be found here. Anything valuable can be traded here as long as you have the money. This is the allure of the trading venue, a step into paradise and a step into hell. Countless merchants from around the world come here every day with a variety of goods, while many others ship products to different parts of the globe. The strength of the empire is not just in its military, but in the unseen corners of commerce. The trading venue is one of them, generating enough money daily to build several battleships. Every day, millionaires are born, while some despairingly jump into the nearby river. This is the prosperous Victorian era, showcasing the strength of the nation. The locals take great pride in this being the largest trading center in the world, without exception. Even the trading venues elsewhere cannot compare. At 8 o'clock sharp, as the market opens, the once empty trading hall suddenly fills with hundreds, even thousands of people. Inside, countless traders move back and forth. While at their seats, calculators work diligently. Each row is equipped with large mechanical calculators to assist manual calculations. The various trading prices and items written on the board are frequently updated as traders erase numbers and quickly write new ones. They loudly inquire about prices. And at this moment, someone always raises their hand, signaling a completed transaction. This is Fang Wenjiang's first visit to the trading venue, and everything here fills him with curiosity and strangeness. As the adopted son of Uncle Da and the brother-in-law of the Emperor of the Eastern Empire, he took over Uncle Da's work as the chief steward of Fangmingzhou after graduating from university. He also manages the vast assets of the Eastern royal family. From being cautious at the beginning to now navigating with ease, Fang Wenjiang has certainly gained experience, but seeing such a bustling trading venue still leaves him momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Are you shocked by this scene? Beside him are the traders from the Eastern Empire. As a major nation in the world, the Eastern Empire has vast territory and abundant resources, with most of its annual trade conducted through the trading venue. When will we have such a trading venue? A few nearby individuals asked enviously. Soon, Fang Wenjiang replied casually. Soon. The others widened their eyes in surprise. Fang Wenjiang nodded. As a world power, the Eastern Empire must establish its own trading venue and not rely on others. Perhaps his words inspired excitement among the group. Fang Wenjiang adjusted his expression. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of today's visit. Silver, a massive amount of silver. At the beginning, a significant amount of silver, over 100 million taels, was collected by the Eastern continent, and this continued as they took control of the southern regions. With the introduction of a new currency into the market, silver, which had been in circulation for thousands of years in the Far East, began to exit the monetary market, with a massive quantity being gathered by the Prime Minister's office. This commodity cannot be consumed, and most countries worldwide are currently implementing a gold standard. Although silver holds some value, it is not substantial. However, this does not mean that silver lacks utility. For instance, the recent legislation concerning the lighthouse has highlighted its value. Major silver merchants around the world typically sell only a portion of their silver for industrial materials or market consumption, while the rest is hoarded, waiting for situations like the current one. As the saying goes, 3 years without a sale. When the sale happens, it lasts 3 years, which describes the silver market well. However, since the lighthouse is the world's leading economic power, other countries are overwhelmed by amounts in the millions of pounds. This time, the lighthouse has exceeded $300 million, which translates to an astronomical quantity of silver. It won't be easy for everyone to gather that amount quickly, so the truly well-connected merchants have started to buy up silver in large quantities. As for small merchants, do you think bringing a shipload of silver to the lighthouse would guarantee a sale? The government there would only approach a few merchants, who would bring in silver according to their proportions, but the sources of their silver would be layered and complex. Fang Wenjiang has brought over 3,000 tons of silver this time, and this purchase of silver by the lighthouse was orchestrated by His Majesty and Burgess. They are leveraging information asymmetry to extract money from these silver merchants. His Majesty has been constantly expressing a lack of funds lately, to the point where even the Prime Minister avoids him. fearing that His Majesty might impulsively use the Prime Minister's funds to build warships. Left with no choice, he can only come here with the hopes of His Majesty and the Navy Department. Has the news already spread? Fong Wenjiang asked. Yes, 3 days ago. The Supreme Commander announced the acquisition of 50 million ounces of silver, and since then, the price of silver has started to soar. Fong Wenjiang nodded. Since it has begun, there is no need to be polite. According to His Majesty's words, it would be embarrassing not to earn a few Eastern Continent ships. Chapter 43. Dumping silver. This trading hall is like a never-ending casino, and Fong Wenjiang and his companions are the gamblers, aiming to take wealth from here by defeating the house. Thanks to the war profits from the recent conflicts, the London Stock Exchange is thriving. To support the soldiers at the front, factories are operating at full capacity, producing rifles, bullets, and cannons. These weapons have transformed from resources into instruments of death, going through many stages in the process. In the past 2 years, the price of pig iron and gunpowder has nearly doubled, illustrating the allure of the exchange. As long as you have keen insight, the money will always flow toward you. The group entered the hall, gazing at the numbers displayed above, each representing wealth that an ordinary person could never accumulate in a lifetime. Among these, the most significant is undoubtedly the price of silver, as evidenced by its own dedicated blackboard, showcasing its extraordinary status. A trader walked up, erased the number 125 above, and wrote down 137 with emphasis. This number signifies that the price of 1 ounce of silver has reached 137 units, while gold and another currency are only at 17. Previously, the price of 1 ounce of silver fluctuated between 0.7508. In just 2 days, the price doubled, and this is just the beginning. No one knows if someone will possess such a large amount of silver beforehand. If the relevant authorities acquire enough silver, then it's too late. One must wait for the next opportunity. Such opportunities and volumes are rare, occurring only once in over a decade. Therefore, the big merchants began to frantically acquire silver, wanting to sell it to the authorities before anyone else. If it weren't for the leader's refusal to purchase silver from the Eastern Empire, the situation wouldn't have required such a long detour. Just a few 100 million ounces would suffice from the Eastern Empire's reserves. The long-standing habit of using silver in the Far East for thousands of years has resulted in the largest silver reserves in the world. Those wealthy landowners and merchants often bury silver in their homes, fields, and various unexpected places, fearing that their ungrateful descendants might squander their wealth and hope to rebound someday. So, despite the Eastern Empire's 200 million taels of silver, there are at least tens of millions of ounces buried beneath the land. With a few explanations, Fong Wenjiang quickly understood the intricacies involved. This was not just a series of numbers. It was a covert contest of patience and courage. The number 137 had not changed for half an hour, indicating that, so far, everyone felt this amount was sufficiently high. Fong Wenjiang nodded and saw someone raise their hand, calling for 1 million ounces. This instantly drew everyone's attention, and the trader approached, loudly inquiring. It wasn't until a certificate was produced that the trader nodded, instructed someone to make a call, and then stepped forward to announce 1 million ounces of silver, spot delivery, currently stored at warehouse number 10 on William Street. After a few minutes, when a confirming voice came through the phone, the transaction was finalized. In just a few minutes, Fong Wenjiang earned 1.37 million units. Enough for a capital ship. Next came the invoicing and payment collection, which Fong Wenjiang naturally did not need to worry about. Others would handle it. Afterwards, he left the exchange with a few people. Today's first deal was merely a trial, and trading over several thousand tons of silver could not possibly be completed in a single day. Few people have enough funds to secure such a large quantity. Theoretically, the authorities will be acquiring silver for 6 months. However, theory is one thing, and reality is another. They only need 50 million ounces within that time frame. And who knows when it will be full. But they were unaware that the moment this temporary legislation was proposed, it was already filled. Due to the delayed news, they would be harvested once more, and clearly, after this, many silver merchants would find themselves in deep water, struggling to stay afloat. At this moment in the eastern region, Fong Mingzhou was accompanying officials from the Navy Department to the Military Research Institute. The second half of the year has arrived, and the plans for 50 main warships of a certain nation are being carried out with great urgency. Meanwhile, the Eastern Empire has been unable to start building its warships due to cost issues. It's not that they can't afford it. Rather, the leader has grown weary of the endless competition, and the battleship, essentially the Eastern ships, can finally emerge. Even if one is not a battleship enthusiast, no one can deny the epic-making significance brought by these vessels. Although the leader is an authentic aircraft carrier supporter, in this era, the deterrence provided by battleships cannot be compared to that of early wooden deck carriers. The heavy cruisers manufactured earlier, which exceeded 10,000 tons, were essentially small versions of battleships. The main issue was that the precision machining technology of the Eastern Empire at the time could not meet the requirements for 12-inch, 305mm caliber naval guns. It is important to note that large-caliber naval guns are not something just anyone can handle, even for an empire with advanced manufacturing technology. If the number of countries capable of building battleships is fewer than 10, then those that can independently manufacture large-caliber naval guns are even fewer. This is the reality. Producing large-caliber naval guns first requires high-quality steel, specifically high-strength, high-toughness, and fatigue-resistant steel that can withstand the immense chamber pressure and impact during firing. This challenge has stumped over 90 countries, and the Eastern Empire has only 1 or 2 steel mills capable of producing such high-spec steel. These facilities are all imported from foreign nations, and more critically, this high-spec steel is also essential for other applications such as rail and vehicle manufacturing. The demand is so high that only countries with steel production exceeding 1 million tons can manage it. The Eastern Empire's steel output is around 1.5 million tons, ranking 6th in the world, meaning only the top 10 can address the initial steel issue. Once the steel issue is resolved, the next challenge is special alloys. Certain key parts inside the naval guns require materials like nickel-chromium alloy steel to enhance corrosion resistance and high-temperature performance. The Eastern Empire does not have to worry about this, as the leader can find various advanced alloy formulas from the library they traversed with. However, for other countries, this is even more difficult than the first point, requiring countless manpower and resources to conduct thousands of experiments. The technology for naval guns is indeed formidable. When the leader helped the Hans nation secure the Dutch East Indies, the Hans leader loosened the training for high-end precision machining. Over the past few years, the Eastern Empire has sent 5,000 people to the Hans family for precision machining training. This has made the production of large-caliber naval guns possible, not to mention the even more challenging machining processes. Creating the round shape of a 100-ton naval gun barrel requires large hydraulic forging machines and other equipment. Additionally, the internal wall machining precision of the barrel is extremely high, requiring the use of large boring machines and advanced processing techniques. The production does not end there. Tests must be conducted to calculate the ballistics for that caliber, as there are usually discrepancies based on the production country. The last aspect is the complex coordination of the production process, from raw material procurement, component processing, to final assembly and debugging. This is just for the naval gun, not to mention other parts. This is also why battleships are referred to as national treasures in this era. Chapter 44. Eastern Continent Ship. With the Eastern Continent Empire breaking through high-end precision processing technology, breakthroughs in large-caliber naval guns have also been achieved. With a 305mm naval gun prototype already cast. After testing, although it did not reach the terrifying lifespan of 500 rounds like that of certain other models, it did achieve a high standard of 430 rounds. When all conditions such as heavy artillery, unified fire control, power systems, and protective designs were met, an unprecedented naval transformation was ushered in. No wonder its emergence completely pushed all previous battleships into the annals of history. In the same conference room, the Weapons Research Institute has transformed dramatically compared to a few years ago. On the table, an exquisite model is displayed, and Zhang Shun, Sun Fu, and others gathered around it. The more they looked, the more confused they became. Although it was a model, its size was almost that of an adult, and it was vastly different from the current Tian-Gang-class battleships of the Eastern Continent Navy. Firstly, the shape of this model adopted a high stern and long bow design, similar to modern warships, which left everyone puzzled. Your Majesty, you are truly wise. Without your guidance, we would never have realized the benefits of such a bow, exclaimed Dehua, the proposer of the triple-barrel design, excitedly. What benefits? Sun Fu quickly asked. Dehua, in an instant, seemed like a different person. He cleared his throat and took out a pointer to introduce the model. According to your Majesty's instructions, we created several different models of ship bows currently used in the world's navies and conducted artificial wave tests in a large pool. We found that this model has the best wave resistance among all bows and also shows remarkable stability. Based on our calculations, in sea conditions below level 6, the hull would have almost no sway, and even in level 8 conditions, the hull remains stable, with roll and pitch reduced by 70. Sun Fu and others were astonished. They knew that even the Tian-Gang class could not maintain firing stability in level 8 sea conditions. Yet, merely changing the bow could ensure stability. Fang Mingzhou, facing the admiring gazes of everyone, couldn't help but smile internally. Just this bow alone put them over 5 years ahead of those naval powers. According to your Majesty's instructions, we have scaled up the tonnage to over 20,000 tons. 20,000? Sun Fu couldn't help but exclaim, but upon seeing Dehua's disdainful look, he quickly shut his mouth. To be precise, the full load tonnage is around 23,000 tons. Sun Fu and others gulped. What kind of warship requires such a large tonnage? It is known that tonnage is proportional to combat capability. Currently, the latest formidable battleship has a full load of less than 16,000 tons, with a standard of only 14,500 tons. They were almost a full 10,000 tons apart, nearly the difference of an entire battleship. Dehua continued to introduce. Regarding firepower, we have cancelled the previous layout of the first-level main guns and second-level guns of the Tiangang class, and adopted a unified design with all heavy artillery. Sun Fu wanted to ask what to do if the firepower was insufficient, but seeing the confident face of His Majesty, he decided not to speak until the very end. Thanks to the enlarged hull, we currently have two configurations. One is 5 twin-mounted guns or 4 triple-mounted guns. The turret layout is arranged along the center line of the hull, allowing concentrated fire in the same direction with excellent fields of fire. The former is more stable, while the latter has lower accuracy. The Tiangang class is equipped with 2 twin-mounted 305mm naval guns, which increases firepower by 25 to 30 times. Of course, the more main guns there are, the greater the recoil that the hull must withstand. If 10 main guns fire simultaneously, even a 20,000-ton hull would not be able to bear it. Dehua glanced at Sun Fu, and seeing him silent, continued. The recoil reduction technology is the absolute core secret of the Dongzhou ship. With it, even if 12 main guns fire simultaneously, the strength of the keel can withstand it. Zhang Shun and Sun Fu had already witnessed too many incredible technologies today and finally understood why His Majesty treasured these people from the Weapon Research Institute. This is not just weapon research, it is practically research on how to kill. Fang Mingzhou nodded, noting that the biggest difference between the Dreadnought and previous battleships is the concept. How many rounds per minute can the current main guns achieve? This is something Fang Mingzhou is very concerned about. It's not enough for them to just be powerful, they also need to have a fast projectile speed. Using a new type of shell ejection mechanism, the 305mm caliber can achieve 3 rounds per minute, which is 3 times that of current battleships. And this is not the limit. Currently, most large caliber guns in the world fire 1 round per minute, which is why many secondary guns are installed to compensate for firepower. Now it's different. Take the simple 5 twin-mounted guns, which amount to 10 305mm main guns arranged along the center line, allowing one side's firepower to reach 10 guns. That's 30 rounds of 305mm shells per minute, which means 100 rounds in just 3 minutes. According to the latest fire control systems, Dongzhou can maintain a hit rate of 5. This means that any battleship appearing opposite Dongzhou can be heavily damaged or sunk in about 3 minutes. With a bit of luck, it might even be sunk instantly. The idea of instantly sinking a battleship is simply unimaginable. Not just Fang Mingzhou, but everyone else thought of this, picturing the opponent's battleship, built with huge amounts of money, sinking in just a few minutes. That feeling is simply exhilarating. Dehua perhaps felt the shock was not enough and continued. Due to the hull being enlarged to over 20,000 tons, the requirements for speed are even higher. Currently, we can achieve around 230,000 tons while maintaining a speed of 26 knots, and if it's 20,000 tons, we can guarantee 28 knots. This further shocked everyone. While the main battleships of the world's major powers are still struggling with 18 knots, the Royal Navy of the Dongzhou Empire can achieve at least 25 knots. Does this mean that the T position is basically secure? Fang Mingzhou understood that the advantages brought by the fuel-powered combustion technology not only shortened the boiler reaction time, but also improved efficiency, allowing for both speed and endurance. Additionally, our fire control system has already developed to the 3rd generation, and combined with the newly developed optical rangefinder, it can provide target preparation data at a distance of 20,000 meters. Within 2 minutes, it can calculate parameters such as target distance, speed, course, and the ship's movement status. These data will allow for the precise calculation of main gun firing parameters within 2 minutes to improve hit rates. Theoretically, once the Dongzhou ship is constructed, the enemy will be sunk when they approach from a distance of 20,000 meters to 18,000 meters. Long-range artillery fire will become a nightmare that the enemy finds hard to overcome. Duajuo smiled at Zhang Shun and others, as if to say that they could now ask any questions they had. Chapter 45, Technology Ahead of Its Time. Fang Mingzhou sighed deeply. No one knew how many nights he had been awakened by nightmares, seeing the land submerged and the flames of war raging. Thus, he always felt a sense of urgency, as if tragedy would repeat itself if they did not act faster. If the Dongzhou ship were built, it would be clear that civilization would re-emerge in the east, rather than in the hands of those marauders. Duajuo, if there are other aspects, please introduce them all together so that everyone in the Prime Minister's office and the General Staff knows how much you have contributed over the years. After Fang Mingzhou finished speaking, Duajuo's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Indeed, no one knew how they had managed over the years. They only remembered how the Military Research Institute swallowed research funds each year, siphoning off one promising talent after another from various departments. If it weren't for His Majesty's decisive leadership, the Military Research Institute might have long been non-existent. Now they could finally stand tall and ask everyone, was the research funding worth it? But when he saw the hopeful gazes of these people, he already knew the answer. Your Majesty, apart from what we have previously introduced, many other aspects differ from our current battleships in Dongzhou. It can be said that this no longer qualifies as a battleship. We just do not know what to call it, as the technological gap is simply too vast. For instance, the Tiangang class has an average armor coverage of about 200 millimeters on the entire ship, such as the turrets and the waterline, while other areas range between 120 millimeters to 180 millimeters. This leads to an unreasonable weight distribution and less than ideal defensive effectiveness. Through our experiments, we found that battleships could shift from full defense to focused defense, reinforcing armor in critical areas such as ammunition depots, power compartments, and command towers, while retaining only light armor in non-critical regions. Additionally, based on the watertight compartment theory provided by Your Majesty, we added anti-torpedo isolation compartments and honeycomb-shaped watertight compartments, which proved to be very effective in tests. Previously, a single torpedo could severely damage a battleship, but now if a battleship is hit by a torpedo, we can simply seal off a few flooded compartments. By injecting equal amounts of seawater into the balanced compartments, the ship can continue to operate, even if its speed decreases. The theory of watertight compartments was proposed as early as the Tang Dynasty, but it was really Hans Kat who popularized it. Warships of Han's lineage are famous for their unsinkability, largely thanks to the watertight bulkheads. After all, a battleship today costs tens of millions of blue currency, and ensuring its unsinkability is crucial. Otherwise, losing even one would be a significant concern for the Royal Navy of the region. The new armored KC-3 is about to be finalized, with a surface hardness reaching 800 HB, capable of resisting 305 mm armor-piercing shells. And its defensive efficiency has improved by over 30 compared to the previous generation. It's yet another robust technology. The fully enclosed turret is equipped with a mechanical loading system, allowing for loading at any elevation angle without needing to reposition the naval gun. This is also why the main gun can achieve a firing rate of 3 rounds per minute. Unlike current battleships that require the barrel to be readjusted to a horizontal position after firing a round, we have adopted smokeless powder and separate loading ammunition, which separates the projectile from the propellant, not only reducing chamber contamination, but also increasing the range from the current 10 kilometers to over 19 kilometers. This is what is referred to as being able to hit you while you cannot hit me, making it quite cheeky. Furthermore, in terms of shape, space, and other aspects, there have been significant leaps compared to before. After Duajuo finished speaking, he looked at everyone with a beaming smile, as if inviting compliments. Fong Mingzhou found it amusing. The Weapons Research Institute had faced plenty of criticism from other departments due to massive expenditures in recent years. However, for confidentiality reasons, they couldn't explain it to outsiders. Now, with the vindication of their efforts, they certainly wanted to show off. Zhang Shun and others pretended not to see it. After all, they had thick skin and didn't mind. The group's eyes were glued to the model, as if they were gazing at a peerless beauty. They had listened attentively from start to finish, and to them, every piece of technology was something they had never dared to imagine. They were eager to see what a warship combining so many advanced technologies would be like. Zhang Shun almost wished to command such a warship to sail the seas. Are all these technologies ours? Zhang Shun still couldn't believe it and asked, Your Majesty, what are we waiting for? Let's start construction. Sun Fu was already impatient. The Navy Department was willing to retire some of its ships while cutting costs. And this type of warship had to be built. Even Sun Fu, who was usually reluctant to part with patrol boats, was shocked by this warship. Duajuo, has the next generation of regional ships been confirmed? Your Majesty, it has been confirmed. And there are currently 2 design proposals that need your final decision along with the Navy Department. Duajuo, you're being quite unfair. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Sun Fu looked at Duajuo with a sense of grievance. As someone from the Weapons Research Institute, he had visited frequently, and they were quite familiar with each other by now. Tell you? This is a state secret, Duajuo replied proudly. Sun Fu wanted to say that as the Minister of the Navy, there shouldn't be anything he didn't know about the warship. But thinking about the technical specifications of this ship, he realized it truly was a state secret. Probably only the monarch and the chief of staff were aware. Has anyone calculated its price? Fong Mingzhou asked helplessly. Just a moment ago, Duajuo, who was still happy, began to look sorrowful and said with a dejected expression, Your Majesty, this warship employs new technology both inside and out. Therefore, its price is unprecedented. Seeing the curious gazes from everyone, Duajuo continued, the cost alone exceeds 22 million blue coins. And with additional expenses, the final price will be at least 25 million blue coins. At the mention of 25 million, everyone gasped in shock. No wonder it's a revolutionary warship. Even the cost is groundbreaking. That amount of money could build 2.5 battleships of the Tiangang class. Everyone finally understood why the usually supportive monarch of a large navy had hesitated to commit to building such a warship. It wasn't a matter of willingness. It was that they simply couldn't afford it. Following the tradition of the Dongzhou Empire to build 4 ships at a time, that would total 100 million blue coins. This wasn't just shipbuilding, it was practically burning money. Damn those bears. If it weren't for them. Fang Mingzhou had planned to wait 2 more years before starting to construct such warships. Now, with their 50 main force ships naval plan, the Dongzhou Empire is forced to respond. Otherwise, they would face the risk of their coastline being devastated. Chapter 46. The decision to build if the heavy cruiser built previously could be considered a small version of a dreadnought, then after 3 years of refinement. The true first-generation dreadnought has met all conditions. The renowned dreadnoughts from various nations have left a significant mark in history. More importantly, whether now or in the future, this land has never produced a battleship, let alone a dreadnought or super dreadnought. But everything has changed, regardless of how Dongzhou evolves. The determination to pursue the sea and the deep blue will remain unchanged. Fang Mingzhou pondered for a long time whether to build the Dongzhou ship now. From a technical standpoint, Dongzhou had already begun research 5 or 6 years ago, and all sub-technologies were ready. They couldn't just let advanced warships go unused while constructing outdated pre-dreadnoughts, especially since pre-dreadnoughts aren't cheap either. Dongzhou was just getting started and couldn't compete with those maritime powers in quantity, so they had to focus on quality. However, Fang Mingzhou also understood that once the Dongzhou ship was launched and experienced 1 or 2 naval battles, all the naval powers in the world would take notice. They would begin to imitate and learn. Those naval powers have their own technological accumulation, and Dongzhou wouldn't be ahead for long. Your Majesty, if this warship is built, Dongzhou will completely lead the development of naval technology in the world. I believe that just this aspect, spending tens of millions of blue coins is worth it. Moreover, the technological innovations it brings are unprecedented. Minister of Navy Sun Fu said seriously, Your Majesty, as you mentioned before, once the ship is launched, all warships in the world will become scrap metal. This statement is indeed accurate. In the presence of the Dongzhou ship, what else could they be but scrap metal? Your Majesty, Sun Fu is right, and we must keep some backup in light of the naval plans of those bears. Zhang Shun was thinking about the naval plans of a certain country, which were clearly directed towards the Eastern Empire. Although the Royal Navy of the Eastern Empire currently had over 20 main warships and submarines, the numbers were still more than double. It was necessary to keep a backup plan. Ouyang Gung had not spoken since he entered the Military Research Institute. Firstly, as the Prime Minister, the military was not under his jurisdiction. Secondly, he was not very knowledgeable about military affairs. However, he understood the significance of this warship. Once it was launched and appeared before the world, it would be a disaster for the navies of other countries, not to mention the distant past. Even Nicholas II would probably wish to shove his naval plans back to be rebuilt. It was truly a wasteful shipbuilding machine. Your Majesty, our Eastern Empire needs means to deter major powers, Ouyang Gung said, and everyone understood that the Prime Minister was intrigued. With several key ministers expressing their opinions one by one, Fang Mingzhou also made up his mind that this warship must be built. Now that the decision was made, the next consideration was the issue of funding, as without money, the warship would not materialize by itself. Fang Wu, how is our silver plan progressing? Everyone present, except for those from the Military Research Institute, were high-ranking officials and naturally knew about this plan. As for the Military Research Institute, these individuals rarely left their premises throughout the year. Mr. Burgess and General McKinley had already reached an agreement on free silver in the coming month. Burgess would deliver 50 million ounces of silver to the government of the lighthouse. A year later, he would provide another 100 million ounces of silver. If things went smoothly, this sum would be worth over 200 million in currency. But the McKinley government was also worried that free silver would disrupt the market of a certain country. Therefore, this money could only be used to purchase goods from the lighthouse. Mr. Burgess also sent a telegram stating that he would buy the industrial equipment and scrap steel that the Eastern Empire needed most at present. Everyone felt both joy and sorrow. The joy was that such a large amount of silver could finally be exchanged for credit currency instead of being pushed up for appearance's sake. The sorrow was that this credit currency could not be brought back and could only be used to purchase industrial goods, indirectly aiding the development of the lighthouse's industry. At the very least, the Prime Minister's office would not have to use gold for procurement from the lighthouse in the coming years. Fang Mingzhou smiled and said, Now, every year, the Eastern Empire needs to buy some industrial products from the lighthouse, either using currency or gold. Now, at least for the next few years. We won't need to. In a few years, the Eastern Empire's industry will have developed enough, and by then we won't need to. Hearing Fang Mingzhou's words, everyone felt better. As compared to the inherent value of the silver, they had already gained more than tenfold this time. As for the silver that Wen Jiang and others were carrying, it was still in progress. If calculated at the current price, this batch of silver was worth over 80 million blue currency. This money could gradually be brought back, as it was earned from the exchange. They urged Wen Jiang to sell the silver he held quickly, as the longer this dragged on, the greater the risk. If that general announced the completion of silver acquisition, the international silver price would likely plummet. Everyone burst into laughter. His Majesty's move not only made money, but also took advantage of silver merchants worldwide. It seems that the price of silver may remain at a low point for the next few years. Besides Feng Wenjiang, there were a few others carrying silver. Both the Gallic Rooster and the Hans Cat have exchanges, so why not take advantage of every opportunity? 80 million blue coins are not enough. Traditionally, building 4 ships together costs 100 million blue coins, not to mention other supporting expenses. Your Majesty, if it comes to it, we can pause a few less important projects to ensure the construction of the warships. Ouyang Gung suggested prioritizing the construction of the East Continent ship. No. The first 4-year plan is very important. It concerns the future development of this nation, and every project is a top priority. Feng Mingzhou did not want the military to interrupt the national development of the East Continent. Your Majesty, how about we directly use silver funds to purchase important steel from the lighthouse? A warship consists of over 70 steel, which is also the largest portion. The crowd remained silent. The East Continent was vigorously expanding its steel production. If we purchase from other countries, it would strike a blow to our own steel industry. A gap of 20 million blue coins is not a huge amount. Feng Mingzhou could easily resolve it with a few dozen tons of gold. However, that would break the rules of the game. The royal family manages the army, while the Prime Minister's office handles the finances. If all the money comes from Feng Mingzhou, then the Prime Minister's office would have minimal control over the military. Some things cannot set a bad precedent. In fact, we still have a sum of money that hasn't been used. Zhang Shun seemed to have thought of something. Where did the money come from? Ouyang Gung immediately asked. As he is the Prime Minister, is there something he doesn't know apart from His Majesty's private royal assets? Zhang Shun's comment surely did not refer to the royal funds. Prime Minister, have you forgotten about the land reform happening in the Neon region? In the past month or two, Liang Dunyuan has been leading several divisions to raid the homes of the wealthy there. Those prominent families have been around for hundreds of years. I don't believe they haven't hidden away some valuable treasures. Let the soldiers take action. Whatever is valuable, just seize it. Yes, let's do it. Sun Fu quickly agreed. It's just raiding homes. After all, they're not citizens of the empire. For the sake of the warships, this is a small matter. Feng Mingzhou remained silent, clearly tacitly agreeing, and the Prime Minister did the same. Prepare for it. The warships must commence construction within a month. Chapter 47. The powerful East Continent ship. When everyone decided to build the new type of warship, the benefits of centralization became evident. Unlike the lengthy negotiations in Europa, which could take months or even half a year for a naval competition, the East Continent Empire only needed Feng Mingzhou's nod. East Continent ship, for vessels, commence construction. Displacement, standard displacement 21, 225 tons, full load displacement 22, 850 tons. Dimensions, length 1, 744 meters, width 279 meters, draft 87 meters. Power, 15 main boilers. Single machine output power 42,000 horsepower. Maximum speed 26 knots for 10,000 nautical miles. Economical speed of 18 knots for 15,000 nautical miles. Main armament, 5 twin-mounted 305mm 45 caliber main guns, 12 single-mounted 127mm guns, and 10 single-mounted 76mm guns. Armor, command tower, main armor belt, turret front 305mm, waterline armor 280mm. Other plate armor 127mm, crew capacity 1,000 to 150 personnel. It can be said that a vessel of this class can face 3 to 4 of its kind without defeat. If war breaks out, before the opposing ships come within effective firing range of 10,000 meters, they may suffer the loss of 2 vessels. The technological gap brought about by standard caliber and unified fire control should not be underestimated. Faced with significant financial pressure, the decision was made to streamline the Navy. The first batch of destroyers has been in service for nearly a decade and no longer meets the current demands of naval warfare. Thus, the focus turned to these smaller warships. This first destroyer, which was a groundbreaking development, has aged considerably. When the nation first emerged, the only small naval vessels in the world were torpedo boats and gunboats. It was through extensive research that a design was developed. Scaling up torpedo boats weighing dozens to hundreds of tons, combined with some technical insights from libraries, leading to the introduction of the destroyer. This type of vessel, used for coastal defense and long-range reconnaissance, quickly demonstrated its versatility on the battlefield, becoming a nemesis to all warships under 1,000 tons. Subsequently, major naval powers began to imitate this design, marking the official entry into the destroyer era. However, this design is now a decade old, and back then, shipbuilding technology was just starting to develop, limiting the complexity of new constructions. Now, the nation has begun constructing large warships, including battleships. Hence, a new generation of destroyers has emerged. Currently, the Navy's two fleets boast a total of 26 destroyers, as introduced by a representative. The decision to focus on destroyers was influenced by years of research, leading to the development of what is claimed to be the most terrifying underwater weapon, the oxygen torpedo. Compared to the commonly used torpedoes, which are slow and visible, the oxygen torpedo is a thermal propulsion torpedo. Previously, torpedoes were powered by compressed air driving piston engines to propel propellers, while this model uses pure oxygen instead of air. The advantages include a significant leap in speed and range, with the combustion of pure oxygen producing carbon dioxide that is minimally soluble in water, achieving visual stealth. Due to its complexity, the caliber has reached 610 millimeters, meaning that currently, no vessels in the Navy can accommodate its torpedo launch tubes. Typically, weapons should be adapted to the ships, but the oxygen torpedo, due to its unique lethality and concealment, has become the main focus. Is there a new destroyer design? Everyone was taken aback. They had just barely resolved the funding issues for shipbuilding, and now it seemed the leader intended for a major overhaul of the destroyers as well. The most pleased among them was undoubtedly the representative. As a strong Navy would mean, he could be content even with a simple diet. This time, it was not a figure from the previous designs, but rather a person with Chinese features who stood up. Your Majesty, esteemed Prime Minister and officials. The recent destroyer project was initiated last year. After a year of research and comparisons of the strengths and weaknesses of destroyers from around the world, we believe that a displacement of 1,500 to 2,000 tons is the most economical, capable of addressing the vast majority of daily maritime affairs. With the successful development of new torpedoes, this destroyer will emphasize torpedo attacks. Fang Mingzhou is quite pleased, not only because of the Dongzhou class, but also because the naval architects he invested significant effort and resources in cultivating are now stepping into the spotlight. Although they still have some shortcomings regarding large warships, it is evident that designers such as Duwajuo and Nabeti have raised no objections, indicating that this warship has gained their recognition, even as a 2,000-ton destroyer. A young man hurriedly brought out a model from a nearby cabinet, about a meter long, just like the previous one. Everyone looked over curiously. Why is there a section missing from the stern? Sun Fu hadn't examined it closely yet, but the stern of this warship was unexpectedly square, rather than the commonly seen wave-piercing shape. It was the first time everyone had seen such an unusual warship. According to our tests, compared to previous stern designs, using a square shape allows the water flow to generally move along the longitudinal profile, reducing the twisting and bending of high-speed water flow. This decreases energy loss, improves resistance performance, significantly enhances the warship's speed, and boosts its long-range capabilities. For destroyers, speed is life. Additionally, the seaplane we developed has also been completed. We can accommodate 2 seaplanes at once, greatly enhancing the fleet's search capabilities. Astonished, the several officials looked at the young man. If this were not the Military Research Institute, they might have already expressed their disbelief. Cutting off a section of the ship's stern could yield such significant benefits? Zhang Shun asked incredulously. Fang Mingzhou chuckled, clearly proud of his creation. The square stern can greatly improve the performance and speed of medium and small warships, a fact well known in later generations. However, in this era, no one had thought about fluid dynamics, and likely very few even knew what it was. Yet, at the Military Research Institute, in-depth research into the role of fluid dynamics in the military field had already begun. Fang Mingzhou had even ordered the institute to start constructing a wind tunnel. Once these concepts are proposed, they can change many things. Fang Mingzhou finally understood the advantages of the emperor. In situations like this, he didn't even need to explain why. Simply proposing an idea would prompt others to research it. By presenting the modified model to the institute, backed by the emperor's command, it was something they could not refuse. As long as the researchers delve into it, they would uncover the hidden mysteries, thereby advancing the country's military technology. Seeing the young man's gaze towards Fang the Great Emperor, everyone decisively fell silent. It seemed that this was yet another masterpiece of His Majesty. No wonder everyone privately said that the emperor was the #1 researcher at the Military Research Institute. It truly seems to be the case. There are many similar examples. The square-shaped design is just the beginning, followed by X-shaped and U-shaped designs, all of which are being researched in an orderly manner. The concept is the key factor in changing technology. Chapter 48. River-class destroyers. Do not underestimate the importance of destroyers. On the contrary, they are the most frequently deployed vessels in daily naval operations, alongside light cruisers. Compared to major warships that require thousands of tons of fuel for deployment, small warships that can operate for thousands of nautical miles with just a few hundred tons of fuel are the real workhorses, offering a cost-effectiveness that major warships cannot replace. All A-class destroyers will gradually be transferred to the National Guard for coastal patrols and anti-smuggling operations. This will free the two main fleet groups from routine patrols, allowing them more time to study experiences and technologies for combat. The transfer will occur gradually on a one-to-one basis, and previously, a few 3,000-ton cruisers will also be handed over to the Guard forces. The Navy aims to adopt a streamlined approach, and logistics must be as simple as possible. Zhang Shun and Sun Fu had no objections. Their focus was entirely on the new destroyer model. This new destroyer is designed to respond to medium and low-intensity maritime conflicts, targeting high speed and long range, suitable for oceanic operations. Isn't it a bit too demanding for just a destroyer? Sun Fu said with a puzzled expression. ISNT, the research institute, supposed to focus on larger warships? Can a destroyer even set such high standards? Efficiency, do you understand? Fang Mingzhou replied irritably. One operation of a large warship is enough for a small warship to operate for half a year. The Eastern Empire is still an agricultural nation, and the Prime Minister's office allocates very tight naval funding every year for industrial development. Sun Fu nodded quickly, knowing that while capital ships are good, the costs of operating them are quite burdensome. The biggest expenses in naval funding are not for building new ships, but for daily patrols and maintenance. Displacement, standard displacement 1, 240 tons, full load 1, for 120 tons. Dimensions, length 1, 0, 23 meters, with 973 meters, draft 32 meters. Power, equipped with 3 sets of 3-shaft steam turbines, each exceeding 15,000 horsepower. Firepower, for 102 mm main guns with a caliber of 50, 8 47 mm rapid-fire guns, 12 127 mm heavy machine guns, and 3 quadruple 610 mm torpedo launchers. One launcher is located at the front of the vessel, while the other 2 are positioned amidships. The torpedo launchers are mounted on a movable base to achieve omnidirectional rotation for optimal attack angles. For destroyers, any armor is considered superfluous. With a hull weight of just over 1,000 tons, it cannot support the weight of steel. A homogeneous 30 mm protection can only defend against small rapid-fire guns. Even the secondary guns of cruisers can inflict significant damage on such a small vessel. Of course, this class of destroyers emphasizes survivability, achieving a speed of up to 40 knots. It can be said that targeting this small and fast vessel is not a simple task. When the speed of 40 knots was mentioned, everyone swallowed hard. The slow-firing main guns and secondary guns pose little threat to it. Even the fire control systems in the eastern region cannot calculate the trajectory of the warship so quickly. With a movement speed of nearly 23 meters per second, by the time the main gun fires, the destroyer would have already moved several hundred meters away. The only effective response would be rapid secondary guns or small-caliber rapid-fire guns. Although these dense rapid-fire cannons are not very powerful, they excel in ammunition delivery, enough to inflict damage on 30 mm armor. In summary, this is a warship filled with extremes. Much like a high-damage, high-speed assassin that can easily catch one off guard. Fang Mingzhou officially decided to proceed with the Jianghe class. The first batch will consist of 8 ships. And after the first batch is completed and sea trials are finished, the second batch will begin production. A total of 24 ships will be built, evenly distributed across 2 major fleets. Due to the small size of the warships, the cost is less than 1.5 million blue coins each, which means that the total cost is equivalent to just 1.5 battleships. However, deploying 24 ships together can at least sink 5 major warships. Ouyanggung nodded. Although the number is considerable, the construction time will extend over several years, and a 1:1 retirement ratio is still acceptable. The coastline of the Eastern Empire exceeds tens of thousands of kilometers, and such a long coastline requires an economical warship. The decommissioned A-class destroyers from the Navy are very suitable. With a tonnage of nearly 1,000 tons, it ensures that it is sufficient for daily use aside from large warships. This shipbuilding plan will be submitted for review in the next fiscal year. Compared to other maritime powers that often have dozens of major warships, the Eastern Empire's Navy has only newly built 4 major warships, which is already quite restrained. Only insiders know that these 4 major warships can at least match half of the major warships of a certain northern neighbor. Zhaoding, the preliminary preparations can begin. Building warships is not a simple task. At least several tons of armor will require major steel mills to start production in advance. Coupled with the ship's guns and power systems, just sorting out the relationships among these components will take 1 or 2 months. After a month or 2, the silver would have been sold, and the funds would be about ready to return. In fact, there is a plan that Fang Mingzhou has not disclosed to anyone, which is the Panama Canal. 6 years ago, during the economic crisis, Fang Mingzhou instructed Burgess to acquire a 60% stake in the canal from a certain company for $10 million. The reason for enticing those trusts to move south, aside from earlier reasons, is also to wait for the right price. The importance of this canal will remain significant even 100 years later, but currently, it is still an unfinished and polluted waterway. These trusts wish to expand southward, or rather, the organization wants to extend its influence into South America. Cannot do so without this canal. Only with it can the Navy be considered complete. Otherwise, traveling from the east coast to the west coast would require navigating 140,000 nautical miles, approximately 260,000 kilometers, which is intolerable for any nation. If that were the case, one side would have finished the battle while the other is still on the way. Therefore, this canal may be dispensable for other countries, but for the lighthouse, it is absolutely essential. Unless the lighthouse has lost its mind, it would never entrust the safety of its national navy to a businessman. The government of Colombia cannot stop the lighthouse, so the 40 stake it holds can easily be taken by the lighthouse. But the 60 held by Burgess cannot be acquired without a significant cost. This is quite normal. In today's world, businessmen dare to invest in anything, regardless of which government it is. If a government wants to take something from a businessman, it must pay in real money. Unlike in the future, when you could simply be seized for any reason, leaving you with no place to complain. Fong Mingzhou's bottom line for Burgess is 1.5 billion. Otherwise, he will face the division of the east and west coasts. Chapter 49. The epilogue of Bull when the melodious bell rang in the hall. It also marked the arrival of the second year of the reign, the moment the prince was born. It officially meant that the royal succession of the Eastern Empire had been guaranteed. To celebrate the birth of the prince, the Emperor of the Eastern Empire ordered a giant cruise ship in the name of the royal family as a gift for the prince. Your Majesty, congratulations. Looking at the ministers who had come, Fong Mingzhou couldn't help but smile. He had been in this world for 10 years. He admitted that before this. He had viewed the world from a godlike perspective, always feeling out of place. However, when he held that little bundle of flesh, he realized that, unknowingly, he had already integrated into this world. This is the future of the empire. He will inherit his power and lead this country to unprecedented heights. Good things come in pairs. In another 6 months, his second child will also be born. The emperor is not a lonely figure, and Fong Mingzhou cannot turn himself into a living puppet like those monarchs. This is also why he initially gave up the Grand Palace and chose the Eastern Garden. With the birth of the prince, no one dared to cause trouble, which left no opportunity to showcase his wisdom and might. Why is it so peaceful now? Fong Mingzhou's words raised eyebrows among the crowd. Was the emperor contemplating action amidst tranquility? Your Majesty, is this really peace? Aside from our eastern region, the whole world is in turmoil. Those countries in Europa are busy grabbing territory. Africa is on the verge of chaos, and as for the lighthouse, that supreme leader is struggling to deal with the domestic silver merchants. Even Hans S. Wilhelm II has just attended the launch ceremony of a new class battleship. Not to mention our northern bear is ramping up preparations for war. Zhang Shun's words made everyone nod in agreement. It is indeed only the eastern region that is stable, while elsewhere is not so peaceful. Earlier this year, the naval bill submitted by the Ministry of Navy passed unanimously without exception, and this matter did not cause any significant impact internationally. Compared to others with dozens of ships, Eastern only has 4 battleships and feels embarrassed to mention it. It is said that Nicholas II boasted that Eastern is already afraid, and when the invincible Northern Bear Navy sets sail, Eastern will have no choice but to surrender. A significant amount of nearly 100 million blue coins obtained from major exchanges through silver trading was transferred to the Prime Minister's office by Fong Mingzhou, in connection with the birth of a prince, to order a super yacht. This fund will be used to construct 4 battleships. What is the current situation in Neon? Liang Dunyuan, who just returned from Neon, smiled and said, Your Majesty, we have completed the transformation of Neon. After half a year of pacification, Neon is now completely stable. A large amount of land has been distributed to the people, and the rule of Tokugawa Keisuke has become sufficiently secure, with domestic opposition forces having been eliminated. The industries we invested in Neon have also begun to operate smoothly. In the future, Neon will become a country primarily focused on light industry. The Tokugawa general also entrusted me to send his regards to Your Majesty, thanking you for your care for Neon. Everyone nodded in satisfaction. A stable neighbor means that the northern border of the Eastern Empire only faces that bear-like entity. Can we secure the batch of gold from the Boers? Your Majesty. The Boers have reached a dead end, Fong Wu replied, and everyone sighed. A small Boer faction has consumed too much of John's energy, leaving him little time to engage in international affairs, which has made life easier for all countries in recent years. Even with substantial covert support from the Eastern Empire, the Boers are still unable to change their losing situation. Currently, more than 70% of the Boer population has been interned by John, and the number of those following the president is dwindling. Huang Peng has reported that there are now fewer than 3,000 Boer soldiers still able to fight, most of whom are tired of this war. After more than 3 years of conflict, the Boers have become proud enough. If given a choice, John would likely prefer to offer some benefits to that Boer rather than go to war. At this point, The global hegemon has lost face, suffering heavy losses without gaining any advantages. There have also been large-scale protests in John's country, demanding the resignation of the current Prime Minister Salisbury's cabinet. What does this have to do with the Prime Minister? Their army is like a bunch of soft-shell shrimp. Can they really blame the Prime Minister for not providing military funding? Zhang Shun chuckled and said, moreover, although John's army is not taken seriously, at least they are not lacking in weapons and military funds. Brother Shun, do you know how many have died in the Boer War so far? The number of dead soldiers alone has exceeded 70,000, with over 100,000 injured, Feng Lu explained with a smile. Of course, most of these casualties are colonial soldiers. That's still a significant number. The Boers have implemented a scorched earth tactic and poisoned water sources, leading to many soldiers suffering abnormal casualties. Having many colonies is advantageous. Losing so many lives doesn't hurt as much. Zhang Shun smacked his lips. John still has over 500,000 troops stationed in Boer territory, and it is said that the Boer president has begun preparing for peace talks. Peace talks? Does he really think the global hegemon is just pretending? With such heavy casualties, does he think a simple peace talk will make John back off? Zhang Shun doesn't believe John can swallow this humiliation. If he does, he might as well forget about being listened to in the future. Fang Mingzhou thought for a moment and said to Feng Wu, go find some newspapers and release the news that John Bull is preparing to negotiate with the Boers. Also, gather some relatives of the fallen soldiers to create a scene at the Prime Minister's office. We can't let our soldiers suffer in silence. Whether the negotiations were possible or not, Fang Mingzhou would not allow such a situation to occur. Ha. Everyone burst into laughter. If that really happened, let alone negotiations. Even if both sides sat down together, that Prime Minister would probably be out of office by tomorrow. Your Majesty, we have some leads on that batch of gold, Feng Wu said, and everyone immediately tensed up. That gold was incredibly valuable, and many were eyeing it. The leader of the Gorman Corps, Bernard, had already agreed to our demands. We would provide him safe passage out, and in return, he would reveal to us the location of the buried gold. Does he know where the gold is? Zhang Shun quickly asked. Yes, we underestimated him. Although he has lost military power, his network has already infiltrated close to that president. According to him, at the start of the war, President Kruger carried 150 tons of gold and some diamonds. Later, the Boers won several battles, captured the city of Burley, and looted a large amount of gold and diamonds. Because they employed mobile warfare, this batch of gold was difficult to transport. So the president sent his most loyal guards to hide the gold and diamonds. No more than 5 people know this location. Coincidentally, one of Bernard's informants is among those who are in the know. Chapter 50. Where is the gold? Hearing the concrete news about the gold, everyone felt invigorated. Does Bernard have any other requests besides safe passage? Zhang Shun asked eagerly. First, we must guarantee his safe departure from Boer territory, Fang Mingzhou nodded. That was reasonable. A common human concern. Additionally, Bernard also requested that we provide £1 million in cash and deliver it to a country in Europa. It seemed he had a backup plan and had likely thought about an escape route long ago. £1 million was reasonable, any more would attract attention, indicating that he had considered this carefully. However, it was clear that John Bull was determined to obtain that gold. If he got it, and it leaked out, it would likely lead to a huge diplomatic dispute. Theoretically, eliminating Bernard would be the best option, but since he had considered so much, there was no reason he wouldn't understand his own situation, yet he still proposed this condition. This showed he was either very confident or at least not afraid of repercussions. By the way, what are the current demands of the Boer president? This war was a muddled conflict. John Bull thought that the small Boers dared to defy him and cling to this rich gold mine, which was tantamount to courting death. The Boers believed that this place was originally purchased by them, and whatever was excavated belonged to them, if they felt generous enough to share some. It was already being very kind, yet John Bull wanted to take everything. One underestimated the Boers, while the other overestimated himself. It has been more than 3 years now, and the leader of that region has also begun to regret. The president of the Boer has expressed his remorse as well. However, with such significant losses, there is no turning back. The president is willing to hand over the mining areas, but the leader must acknowledge the independence of the Boer. It sounds nice in theory. Zhang Shun chuckled and said, now the entire Boer territory has basically been taken over, and the mining areas are under control. Does he still need to agree to hand them over? The Boers are already so defiant. If they achieve independence, they would likely resist even more. If I were that prime minister, having already lost so much face, I might as well go all out to eliminate all the resistance from the Boer. The gold and diamonds aren't going anywhere. We can just increase manpower and resources to continue mining. As long as those people are gone, every mine becomes ours. Everyone was puzzled by the Boers' mindset. In ancient times, when empires suppressed disloyal subjects, regardless of the reasons, after years of fighting and suffering heavy losses, if the opposing side finally surrendered, would one just pull back? Such foolishness seems to have only been done by a certain emperor. who ended up losing his life and his dynasty. In any other dynasty, one would not stop until they eradicated the descendants. Yet for these foreigners, this approach seems perfectly acceptable. This land itself lacks the courage to fight to the death. For hundreds or thousands, everyone has become accustomed to fighting, then surrendering as if nothing had happened. Although the Boers are in Africa, their ancestors came from the European continent. However, after such a significant loss, the leader will likely not back down. According to our intelligence, the commander of the army has clearly rejected the president's requests, stating that the Boers must surrender, or else the war will not stop. Now that sounds more reasonable. Your Majesty, we have collected many photos of the mistreatment and killings of Boer civilians by the forces. These were already arranged for photography previously, and now the impact of these images is becoming evident. Divide these photos into 3 sets. Send one to the Gallic Rooster, one to Hans Cat, and another to the Dutch. Does Your Majesty want to put the leader in a public relations crisis? Haha. Who can blame him for not doing good things in Boer? I believe these countries would be eager to publish such images. Additionally, inform that Bernard that we can offer him asylum. Money is not an issue, but he needs to cooperate with us on one matter. We want him to eliminate that president, and the blame must fall on the leader. At this moment, the Boer commander is also holding a meeting. After more than 3 years of fighting, the Boers are finally facing their end. General Pete, may I ask when we can end this war? The last remnants of Boer resistance are gradually being surrounded. What remains is to tighten the noose and advance slowly. Commander, if those soldiers with headscarves could be a bit braver, the war could be over in a month. Redvers did not speak, and neither did the several generals beside him. It was clear that they understood what kind of soldiers those colonies had. At best, they were just a morale-boosting group. When faced with the soldiers of the opposing side, they would likely just be sending themselves to their doom. But what could they do without these people? Were they supposed to send their own soldiers into battle? Over the past few years, the losses in their army had already been significant, and now Redvers didn't even dare to return to his homeland. The moment he returned, he would likely face an avalanche of criticism. The way those European nations spoke of their army, it was even worse than the reputation of the neighboring country's forces. The soldiers there were referred to as grey livestock, implying that their army was even inferior to mere animals. The Prime Minister's office had clearly informed them that this gold must be obtained. Gentlemen, do you have any good ideas? Whether they can secure this gold relates directly to the future treatment of their army. After all, this entire war had been fought by the army. And given the current disastrous situation, they couldn't escape responsibility. If they could obtain this gold, perhaps the public and the Prime Minister's office might show some leniency, raising the punishment and then letting it down gently. If they couldn't get it, there would be no escape from severe consequences. The Navy had long been dissatisfied with the army, and this time, taking advantage of the war, the army had expanded several times. To maintain the size of the army, they had to achieve results. With the battle having gone so poorly, there was little hope for that, but they still had to pin their hopes on the gold. Your Excellency, the commander. That individual Klyuger has strongly insisted that the Prime Minister's office or the Queen must agree to his request before he will disclose the whereabouts of that batch of gold and diamonds. Redvers said angrily, damn it, does he really think that without him we can't obtain that gold? At this point, he is still thinking back to a few years ago. Why doesn't he consider withdrawing the hundreds of thousands of troops? Does the intelligence department have any news about this gold? Currently, what we know is that the gold was secretly hidden here a year ago, and no more than 10 people are aware of its whereabouts. Moreover, not just us, but others like the Lighthouse, Hans, and the Gallic Roosters are also searching for this gold. What? This is the wealth of the Empire, and no one can steal it. Redvers became furious upon hearing that so many people were after the gold. These shameless thieves were just like the opposing forces, stealing the Empire's wealth. Chapter 51. The Leviathan-class submarine. As everyone's gaze was fixed on the gold, a heavy piece of news appeared on the front pages of major newspapers across Europe. Each newspaper featured blood-curdling black and white images as their headlines. Yes, the events involving their forces in the conflict had seemingly been exposed overnight. Who was it? Who was tarnishing the honor of the Empire? In the Platinum Palace, Prime Minister Salisbury was facing the wrath of Edward VII. It was no wonder he was so angry. The images released by these newspapers were simply too horrifying. Each photograph depicted the brutal scenes inside the concentration camps of their forces. Many elderly people and children huddled together. Their terrified eyes and frail bodies seemed to tell a story. Soldiers mercilessly beat and tormented these vulnerable groups. There were even more shocking images that completely changed everyone's perception of a certain nation. Along with this, the concentration camps, which had over 30% mortality rates, further pushed this nation into the spotlight. The entire continent was stunned by these images, as it was known that for decades, this nation had cultivated an image of being a gentleman. Which gentleman could commit such brutal acts? A prominent leader even personally authored an article stating that the evil actions of this nation disqualified it from being a world leader. The civilized world condemned such cruel treatment of civilians. Even newspapers across the ocean rushed to report on the situation, further damaging this nation's international image. Initially, there were attempts to defend against the accusations, but a continuous stream of photos left no room for argument. To continue defending would insult everyone's intelligence. In desperation, the army commander was summoned back to face parliamentary scrutiny. After all, the conflict had reached its final stages, and the opposing forces could no longer stir up trouble. While the world condemned the inhumane actions, no one noticed a special unit searching for something in the mountains of the opposing territory. Is it really here? A team leader was leading a reconnaissance unit in the excavation. Without delay, they began digging, hoping to uncover a valuable silver medal. Hearing this, everyone quickened their pace. After all, it was an imperial medal, categorized into gold, silver, and bronze, awarded to those who contributed to the nation. Fewer than 5 medals were awarded each year. The team leader smiled internally, knowing that if they found it, the Prime Minister's office would surely reward them. Suddenly, a strange sound caught everyone's attention. A soldier dropped his shovel and began to dig with his hands. "Captain, there's a box. There's really a box." Upon hearing this, everyone rushed over, eagerly clearing the surrounding dirt, revealing a massive iron box before them. "Keep digging. There can't be just one." The team leader felt a surge of excitement, realizing he had indeed come to the right place. As they cleared the area, they discovered that beneath the iron boxes lay something extraordinary. When the boxes were moved, a glimmer of golden light appeared before everyone's eyes. It was indeed gold. The team leader solemnly glanced at everyone and said, "I believe you all know the purpose of this mission. We are comrades who have worked together for years. I hope you won't let the allure of this gold blind you." After he spoke, they exchanged glances and noticed greed reflected on each other's faces. Indeed, no one could resist the temptation of gold. "Ahem, Captain, you really underestimate us. Even if we wanted this thing, this place is so remote that we couldn't escape with gold in tow," Zhao Song said loudly, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts, starting to relax. Chun Gaofei glanced at Zhao Song, nodded, and continued, "Old Chun, send a telegram to the submarine. Tell them the target is correct. What we need to do now is figure out how to transport this gold out." As everyone continued to dig, more and more gold was discovered. "Boss, we can't dig anymore. There's too much gold, probably over 100 tons. If we get discovered, we won't be able to hold it." Zhao Song looked at the gold and said seriously, "There are too many of us. We attract too much attention. Although there aren't many people here usually, no one can guarantee that we won't be seen." "You're right, Zhao Song. Take a few brothers to scout the area first. The rest of us will stay here and guard. Also, notify the naval submarine to organize soldiers for transport once it gets dark. We only have 3 days. After 3 days, that president will negotiate with the other country. If he can't resist the temptation and reveals the location of the gold, we might get exposed." With Chun Gaofei's words, everyone understood the urgency of the situation. At this moment, a massive submarine was cruising beneath the surface of the sea. The Jianglong-class oceanic submarine was another masterpiece of the Eastern Empire, following the Wolf Hunter-class submarine. Compared to the previous class, which was around 700 to 800 tons, the Jianglong class reached an astonishing 500 tons. It was the world's first true oceanic submarine and the first to be equipped with an air pipe system. In comparison to its predecessor, the Jianglong-class submarine underwent a series of technical improvements, including the air pipe and a depth control device, allowing it to dive to depths of 100 meters and, in extreme cases, up to 150 meters. At such depths, even deep-sea bombs developed by the Eastern Empire could not harm it. Additionally, this class of submarine was equipped with a semi-automatic mine loading system, enabling it to stealthily lay mines in enemy ports. It also featured a streamlined hull, a double-hull structure, and twin-mounted guns at both the front and rear. The deck guns and external torpedo storage were eliminated, making the ship more aerodynamically efficient. Furthermore, due to the increased tonnage, the Jianglong-class submarine was much more comfortable than its predecessor, with shower facilities and a refrigerated food storage room on board. Its displacement was 460 tons on the surface and 610 tons when fully loaded underwater, with a total length of 773 meters, a width of 81 meters, and a draft of 53 meters. The weapon system included 6 torpedo launch tubes at the bow, equipped with 20 torpedoes, and an internal hydraulic semi-automatic device that could reload all 6 launch tubes within 20 minutes. This means that this submarine had the capability to launch another attack. Although it had fewer launch tubes than the previous Wolf Hunter class, at least it didn't need to return to the mothership to reload after firing. 2 domestically produced diesel engines from Dongzhou are used for propulsion, each exceeding 100 horsepower. On the surface, it can reach a speed of 18 knots per hour, while underwater, it can maintain a speed of 11 knots and can stay submerged for over 24 hours at 8 knots. As an ocean-going submarine, it can travel 500 nautical miles at an economical speed of 10 knots. It is truly a ghost underwater. Chapter 52. The gold is finally in hand on the surface of the sea east of Burr. Two giant wave-class submarines were also waiting for news. The report from the special external team had just sent an urgent telegram, stating that they had located the cargo according to the coordinates and requested support. Wu Feizhou quickly picked up the telegram to read. In the entire submarine, only he and the navigation officer knew what the cargo was. To his surprise, they had indeed found it, making the long journey of thousands of kilometers to this unfamiliar sea worthwhile. Looking at the telegram from the action group, Wu Feizhou picked up a pen and began to calculate. He instructed the special group that they would arrive at the Mapu Tuasi area in 5 hours and requested them to be responsible for the reception. Additionally, he would transfer the intelligence to submarine number 2. Fortunately, the space on the giant wave-class submarines was sufficient. Otherwise, several hundred tons of cargo would be challenging to accommodate. Realizing this, Wu Feizhou quickly ordered the soldiers to establish contact with the homeland. 2 days later, when the two giant wave-class submarines, carrying hundreds of tons of cargo and special forces, left the Burr Sea area, a meeting concerning the situation of the parties involved was also taking place. Thanks to the carefully selected images, the reputation of the involved party was now infamous, facing widespread condemnation across the continent. They had no choice but to agree to the ceasefire meeting proposed by President Clayuger, but before participating in the negotiations, they specifically added a precondition. A statement must be made by Clayuger to clarify the previous accusations regarding the images. Clayuger immediately accepted. At this moment, Mancini and Clayuger were making final preparations, with the agreed meeting time set for 10 a.m. The president was not foolish and would certainly guard against any rash actions. However, Clayuger had no cards left to play and could only accept the negotiations. Bernal, you will accompany me to this negotiation. Clayuger's voice came through. Your Excellency, I think I should stay in the camp. You know that the situation is unstable now. If both of us leave, it might. Bernal's meaning was clear. Everyone knew that the involved party was about to fail, and many had secretly left. Clayuger could not stop them, but there were still thousands following them. Most of these people had lost relatives at the hands of the involved party, and their hatred was irreconcilable. Clayuger had not informed others about this negotiation except for a few trusted aides. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. As the former supreme commander of the most elite commando corps, Bernal held considerable prestige among the involved party. If both disappeared, everyone would surely suspect something was amiss. Negotiating with John Bull is quite a sensitive matter. Clayuger nodded, understanding Bonner's meaning. He turned and asked, what about Mr. Huang? Bonner sighed and said, Your Excellency, you can guess where Mr. Huang is from. We are about to fail. And to avoid exposure, Mr. Huang left 2 days ago. Clayuger was not surprised by Huang Peng's departure. He understood the current situation. It's for the best, Bonner. I really regret not following your advice back then. If the command corps were still around. Your Excellency, that's in the past. We need to look forward. We Boers have suffered enough. What we need most now is to recuperate. If this continues, we might face extinction. Yes, Bonner, I share your thoughts. That's why I want to negotiate with John Bull. It's for the sake of this country. Bonner nodded, and for a moment, a flash of hatred crossed his eyes. As Clayuger left the camp with a few trusted aides, Bonner knew this might be the last time he saw the president. In Dongzhou Garden, the urgently arrived Ouyang Geng was continuously confirming the news. All right, Prime Minister, you've asked 10 times already. Fang Mingzhou had to interrupt his Prime Minister's rambling, noticing the expression of his chief of staff, who looked utterly disinterested. Haha, Your Majesty, I'm just happy. 230 tons of gold. That's 230 million Dongzhou currency. With this money, we can increase this year's industrial investment. Ouyang Geng was indeed pleased. He didn't expect that this batch of gold would eventually fall into the hands of the Dongzhou Empire. 3 days ago, a special team sent to the Boers finally discovered the gold at the address provided by Bonner. A total of 230 tons of gold, with diamonds counted by the pound, was worth over 300 million blue coins. All it cost was the safety of that individual and 1 million pounds. The gold had already been loaded onto a submarine and was returning to Dongzhou. After all, John Bull initiated the Boer War for these golden treasures, right? Your Majesty, what do you think John Bull's expression would be if he knew the gold was gone? A relaxed Ouyang Geng asked with a smile. What else could it be? He'd probably want to destroy the whole world, Zhang Shun replied with a laugh. It's not easy. Finally, we don't have to worry about delaying the Navy's funding. Your Majesty, when they return, I must award them a medal. In a good mood, Ouyang Geng began to think about how to reward the personnel involved in this operation. Prime Minister, now that the gold is secured, can we start the replacement plan for the destroyers? Zhang Shun immediately chimed in, seeing the Prime Minister in high spirits. The previous naval plan that Dongzhou had customized included a replacement plan for 24 destroyers, but due to the enormous costs and long construction periods of battleships, temporary funding shortages had prioritized the construction of battleships in the Prime Minister's office. The destroyers can only be moved back temporarily. Now, of course, it's time to take advantage of this influx of gold and have the Prime Minister's office allocate funds. Otherwise, once the money arrives, it might be quickly invested in other areas. Ouyang Gung nodded. After all, it's just 24 destroyers, totaling a little over 20 million blue coins. Looking at the generous Prime Minister, Fang Mingzhou also smiled. If it weren't for this penny-pinching Prime Minister, the development of the Eastern continent would probably not have progressed so quickly. Your Majesty, the telegram just received stated that President Kluger was killed during negotiations with John Bull. Was it John Bull's doing? Ouyang Gung's first reaction was that John Bull was playing both sides. Zhang Shun quickly explained with a smile. How could it be? Right now, John Bull is eager to end this war immediately to face the accusations from the entire continent of Europa. Kluger's murder was carried out by his own trusted aides. It can't be blamed on anyone else. Does this mean that the gold will become a case without a head? Upon hearing Zhang Shun say this, Ouyang Gung understood that this matter must have been instigated by the Eastern continent. As long as Kluger is dead, no one will know where the remaining gold has gone. Anyway, it must be on Boer territory. If you want the gold, go dig for it. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Eastern Empire. Chapter 53. The war is completely over. John Bull has had a streak of bad luck these past few years. Everything he does seems to go wrong. After more than 3 years of the Boer War, he finally saw a glimmer of hope for an end. With a little more effort, John Bull could completely solve the Boer problem. By then, no one would be able to covet the gold and diamonds of this land anymore. The status of the pound sterling would never be shaken by future generations. Unexpectedly, just as the empire was about to reap the fruits of victory, a few photographs turned that fruit into a mirage. Faced with accusations from the entire continent of Europa, even the world's hegemon could only bow its head. What's worse is that dozens, if not hundreds, of reporters crossed the ocean to come to Boer, capturing the dire conditions in the concentration camps with their cameras. The Prime Minister's office had no choice but to order the troops to gradually close the camps. Clearly, once these people are released, the situation would revert to what it was 3 years ago, leading to peace talks between the empire and the Boer president. But when the talks had just begun, and the president was blown to pieces in front of everyone, not even John Bull could have anticipated such shamelessness, luring the Boer leader over and then killing him. Horatio Herbert, who had just taken over from Redvers Buller as the new Boer commander, didn't he have time to react before witnessing such a scene? He knew that peace for the Boers would be completely out of reach. Realizing what happened, Herbert immediately ordered the soldiers to place all reporters under house arrest and commanded all soldiers to halt the closure of the concentration camps. Over 500,000 troops launched a final assault on the last stronghold of the Boers the next day. He wanted to completely end the Boer resistance before anyone could react. When the news of the Boer upheaval spread across the world, the last organized resistance force of the Boers also became a thing of the past. Herbert was indeed decisive. Fang Mingzhou looked at the intelligence and said, if it weren't for this individual, this war would likely have dragged on for quite some time. Zhang Shun nodded in agreement, recalling that when His Majesty devised this plan, it was not only for gold, but also to continue undermining the interests of certain powers. Unfortunately, even though public opinion worldwide overwhelmingly criticizes those powers and sympathizes with the Boer people, the Boers now have no soldiers left, aside from the civilians. Just the day before, the Prime Minister of those powers had issued a statement declaring that the Boer War was over, and over 500,000 soldiers stationed in Boer territories would gradually be withdrawn within 6 months. With a look of regret, Zhang Shun said, additionally, they announced the cancellation of the Republic of Transvaal and the Orange Free State. They will be merged into a new colony, South Africa, covering an area of approximately 1.3 million square kilometers. Those who have been detained will be gradually released within a year. We estimate that those powers will have further troubles ahead. According to our intelligence, over 60,000 Boers have died in the concentration camps, accounting for 1/9 of the total population. Everyone gasped in shock. The actions of those powers truly are ruthless. The total Boer population was just over 500,000, and excluding the more than 100,000 soldiers led by Kruger and the civilians accompanying them, there are only about 300,000 Boers left. A death rate of 1/5. This isn't warfare, it's a massacre. More and more journalists are heading to the Boer regions, and we find that many of them are supported by the powers behind the scenes. Zhang Shun smiled and said, it seems no one wants those powers to have it easy. Currently, those powers have reached a peace agreement with the new Boer leader, De Wet, and the Boer guerrillas will lay down their weapons and submit. In exchange, the Prime Minister's office has promised to grant the Boers autonomy when conditions are ripe. Autonomy. Such words are merely to deceive the Boers. The largest gold and diamond sources in the world are not something those powers would easily relinquish. These gentlemen have fought 2 major wars without giving up on this region. Furthermore, the Prime Minister's office has agreed to provide £3 million as compensation for the detention of Boer civilians. Did they not inquire about the gold? Fang Mingzhou asked curiously. Have these gentlemen turned to vegetarianism? Of course not, Zhang Shun laughed. Only the former president knew about the gold, but unfortunately, he is gone now. Those powers have also controlled many high-ranking boars, but regrettably, those who knew the locations of the gold have been secretly eliminated by us. This may become a mystery case in the future. However, those powers have not given up. They have sent many people to search. And not just them, other countries are also searching for the whereabouts of that batch of gold. No one knows that after nearly 2 months of turbulent sailing, this gold is about to arrive in the East Continent. The Prime Minister's office has announced the establishment of a new colonial government, with their commander-in-chief, Bota, serving as the first Prime Minister. At this point, it seems that this war is truly coming to an end. Fang Mingzhou glanced at the map, noting that the groundwork for this war had been laid in the East Continent several years ago, from funding the Boers, selling weapons, to providing intelligence, and ultimately sweeping away gold and diamonds. This scheme surrounding the Boer layout has brought immense profits to the Eastern Empire. In addition to over 200 tons of gold, the Eastern Empire previously obtained more than 70 tons of gold from arms sales to the Boers. This means that this plan has brought over 300 tons of gold to the Eastern Empire, not counting the diamonds. Gold is straightforward. Once melted into bullion and placed in the treasury, it can be used to print 300 million blue currency. However, those diamonds are harder to sell. It is estimated that the British will keep a close eye on the international diamond market for the next few years. Let us put that aside for now. Your Majesty, once the British conclude this war, their attention will likely shift back to the Eurasian continent. Ouyang Gung also knows that the stable external environment the Eastern Empire has enjoyed in recent years is thanks to the Boers. For now, we don't need to worry for a few years. Fang Mingzhou explained with a smile. Although this war has ended, the subsequent effects are expected to last for several years. This Boer War has dealt a significant blow to the colonial system led by the British, marking a critical turning point. Everyone nodded, understanding Fang Mingzhou's meaning. Before this, the British could be said to have been invincible, with their flag flying across the globe, compelling all nations that saw it to bow down. Their naval fleet dominated the 33 million square kilometers of land. Under the imperial military might, even the Gallic rooster and the Hans cat had to obediently play subordinate roles within this colonial system. This war can be considered the bloodiest among the British colonial wars, bar none. More importantly, it has shattered the myth of British invincibility. Once that myth is broken, it becomes the most troublesome issue. Not to mention that several countries across the strait have been eyeing the position right beneath the British. The ensuing chaos is likely to be endless. Chapter 54. Changes brought by war. The Eastern Empire is destined to pursue a tributary system opposite to the colonial system, leaving no room for compromise with the British. The clash of these two major systems also represents a collision between East and West. Winning means becoming the world's hegemon. Losing could lead to utter ruin. However, the Eastern Empire currently has the advantage of presenting itself as a part of the colonial system. At least for now, the entire world believes that the Eastern Empire is following the British model, greedily seizing land and colonies. Offending numerous European nations while growing stronger in the eyes of its enemies is the most skillful form of concealment. In the eyes of the British, the Eastern Empire is likely not even considered a threat, akin to the Hans cat. Global discourse power rests with the West, and a single Eastern Empire cannot take on the entire West simultaneously, even if it occasionally irritates itself. Ouyang Gung and others are concerned that after this war, the British will likely tighten their grip on the colonial system even more. Moreover, in recent years, they have suffered losses in the Far East, having to endure due to the war. Now that there are no hindrances, the British power can be fully unleashed, especially that large number of battleships. Your Majesty, once the local power strengthens in their maritime colonies, our territories in the South Seas are likely to face pressure. In this battle, while their army suffered significant losses, their navy did not lose a single ship. That is what truly concerns everyone. To be honest, their dominance relies at least 70% on their navy. The army's task is merely to deal with the indigenous people and defend the homeland. Our region happens to be a land power, with vast territorial depth. Even if they were to mobilize all their colonial soldiers, it would be of no use. We are confident in facing any land power in warfare. The Empire is unafraid of any army, while they are not afraid of any navy. Now, how advanced is their navy? In recent years, with the development of naval technology, ships are getting larger and larger, and the caliber of naval guns is also increasing. Currently, their navy has 8 King-class battleships, 2 Captain-class, 9 Majestic-class, 5 Elder Star-class, and 2 Fearless-class. In total, there are 26 battleships, with 1 Elder Star-class, 1 Fearless-class, and 5 Round Tower-class under construction, 6 Duncan-class already being built, and 2 Agile-class approved. They have 26 ships in service and 15 under construction, with 6 more expected to be operational by the end of the year. Additionally, they have over 40 heavy cruisers, And due to imitating our Rainbow class, they have more than 30 light cruisers, over 150 older cruisers, and numerous gunboats, torpedo boats, and auxiliary vessels. Truly, they deserve the title of the world's leading naval power, with a tonnage exceeding the combined total of the second to fifth places. If they continue to develop steadily, no one will be able to catch up with their navy. Fortunately, these ships are distributed around the world. If they were to unite, even our empire's trump cards would struggle to cope. I wonder how that leader has managed to persist in opposing them all this time. In recent years, they have been preoccupied with the Boer War, leading to a significant squeeze on their colonial influence. Not only our region, but also others like the Gallic Rooster and Hans Cat, even the Lighthouse, are desperately expanding their territories. Now it is said that the current statesman plans to abandon decades of isolationist foreign policy. Zhang Shun finished relaying the intelligence in one breath. It seems they understand the principle that those who gain the way will have many allies, while those who lose will have few. Yin Yuling smiled and said, "How can they not change? Since the Boer War began, no country in the international community has stood by their side. It has been one-sided support for the Boers. If it weren't for these countries hindering them, they wouldn't have suffered such great losses. Everyone understands that, if we talk about support, that leader has not received as much backing as our empire. Thousands of rifles, various types of grenade launchers and grenades, along with the collaboration between our general staff and their army ministry from afar. If it weren't for that president's stubbornness, this war would probably last several more years." Moreover, Fang Mingzhou knows that historically, it was this war that led to their alliance with another nation to jointly confront the aggressive bear. Neon has now become a subordinate of the Eastern region, and as for the Bear Nation, after being beaten by the Eastern region, they are still gathering strength for revenge. Originally, the influence of the John Bull in the Far East was quite stable, but unfortunately, the emergence of the Eastern region swept away its power, forcing John Bull to retreat to the Southeast Asian peninsula. In other places, John Bull faced even more misfortunes. Firstly, the combination of the Gallic Rooster and the Bear Nation has divided John Bull's influence over local chickens, leading to John Bull's exit from the Balkans. It's worth noting that this area is a crucial piece in balancing several countries in Europe. Furthermore, Wilhelm II showed no mercy either, directly clearing out John Bull's influence in Austria-Hungary. Now, John Bull's headache is not the Eastern Empire, but rather a few traders across the strait. The Gallic Rooster and Bear Nation duo, along with the Hans and Austria-Hungary combination, are both at odds with John Bull. Until these groups are dealt with, John Bull will not project significant power into the Far East. It's a case of too much risk for too little gain. Currently, no one knows what impact the war in Africa will have on the world. Even John Bull himself is unaware. However, Fang Mingzhou, as a future observer, is well aware of this, which is why he has secretly supported the Boers' resistance from the very beginning. Before this, all countries viewed John Bull as an invincible ruler. No one dared to provoke this hegemon lightly. Many nations lacked the courage to challenge him, much like the Hans Cat. Before this war, the most anyone dared was to annoy John Bull. They never considered going to war with him, not out of a lack of desire, but from fear. Now, looking at what those countries are doing, it's evident they are all undermining John Bull's influence. There is no need to focus too much on John Bull for now. As long as they Haven T resolve their own issues, they won't come to provoke us. In the coming years, our goal is to complete the first 4-year plan, so we can consider ourselves half an industrial nation. Fang Mingzhou plans to transform this country from an agricultural to an industrial one within 12 years. This is a highly challenging task, considering other nations have taken over 50 or even 100 years for similar transitions. Fang Mingzhou doesn't have that much time, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Compared to history, John Bull is in a more weakened state, while the Hans Cat is growing stronger. Given that the Bear Nation has already been beaten once, it is likely there will be a second time, with the rise and fall of various powers. Fang Mingzhou suspects that a bloody battle may start sooner than expected. This is why he has begun to accelerate the technological advancements of the Eastern region, with new ships, aircraft, and tank development underway. These are weapons that can change the course of war, and if they come into play early, the Eastern region, equipped with such advantages, will not only clear the battlefield, but at the very least, secure a victory. Chapter 55. The situation of John Bull with the conclusion of the Boer War. It seems as though the world has changed overnight, yet in some ways, it remains the same. First and foremost, the world hegemon, John Bull, who personally engaged in the field, appears unable to maintain his hegemony as he did before the Boer War. In the past 3 years, the Gallic Rooster, the Hans Cat, and the Lighthouse have been aggressively squeezing the influence of Little England worldwide. The Hans Cat has once again entered a honeymoon phase with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, as the former Triple Alliance has collapsed and the Hohenzollern and Habsburg dynasties have reunited. Don't underestimate the whiskered feline. It is now the 5th largest power in the world. Yes, you read that right, among the top 5. In the future, it would be considered one of the lower-tier powers. Meanwhile, the Gallic Rooster has leveraged the naval development of the bear, heavily borrowing and controlling the bear's economy through substantial capital. As a result, these two nations have become even closer, truly inseparable. Among the 5 major powers, the John Bull stands alone as the global hegemon, while the other 4 have started to team up in pairs to gain experience. And who is the source of that experience? Of course, it's the influence of Bull. Over these 3 years, John Bull has seen many influential regions around the world squeezed out of existence. With the Boer War coming to an end, everyone is concerned whether John Bull will stage a comeback. Speaking of comebacks, John Bull's Prime Minister Salisbury received a collective impeachment from both houses of Parliament the day after announcing the end of the Boer War. Unless something unexpected happens, this Prime Minister's political career is likely over. The Boer War has cost John Bull over £2 billion, and crucially, he has gained little in return. With hundreds of tons of gold from the Boers still not in hand, it's a total loss, losing both the lady and the troops. Now, John Bull is faced with foreign policy challenges. For decades, John Bull's power was at its peak, needing no one's approval. The policy of glory and isolation became mainstream. But now, the Boers' colonies have barely been preserved, and the situation in other areas is less certain. Most troubling for John Bull is the Eastern Empire in the Far East. When the Boer War began, the Emperor of the Eastern Empire utilized all of John Bull's energy against the Boers and initiated a series of actions, starting with the reclamation of the South and then using the excuse of pacifying the Southwest to move troops into the mysterious Tibetan Plateau. It's important to note that as long as John Bull stands in his most vital colony, he can see this plateau just by looking up. The loss of the Far Eastern colonies has sharply reduced John Bull's influence in the Pacific, making it almost negligible. If not for a certain kangaroo-esque colony, John Bull might have had to bid farewell to the world's largest ocean. Yet, even so, this does not change the decline of John Bull's influence. It's one thing to weaken on his own, but the rise of his longtime rivals is even harder for John Bull to accept, especially the Gallic Rooster and the Hans Cat. One has used economic control over West Africa and the bear while meddling in the middle region, and the Hans Cat has seized a large colony in the Far East. At this moment, in the upper and lower houses of Parliament, Prime Minister Salisbury is delivering a report. The war is over, and it's time to assess the situation. But when Salisbury finishes speaking, the seated members of Parliament are practically ready to commit murder. 2,170,000 casualties. What a disaster this has become. Who was the reckless individual that called for action against the Boers? The members of the Parliament glanced around, only to remember that it was indeed their strong insistence that prompted the Prime Minister's office to take action. Salisbury has come to terms with it. As a Prime Minister who has served 3 terms, he no longer cares. Besides, he is also the Earl of Marlborough, a member of the royal aristocracy, and no one can easily trouble him. The war has turned out this way, and it has little to do with him. The long-standing neglect of the army in favor of the navy has now shown its consequences. Ladies and gentlemen of the Parliament, I believe we need to change our national strategy. Our neighbors are now banding together, and although we, as a powerful empire, are not afraid of these clowns, I think it is precisely our isolated diplomatic policy that has led us to fight alone on the Boer battlefield. As Prime Minister, I cannot escape responsibility. I will resign from my position and allow Parliament to vote for a new government. Salisbury's words shocked everyone. Although the war has gone poorly, his abilities have been recognized by both houses. No one expected him to consider stepping down. Salisbury felt helpless as a member of the Conservative Party. The policy of diplomatic isolation had developed during his 3 terms. However, the changing global situation has made it feel beyond his control. Retiring from the fray may be the best option. The empire must first improve its relations with various European countries. No matter which side, we must choose one. Salisbury's statement sparked discussions among the members of both houses. The neighboring nations across the strait are forming alliances, and the Parliament is aware of this. However, in their eyes, the empire does not need alliances. Rather, it should maintain its independence to better control European countries. Once alliances are formed, independence in foreign affairs is lost. If your ally goes to war, do you send troops? If your ally is bullied, do you speak up? Such scenarios can put one's diplomatic policy in a disadvantageous position. This is why the policy of isolationism has been prevalent in recent years. Now, the very creator of this policy wants to abolish it? Ladies and gentlemen, though I am reluctant to say this, the cost to the empire this time has been too great. What we need to do now is not to restore our pre-war strong posture, but to recuperate and temporarily abandon our aggressive stance. As long as we send this signal, it is clear that the 2 countries across the strait will consider replacing us. Currently, we are their target. If we back down, they will turn on each other. Salisbury, the seasoned politician, succinctly captured the current situation among the major European powers. So you want to compete for dominance in the colonial system? Fine. The current leader says he can't continue and wants someone from below to take the lead. What do you think will happen? What? The second in command wants to take over? The third won't accept? The third wants to take over, and the fourth will comply? My sword has not been without its merits. The assembly fell silent. And as they contemplated the matter, they quickly grasped its significance. Applause erupted from both houses, a tribute to an elder with political wisdom. Chapter 56. Who will be the leader when the Prime Minister acknowledged before reporters that the actions of imperial soldiers in the Boer conflict were inhumane and expressed intentions to compensate the Boers? The previously criticized international image of the nation changed overnight. After all, it was the apology from the Prime Minister of a global power. What more could be expected? Simultaneously, the Prime Minister stated he would take responsibility for the Boer War and resign from his position. This news sent shockwaves through global public opinion. A war had brought a hegemon to such a state. Was it time to replace the leader of this martial alliance? Indeed. When the Prime Minister declared that the nation's future focus would be on economic development and improving the welfare of colonial subjects, both the Gallic rooster and the feline from the north displayed glimmers of interest. This indicated a contraction of the nation's influence. The previously chaotic global situation became even more tumultuous due to the Prime Minister's statements. The transition of leadership in the world's strongest nation naturally attracted everyone's attention. Curiosity abounded regarding who would succeed the long-standing political figure. Yet only one person knew this was merely the beginning. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's elections will be held early next year. Should we also adjust our diplomatic strategies? Hu Wenbo, unable to grasp the current situation, sought an audience with the wise political mind of Fang Mingzhou, whose sagacity was admired by all. Alongside him were the Prime Minister and military personnel. As policy adjustments were not trivial matters but involved numerous factors, Fang Mingzhou understood that the Prime Minister's resignation was not due to scapegoating, but because his term was ending. Additionally, due to severe illness in recent years, he was no longer fit for governance. This time, he was merely shouldering some responsibilities for the sake of his country, which Fang Mingzhou respected. If all went as expected, the current foreign minister, the Prime Minister's nephew, would likely succeed him. All eyes turned to Fang Lu, who was responsible for external intelligence. Arthur James Balfour, hailing from noble Scottish descent and having studied philosophy in university, had not made particularly remarkable achievements. It was clear that his intelligence was limited. Fang Mingzhou addressed the group. The Prime Minister's policies are sound. The nation remains the most powerful in the world. You may disregard his remarks. Fang Mingzhou's statement puzzled everyone, as the world was currently analyzing the Prime Minister's final foreign remarks during his tenure, which were seen as indicative of the nation's future policy direction. Only Fang Mingzhou recognized that the nation's recent diplomatic performance was textbook level. The relationship between these two individuals is obvious, and this Balfour will certainly follow the strategy of his uncle in Salisbury. However, it's clear that this time, the situation has turned quite unfavorable for the party involved. Everyone suddenly felt cheerful, as there were contributions from the eastern region at play. Currently, both the Gallic rooster and the Hans cat are stirring with ambitions. Do they want to take over? Zhang Shun's eyes lit up as he spoke. Fang Mingzhou smiled and nodded. Now, the party must not only deal with these two nations, but also their allies or those with shared interests behind them. 3 years ago, the party could face anyone without batting an eye, but that is no longer the case. They need time to lick their wounds. Now the question arises, with those at the back watching closely, even the party may find themselves dragged into a series of conflicts. Show weakness? Ouyang Gung remarked similarly. Do you see the wisdom left by our ancestors? Fang Mingzhou did not respond, but looked at everyone. The actions of all countries in the world can be traced back to our history. That individual in Salisbury believes his plans are flawless. Unfortunately, these tactics were already exhausted by our ancestors thousands of years ago, and not just once. Fang Mingzhou then said seriously, don't think that my judgments are always correct. They are based on the current international situation combined with historical events. The results of history have already provided the answers. What we need to do is to guide this matter to develop in a direction we believe to be favorable. These words were half true and half false. Fang Mingzhou's judgments were based on history, and since these events had already occurred, he could lay out his plans confidently. Moreover, it truly reflects the wisdom of our ancestors. History has begun to shift, at least in the Far East, so future international dynamics will require political wisdom. It can't be that everything relies on Fang Mingzhou's thinking. The current Prime Minister's office of the Eastern Empire is not lacking in capability. The issue is their lack of confidence, fearing that wrong judgments may limit the empire's development. Additionally, the current global landscape is indeed unprecedented in centuries. Ouyang Gung and others quickly understood Fang Mingzhou's thoughts. His Majesty aims to cultivate their broader perspective. In ancient times, this would have been a sure way to slay dragons, yet His Majesty unhesitatingly shares this with them. As for the notion of slaying dragons, Fang Mingzhou has always looked down on it. This concept, after thousands of years of feudal society, has taken on a mystical hue. In plain terms, it is about wielding power and strategy, yet this knowledge has seldom been disseminated. However, Eastern Empire is different. Any correct knowledge can be shared. Individual progress and development cannot be restricted. There will always be a few who can light up the sky. Instead of limiting them, it is better to let their talents flourish within the framework of the Eastern Empire. This land can accommodate all things. Any thought that stands with the people will naturally find its path. Now, the party's goal is to ensure that the two most threatening dissenters do not keep their eyes on his position. Therefore, in the coming years, the party's foreign policy will revolve around this point. Balfour, as a member of the Conservative Party, will certainly continue the policies of Salisbury. He is responsible for foreign affairs. Fang Mingzhou patiently explained to these important officials to better formulate the correct national policies. Your Majesty, during Balfour's term, he is expected to focus primarily on the economy. As the saying goes, when the cannon fires, gold flows in. The amount of gold spent by the entity in question this time can be counted in tons. Moreover, major industrial nations around the world are raising tariff barriers. Although the entity has numerous colonies, some dominions are already weary of its leadership. This is an unchangeable fact. The essence of colonial exploitation cannot be concealed. As the largest colonial empire, the entity must also face the rising wave of national awakening. Now, it can only remain quiet, hone its internal skills, and prepare for a time when it can address the two dissenters behind. Unfortunately, by the time it masters its skills, the world situation will have already spiraled into an irreversible war, and it will ultimately bear the consequences. Chapter 57. Testing the waters. Shek Bay, a fleet is sailing. On board, an elder from Jiangzhou looks back at the large ship, sighing. Uncle Jia, isn't everything fine now? Brother Ping is no worse than any officer. Lu Yuanbai, standing nearby, could tell from the elder's expression that he was worried about something again. Yuanbai, tell me honestly, can't Ping enter the army of the Eastern Continent? Elder Jia asked stubbornly. Uncle Jia, it's not that Brother Ping doesn't wanna, we can't force him in. Besides, you know that the route from Nanyang to southern Australia is becoming increasingly important. If we can hold on, it's better than serving in the military. It was unclear why the elder was so insistent on having his only son join the army. Exactly, old man, I want to join the military. There are too many rules there. It's not like now, where I can be free. Brother Jia Ping quickly added. Freedom, my foot. In the Far East. Without the banner of the Eastern Empire, you're just meat on someone else's plate. If I hadn't pleaded with the noble consort for a banner, you would have ended up as rotten meat in the sea. Elder Jia was infuriated by his son's words. I heard the noble consort is about to give birth to a prince? Elder Jia hurriedly asked. Lu Yuanbai also looked pleased. His nephew was about to be born. And as an uncle, he wasn't sure what gift to prepare. Uncle Jia, drop us off at Highland Town up ahead, and you can leave. Remember, this matter must be kept confidential. Yuanbai, I know the rules, I won't ask too much. However, with so many of you this time, you must pay attention to safety. The noble consort specifically told me to keep a close eye on you. Highland Town, a place not shown on the map, is known only to a few familiar individuals. Lu Yuanbai walked ahead, followed by over 100 people, disciplined and moving so quietly that even their footsteps were barely heard. For a full 10 kilometers, all that could be seen was sand and gravel. There were no people, not even small animals. As the crowd crossed a sand dune, the scenery before them changed dramatically. Not far ahead, an oasis appeared, prompting everyone to quicken their pace. Was the situation confirmed? Inside one of the buildings in the oasis, Lu Yuanbai was coordinating with the local intelligence personnel. It was confirmed that this group had suddenly appeared in a certain area since last year, and their purpose was quite clear. They seemed to be searching for something. The family that first discovered them, the Stidward family, reported it to us. We observed them for a long time, and these individuals were very cautious. Lu Yuanbai sighed, noting that in this region, besides sand, there was nothing else. Over 1 million square kilometers of sandy desert where one might not see a single person in a year. However, there was a secret here. The Eastern Empire had established a massive camp, housing over 150,000 Chinese residents. Due to the vastness and low population density of the country, which was also a place for exiled convicts, most of the white population gathered on the bustling eastern coast. The total population of this country was only slightly over 4 million, with nearly 8 million square kilometers of land supporting so few people. A few years ago, the colony began forming a federal council, establishing a federation to hold votes. Last year, the authorities finally agreed to the formation of the federation, converting the colonies into states, thus uniting 6 colonies into one nation. The first action of the newly formed government was to enact restrictive immigration laws, prohibiting residents from certain regions and Pacific Islands from moving here, and expelling non-European workers. This policy could be described as unequal. The main immigrants to the country were primarily from the convict exile areas. The remainder was predominantly from the European continent. However, due to geographical proximity, it was close to the South Seas and also relatively near the province covertly controlled by the Eastern Empire. As early as 5 or 6 years ago, the Eastern Empire began to infiltrate this territory, which was home to renowned gold mines, countless iron and coal mines. This continent could be said to be built upon various mineral resources. Especially after the province was taken over by the Eastern Empire, this area became even more significant. However, this was still a colony, or rather, it had recently become independent and was now a new nation. Yet, it still could not escape its ties to its colonial past. Initially, Fang Mingzhou had utilized the wife of Burgess and the Stidwart family. This prominent family from the colony had offended the current heir and had to leave, exchanging their lands, along with Burgess' status as a master of gold. This allowed them to control the northwest region, bringing nearly 100 tons of gold and countless minerals to the Eastern Empire each year. Now, however, a group of mysterious individuals had appeared here. There were about 300 of them, not ordinary people, armed with rifles. The words of the intelligence personnel deepened Lu Yuanbai's confusion. Who would come to this place under normal circumstances? Was there something unusual about the Stidwart family? So far, no abnormalities had been detected. Lu Yuanbai's first reaction was to suspect this family, although they were unaware of the situation regarding the gold mines. They had initially facilitated the transport of Chinese individuals to this area. Several kilometers away, a massive iron ore mine is being exploited by numerous locals, and there is nothing unusual about their exposure. The family in question does possess some capability. Lu Yuanbai is concerned about the 5 major gold mines, which is why the general staff has tasked him with investigating this group. If they are ordinary people, they will be eliminated. If not, the individuals behind them will be dealt with accordingly. Of course, this is just the beginning. As certain forces begin to retract, the Eastern Empire has decided to test the waters in Western Australia. This region is off limits. It is one of the 3 major overseas sources of raw materials for the Eastern Empire, with abundant resources being transported by sea to the east. This provides a powerful boost to the empire's industry. The key is that these resources come at no cost. Over the past few years, the Eastern Empire has sent over 500,000 locals to various mines in Western Australia. Iron, aluminum, coal, and oil are being extracted by these locals. The more than 100 individuals brought by Lu Yuanbai are elite members of a special operations group, known for their ability to take on 10 opponents at once. We have already identified the location of this group. However, since they often operate collectively and our forces are insufficient, we have not taken action. The subsequent matters will be handled by us. We will confront them. Additionally, the family in question must continue to monitor the situation, as the secrets here are too crucial. Prepare for a night raid. Leaving a few survivors will suffice. No one is allowed to escape. Following Lu Yuanbai's orders, everyone began to check their equipment. Although there are only 100 of them, even the special forces of the Empire would not dare to claim victory against this special operations team. Chapter 58. Ministry of Defense of the Empire. At this moment, in Ashburton, a group is resting near an oasis. Although Western Australia is largely desert, nature is often merciful, offering scattered oases amidst the endless yellow sands, giving life a glimmer of hope. The leader is a tall white man, nearly 2 meters tall, instilling a sense of fear in those who look at him. Duns, what exactly are we searching for? This godforsaken place is nothing but endless yellow sand. Not even a ghost in sight. Are we looking for lizards? Another burly man nearby said, spinning a throwing knife in his hand. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The leader replied coldly. Duns, the Devil's Brigade isn't just yours. We've been out here for months, and the brothers are tired of this aimless search. The Devil's Brigade, a notorious bounty hunter group, has nearly 400 members. As the name suggests, they do whatever it takes for money, akin to devils. Their most famous achievement was the assassination of a major noble from the region, pursued unsuccessfully by the royal army for a year. Duns glanced at the other members and noticed the weariness on their faces. These past few months in this desolate place have drained everyone's patience. A year ago, we had to leave the region after offending those nobles, and our previous patron arranged for us to come to Australia. The premise is to help him with a task. Duns looked at everyone and said, no one expected that there would be a follow-up to the events from back then. Before coming here, I also thought there was only sand and lizards, but a few years ago, the family abandoned their centuries-old estate to come here. It's a very suspicious matter. What good intentions could these noble families have? Everyone nodded. Although they had never been nobles, they were well aware of what kind of people they were, bloodthirsty individuals. A group of beings without limits. Although the son-in-law of the family is the famous Burgess, who discovered several large mines in Western Australia, it is clear that it is impossible for the family of tens of thousands to abandon their original estate for just a few ores. The financier behind this inadvertently learned from a key family member that there is a huge gold mine and camp here. Our task is to find their locations. After Duns finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened. There is a gold mine here? Is the news prepared? Yes. But how could there be a gold mine in a place where even the local government doesn't want to come? Watching the crowd chattering with their opinions, Duns confidently said, have you forgotten about that auction a few years ago by Burgess? That involved several gold mines. And it is said that he has a special ability to discover mines that others cannot. Furthermore, certain individuals within the government have also caught wind of this. So our commission involves two parties. We may be outlaws, but do you think any noble would waste their time playing with us? As long as we can find this camp, everything from the past will be wiped clean. Dunn spread out the map and said to everyone, we haven't been idle these past few months, based on the data from their fleet. These locations have a high probability. There are 3 places left, and as long as we find them, we can go back. After Duns finished speaking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had grown accustomed to a life of drinking and indulgence, but here, they couldn't even find a female animal. They missed their previous days immensely. Little did they know, the hunters had already become the prey of others. So, someone has noticed us in the local camp? Fang Mingzhou asked heavily in the Defense Department building. Outside the city of Chengdu, a vast complex was undergoing final cleaning work. The workers had left, and those remaining were officers or soldiers. Due to Fang Mingzhou's insistence, the palace has become a historical site, and it is no longer open to the public except on major holidays. Experts in ancient artifacts hired from all over the country are working on the restoration of this city, and a new museum is about to open to the public. The new Ministry of Cultural Protection has also been established, tasked with protecting various ancient buildings and relics within the Eastern Empire. This city will abandon industrial activities and become a political center, since Fang Mingzhou spends most of his time in the Eastern Garden. And with more personnel in the Prime Minister's office, the need for a new administrative building and a defense building has also been proposed. Today, Fang Mingzhou came here to inspect the construction of the new defense building. In front of the building, Zhang Shun and Sun Fu were serving as guides, accompanied by several brothers nearby. It is said that the design was provided by a true master of a certain philosophical school, and the entire defense building looks like a giant symbol of that philosophy from above. As the command center of the Royal Military, the defense building integrates sturdiness, safety, and practicality, with 8 corners corresponding to different military departments. In the center lies a large yin-yang symbol, which conceals the largest core secret of the region, radio technology. The next generation of frequency-hopping radio technology has been developed, with dozens of medium and long-wave transmitters set up below the yin-yang symbol. It can be said that once completed, the transmitters here will be able to receive messages from any radio station in the region. Even the islands at the southernmost tip of the empire will be able to contact the general staff when needed. The frequency-hopping technology adds a layer of encryption to the radios, where the carrier frequency is controlled by a pseudo-random code that changes randomly. This not only greatly enhances security and confidentiality, but also improves resistance to interference. As long as the other party is unaware of the frequency hopping pattern, it will be difficult to intercept the communication content. If frequency hopping is like adding a lock to 1S radio, then the ability to crack radio codes can be considered a trump card. Although no real radio products have emerged globally yet, it doesn't mean they won't in the future. Technicians have a success rate of over 60 when attempting to crack the region's first-generation radios. Fang Mingzhou's passionate investment in radio technology puzzled many. But when significant funds were burned to develop astonishing technologies, everyone fell silent. The emperor's foresight was unmatched. In addition to this, short to medium-range voice communication has given the military an unprecedented advantage. Voice communication is not difficult, as many wired telegraph networks can achieve it worldwide. However, wireless communication is something previously unimaginable. Does this mean that with future technological advancements, the general staff will be able to contact any imperial troop via telephone? Such terrifying command capability during a major conflict would be like having a far-reaching vision. It's no wonder the emperor always says that technology is the true form of power. Chapter 59. The future of radio. While accompanying Fang Mingzhou, Zhang Shun introduced the advanced technologies, feeling like an old relic himself. As the chief of staff and minister of defense of the region, he is also the most trusted person in the royal control of the military. The radio is a powerful tool that allows the imperial army to be commanded with precision. Today, radio construction has been rolled out nationwide, and the Minister of Posts and Telecommunications has stated that within the first 4-year plan, wireless signals will reach even the most remote areas of the region. Even now, radio operators remain the highest priority target for protection within the military, and the region's radio capabilities have already been decentralized to the battalion level. Every radio station has its own unique number, carefully equipped with small explosives that must not be lost at any cost. Want to dismantle it? Very few people in the entire Eastern Empire know the disassembly sequence, and if someone attempts to disassemble it without knowing the order, the internal explosives will activate. The status of radio communication is even higher than that of the Eastern Navy. Although radio operators move with the military to send and receive messages, they are not under military jurisdiction. Instead, they are managed by the Royal Command of the Eastern Empire, meaning that no military commander can issue orders to them. In the event of significant casualties or unexpected circumstances during war, radio operators must prioritize the safety of the radio equipment. They can evacuate the battlefield without fear of military prosecution. As a result of this series of measures, radio technology has existed for 5 years without being discovered by any other country, remaining unique to the Eastern Empire. Although some rudimentary forms of radio have appeared in other regions, it will take at least another 2 to 3 years for them to become practical. Even in military applications, they are merely utilizing technologies that are 6 years old, while the Eastern Empire has already developed to the 4th generation. A telegram sent from the southernmost part of the empire, Borneo, passes through the provinces of Funan and Guanghu before reaching its destination. Although it requires transfers over thousands of kilometers, it only takes half an hour. Once long-wave signals are further refined, this time will be compressed to within 10 minutes. In the conference room of the new defense building, several naval and army officers are already waiting. An external operations team has eradicated a group of over 300 intruders in South Australia, and through interrogation, they learned that these individuals had discovered the existence of a gold camp through certain channels. The mastermind behind this has not yet been traced. We have already strengthened the security perimeter around the gold mine camp. After Zhang Shun finished speaking, Fang Mingzhou sighed, worried about being discovered while meddling in someone else's territory. Due to the vast areas of Western Australia and Northern Australia, the camp is currently safe. But if the instigator persists, it might not remain so. Zhang Shun knows that although the camp is very concealed, with over 100,000 people living there, the entry and exit of essential supplies rely on maritime transport. If someone is monitoring these vessels, they could still uncover some clues. Ouyang Gung looked at Zhang Shun's expression and tentatively asked, Zhang Shun, tell me honestly, are you planning to take action against Western Australia together with the Navy? Zhang Shun's expression stiffened. Was the Prime Minister's gaze really that piercing? Fang Mingzhou also frowned. Sending troops to Kangaroo Island was a matter that required careful consideration. It wasn't the armed forces of 20 or 30,000 that worried them, but the colonial power behind it, the United Kingdom. Although Kangaroo Island had just completed its independence, it was clear to discerning individuals that this was merely an excuse by the United Kingdom to silence dissent. Yes, Kangaroo Island has transformed from dozens of small colonies into a federation, dividing the country into 6 states. Among them, the most important are Queensland, New South Wales, and Victoria. The rest is wilderness, and most importantly, the diplomacy, military, and government of the Kangaroo are all determined by its colonial master. It's just a change of name. If the eastern region were to take action against it, it is clear that the colonial master behind the Kangaroo would not stand idly by. Even though the colonial master is currently in a phase of strategic contraction, it does not mean they will ignore everything and abandon some unimportant peripheral areas. In fact, they are strengthening their focus on areas crucial to their national strategy. Simply put, their foreign policy has shifted from one of spreading influence everywhere to now concentrating on key regions. The Kangaroo is different from Canada. One is nominally independent while the other completely disregards its colonial master and often acts against it. Ouyang Gung was quite curious. He knew these generals were fierce fighters who had never considered a proactive defense. They always struck first and dealt with the consequences later. However, he, as the Prime Minister, had to think about many things. We plan to use special means to control the governments of the 3 major states and incite them, he explained. The Kangaroo has just established its federation, and it is well known that the colonial master exerts control over it. If someone were to step forward now and expose the colonial master's ulterior motives, inciting opposition against them, it could work. Not all of the 3 major states are under the colonial master's influence. In recent years, with the discovery of numerous gold mines in the eastern regions, gold seekers from around the world have flocked here. Although predominantly white, there are also many from the southern seas. But the Kangaroo's White Australia policy has already sparked significant protests. There was one more idea from the staff that had not been mentioned, the use of a certain substance, famously known as methamphetamine. In the past, in retaliation against the European powers dumping opium in the Far East, a certain figure had taken this groundbreaking substance from the library and handed it over to the intelligence department. The achievements of the Eastern Empire's intelligence services, which have even begun to rival those of the former KGB, owe much to this small item. No. Fang Mingzhou shook his head and said, the Kangaroo's federation is merely a facade. The real power still lies with the colonial royal family. The Boer War significantly weakened the colonial power, but it is impossible to abandon a colony of several million square kilometers. If the Eastern Empire were to clash with the colonial master, it would only benefit others within the colonial system. Moreover, It is crucial that the Eastern Empire's influence has yet to reach the kangaroo, and any actions could expose our camps in Western and Northern Australia. The existence of Borneo has already made the colonial master uneasy, and the Eastern Empire's influence has expanded to Java, right next to Malacca. We lack an ally, one that can counter the colonial master in Europe, Fong Mingzhou concluded. And everyone seemed to have an idea. Let us approach it differently, Fong Mingzhou said to Zhang Shan. Western Australia has vast gold mines and our camps. That area must not attract anyone's attention. Let's focus on Northern Australia and make our moves starting from Java. Chapter 60 The Legend of the Gold Mine. In the dense jungle of Daintree, several hunters were navigating through the rainforest. Gray, are you sure you weren't just talking nonsense after drinking too much last night? I think that woman drained you dry, and now you're seeing things. In Northern Australia, due to its proximity to the equator, rainfall is abundant, leading to the formation of vast rainforests. Coupled with the fact that this area has seen very few human footprints for millions of years, this has created a unique ecosystem, home to distinct flora and fauna, including various bird species, enormous lizards, and the fearsome saltwater crocodiles. Of course, these creatures are also of high value, giving rise to hunters targeting them. This land, often referred to as the land of kangaroos, was originally a place where certain convicts were sent into exile. However, in the past few decades, numerous mines have been discovered along the eastern coast, including gold mines. This attracted the attention of gold diggers from around the world. In just the last decade, over 1 million people have come here, accounting for 1/5 of the country's population. The influx of people has also spurred the country's development, leading to the emergence of many small cities and towns along the bustling eastern coast. But when these newcomers thought they could get rich off the gold mines, they found that the real gold had already been claimed by the local nobility. To dig for gold here, one must have a strong constitution. However, there are plenty of iron and coal mines if one is willing to work as a miner. Many who come here are desperate gold diggers, leading to the emergence of various money-making ventures. Among them, hunters have fared quite well. This team, which they call Blia, possesses remarkable skills, whether it's sharpshooting, great strength, or expertise in botany. Honestly, I'm not joking with you. Gold mines have really been discovered in the Northern Territories, said the man named Gray, visibly agitated. I spent £5 to get this information from a few prospectors at a mining company. They found a huge abandoned city in the northern wilderness, which isn't a big deal. There were already indigenous people here, but they've vanished now, believe me. Gray, please stop showing off your meager knowledge. All right. Those employees discovered many sacrificial pits in the old city, and more importantly, there were a lot of sacrificial items, including gold ones. After Gray spoke, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Gray, do you swear on your mother's name that you're not lying? Get lost. If it weren't for my limited strength, I would have gone there myself already. Besides, it said that there's a gold mine nearby, and that prospector even brought back some gold nuggets. Gray swallowed hard as he added, weren't we originally here for gold? Now it's already March, and autumn is halfway through. Why don't we give it a try? If it doesn't work out, we can always come back. Winter is coming soon. The group quickly realized that hunting was less appealing than the prospect of gold, and upon deciding to go, they returned to the city only to find that news of the gold mine had already spread like wildfire. A mining company named BHP has indeed discovered gold, and it was a slip of the tongue from one of its members after a few too many drinks that let the whole of Queensland know about it. Furthermore, it is said that the piece of gold brought back, known as Dog's Head Gold, was purchased by a nobleman. But that's not all. The more explosive news is that the head of Burgess Mining actually telegraphed a request to acquire the Northern Wilderness sovereignty bought by BHP. It's worth noting that the area is mostly just sand. Who is Burgess? He is a world-renowned mining tycoon, controlling numerous mines in the land of kangaroos, and is reputed to have the Midas touch. Subsequently, news flowed in one after another, stating that BHP had refused Burgess Mining's request and didn't even provide a quote. BHP is a relatively unknown small company that had acquired a few parcels of land from the governor a few years ago. Now that the nation of kangaroos has been established, there are thoughts of reclaiming these lands, but considering the area is desolate, no action has been taken. The fact that such a small company would refuse a giant like Burgess Mining raises suspicions. Is it possible that there really is a gold mine there, prompting BHP to hold out for a better offer or to dig it up themselves? The greed for gold is hard for anyone to resist. And soon it was reported that someone had ventured into the northern wilderness, leading to a conflict with BHP. The company has now sought government assistance, requesting protection for their private property, and stated that they would take strong measures against any unauthorized intrusions. Those coming here are not just desperate individuals, but tough characters who ignore BHP's warnings. Everyone is waiting for the Lord's response. If he turns a blind eye, it seems likely that BHP will not be able to protect its gold mine. Breaking news. Burgess Mining has assembled a large exploration team of over 500 people, which has already set out. This news sent shockwaves across Queensland, as Burgess Mining's actions clearly indicated that there is gold in the northern wilderness. The value of gold is something that no one can resist, and even the global powers have fought wars over it. While everyone knows that the gold here may not compare to other regions, it is equally true that Burgess Mining cannot be compared to other companies. What everyone needs to do is to ride the coattails of Burgess Mining. Indeed, as soon as Burgess Mining made a move, the government went silent. Clearly, as a noble personally appointed by the Queen and a world-famous mining magnate, he holds significant influence in his own empire's dominion. Even a large entity like the Kangaroo Nation would prefer not to offend this mining tycoon and chooses to look the other way. Consequently, the first exploratory team tentatively purchased equipment and set out behind Burgess's exploration team. Surprisingly, they were not driven away, leaving everyone puzzled. It should be noted that these large companies are ruthless entities that exploit without remorse, causing everyone to hesitate. Then another piece of news came in, stating that the reason the mining company had not developed that area before was due to their exploration team being attacked. The attack came from indigenous tribes, with a group of thousands guarding the sacred site. At this point, everyone seemed to understand the whole situation. The mining company discovered the gold mine but faced attacks from the locals, and then they brought in another company to assist them. They released information to use these external forces to eliminate the tribes, aiming to monopolize the gold mine. But unfortunately, they were discovered for some reason. It was a choice between the gold mine and the indigenous people. Chapter 61. The bait operation. The Flinders River stretches for hundreds of kilometers, crossing the Barkley Plateau and finally flowing into the Gulf of Carpentaria, forming a prominent landmass with the Cape York Peninsula. The Barkley Plateau is where the mining company discovered the golden sacred site. If someone were to arrive here, they would find numerous camps and buildings, with tall barbed wire and earthen walls stretching as far as the eye can see. It is said that the CEO of the mining company, who discovered the gold mine, is in the camp looking quite respectful. In front of him is a special operations team led by Lu Yuanbai, who has just finished clearing out a band of thieves. He was supposed to leave and return to a province, but came here due to a telegram. To be honest, although he had visited the 5 major gold mine camps secretly controlled by the sovereign, he had no idea that there was such a camp on the Barkley Plateau. The scale is not small at all. Looking around, there are at least tens of thousands of people, but strangely, everyone here is indigenous. Before he arrived, he had not seen a single person from the east. Speak up. I believe since the general staff's telegram brought me here, there must be something to explain, Lu Yuanbai said, suppressing his curiosity as he addressed the representative of the mining company. He now understood that the so-called mining company was actually a private enterprise of the sovereign, and all the talk of gold mines and sacred sites was just a ruse concocted by the general staff. Lu Commander, I have received orders from the general staff. You may have to stay here for several months. The mining representative handed him a telegram. Lu Yuanbai took the telegram and saw that the general staff appointed him as the highest commander of an operation codenamed Bait. There was no further content. Lu Yuanbai looked at the person in front of him, waiting for an explanation. My code name is Uranium. Don't ask me. I don't know what it means. The middle-aged man said, spreading his hands in confusion. This has been under construction for 6 years. The middle-aged man's words surprised Lu Yuanbai. At that time, the sovereign was still a little-known force. What kind of mine was worth starting excavation so early? It should be noted that the 5 major gold mines only began 5 years ago. What are they mining here? Diamonds? Lu Yuanbai casually asked, thinking that diamonds must be more valuable than gold. The middle-aged man seemed to have anticipated Lu Yuanbai's question. He shook his head, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to him, lit it, and took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I don't know. Looking at the commanding officer's expression that suggested disbelief, the middle-aged man revealed a faint bitter smile. That's the truth. I really don't know what minerals are being excavated here. You don't know? As the person in charge here, how can you not know what you're digging for? Lu Yuanbai still couldn't believe it. What a joke. In this day and age, how could someone not know what they were mining? With over 10,000 people and so many barracks, the investment must be enormous. Was the emperor so idle that he enjoyed digging in the dirt? After finishing his cigarette, the middle-aged man continued to speak to Lu Yuanbai. This camp was personally ordered by the emperor, built by Mr. Burgess. When I arrived here, everything was just as it is now. My job is very simple. I just have to keep an eye on these 15,000 local workers and not let them out through that main gate. He pointed to the large gate not far away. We security personnel are also not allowed to enter that gate. Lu Yuanbai's eyes widened again, his curiosity about what was inside growing. Although I don't know what is being excavated here, I do know the level of secrecy of this camp. Saying this, the middle-aged man drew 3 S's on the ground with his foot, then wiped them away again in front of Lu Yuanbai's astonished gaze. SSS level? The highest level of confidentiality since the establishment of the Eastern Continent Empire. This level, which I have only seen in regulations, yet never witnessed in reality, actually appears in a foreign land over 10,000 kilometers away from the Eastern Continent Empire. He recalled that the last time he sent a batch of building materials called asbestos to a certain place, the confidentiality level was only S. Were they mining something divine here? Or something that could destroy the world? He finally understood that the middle-aged man was not lying. With such a level of secrecy, there probably weren't more than 5 people in the entire eastern continent who knew about it. Once these ores are excavated, we also don't know where they go. Now, since the general staff has sent Commander Liu here, it's not to protect this camp. The middle-aged man continued. Every few days, a group of people in white clothing comes to take some deceased locals away and throw them into that dirt city. That is the rumored place of sacrifice. In recent years, the number of locals who have died here is not less than 10,000, if not a few thousand more. Saying this is a place of sacrifice is not an exaggeration. After all, it is a place for those who perish. The middle-aged man's words made Lu Yuanbai, who was fearless except when it came to his sister, feel uneasy. It was normal for locals to die from exhaustion. According to the emperor's words, they were all consumables. But generally, these people were cremated on the spot. Why was there a need to throw them into a unified place? Lu Yuanbai suppressed his curiosity, knowing that his brother-in-law, or rather, the emperor, must have his reasons for doing things. The core of the poison bait operation was to exploit human greed and attract those gold prospectors. What we needed to do was pretend to be locals and eliminate them. The middle-aged man's calm tone made it seem as if these prospectors were as insignificant as stray cats and dogs. Of course, just killing them isn't enough. There will be some who cooperate and take a portion of the gold mine away, thereby enticing more greedy individuals. Once those people are drawn in, we can use the local forces to eliminate them all. Besides our camp, there are also over 100,000 indigenous locals living here. And these two groups must fight to the death. Lu Yuanbai instantly understood the emperor's and the general staff's scheme. Once the Kangaroo Nation is established, the eastern forces hidden in the west will be exposed to danger. Even the local influential family cannot shield all eyes, and moreover, the emperor and the prime minister's office will not fully trust this family. The best way to prevent the eastern forces from being exposed is through war, of course. Without direct involvement from our side, otherwise it would be too obvious. Thus, it has to be these locals, like the Easterners and Southerners who originally came here. They hold no rights in the Kangaroo Nation. Instead, due to the policies of the ruling power, they gradually become the lower class or die in obscurity, even being classified as livestock by those in power. This is contrary to the principle of Eastern supremacy that the emperor and the general staff have always upheld, especially with the potential exposure of the gold mine. Hence, the conflict between the ruling power and the locals was instigated. Of course, although the locals are numerous, they are no match for these outsiders. Otherwise, their population wouldn't have dwindled from nearly 1 million to less than a third now. Many of their tribes have completely disappeared in the East. He would have to play the role of a local indigenous person and eliminate these outsiders. Chapter 62. Blood-soaked gold. When another batch of comrades appeared before Lu Yuanbai, he finally realized that his previous thoughts were too superficial. Esteemed Commander Liu, Santos sends his regards. The middle-aged man beside him nodded, and Lu Yuanbai returned a friendly nod. When this Santos left, the middle-aged man approached. These individuals were locals who had allied with them when the eastern forces reclaimed the province of Funan. Those Philippine monkeys? The middle-aged man stifled a laugh, thinking the commander's description of the natives of Funan was quite vivid. Lu Yuanbai did not tell him that this nickname was not his own creation, but rather one given by the emperor. After they allied with us, some of them became extra personnel for the eastern forces due to their outstanding abilities. Because their appearance is very similar to that of the local natives, along with their short stature and dark skin, they truly are the real indigenous impersonators. Yes, Commander. Your task is to supervise them and ensure they die here when the time comes. Lu Yuanbai glanced into the distance. There were at least 500 of them. Were they going to be slaughtered just like that, without making use of them? The middle-aged man seemed to guess what Lu Yuanbai wanted to ask. The secret of the camp is too important. No outsiders are allowed to know. Don't worry. Once they are dead, their families will receive a generous compensation from the Eastern Empire. Their families will be very willing for them to die out here. According to our intelligence, the first batch of gold miners is expected to arrive at the Earthen City tomorrow, and the subsequent tasks will be left to the commander. Yesterday, the place I took you to, please keep it confidential. Lu Yuanbai nodded. With the level of confidentiality involved, how could it not be kept secret? If it leaks out, my sister would probably end up harming herself. Now that the operatives for the poison bait action have arrived, I need to leave. At this moment, a special forces member approached Lu Yuanbai and said, Commander, everyone is gathered. Once all 500 people have arrived, Lu Yuanbai nodded and addressed the group. I believe that since you are all here, you already know the plan. The crowd nodded. As long as they pretended to be locals and eliminated those outsiders, they would receive a substantial reward. As for their lives, it didn't matter much in their hometown. Even getting enough food was a struggle, and lives were practically worthless. Sometimes, a few meals could buy a life. Lu Yuanbai waved his hand. and some team members brought over several heavy boxes. When the boxes were opened, old rifles were revealed. "Give them a try," Liu Yuanbai said. Santos and a few others picked up the guns. These rifles were familiar to them, Springfield rifles, a product from a certain supplier. They had just been bought from the arms market, only aged to look worn. Additionally, there were grenades disguised as local explosives, with the outer appearance removed and filled with gunpowder. The bitter substance inside was genuine. Moreover, these individuals didn't need to disguise themselves further. At first glance, they looked almost indistinguishable from the locals in the camp. Although they only had rifles, they understood who they were up against, a group of cowboys or desperate outlaws. These people seemed fierce, but most of them didn't even possess proper weapons. Most carried makeshift guns, and explosives were out of the question. The locals weren't fools. And these people were not controllable. If weapons were rampant, they might be the first to suffer. Upon seeing the weapons, excitement lit up their eyes. However, when they spotted the machine guns in the hands of the soldiers nearby, they quickly calmed down. "You've seen the weapons. The target will appear tomorrow. What you need to do is eliminate them all. Then, pin the blame on the locals. Even if you die, you must not reveal your identities. If you fall in battle, your families will receive compensation that ensures they won't have to worry about living for the rest of their lives. Otherwise." Watching them nod, Liu Yuanbai exchanged glances with his team, who understood what to do. If they obediently played their part, there would be some financial rewards from the higher-ups. The command staff was still too conservative. These people shouldn't end up dying at their hands. Darwin City, famous because of a certain biologist, is a settlement for the locals and has numerous gold mines. It has a population of over 30,000, including indigenous people, residents of the Torres Strait Islands, South Sea Islanders, and whites. More than half are indigenous. If the people here were wiped out, it might cause turmoil across the entire region. Once chaos ensues, it could take 5 to 8 years for this continent to find stability. The plan regarding the region is steadily underway. As the first group of greedy prospectors seeking to get rich from gold stepped onto the Barkley Plateau, they were not greeted by shiny gold, but by scorching bullets. These small-statured individuals, who had lived in the primal jungles of the South Seas, were natural mountain soldiers. Although they were outmatched in hand-to-hand combat by the white prospectors, they didn't need to rely on fists. A single bullet could take down an enemy. Moreover, compared to firearms, they preferred to use traps, bows, and even various blowguns and snares. Their combat methods were strikingly similar to those of the indigenous people living in the kangaroo territories. In less than a month, over 100 prospectors lost their lives here, but even more gold was discovered. A team of over 500 from a mining company defeated a local tribe, yielding more than 500 ounces of gold, including some in the form of doghead gold. This was immediately purchased for 100,000 pounds. That's 100,000 pounds. Suddenly, death meant nothing. It was merely a matter of those who couldn't carry away the gold. Everyone believed they were the protagonists, convinced that the gold was destined for them. Driven by the lure of wealth, more and more people began to head towards the Barkley Plateau. Not to mention, these individuals banded together and indeed cleared out several small indigenous tribes, collecting significant amounts of gold. Some found over 10 pounds, while others had several pounds. This led to a continuous flow of prospectors to the Barkley Plateau. Meanwhile, some larger indigenous tribes faced frequent attacks, spurred by rumors that they hid substantial amounts of gold due to their rituals and beliefs. This only fueled the gold rush further. Once desolate and isolated, the Barkley Plateau's reputation spread throughout the kangaroo territories in just a couple of months, reaching all the way to the European continent, growing more sensational with each retelling. Even Fang Mingzhou likely never anticipated that his intention to divert the attention of the kangaroo territories would inadvertently spark a gold rush in the north, suggesting that the next mining boom was on the horizon. Chapter 63. Hypel. In early April, the sea breeze still carried a chill, and as the sun broke over the horizon, soldiers crowded greedily on the deck. At this time, Hypel was already dressed, and the formal Han's military uniform made him appear even more upright. As one of the first trainees from the Eastern Empire and the Han's Navy, he cherished this opportunity immensely. For years prior, the Eastern Empire and the Hans had reached a secret agreement, trading funding and training in precision manufacturing and various equipment. The Eastern Empire helped secure long-awaited overseas colonies, the majority of Borneo and Sulawesi, coupled with the empire's former colonies in Guinea and the Neon Islands. The total colonial area in the Far East reached an astonishing 1 million square kilometers. Under the leadership of His Majesty William and General Tirpitz, the empire had moved beyond continental militarism and was advancing towards the seas. The overseas interests also spurred the rapid development of the Imperial Navy. Due to the long-standing neglect of naval training and development, Your Majesty and the Naval Department need to find a suitable model for learning. Clearly, the leading naval power in the world is an excellent example. However, the antagonistic relations between the countries make this condition difficult to meet. Looking around, The Empire realizes that there are no suitable objects for learning naval technology. Either they are adversaries or even less capable. But when General Tirpitz proposed a naval technology exchange with the Eastern Empire, Your Majesty immediately identified a learning target, the Eastern Empire. Although their naval tonnage ranks only 5th in the world and has recently dropped to 6th due to geopolitical issues, even the leading naval power must approach them with caution. The Eastern Navy has gained extensive combat experience, having the most steel warships in the world, which is more important than anything else. The naval tonnage sunk by the Eastern Empire has exceeded 400,000 tons. Yes, you read that correctly, 400,000 tons, equivalent to their own naval tonnage. Even after the conclusion of the Boer War, the naval strength of the leading power in the Far East consists merely of a few battleships docked at port. The largest ocean in the world has seen half of its dominance claimed by the Eastern Empire. As for the other half, if it weren't for its vast area, it might have already become their backyard. He has been here for 3 years, and as his learning term is about to end, today marks the final naval exercise with the Eastern Empire's Second Fleet. Afterward, they will successfully complete this learning experience under the witness of the Eastern Navy Minister. They will be the seeds bringing back this rich maritime combat experience to the Hans Empire. Over the past 3 years, aside from some limitations on certain technologies, the Eastern Empire has been quite open in sharing tactics and experiences of naval warfare, allowing them to learn a great deal. Their several naval combat experiences have even been compiled into booklets available for borrowing. Although the experienced officers may not have high educational backgrounds, their practical skills leave him feeling inadequate. Colonel, the exercise will begin in 10 minutes. With the communication officer's reminder, Hippel straightened his uniform and entered the captain's cabin. Steer left 15 degrees, watch the flank. Damn it. Why is their destroyer appearing on our right? Where are our cruisers? This is terrible. What horrifying accuracy in their bombardment. The meticulous Hippel has completely lost his earlier elegance, with buttons from his collar flying off. His eyes burn with intensity. Despite having a larger tonnage and more warships, why do they find themselves in an absolute disadvantage just half an hour into the exercise? The tactics they are using are clear to him. But no matter how he counters, there is always a sense of helplessness. A sharp whistle pierces the air, and finally, everyone can stop frantically moving about like flies with red eyes. Due to the exercise, their warship has either been sunk or lost its ability to resist. Everyone feels a sense of frustration. The naval forces of the Eastern Empire are truly infuriating. They specifically targeted our weaknesses without showing any mercy. Hipper looked at the grim faces in the captain's cabin and loudly reprimanded. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Or do you think the Eastern Navy cheated? Is our defeat unjust? This is our shame, our disgrace. Hipper continued. For the past 3 years, we believed we had learned enough about the Eastern Navy's naval combat experience. We could proudly return to the monarch and say, we will become a world-class navy. But what is the result? Tell me, Imperial soldiers can fail, but they must not lose their honor. Hipper's voice snapped these people out of their anger from the exercise defeat. Indeed, what reason did they have to be angry? This exercise was conducted jointly by both navies, and prior to it, they only knew that there would be an exercise. They had no knowledge of the opponent, the warships, or the environment. Even in their pride, they did not believe that the Eastern Empire's navy would cheat in such a matter involving national dignity. Furthermore, both sides' senior officer groups had been observing throughout. Hadn't they learned the tactics being used? Or did they employ some new methods? No, I tell you no. This time, we lost the exercise. We lost thoroughly. Hipper closed his eyes, knowing that they might not win against the Eastern Navy, but he did not expect to lose so miserably. I will summarize all the proceedings and mistakes of this exercise and report them to the Imperial Navy Department. We should be thankful that this was an exercise and not a war, and we should be thankful that we faced the Eastern Empire and not another opponent. After speaking, Hipper put his hat back on and headed towards the distant port. At the Weihai Naval Port, Zhang Shun looked at the flag signaling the end of the exercise and asked Sun Fu beside him, what do you think? Can we assess the capabilities of Hansa's personnel from this exercise? Hearing the Chief of Staff's question, Sun Fu nodded. As the Minister of the Navy, he could naturally see the issues present in both sides during the exercise. It must be said that Hans invested a lot. The naval officers sent to us from the Eastern Empire were carefully selected. They have strong learning abilities and are adept at summarizing. The main reason for the defeat in this naval battle was that they had not fully integrated their knowledge. Chief of Staff, you also know our Eastern Navy's tradition. After every battle, from the boiler room personnel to the captain, from gunners to commanders, everyone must write down the problems they discovered. It is precisely because of this that our Navy can stand tall in the Far East. This is also the accumulation of experience. Aside from our signature skills, the current Hans Navy might already be worthy of their naval tonnage. Chapter 64. Being a teacher, perhaps sensing Sun Fu's confusion, Zhang Shun smiled and said, are you curious why the monarch shares these naval tactics and experiences with Hans? Sun Fu immediately said, Chief of Staff. Although I don't have the same strategic thinking as His Majesty, the Han's cat is not our ally. Right now, we are only in a temporary honeymoon phase due to the presence of John Bull, similar to our initial relationship with the lighthouse. Such a relationship is very fragile, and as soon as there are significant external interests, this honeymoon phase could end at any time. I have never understood why His Majesty and the Chief of Staff would share several years of naval tactics and experience from the Eastern Continent Navy with the Han's cat. Although some core aspects of the Eastern Continent Navy have not been disclosed, it is already enough for this nation, which has just transitioned from a continental army to a naval force, to benefit greatly. Keep in mind that the Han's cat's navy is already equipped with a powerful force of over 10 battleships. If relations between the two sides become strained, then this could aid the enemy. What you can think of, His Majesty can also think of, as the Minister of the Navy. There are some things you should be aware of. His Majesty once said that the future world will not be an era ruled by our navy, but an era belonging to the skies. The skies? Sun Fu immediately thought of airships and the secret wooden airplanes. Chief of Staff, we all know the limitations of airships. A large-caliber heavy machine gun can bring them down in the air. As for the wooden airplanes, although they can take off, they are quite shaky in flight. Can they become a trump card? Why not? Yes, both have significant drawbacks. When airships were first invented, we in the Eastern Continent did not regard them as weapons. His Majesty valued their transport capabilities more. Unlike the intricate road and rail systems of the European continent, there are many remote areas where airships are irreplaceable. As for the airplanes you mentioned, they indeed struggle to fly now. But have you considered this? Looking back thousands of years, which dynasty or country has been able to let people fly? His Majesty said that current airplanes are still toys, but technology is constantly advancing. You also know how many talented technical personnel there are in the Military Research Institute. According to their vision, in the future, when airplanes develop to a certain extent, they will become larger and faster. If by then we install machine guns or bombs on airplanes and drop them like airship airdrops, do you think warships can withstand that? Zhang Shun patted Sun Fu on the shoulder and asked. However, the destroyers we are currently building are equipped with a large number of small-caliber rapid-fire guns and machine guns. They can deal with these wooden structures. Sun Fu just finished speaking and was stunned. If he could see it, surely His Majesty would too. Have you considered that if airplanes fly high enough or fast enough, do you think those machine guns can take them down? And you also forgot about the cost of airplanes. One destroyer could build over 100 airplanes. Sometimes, quantity is also a tactic. Of course, for at least the next 10 years, there is no need to worry, but airplanes are unique to our Eastern Continent. Excluding us, globally, everyone is still desperately building battleships. And you should understand the cost of these behemoths. If we do not hand over these naval capabilities to the feline nation, how will they have the courage to challenge the maritime dominance of the bull nation? It's important to note that the feline nation's army is already the strongest in the world. Although our Eastern region's army is not inferior, it is not recognized as such. The feline nation possesses the strongest army, and if they add a powerful navy to it, who do you think would lose sleep over it? After Zhang Shun finished speaking, Sun Fu immediately understood the emperor's intentions. Those who do not plan for the long term are not fit to strategize for the moment. Those who do not consider the overall situation are not fit to strategize for a specific area. This is about maneuvering two of the world's leading powers as pawns. And more importantly, the feline nation has to be grateful to the Eastern region. Of course, even if a cat teaches a tiger, it still has its own tricks to climb trees, right? The foundation of our Eastern Navy's strength is something these people cannot comprehend. Even if they learn these skills, it will be enough to deal with other countries. But when it comes to countering us in the Eastern region, I'm afraid the feline nation won't be able to afford any offense. Does the emperor really not consider the impact of deteriorating relations between the two countries? First, there's geopolitics. There are 2 oceans and dozens of countries between the Eastern region and the feline nation. There is no territorial conflict or core interest conflict between the two countries. The feline nation's colonies in the Far East may seem powerful, with 2 battleships and several decent cruisers, and the area of the colonies exceeds 1 million square kilometers. But is that useful? The Eastern region is right at its doorstep. And if relations sour, those colonies could easily become their Achilles heel. This is not just a colony. It could even be seen as hostages. As long as the feline nation values the benefits from its colonies, it will not offend the Eastern Empire over trivial gains. Otherwise, their massive industrial products would just pile up in their own warehouses. A feline nation without an industrial market is its biggest weakness. Currently, the tonnage of the Eastern Empire's navy may not be as high as the top 3, but compared to the 4th-ranked Bear Nation and the 5th-ranked Lighthouse, they appear like younger siblings before the Eastern region. Given the enmity between the Bear Nation and the Eastern region, it should be thankful for its location on the European continent. Otherwise, the Eastern Navy would have already smashed its coastline. The massive naval plan of Tsar Nicholas II indeed intimidated many, but once the first Eastern ship's deck was completed, the empire already had the capability to challenge the Bull nation directly. Let us go. We still need to visit this batch of trainees. After all, they have paid their tuition fees. Haha. As the battleship Wolves slowly approached the dock, Colonel Hipper of the Feline Nation's Navy changed from his previous serious demeanor and jumped directly off the ship. Upon arrival, he saw that his target, General Tirpitz, was conversing with several middle-aged men. Colonel Hipper of the Feline Empire's Navy came to report. The men looked over, and Hipper continued, "Commander, I would like to know who is the commander of today's exercise from your esteemed nation." "What? Are you not satisfied with the loss?" General Tirpitz said seriously. "No, General. We completely lost this exercise, but I am very eager to meet this commander. I would like to seek his counsel." After the exercise, Hipper finally understood where his shortcomings lay. They learned their skills from the Navy of the Eastern Empire, but those skills were not fully integrated into their own practices. This led to a feeling of helplessness during drills, where they clearly understood what their opponents were doing but could do nothing about it. He felt that there was still much for him to learn. Everyone laughed, and Tirpitz nodded, smiling as he said, "Hypel, your attitude has lived up to His Majesty's appointment. From today, you are appointed by the Command Authority as the commander of the Hans fleet stationed in the ocean." Chapter 65, Tractor Factory. Hans has stationed a formidable fleet in the Far East, primarily to address the interests in the Neon-S Kyushu colonies and the current situation in Borneo. These regions are now collectively referred to as the Borough colonies by Hans, with a governor assigned to oversee them. Here, the Hans Navy includes a Brandenburg-class battleship named Wolves, a Spock-class ship called Schwaben, 2 Lewis-class protected cruisers, and a light cruiser modeled after the Eastern Empire's Blay. Additionally, a 10,000 strong Hans army is stationed in the Borough colonies, which serves as a deterrent against the ambitions of various European nations in the South Seas. This time, Tirpitz's visit to the Eastern Empire is not only to bring back the first group of officers who participated in naval exchanges, but also for a very important matter. That is to say, has that William begun to test our views? In the operational conference room, Fang Mingzhou is discussing the true intentions behind the visit of the Hans Navy Minister with Zhang Shun and others. Yesterday, after completing drills with us, this Navy Minister expressed a desire to sign a secret agreement with our Navy. Zhang Shun, with a strange expression, remarked that William hopes we can help them restrain the maritime colonies of John Bull, or rather, he intends to encourage John Bull to expand its maritime power in the colonies. Is he seeking the position of a leader? Fang Mingzhou was surprised. Isn't that a bit too hasty? The Prime Minister of John Bull, Salisbury, has just announced their intention to strategically contract, and they haven't even moved to the next step yet. Is William already thinking of taking their place? Not to mention whether this is just a show. Deceiving the world aside, he hasn't even managed his 2 troublesome neighbors and is already dreaming of sitting in John Bull's position? Has the recent strength of the Hans Navy given this emperor a false sense of security? Even Fang Mingzhou wouldn't underestimate the 30-plus battleships of the world hegemon, John Bull. Even if they are wasteful, those warships could waste resources for over a decade. Is there any recent intelligence regarding John Bull? Fang Mingzhou suddenly asked. Beside him, Fang Wu quickly replied, "Your Majesty, aside from the Prime Minister Salisbury being busy with his resignation, there have been no significant movements from John Bull recently. As expected, Balfour will replace Salisbury as Prime Minister, and it is said he is preparing for economic reforms. Your Majesty, in my view, the last Boer War dealt a severe blow to John Bull's economy, and the pound has begun to show instability, while the mark is becoming increasingly strong. No, something must have provoked him, otherwise, Wilhelm II wouldn't have taken the initiative to seek us out." Fang Mingzhou hasn't forgotten that this Wilhelm II is a very proud person. One could say arrogant, vain, ambitious, and insecure. His vanity is many times stronger than that of Fang Mingzhou, the emperor, and he shares a strong desire for territorial expansion, wanting to surpass his grandfather. He even looks down on his own grandmother, Queen Victoria, let alone Fang Mingzhou. For him to come to the East Continent seeking a secret alliance means that there are matters more important than his pride. Fang Wu, keep a close eye on him during this period. As for the secret agreement, I suspect that was merely a test. A test to see if our East Continent Empire also desires to sit at the helm of maritime dominance like him. Fang Mingzhou's gaze turned cold. This might be the true reason for the visit of this naval minister. The East Continent Empire is also a colonial empire, controlling over 2 million square kilometers of colonies, although it pales in comparison to the 30 million square kilometers of that other entity. But don't forget the population of the East Continent Empire, which exceeds 400 million. If Fang Mingzhou needs it, then arming 10 million soldiers would be absolutely no problem. 10 million soldiers could easily swallow the precious jewel of the crown or sweep across the entire land. Forgetting this, only by becoming strong ourselves will they understand what it means to be reasonable. Also, what's going on with that Hipper? Fang Mingzhou just saw this name on the list of exchanges between the two countries. How on earth did this person get onto the East Continent Empire's naval exchange list? This individual commanded the fleet to escape the encirclement of that other entity during the Battle of Dogger Bank, thwarting their rapid war plans and stopping their victory in the Jutland conflict, saving Hansa's high seas fleet. Moreover, he conducted several hit-and-run attacks on their coast early in the war, earning the nickname Baby Killer. In the later stages of the war, he became the commander of the high seas fleet. Such a talented person is coming here to seek knowledge, and the East Continent Navy will impart so much valuable experience to him. Learning is not a problem. But what if he returns and changes the outcome of the largest naval conflict in human history, or turns defeat into victory? Rewrite Jutland? Your Majesty. This Hipper is the most talented among this group of officers. His unique maritime guerrilla tactics have benefited us greatly. Although Sun Fu doesn't understand why Your Majesty cares about this person, he still responded. Fang Mingzhou truly feels sorry for that other entity. They might soon find themselves being led around like a puppet in a game of hide and seek at sea. Setting aside such trivial matters, Fang Mingzhou turned his attention to the tractor factory he requested to be built a year ago. Zhang Shun, the chief of staff, couldn't quite understand the relationship between the tractor factory and the military. Shouldn't this be the concern of the Minister of Internal Affairs or the Minister of Agriculture? The tractor is still considered an emerging technology, having only been around for about a decade, and it initially served as a means of transportation in agriculture powered by steam engines. However, Fang Mingzhou understands that it is just a thin veil separating this from the land-based king. The Eastern Empire has already begun researching future warfare technologies, with the Air Force successfully launching wooden aircraft. The Navy has also started the secret construction of dreadnoughts. On land, artillery and tanks are naturally the focus. The Eastern Empire is rapidly advancing its artillery, moving beyond the days of relying on 80mm mortars. Of course, given current technology, any self-propelled artillery is still a luxury. The artillery developed based on the MiS-75 has evolved into a large family, including cannons and rapid-fire guns. Additionally, brigade-level units have begun to equip 105mm howitzers. Fang Mingzhou is willing to invest heavily in firepower, having learned from the significant losses of the past. Chapter 66. The family of individual weapons. Having witnessed the historical scale of armies exceeding 1 million, the Eastern Empire's standing army of 500,000 is not particularly large, and might even seem a bit small. However, since Fang Mingzhou established his forces, he has set a reserve ratio, starting at 15, then down to 12, and now approaching 1. Both Fang Mingzhou and the General Staff know that in no more than 2 years, the war with the Northern Bear will begin. This war will determine the territorial ownership of the Northern Continent, posing serious challenges to both the Navy and the Army. Therefore, the General Staff has begun to accelerate the deployment of weapons, with the requirement for rifles being stability. The 94 type rifle has undergone multiple upgrades, reaching the limit of its performance and power. It is impossible to replace 500,000 troops before the war begins. Rifles will not be changed until after the war starts. However, new submachine guns have begun to be deployed on a small scale, with the 06 model, a copy of the MP-18, becoming a favorite among reconnaissance troops. Additionally, the 94 heavy machine gun, derived from the MG-08, has undergone significant modifications. This heavy machine gun has achieved excellent results in unification and in dealing with the cavalry of the Northern Bear. However, it has also exposed its weaknesses, being suitable only for positional and defensive warfare, as its 60-kilogram weight cannot maintain firepower suppression during mobile operations. Based on soldiers' feedback, the new improved MG-15 machine gun has finally been finalized. Its design intention is solely to provide infantry with a portable, tripod-less machine gun. Additionally, with the advent of wooden aircraft, Fang Mingzhou has requested the Research Institute to design a machine gun for aircraft use. Early aircraft had limited engine power, necessitating strict weight requirements for machine guns. This has resulted in the Eastern Empire's first true general-purpose machine gun, also referred to as a light and heavy dual-use machine gun. It can function as a light machine gun, providing fire support to infantry during movement. It can also be referred to as a heavy machine gun, which demonstrates its long range and sustained firepower, continuously providing heavy fire support for soldiers. Although it still uses fabric ammunition belts, these belts are significantly shorter than before, allowing them to be coiled and stored in a box, which can then be attached to the side of the machine gun. The standard 792mm ammunition capacity is 250 rounds, which is only half of that of the previous model. Typically, a team consists of 3 members, an observer, a gunner, and a logistics support person. This general-purpose machine gun will gradually become the standard issue for the Imperial Army of the Eastern Empire, named the Type 02 General-Purpose Machine Gun. Some parts are interchangeable with the previous model, but reductions have been made in the magazine, cooling jacket, and stock. The pistol-type trigger and bipod have also been removed, making it particularly suitable for field operations. As for other weapons, such as wooden-handled grenades, there have been no changes. They are inexpensive and powerful enough to meet the demands of individual combat. Additionally, the Army has equipped various individual support gear, including tactical belts, elbow and knee pads, combat boots, and tactical vests. Don't underestimate these small items. According to drills, such support equipment can enhance combat effectiveness by a third. Survivability is improved by half. And the helmet not only protects soldiers, but also includes an essential individual first aid kit. This kit is specially designed by combining Eastern and Western medical practices. And just the hemostatic components are quite costly. These items have transitioned from being issued to special forces to becoming standard in main combat units. It can be said that even if a world war breaks out, the Imperial Army of the Eastern Empire will not experience casualty numbers like those seen on the European continent. Moreover, with radio communication now equipped at the company level, the military's capabilities have surpassed those of other nations. However, since the last war with a neighboring country occurred 6 years ago, and the civil conflict has led to a ceasefire, these advanced equipment have not been showcased. The global perception is that while the Eastern Empire's army is quite capable, it is still a bit behind others. The Eastern Empire is content with this misunderstanding, as the ancestors have taught us the importance of discretion. The renowned Type 56 bayonet has even been brought out, while another type is not yet ready for deployment. The unique design of the triangular bayonet creates a square-shaped wound upon penetration. More terrifying is that while the wound may appear small, it is difficult to bandage and stop the bleeding if it penetrates any part of the body more than 8 centimeters. One would then have to brace for the consequences. Furthermore, new types of engineer shovels, marching backpacks, military water bottles, camouflage clothing, and military binoculars make the Eastern Army resemble a modern military force. It is often said that the Navy spends lavishly, with battleships costing millions of currency units, making them a gold-consuming beast. However, the Army is equally costly, although a rifle, a bullet, and a water bottle are not expensive. When multiplied by the large numbers, the costs add up significantly. Not to mention those artillery pieces with a caliber of over 105 millimeters, which require horses to accompany the troops. Why do the troops below prefer mortars? Don't they like more powerful artillery? It's simply that reality doesn't allow it. Take the 82 millimeters mortar for example. Altogether it weighs only around 80 kilograms. And a mortar squad can carry 2 of them. In terms of power, when fully loaded, it can reach nearly 6 kilometers, and if using extended range shells, the maximum range can exceed 10 kilometers. Its effective lethal radius is 22 meters, within a circular area of 22 meters centered on the impact point. Targets are either killed or severely injured. Additionally, the region is equipped with steel ball grenades, which have a lethal radius of 26 meters, making it a nightmare for unprotected targets. Not to mention the battalion-level 100mm and 120mm mortars, which are significantly more powerful. If the Army reaches a scale of 1 million and only equips these, everyone would be left waiting for a long time. Haven't you noticed that General Zhang Shan, the Chief of Staff, hasn't been arguing with the Prime Minister's office about increasing the size of the military in the past year or two? The General Staff has now begun a 2-year plan for troop reductions. According to this plan, over 40,000 soldiers will gradually retire in the next 2 years. These soldiers have served for 5 or 6 years. From being illiterate to now possessing a skill, it's time for them to give back to the country. Meanwhile, the Navy is also undergoing a similar plan. The region has moved past the era of needing large numbers. They will be prioritized for assignments in remote areas as grassroots backbone personnel. These loyal soldiers of the Empire will become seeds that strengthen the Empire further. The tractor factory must produce samples by the end of this year, with the design provided by the Military Research Institute. This priority must come first. A simple tractor version of a heavy machine gun definitely has potential. Chapter 67. Silver Merchants. During this period, the region has been thriving. The re-elected leader's new economic policy has led everyone to believe that spring has come. Even his opponent, Brian, sent congratulatory messages, thanking him for helping the country avoid an economic crisis. In just 3 months, the tariff on industrial products in the region soared from 24 to 52. The price of industrial products entering the region doubled, which was a cause for celebration among local factory owners. Of course, those countries also raised tariffs on the region. But due to the market of the empire and its colonies, the impact has been minimal for now. As the trusts led by the Pont Ginmo Consortium prepare to expand southward, it further stimulates economic growth. The temporary Silver Act issued by the leader has made everyone ecstatic. This means that this year, the region can at least guarantee an increase of 1 billion credit currency, not counting the leverage from this billion. Merchants worldwide are waiting for the region's treasury to announce the silver purchase price. After all, Many have spent heavily acquiring silver from the international market over the past few months. Some silver tycoons have already headed to the region, ready to engage in a price war with their peers to secure silver orders. At this moment, in the Burgess mining building, Burgess was contemplating how to avoid the spotlight recently. He had single-handedly provided all the silver needed for the lighthouse, and with the 3-month period approaching, the leader was sure to announce the completion of the silver acquisition. The key issue was that the lighthouse's treasury had not accepted a single ounce of silver from the silver merchants. These people were still hoping to make a living. Right now, they couldn't even get a drop of soup, let alone a piece of meat, or even a breath of air. Could they endure this? These silver merchants were not to be trifled with. Even he might need to lay low. Burgess did not believe that the leader would shield him as long as the outside world knew he was the one providing the silver. It goes without saying that he would become an enemy of those silver merchants, and this was not a matter of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. This was credit currency worth over $100 million. Mr. Burgess, here is a telegram for you from His Majesty. Just as Burgess was considering whether to take the opportunity to escape to the Eastern Empire, his assistant handed him a telegram. Upon reading it, Burgess's expression turned sour. That damned Emperor Fong. He treated him like a beast of burden. No, next time they met, he must insist that this fellow elevate his title. Looking at the large stack of procurement lists in his assistant's hand, Burgess felt that the scene was oddly familiar. Initially, when he teamed up with Fong to bottom out the lighthouse, it was the same scenario. 50 million ounces of silver exchanged for $80 million in credit currency was just the first batch. The lighthouse would not allow him to exchange this money for gold. Thus, he could only purchase industrial products, which would also stimulate the lighthouse's industry. This list included items that Emperor Fong had requested Burgess to procure, mostly high-end products that the Eastern Empire urgently needed but could not produce. Just the scrap steel alone exceeded hundreds of thousands of tons. While it had little value for the lighthouse, it was a valuable commodity for the Eastern Empire. Currently, the steel output of the Eastern Empire had only just surpassed 1 million tons, and this steel would be used in key areas. However, the agricultural sector also required a significant amount of steel. At the very least, they needed basic agricultural tools. The Eastern Empire did not lack iron. A single Miao Mountain iron mine could meet the current iron ore demand, but its steel production capacity could not keep up. Thus, the list also included a 1-million-ton steel mill and 2 50,000-ton mills, along with supporting factories. Additionally, there were locomotive engines, chemical industry products, and precision machinery, so many items that it made Burgess dizzy. Was Emperor Fong here to stock up? The light industry of the Eastern Empire had already begun to gradually improve, although it could not meet everyone's needs immediately. However, it was only a matter of time. Fong Mingzhou would not waste such valuable foreign exchange on areas that could be produced domestically. As the saying goes, teaching someone to fish is better than giving them fish. This procurement by the Eastern Empire was primarily aimed at various production tools. They were only purchasing what was urgently needed in terms of industrial products. The first 4-year plan had already begun to roll out comprehensively, with the Prime Minister's office and the industrial sector working frantically to solidify the industrial foundation of the Eastern Empire. Countless locals and construction troops have transformed nature with their own hands on this land. Railways are extending wildly, and agricultural irrigation has not stopped for 5 years. The cost has been the permanent disappearance of over 1 million locals. Indeed, when the lighthouse announced the completion of the first batch of 50 million ounces of silver acquisition, it would release 300 million in credit currency to the market within the next 3 months. Burgess was shocked. The lighthouse had increased the issuance of credit currency at a ratio of 13. If it were gold, the lighthouse's finances would go bankrupt in no time. Upon the announcement, all silver merchants were stunned. Those international big merchants protested frantically, believing that the lighthouse government was behaving inappropriately by using all of its domestic silver. This was a trampling of the free market. Meanwhile, silver merchants from the 6 southern states of the lighthouse looked at the leader in astonishment. They hadn't even participated in the acquisition. They had prepared over 30 million ounces of silver for this purchase, waiting for the government to acquire it. Now the silver was still lying in warehouses, so how could they announce the completion of the acquisition? The lighthouse actually did not help its domestic merchants and instead turned to the international market for silver acquisition, a betrayal. When both sides were busy hurling insults, cursing each other, they suddenly realized something terrifying. Either the leader had directly deceived everyone, issuing credit currency without acquiring metal currency, or a third-party silver merchant had intervened, completing the 50 million ounces all at once. They began to check their accounts frantically, only to find that they had wronged each other. Dan McKinley. He was indeed capable of this. The 6 southern states of the lighthouse are traditional silver-producing areas, and these silver merchants, united, form a very powerful force. They could even influence the political situation of the lighthouse. Initially, they had fervently supported Brian in the competition against McKinley for the leader's position. Ladies and gentlemen, I have bad news to share. According to our feedback, the Treasury has received that batch of silver. The printing factory is working day and night to print credit currency, and we have been abandoned. Clearly, this time they didn't even get a whiff of the northwest wind. The urgent task now is to identify this person. Don't forget, this amount of silver cannot be satisfied by just anyone. Moreover, we still have a chance. There's a second batch of 100 million ounces with half a year left, and we must seize it. Everyone, it is evident that our previous support for Brian has displeased the leader. This time, they directly excluded us from the acquisition as a form of retaliation, and we must unite to make him pay the price. Chapter 68. John Bull Military Reform. At this moment, the Ministry of Defense, prompted by a piece of intelligence, forced Emperor Feng Mingzhou to convene the cabinet. Is the news confirmed? Feng Mingzhou's expression was grim. He had not expected Balfour, from the Conservative Party, to possess such determination. The recent election of the Prime Minister of John Bull has concluded, and Salisbury has ended his 3 terms, bearing the blame for the defeat in the Boer War and stepping down in disgrace. Both the upper and lower houses of John Bull and the public are aware of Salisbury's contributions, which is why his nomination of Balfour to succeed him was smoothly passed. Unexpectedly, this conservative leader, instead of quickly pursuing the strategic contraction he had previously mentioned, has begun to explore a different path. Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that the new Prime Minister's first action upon taking office is to announce the establishment of the Imperial Defense Council. This department will coordinate the defense of the entire John Bull, including the Royal Navy and Army under its control, akin to the General Staff of our Eastern Empire. Feng Lu continued. Zhang Shun was the first to speak. Your Majesty, the defeat in the Boer War was largely not due to the incompetence of John Bull's soldiers, but rather due to chaotic command and underestimating the enemy. Additionally, the weapons we provided to the Boers greatly aided them in inflicting casualties on John Bull's soldiers. It is now clear that they have recognized their problems and are preparing to make changes. Zhang Shun understood the significant progress that the General Staff system would bring. Although it merely added a layer of supreme command, throughout history, the saying there is no first in civil affairs and no second in military affairs holds true. Everyone is a skilled warrior. Why should they listen to you? Who isn't a scholar? And why should you be the chief minister? The likes of the Donglin Party are not worth mentioning. They are everywhere. A significant portion of the nation's vitality has been consumed in internal strife. However, since the Eastern Empire implemented the General Staff system, while not completely eliminating such issues, it has largely been accepted by everyone. If one lacks skill, should they still shout incompetently? No matter how skilled a general is, can he truly compete with hundreds of others of equal caliber? Professional strategic analysis, scientific military strategy, and multifaceted decision-making have made warfare no longer just a matter of one voice. Clearly, John Bull has also recognized the benefits of a command system like that of the Eastern Empire. The so-called Imperial Defense Council is modeled after our General Staff system, and John Bull's navy has consumed substantial resources, which is one of the reasons for the unfavorable outcome in this war. Feng Lu continued. According to our internal intelligence, Balfour is already preparing to reform their army. This is in preparation for a new round of challenges. Feng Mingzhou remarked, what John Bull is doing undoubtedly targets Han's Cat, given that its army is the best in the world. If they struggle against the Boers, what will they do when faced with that Wilhelm II? Are they going to rely on naval soldiers to land and fend off the enemy? It is evident that John Bull has sensed the intentions of the individual across the strait, wishing to overturn them. Additionally, we have discovered that John Bull has begun to reduce the scale of its overseas colonial armies while significantly arming the soldiers of its domestic colonies, reallocating elite forces back home. Our General Staff believes that John Bull intends to strengthen its deterrent capabilities on the home front and in the European continent. New tactical training and weapons development have also commenced. They are preparing to modify the current army size. The decision has been made to train several thousand soldiers each year, which means that in just 10 years, they could have hundreds of thousands of trained personnel. Feng Mingzhou gasped. This is only the second year of the reign, not 20 years. Are they preparing for a world war? It seems that Hans the Cat has likely received this news ahead of us, which is why that naval minister visited our region. Feng Mingzhou recalled the proposal from a few days ago by that Tealpix hoping for a secret agreement between the two countries. Everyone realized that clearly. That Kaiser is also feeling the pressure from the world's dominant powers. Therefore, he hopes that the Eastern Empire can restrain some of the forces of John Bull. Your Majesty, that naval minister has already left, but a delegation remains. I suspect they are also waiting to see how we respond to John Bull's actions. Ouyang Gung said with an unhappy expression. It was evident that the Kaiser believed the Eastern Empire would likely agree to this secret pact. The relationship between the Eastern Empire and John Bull is not great either. If war breaks out between the two, it would not surprise the other countries in the world. Is there any other intelligence? Feng Mingzhou continuously tapped the table, and everyone knew this was the sign that the emperor was starting to strategize. We have obtained the entire policy outline of John Bull's Balfour cabinet for the next 5 years. Fong Wu's words caused everyone's eyes to widen, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. What? The new cabinet has just been formed and hasn't even released its policy strategy publicly. Yet the Eastern Empire has obtained all of it? Could it be that Prime Minister Balfour is one of ours? Everyone's expressions turned strange. Both major intelligence agencies are directly overseen by the royal family. Although the General Staff and the Prime Minister's office can access intelligence first, they do not have command authority. They were all curious about how the Emperor managed to acquire this information. It couldn't be that those cabinet members are all insiders. Could it? Fong Mingzhou smiled. The ice they presented initially was indeed too powerful, and the addictive nature of this substance is simply unimaginable. It has greatly facilitated the intelligence operations, and more importantly, the safety has significantly increased. Once those individuals are triggered, they are utterly defenseless. Fong Wu acted as if he did not see the reactions of the cabinet members. He had witnessed too many such examples. Even the toughest individuals would yield under this white crystal. If one truly refuses to yield, then they might as well meet their maker. In addition to what was previously mentioned, they are preparing to initiate a new round of naval legislation to respond to the developments in world naval power. Clearly, the biggest thorn in their side is the Eastern Empire, which has not only used its powerful navy to crush John Bull's influence in the Far East, but has also indirectly assisted the Lighthouse and Hans the Cat in mastering the critical battleship manufacturing technology through trade. The navies of these two industrial powers have begun to assert themselves, breaking free from John Bull's control. As the world's colonial power, the navies of countries ranked from 2nd to 6th have all passed the naval legislation. It's rare for an empire like the Eastern Empire to build just 4 battleships, while others, like certain nations, start with a dozen. The naval power of the United Kingdom cannot exert absolute pressure on the larger vessels that follow. This is a very dangerous signal. As the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid, and battleships are undoubtedly the strongest form of encouragement in today's world. Chapter 69. Bold measures. The United Kingdom's greatest strength remains its navy, but with the spread of battleship construction technology, challengers are becoming more numerous. Since the launch of the Dreadnought class, it has only been 10 years since the world transitioned from ironclad ships to battleships. The UK's second Sea Lord, Fisher, has already submitted a naval reform bill, which states that over the next 5 years, all naval vessels older than 10 years will be decommissioned. New first-class cruisers will replace second-class cruisers serving overseas at a ratio of 12 to 13. This will make the United Kingdom the second country in the world to eliminate second-class cruisers, the first being the Eastern Empire. Second-class cruisers are typically protected cruisers or armored cruisers with a displacement of 2,000 to 4,000 tons. After the introduction of light cruisers and destroyers led by the Eastern Empire, navies around the world began to follow suit. Destroyers replaced the previous torpedo boats, while light cruisers took the place of second-class cruisers. The second-class cruiser classification is quite chaotic, ranging from 1 to 2,000 tons to 7 or 8,000 tons, mainly used for colonial patrols. Once the United Kingdom eliminates second-class cruisers, other countries are likely to follow suit. Just this move alone could significantly enhance the naval strength of the United Kingdom. The Minister of the Navy, Sun Fu, said solemnly, "Don't underestimate second-class cruisers. Once they are consolidated, logistical pressure can be reduced by nearly half each year." Currently, the Eastern Empire's navy only constructs battleships, heavy cruisers, light cruisers, and destroyers. As for submarines, only the Eastern Empire has truly practical submarines, while other nations are still in the testing phase. Fisher? Fong Mingzhou would not underestimate this individual. He was the first to propose the first dreadnought, the first battlecruiser, and the first shallow-water heavy gunboat. The UK Parliament has agreed to increase the construction of 5 additional battleships next year to respond to the naval expansion bill proposed by certain nations last year. The financial power of the world's hegemon is evident. It's important to note that the number of capital ships built annually by the UK is not small. Do they have that many shipyards? Everyone is helpless. No wonder His Majesty has insisted on not building battleships for the past 2 years. Such terrifying shipbuilding capacity would make anyone kneel. Then, everyone thought of the Eastern ships currently under construction, and their spirits lifted significantly. Build more, build as much as possible. The more we build, the more painful it will be later. The Balfour government is also preparing to increase tariffs on critical industries such as steel and textiles to protect domestic industries from the impact of cheap goods from certain nations. They have also introduced an imperial preferential system by lowering tariffs on goods between the colonies and the United Kingdom. Isn't this a precursor to future trade agreements? Joining this circle allows for enjoying low tariffs, with industrial powers responsible for production and agricultural nations providing raw materials. What a clever calculation. The numerous colonies and dominions under British rule lack any industrial strength. While it seems mutually beneficial, in reality, it primarily benefits Britain. When Feng Mingzhou explained this, everyone turned to Emperor Feng, wondering how he came up with such insights. A system that appears to promote win-win outcomes actually contains so many complexities. Ouyang Geng's eyes lit up. He wondered if the Prime Minister intended to apply this tariff policy in the future tribute system. These measures are only domestic. And we have also noted that the Prime Minister has met with the King multiple times and, with his approval, is preparing to negotiate peace with another country. Feng Mingzhou immediately stood up. At this point, these two nations are gradually coming together. Indeed, they will participate as allies in the next major conflict, but right now, they are eager to clash. These two have fought a 100 years war over succession issues and another war lasting over 200 years for maritime supremacy. They have been in conflict for nearly 480 years, which amounts to 10 generations of strife. The old saying holds true, even a grudge of 10 generations can still be avenged. Other cabinet members were also astonished. Although these two countries frequently appear in international affairs, they have never truly cooperated. Is this information confirmed? Feng Mingzhou knew that the intelligence department wouldn't make mistakes on such significant matters. But he couldn't help but ask further. Your Majesty, it has been confirmed. Although no formal talks have taken place between the two sides, there have been private contacts. According to the British Prime Minister's thinking, there is a tacit acknowledgement of French dominance over the European continent and the Mediterranean. In turn, the French recognize British global hegemony. However, this is only in the initial stages, and neither side has formally begun negotiations. We cannot allow them to merge. This is Feng Mingzhou's first thought. If these two draw closer, it would be disastrous for the Hans. The French are already closely allied with another nation, which means the Triple Entente is beginning to take shape. And what about the alliance? That is still far off. Feng Wu. Synchronize this information with the Hans and mobilize public opinion. These two countries have been at war for centuries. How can they reconcile? Even if their governments agree, the people below will not. Centuries of conflict have led to many noble families losing their heirs, and even the downfall of dynasties. Now they want reconciliation. How can those who have suffered for both nations feel about this? The current global situation has not yet reached a point where the French feel the need for allies. Your Majesty, how should we respond to Kaiser Wilhelm II? Feng Mingzhou fell silent. There are still 14 years until the major conflict. But he couldn't be sure if he would still have that long once he intervened. Nevertheless, there should be at least 10 years left. Why? Because nobody has gone bankrupt yet. The reasons for war include irreconcilable contradictions and the fact that both major allies have already been confirmed. Additionally, the escalating naval arms race is fundamentally unstoppable. Only now are we facing the dreadnoughts. When it comes to super dreadnoughts, that will truly be despairing. A warship costs tens of millions in currency, which translates to nearly 100 million in another currency. One must understand how valuable money is today. The exchange rate stands at 11 for one type of currency and 17 for another. If 1 gram of gold is worth 500 units, then 10 million of that currency is equivalent to 100 billion, which is not much, just 1/5 of the price of a certain advanced warship model. Previously, the naval legislation of a certain empire involved constructing 4 ships, nearly equivalent to one of those advanced models. This is still for the dreadnoughts. The cost of super dreadnoughts is several times that, meaning that in about 10 years, these nations will be churning out several of those advanced models each year. Every year, when the Treasury opens its eyes, it will have to approve several ships. Otherwise, the neighboring countries will be producing them in droves. Let us not even talk about anything else. Which countries can withstand such a large navy? If we don't fight, everyone will be dragged down by the navy. It's better to take a gamble and fight. After all, as long as we win, everything lost can be regained by occupying the enemy's territory. Everyone thinks this way, which led to the outbreak of the first global conflict, only to find that there were no winners. Chapter 70. $100 million. The change in leadership of a certain prime minister will inevitably have more or less of an impact on other nations. Have they made any plans regarding their army? Your Majesty, not at all. As far as we know, due to the Boer War, the army of that nation has grown to 300,000. They have already begun to downsize their military. Really? One person couldn't help but stand up and ask. After receiving confirmation, he couldn't help but laugh. The pressure brought by that nation's navy had suddenly lessened significantly. It seems this Belfort still hasn't grasped the true essence of war. Looking at everyone, he involuntarily puffed out his chest and said loudly, no matter the method, the army will ultimately resolve the war. There was no rebuttal, as this statement was not incorrect for this era. A large-scale army is the main theme of current warfare. Even if that nation's navy is so strong, it still paid a heavy price during the Boer War, not to mention future global conflicts. Ground wars start with casualties in the millions. Not every country can manage both a continental army and a large navy. Most major powers can only choose one, and many nations can't even manage one. The current empire, to be fair, is also following a large navy doctrine. But the funding for building warships largely does not involve national funds. Meanwhile, the pressure from a conventional force of 500,000 is immense for the Prime Minister's office. The military expenses lost by that nation during the Boer War are calculated in the hundreds of millions, and in the short term, it can only choose one. Clearly, that nation, with its vast colonial interests, has chosen to focus on a large navy. They understand that even if they develop their army now, they cannot compete with their adversaries. Moreover, the neighboring nation is inherently a strong military power, complementing their allies. Transitioning from a free economy to interventionism to maintain hegemony, they will undoubtedly need to continue expanding their navy. However, they might have forgotten that they have already entered an industrial recession cycle. The lighthouse and the cat represent the rising phase of industry. The over-reliance on colonial resources is not a good phenomenon. Every industrial nation has its limitations. The powerful industry of the lighthouse is accompanied by trusts, and the cat faces opposition from the junker nobility. Although the leader of the steam revolution, it is evident that the prosperous nation has begun to stagnate. With cheap raw materials from vast colonies, even inferior products from factories can be sold. Why invest in improving processes? Compared to the emerging electric power, chemical industry, and internal combustion engines of the Eastern Empire, this nation still depends on traditional industries like textiles and coal. The title of Fog City is not without reason. The aristocrats can profit without effort. Currently, it is not suitable to sign military pacts with the cat, but industrial agreements are possible. The Prime Minister's office can follow the trade agreement with the lighthouse as a signal that, at the very least, we will not side with the leader of the steam revolution. An alliance? It's still too early. Moreover, given the current strength of the Eastern Empire, even if an alliance were formed, it would have to recognize the cat as the leader. Just this alone would make it impossible for the provincial government, let alone the Prime Minister's office, to agree. Just as the Kaiser looks down on the current Eastern Empire, it is merely under pressure from the leader of the steam revolution. The provincial government holds a similar disdain for the Kaiser, akin to the saying about being cautious yet indecisive. In summary, the current industry and economy of the leader of the steam revolution are influenced by the competition between the lighthouse and the cat, while the navy is catching up with the Gallic cock and the cat, and there is no need to mention the army. If one were to be in the position of the leader of the steam revolution, it would be counterproductive to aggressively deal with the cat. In the next decade, our main focus must be on economic development, with no room for changes. Even in the event of war, this cannot be halted. Whether it's the general staff or the military, they are currently on high alert, observing other nations closely. The provincial government understands that these individuals are not warlike, but have suffered too much bullying in the past decades. After the Eastern Empire rises, their first thought is to subdue the surrounding areas, at least to ensure a few decades of peace. This cycle of prosperity, mediocrity, and decline in dynasties makes everyone hopeful to resolve as many rivals as possible now, securing several years of peace for future generations. They do not realize that the provincial government has no intention of leaving troubles for posterity, recalling the bloodshed of the martyrs. The provincial government would rather resolve all issues themselves, ensuring that the Eastern Empire stands strong in the future. Allowing them to live peaceful lives is also a good outcome. Since His Majesty has made a decision, the cat's probing can be politely declined. Your Majesty, Mr. Burgess wishes to come here for a period of recuperation? After settling significant matters, one of the advisors suddenly spoke. Recuperation? What is he scared? The provincial government quickly guessed the reason. Has the acquisition of silver been announced? The other advisor nodded, suppressing a smile, and replied, yes, the first batch of credit currency printed by the lighthouse amounts to $300 million, of which $30 million is allocated for silver payment. Mr. Burgess has already started purchasing according to Your Majesty's list, and our profits this time are around $100 million in a certain currency. However, when promoting this externally, besides our region, this batch of goods will also pass through the continent of another area. Now the silver merchants are already aware that Mr. Burgess has secured this shipment of silver. That leader is quite pleased to teach those silver merchants a lesson and has publicly announced that the second batch of 100 million ounces of silver has also been completed. Yesterday, the international silver price has completely dropped back to previous levels and even decreased significantly. Everyone is quite pleased. That leader indeed holds a grudge, as the silver merchants once deceived the lighthouse, causing the lighthouse government to repay gold every year. This has forced the leader to face the current mess. Ouyang is continually discussing with the Minister of Internal Affairs about how to utilize this batch of equipment, telling Mr. Burgess to stay here for a few months. Fang Mingzhou suddenly recalled something and said, if I'm not mistaken, that leader might soon be referred to in the past tense. As those silver merchants have no concept of borders, coupled with the monopolistic families, the leader is in a precarious situation. Additionally, inform him that the freight company he was instructed to establish must be completed before he arrives, as I have great use for it. There's no choice. The world is in desperate need of gold. And the more than 200 tons of gold just acquired from a certain place has already been taken by the Prime Minister's office to print currency. More than 200 million in blue currency hasn't even circulated in the finance department before being absorbed by urgently needed construction projects. Fang Mingzhou is increasingly impatient with the gold standard. Gold determines a country's economy, not its industry. If this were spoken 100 years later, it would surely be laughed at. But the current reality is quite surreal. In desperation, Fang Mingzhou can only rely on his old skills to find gold. There's no point in looking for gold on land. The world's most famous gold mines are either under the control of powerful nations or secretly controlled by the emperor. However, they have forgotten that civilization has existed for thousands of years, and gold has always been favored. How much gold is buried in unknown places? Chapter 71. The appearance of the squid. When Mr. Burgess stepped onto the East Continent Empire with his wife once again, he had many emotions. This was his first time bringing his wife to this ancient country. Welcome, Count Burgess. Outside the East Continent Garden, Chief of Staff Zhang Shun acted as a receptionist, leaving Burgess pleasantly surprised. Although they had known each other for over 10 years, they were all once without anything. And now Fang has become the emperor of one of the world's most powerful nations. The person before him has also become the highest commander of the military in this country. His Majesty said that the establishment of the East Continent Empire has part of your credit. We are old friends, so there's no need to be formal. Zhang Shun smiled as he looked at the nervous Burgess, who was holding his wife. Hearing this, Burgess relaxed, knowing that he had exhausted all his luck when he was captured by pirates and was rescued by Emperor Fang. Stepping into the Eastern Garden, Burgess felt like a clown. Is this what he referred to as a little garden? Accompanied by his wife, Burgess looked at the enchanting Eastern Garden, which was in the midst of spring and summer, surrounded on three sides by water, with pavilions and towers everywhere. Like a pearl in the ocean, compared to the Grand Emperor. The mining building where he lived felt like a beggar's dwelling. Haha, Burgess, you're right. This is merely a small garden for the daily residents of His Majesty. Although it was exquisite, there was also the largest palace complex and royal gardens in that city. Zhang Shun's words nearly twisted Burgess's face with jealousy. Luxurious, truly too luxurious. Burgess remarked. The island was lush with vegetation. After Fang Mingzhou decided to reside there, only certain areas were strengthened for protection without major modifications. Burgess, welcome. When Burgess entered the Eastern Garden, he saw that the Grand Emperor was already waiting for him. Instantly, Burgess felt an indescribable sensation. Such treatment was probably something even the high-ranking leaders could not enjoy. Your Majesty, Burgess still bowed. Come, I've been waiting for you for quite a while. Next to him, Xiaoxi walked over, affectionately holding Connie's hand. The two had studied together at the lighthouse, so their relationship was naturally close. Since it was a private gathering, there were no outsiders in the Eastern Garden. When they reached the pavilion, they saw Lu Hongxiu leading several maidens in arranging the meal. Fang, your life is quite decadent, Burgess said, almost drooling at the sight of the graceful maidens. He had seen Xiaoxi and Lu Hongxiu before, thinking they were stunning. But he didn't expect there to be so many in the Eastern Garden. This is what a man's life should be. Just as Burgess was about to make a lewd comment, Connie noticed him. When Connie went to the lighthouse, there wasn't a single woman under 40 in the entire Burgess mining company. Suddenly, a delicate hand gently landed on Burgess's waist, twisting and spinning him around 360 degrees. Instantly, Burgess's expression turned to one of agony, which Fang Mingzhou recognized as a grimace. Serves you right. Do you really think you're a foolish king? These people are indeed former palace maids who have nowhere to go, which is why they are temporarily staying in the Eastern Garden. The exquisite pastries made Burgess forget his pain. After Xiaoxi took Connie to visit young Master Fang, and once all unrelated people left, Burgess finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fang, oh no, I should now address you as your Majesty. Burgess, don't mind the titles. I told you long ago, we are all friends, true friends. Your help to the Eastern Empire is remembered in my heart. Although I cannot publicly acknowledge your identity in the Eastern region, you will always be a guest. Fang Mingzhou looked at Burgess, recalling how he had escaped from the Far East, inadvertently discovering the captured Burgess while fighting pirates. Fate is filled with coincidences, leading to the present Grand Emperor and the world mining tycoon Burgess. Zhang Shun sighed nearby, reflecting on how His Majesty insisted on saving Burgess back then, not expecting the rewards to be so great. Fang, do you know? You are the most extraordinary person I have ever met. Burgess smiled and said, you seem to have eyes that can see through the river of time. Everything you do appears ordinary at first glance, but when looking back over time, one realizes how far-sighted it truly is. Burgess had witnessed Fang Mingzhou rise from a ruined noble to the emperor of the Eastern Continent Empire. He understood better than anyone the ambition in the young emperor's heart. It was never about the throne, it was about elevating this land, this nation, to unprecedented heights. Haha, no matter how much you flatter me. Don't think I will give you more shares. Fang Mingzhou knew that his actions left many in disbelief, But so what? Throughout the thousands of years of history in this land, what kinds of people hadn't emerged? The charming ancestor, the great sorcerer Lu Xiao, the time traveler Wang Mang, and the cowherd who rose from beggary. Compared to them, he felt quite normal. At least he couldn't summon meteors to annihilate his enemies. I suppose your visit to the Eastern continent isn't just to avoid those silver merchants, right? That group is merely a bunch of naive bumpkins who dare to be arrogant in their own territory. Once outside their safe haven, they are just lambs to the slaughter. The silver merchants are indeed ruthless, but Burgess's status is not without merit. If truly provoked, the Eastern Continent Empire has considerable strength in the safe haven. And killing a few silver merchants is as easy as slaughtering pigs. Merchants can never afford to cross someone as powerful as Emperor Fong. However, Fong, I don't know how to say this. Burgess sighed. Although there were only 3 people in the pavilion, and Zhang Shun was also Fong Mingzhou's sworn brother, Burgess still glanced around anxiously. It's important to note where they were. This was the residence of the Emperor of the Eastern Continent Empire, and there was no safer place in the world. Burgess's identity as a world-renowned merchant and a noble from another region made him nervous. Have you encountered those people? Fong Mingzhou asked curiously. Or do they want to recruit you? Zhang Shun looked confused at the conversation between His Majesty and Burgess. He knew what they were talking about. But when combined, it felt like being lost in a fog. Given your status, it was only a matter of time before they sought you out. So what's the holdup? Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Burgess nodded anxiously. Chapter 72. The isolated Eastern Continent. Fong Mingzhou now governs the Eastern Continent Empire, overseeing a population of hundreds of millions and vast territories and seas. He is even referred to as the most influential emperor in Far Eastern history by those from the continent across the sea. Fong Mingzhou scoffed at this. Those wild men had missed their prime. If they had encountered the charming ancestor a few thousand years earlier, they would have had an even more profound memory. This emperor led the nation from being bullied to now standing tall in the Far East. Even if those foreigners gritted their teeth in hatred, they had no choice but to acknowledge the deterrent power this nation brought. The Eastern Zhou royal family, which has only emerged in recent years, has attracted a group of loyal scholars and military leaders due to its unique personal charisma. More importantly, it has provided free education to millions of eligible children in this country, allowing the Eastern Zhou royal family to gain prestige comparable to that of centuries-old royal families in another region. Looking at the world, which royal family possesses such ambition? Even the wealthiest households can merely put on a show to assist the poor. The staggering amounts involved have been consistently supported by the Eastern Zhou royal family. People around the globe are curious about the source of the emperor's wealth. Given time, when those who received free education grow into adults, the Eastern Zhou royal family will solidify its reign. However, both Burgess and Fong Mingzhou currently wear serious expressions. Fong, even though I am a member of a certain group, I have no interest in that at all. I just want to make money properly. Burgess sighed. Is it really that hard to just want to earn a living quietly these days? Burgess, you underestimate your current influence. 6 years ago, when you defeated the Rothschild family in the financial sector, it meant you had entered their line of sight. Your Majesty, are you referring to that group? Zhang Shun also reacted and asked. Fong Mingzhou nodded, indicating that there are few matters he takes so seriously, and this group is one of them. As a top merchant from that group, I assume you've encountered those individuals? Seeing Burgess nod, Fong Mingzhou reflected. That small circle is one that can stir up significant changes globally. This group, which has wandered throughout history, has never had a land of its own. They worship money above all, excel in business, yet forget what loyalty means. Their fickleness is a characteristic of their ethnicity. And the phrase they often utter is simply "it's just business." When they become part of the business themselves, they cry out about unfairness. As for the individual with the surname Li in the Eastern Zhou region, it's no longer a matter of life or death for him, but rather that his entire family would have to face judgment. Now, the imperial regime is strong. Who speaks of human rights here? Fong Mingzhou does not intend to coddle these merchants. Fong, when I proposed, as per your instructions, to send those trusts from the lighthouse to develop in South America, I received an invitation. It seems they believe you are making a declaration of loyalty, or perhaps you are genuinely considering those prominent families. Fong Mingzhou did not expect that a plan he conceived unintentionally would lead Burgess into that small circle. It can be said that the members of this group now control a significant portion of the world's wealth, with the entire continent and the lighthouse being permeated by them. Even the central banks of countries have deviated from government control. Clearly, free economy has not brought about freedom. Instead, it has become a tool for certain individuals. This group approached me long ago, but I have always been reluctant to get involved. However, my identity makes it impossible to completely detach. Burgess also shares the same identity. At his level, he naturally knows some information that others do not. There has been a persistent rumor circulating among a small circle that anyone who joins them will gain immense wealth and status. However, Burgess is different. He knows what kind of person the Emperor Fong is and has no fondness for those who manipulate information to control global situations and conflicts for their own gain. Thus, he has always made a point to avoid contact with that group. Are they trying to win you over? Talking about preparing for their ultimate goal of nation building? Fong Mingzhou teased as he observed Burgess's expression. At that moment, Burgess, who was still sipping tea, suddenly spat it out in shock, staring at Fong with a look of disbelief. This was top-notch De Hong Pao tea. How do you know this, Fong? Or do you really have some sort of magical ability to see into people's hearts? Fong Mingzhou's demeanor, reminiscent of a sage, only added to Burgess's unease. Such secrets were known to only a handful of people even within that group's circle, and globally, the number would not exceed 10. How could the Emperor Fong, so far away, have knowledge unrelated to the squid merchants? Or could it be that, besides himself, the Emperor Fong also supported another prominent squid merchant? Seeing Burgess's anxious expression, Fong Mingzhou wanted to assure him that he too was unaware of this specific piece of information, but he was well versed in history. These squid merchants had been contemplating nation building for quite some time. Eventually, they would achieve their dreams, but for now, few supported them due to their exceptional business acumen. The powerful nations only viewed them as tools for profit, and once those tools had their own ideas, they would be dismantled, even if they controlled numerous banks. What difference would it make? Did the royals or politicians in Europe really not know? Just like with the great powers, when the time comes, it's all about cashing in. Why was the leader in the lighthouse so eager to establish antitrust laws? At the end of the day, this leader was also fearful of the squid people controlling a significant portion of the lighthouse's economic lifeblood. Yet, these people had not learned their lesson over thousands of years and remained as greedy as ever. What good is wealth? This is no longer the era of free economy from over a decade ago. What can they buy with their money? Battleships? Cannons? Burgess, what are your thoughts? Although Fong Mingzhou had a plan in mind, he still needed Burgess's cooperation. Do you want to deal with this group? Burgess quickly guessed Fong Mingzhou's intentions, demonstrating their long-standing friendship. In their eyes, there was no concept of nationhood. They flocked wherever there was money to be made. Although the Eastern continent had a strong military, Burgess quickly added that while the Eastern Empire's military capabilities surpassed those of the Lighthouse, that group was not skilled in warfare, but rather in economic strategies. Don't worry, Burgess. I understand those people even better than you do. Wanting to use economic means to control the Eastern continent? That depends on whether Fong Mingzhou will give them that opportunity. The Eastern continent is not like the free economies of Europe. To put it plainly, this is a state economy, or we can say it's a planned economy. Moreover, the financial market in the Eastern continent is completely closed to anyone. It is a closed market. This is also a helpless move, as the Eastern continent was originally an agricultural nation, in stark contrast to those powerful countries that have been engaged in finance for decades, or even centuries. Once opened, it would be like the current situation in the Lighthouse, where monopolies run rampant. The results of a closed market have both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it protects the financial stability of the Eastern Empire from external shocks. And a relatively stable economic environment is conducive to the development of this agricultural nation into an industrial one. Of course, there are also many drawbacks, but compared to the benefits, they seem insignificant. Burgess, since you are aware of their formidable capabilities in the economic field, why should we still compete with them economically? Our ancestors stated thousands of years ago that every measure has its strengths and weaknesses. The closure of the Eastern Empire's financial market by Fong Mingzhou is also a reluctant decision. Compared to those countries that have already become industrial powers, the Eastern continent has too much debt. Many of the foundations of industry are lacking, and in recent years, it has relied heavily on the Prime Minister's office and its own efforts to inject funds, giving the illusion of strength. However, the next 4-year plan for the Eastern Empire is merely to ensure that hundreds of millions of people move from starvation to being well-fed. As for industry, relying on a few typical examples to drive development does not signify national strength, but rather a form of distorted growth. In the end, it all comes down to a lack of funding. Compared to those industrial nations that have accumulated wealth through plunder over hundreds of years, the Eastern continent has barely stabilized for a few years. Yet, the war that will arise in a decade or so is unavoidable. Even if divine intervention were to occur, it could not suppress greed. War is destined to break out, though its scale may exceed everyone's expectations. There are indeed many talented individuals in the squid community, true talents who have directly or indirectly contributed to the current technological advancements. Fong Mingzhou is quite envious of these individuals, but it is evident that they cannot be utilized for his own purposes. The cluster effect brought by these top scientists can be described as a qualitative change. Burgess, since these individuals have long sought to establish a homeland, I suspect they are eyeing South America. Fong Mingzhou only then realized this issue. His original plan was to slow down the disbanding of these monopolies as much as possible, allowing the economy of the lighthouse to be controlled by these monopolistic industries. On the surface, the economy of the lighthouse appears prosperous under the leadership of these monopolies, but the cost is that small and medium-sized factory owners are severely exploited. This parasitic model may not be apparent in the short term, but over time, the nation will become stagnant. South America, however, presents a promising direction for development. Its economy is singular, lacking a strong government, and it was previously a colony, with significant divisions among people of different skin colors. This environment is very suitable for the development of the squid community, although they did not communicate this to me, based on the early layout of the part1 consortium. Even if South America is not their primary choice, it is likely one of the alternatives. Fang Mingzhou nodded, aware of the nature of these individuals. Not only South America, but even the eastern province of the Eastern Empire was nearly targeted for nation-building by these people. Compared to places where headscarves are worn, South America, although lacking temples, also does not have formidable enemies. This is why Fang Mingzhou thought of this strategy, diverting trouble southward. The future oil fields must be firmly controlled by the empire itself, and no chaotic relationships are allowed to emerge here. However, to lure these people in, land must be offered. South America is quite a good place for this. Burgess, go and make contact with them. Use your connections to become one of them. Fang Mingzhou's words did not surprise Burgess, since that group sought him out. There was no way he could escape. His trip to the Eastern Empire was not only to find a buyer for the massive industrial goods procured from the lighthouse, but also to seek the protection of the great Emperor Fang. His small stature might be a giant among ordinary people, but compared to the entire squid organization, there was still a gap. You don't need to worry about your safety. First, your identity is a great asset for them as they seek to unite more people to establish a nation. As long as you don't cause irreparable damage to their goals, they won't take action against you. As for business friction, is that really an issue? Isn't it the case that in the squid world, it's the big fish eating the small fish? Fang, don't deceive me. Your expression doesn't look like someone who won't act against them. Burgess said with a bitter face, feeling uneasy under Fang Mingzhou's calculating gaze. Although he didn't know what the great emperor was planning, it was clear that the squid group was being targeted. Since he met Fang, everyone who has caught his attention has not ended well. Doesn't everyone know that? The countries he has schemed against are countless, and each time he reaps enormous benefits. In Burgess's eyes, the great Emperor Fang is like an omnipotent deity. Haha, Burgess, you guessed wrong this time. Fang Mingzhou smirked, thinking it was a dream to figure out his thoughts. I'm giving you benefits. Look, you now have money, status, and reputation. Don't you think you're still missing something? Fang Mingzhou coaxed. Even Zhang Shun beside them began to think seriously, what is Mr. Burgess still lacking? A son? Burgess asked tentatively. Hearing the great Emperor's words, it seemed he really didn't lack much anymore. Get lost. Fang Mingzhou said with a dark expression. Who cares about your son? So what do I lack? Burgess asked after thinking for a long time. Yeah, your majesty, what else does he lack? Even Zhang Shun couldn't figure it out. Cough cough. Burgess, don't you think the squid is really in a miserable state right now? Huh. Burgess was taken aback. Are you really that kind-hearted, great emperor? Money is just a string of numbers. The amount you have now is enough for you to squander for a long time. Even your descendants can squander for a long time. Fang, I think I could use a little more money. Burgess said with a sense of grievance. No matter how rich I am, I'm not as wealthy as you. Fang Mingzhou glared at him and said, with your wealth and status, don't you want to do something for your people? How long has the Grand Hall in the Holy City been closed? I don't care. It has nothing to do with me. Anyway, my nationality is from a certain region, and I'm a noble from the East Continent. Whether they live or die is none of my concern. Burgess wouldn't fall for it. When has Fang the great emperor ever spoken sweetly? Even if he did, it was just to deceive himself. What squid? Since he was already on solid ground, Burgess decided to go back and have a daughter, who would then become a young wife for Fang Mingzhou's son. That way, he would be the father-in-law of the royal family of the East Continent. He had studied the history of this nation, and being a father-in-law was a very noble position. Watching Burgess, who wouldn't be fooled, Fang Mingzhou felt a pang of hatred. Burgess, are you really going to watch your people live under the oppression of those powerful nations forever? Seeing Burgess about to nod, Fang Mingzhou pressed him down and said, you could become their founding father. Yes, the father of the nation. Just imagine, when that day comes, all your people will thank you. No more Rothschilds. No more part1 consortiums. They will all be beneath your feet, and with just one word from you, they will respectfully call you the founding father. Isn't that what a man should do? In Chapter 74, Complete National Founding Plan, Zhang Shun watched as the emperor, with just a few words, made the previously indifferent Burgess's eyes turn red with emotion. He suddenly shivered. The emperor's ability to persuade had clearly grown stronger. He'd better be careful in the future, or he might end up like Burgess, sold by the emperor, yet helping to count the money. Fang, tell me, what do you need me to do? Burgess felt that the title of divine messenger was no longer suitable. Adding the title of founding father wouldn't be a bad idea. join their circle, and provide them with hope for nation building, Fang Mingzhou said with a smile. And what about you? You don't want anything in return? Budges couldn't believe it. Budges, you underestimate the hardships of establishing a nation. Fang Mingzhou did not answer, but simply stated a fact. I see you succeeded in less than 10 years. In such a powerful nation in the East Continent, it seems quite simple. Is there a comparison? Do you think those people can compare to me? Fang Mingzhou said, getting increasingly agitated. I have powerful military strength. Do they have that? I have soldiers loyal to me. Do they? Besides, who else can maintain balance among so many nations besides me? He wasn't just boasting. The establishment of every dynasty over thousands of years was filled with bloodshed and twists. Budges thought seriously and realized this was indeed the case. He had seen Fang the Great Emperor's abilities. Moreover, this wasn't the era of freedom anymore. All the vacant lands in the world already had owners. If you wanted to establish a nation, you had to have territory, right? You couldn't just run to a deserted island and claim you had founded a nation. Most importantly, those people might be good at business, but what about warfare? Surely, you don't think you can buy land with money. However, Fang Mingzhou thought that this era might indeed allow for such possibilities. There are significant resources available from certain influential individuals, and if these people were to invest a substantial amount, whether it's from one entity or another, they might be willing to grant some land. I believe there must be certain requirements for establishing a nation, right? You can't just settle for any random place. What about South America? It's a large football-loving region, and I believe they wouldn't mind sharing a bit of land, or perhaps another region could work as well. After all, it's not their own territory, and Fang Mingzhou wouldn't feel too attached to it. As long as those people want it, those nations would comply. Budges looked at him with a skeptical expression. Of course, they wouldn't just give it away. Are you dreaming? Fang Mingzhou said with annoyance. Territory is a nation's bottom line, excluding any exceptions. Therefore, you need to have strong military power. Fang Mingzhou said as if considering their situation. If they don't give it, wouldn't you go and take it by force? What? You can't endure a little hardship for the sake of establishing a nation? Besides, you don't need your elite to fight. Your entire population must have millions. Gather them to fight for the nation. Of course, it won't be smooth sailing. You excel in business, not military strength. However, you need not fear, as our empire specializes in military might. Tell those people that we can help you train soldiers, cultivate officers, and even provide naval vessels, including battleships. We can supply all of these from our side. Just pay a price. Fang Mingzhou finally revealed his true intentions, and he believed there must be intricate connections between those individuals and top scientists in certain fields. This is evident. History has already provided the answer. Our empire is in need of money, funds, and talent. We lack everything except military strength. If you don't believe it, you can ask our chief of staff. Fang Mingzhou gave Zhang Shun a knowing glance, and Zhang Shun immediately responded. Budges, His Majesty is not deceiving you. It is said that the strongest army now belongs to another entity. But if a conflict arises, the best outcome for them would be to fight us to a standstill. Zhang Shun said seriously, in the name of our empire. Budges was startled. Is the army of the empire really that formidable? He knew it was strong, but he had no concept of just how strong, as he was not a military person. As for our navy, I think it goes without saying. Budges nodded. Even though the empire's navy had recently slipped to 6th in the world rankings, yet, even the top entity, after the Boer War, still dares not send warships into the Far East. Why? It due to the empire's massive navy, which has gained its reputation through overcoming numerous nations. Even they fear defeat at the hands of the empire's navy, and moreover, the two nations have not reached a point of life and death confrontation. As for the Air Force, that term was coined by our empire. Budges thought about it and realized that while the empire may seem inconspicuous, if it were to confront him, there would be no way to counter it. They might not be the strongest everywhere, but everywhere they go, even the strongest dare not provoke them. Suddenly, Burgess looked at Fang Mingzhou with a different expression. He was well aware of how things were in the Far East before. Fang, are you just after money and people? As the emperor of the Eastern continent, this shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Currently, countries around the world do not place high importance on talent, and the movement of personnel is quite common. However, Fang Mingzhou understood that talent is the fundamental factor in determining a country's strength. Moreover, these individuals are all experts in technology, and if they all belong to him, then other countries would have less. He understood the principle of mutual benefit and loss. Who told you we lack money? Fang Mingzhou wished he could seize all the gold in the world. 100 slots a year. Fang Mingzhou raised his finger and told them that the Imperial Army of the Eastern Continent has 100 slots each year for the Imperial Army University, regardless of whether they are human or ghost. As long as they come, they can learn the same knowledge here. He conveyed the message to them, and they naturally understood the value of it. Each person will incur a study cost of 100,000 pounds a year. Additionally, our universities in the Eastern Continent lack a teacher, and our research institutes need some researchers. Every year, I will help them train 100 students. And they will be responsible for sending me 100 highly knowledgeable talents. I will help them keep it confidential. As for their identities, I believe those won't stop them. Furthermore, he wanted to persuade the respective governments that the Eastern continent needs an interest-free loan of 500 million blue currency, with a term of 10 years. Fang Mingzhou listed one condition after another. And as for the Navy, these individuals have the capability to send them to the John Bull Navy. Governments around the world are aware of these entities. Their wealth is not something they cannot accept. If they possess great wealth alongside powerful arms, then only destruction awaits them. However, Fang Mingzhou did not care. Since he had proposed it, he naturally had a way to bring it to an end. Just by helping them train officers. He could make it impossible for those people to refuse, as they lacked military power and were merely seen as easy prey by others. Chapter 75. Preparations on both sides. In a newspaper office in Leipzig, a man with a big beard was drinking, accompanied by 2 or 3 others. Martov, I've made up my mind. I want to go back, the middle-aged man said seriously. Why, Yanianrov? Our propaganda is very successful right now. Why not continue? No, Martov. No matter how many articles we write here, we haven't personally experienced what the workers need. I've made my decision. When we founded the Mars newspaper, it was to spread Marx and Engels' thoughts to countless workers, hoping they would ignite like a spark, eventually becoming a raging fire. I've thought about it for a long time, and I believe I must return to my homeland. Only there can I rally more people to resist. With the middle-aged man's words, the room fell silent. Burgess had stayed in the Eastern continent for 2 or 3 months before heading towards Europa, as he couldn't let the outside world know that so much equipment was being procured for the Eastern continent. Your Majesty, the news has been confirmed that Yanianrov is already preparing to go to the Bear Nation. Hearing this name, Fang Mingzhou couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The wheel of history still has its inertia. Can we trust our people? This thought made Fang Mingzhou cautious, as this person's ideology is revered by over 100 million people as a classic. 5 years ago, when this individual was still in prison, we arranged for 2 people to be by his side, and now, after all these years, they have successfully gained his trust. Zhang Shun, do not underestimate him. His thoughts are the sharpest weapon. Keep an eye on him, but do not interfere with his actions. Trust me. As long as he is there, the bear will eventually be dismantled. Fang Mingzhou has always been careful around this person, knowing that the Far East is a breeding ground for his ideology, influencing countless individuals. Although the Eastern Empire is now strong enough to fend off those minor threats, the soil for such existence has disappeared, yet it remains uncertain whether it will bloom and bear fruit here again. But Fang Mingzhou knows he needs it. The Slavic people are full of contradictions. If he wants to dismantle them, he cannot rely on external means. The little mustached man has already proven that this method is unfeasible with a million-strong army. Fortresses are often breached from within, and this saying fits the bear perfectly. It is difficult to defeat by external enemies, but easily vanquished by its own people. What Fang Mingzhou needs to do is to support this individual, help him grow stronger, and use his theories to bring an end to the Slavic dynasty. Therefore, from the very beginning, Fang Mingzhou sent out the best and most steadfast spies to be around him, not seeking to change anything, just to ensure he knows this person is under his watchful eye. It has been over 6 years since the last war with the bear, and Nikolai too is eager to regain the face he lost last time. Fang Mingzhou also feels that the previous encounter did not inflict enough pain on this bear for it to forget the lesson. This barbarian fears power, but not virtue. Reasoning with them is futile, only making them feel you are weak and easy to bully. The only way to subdue them is to make them understand that the East is not something they can covet, not even to look at. How is the situation with the bear now? Zhang Shun replied with concern. The Siberia Railway is nearing completion, close to Chita. Due to the existence of the Eastern Outer Province, this railway has been reduced by nearly 1,000 kilometers compared to the original plan by the bear. The reason for this reduction is that the lands once occupied by the bear have been reclaimed by the Eastern Empire. It is estimated that it should be completed by the first half of next year at the earliest. Once this railway is finished, it is evident that Nikolai II will send those great beasts through this major railway to directly attack the Eastern Empire's Inner Mongolia province. Alternatively, they might attack the Eastern Outer Province directly, as there are numerous gaps along the nearly 10,000 kilometers of border. This means there is still more than half a year to prepare. However, this region is cold, and if a fight breaks out, even gathering forces must be calculated in months. When the bear originally built this railway, the Eastern Empire also constructed the Ring Mongolia Railway in response. Both sides are well prepared for a showdown, and railroads provide the best logistical support. Otherwise, in such freezing conditions, the battle might not even start before casualties occur. Can our railways ensure timely completion? We are slightly faster than our rivals, and it is expected that the construction of this railway will be completed by early next year. Does the command have any plans? This time is not like the previous war involving tens of thousands. Even if our rivals are overconfident, they would need at least 500,000 troops to invade our territory. Both countries are among the most populous in the world, and for many other nations, 500,000 troops would represent their entire military strength. This situation can indeed be termed a national war, but for these two nations, a small mobilization could suffice. The conventional military strength of our nation is around 500,000, with a similar number in reserves. Currently, there are no military operations in other directions, allowing us to allocate half of our forces and call up around 200,000 reserves. 500,000 troops should be enough for this war. But I know this is likely just the initial preparation. In the realm of time and space, both our rivals and their allies have deployed millions of soldiers in the battles around the Far East, which could be considered a World War version in that region. Moreover, this only accounts for the army. Naval forces have also deployed over 200,000 tons of warships. I estimate that if we win this time, at least before the first major conflict, our rival will stabilize, and we will gain a good development window. Therefore, this battle must happen. Hegemony is never achieved at the negotiation table. Previous wars have established our nation as an untouchable presence in the Far East, but it is still not enough. These powerful European nations see our previous victories as mere luck. I need to make them understand that our nation's strength can firmly hold them down, even if they mobilize their entire military. Our command plans to deploy 10 army divisions, 5 cavalry divisions, and draw 5 National Guard divisions along with 10 reserve divisions to form the Northern Command to respond to this war. 30 divisions would amount to at least 370 to 80,000 troops, which should be sufficient for the initial phase, but the later stages are uncertain. Let us call up 15 reserve divisions. We should prepare adequately. Half a year is enough for reserves to complete their training. This time we must inflict significant damage on our rival. Otherwise, it could drag on indefinitely, and we still need to focus on our development. Let all major arms factories ramp up production. I have a feeling this will not be a minor conflict. Chapter 76. Mobilizing reserves. With the announcement of mobilization by our nation, the previously peaceful situation in the Far East has shifted, signaling an approaching storm. Not only our rivals, but even European nations are watching closely. After the Boer War, why did the British temporarily cease their activities? It's because of this looming great conflict. Everyone is reluctant to stir up trouble before the war begins. Initially, the withdrawal from the Far East was filled with helplessness, and there was also a certain rooster involved. These two countries had significant interests in the region. Now, they both want to gauge the strength of the Eastern Territory with the help of a certain bear. If the Eastern Territory cannot withstand the pressure, it is evident that these two countries will not miss the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, the ruler began issuing conscription orders in response, with the first batch calling for 500,000 soldiers, not including 150,000 Cossack cavalry. At this moment, even the most critical observers seemed to set aside their differences, and the global situation appeared to shift towards peace overnight. It was clear that a war would break out within the next year. At this time, a certain official arrived at the northern shipyard, where the massive eastern vessel had been under construction for more than 6 months. Due to the groundbreaking significance of this warship, the shipyard had even closed the dry dock. For battleships were being built simultaneously at 2 major shipyards, along with several river-class destroyers. Although they didn't have the same prestige, one should not underestimate these destroyers that could reach speeds of 40 knots and were equipped with oxygen torpedoes. Even a behemoth like the eastern vessel would be immobilized if hit by one. The 610mm torpedoes had formidable power. The internal railway of the shipyard transported the massive hull, which was primarily responsible for the construction of the outer steel shell of the eastern vessel. In this era, shipbuilding also adopted a modular approach, with various parts of the warship constructed in different factories or workshops, including the power systems and naval guns, and then transported to the shipyard for assembly. The challenge of fitting so many different systems into the massive iron shell relied on skilled workers. By the time the official arrived, the huge hull had already been cut and was in the process of installing the power systems. There were no traditional gantry cranes. Such large equipment was moved using mast cranes or floating cranes. In theory, shipbuilding is a labor-intensive industry. Since the construction of the battleships had already been completed, the progress of the eastern vessel was quite fast. It was estimated that it would take another year to complete, and with the remaining sea trials, 6 months would be sufficient. The naval minister was well aware of the strength of these warships and even spent his time eating and drinking at the shipyard. Watching the giant vessel being pieced together excited him more than anyone else. The naval plans of the certain bear were delayed more than anticipated. The minister gleefully remarked that their own recent battleship construction had seriously lagged behind. It had been 2 years, and the hull had just been completed. He estimated it would take at least another year or 2 to finish. In fact, the eastern vessel might be launched before theirs. The bureaucratic system of a certain country is known for its corruption, ranking among the top in the world. Generally, a battleship construction cycle of 2 years is considered efficient. But there, it often takes 4 years for officials to show any dedication. However, the military ships previously ordered from other nations have all been completed and are currently undergoing training. These ships are mostly built according to our advanced designs, with a displacement ranging from 13,000 to 14,000 tons. Earlier, there were significant concerns, especially with over 40 main battleships, as sheer numbers could overwhelm even experienced crews. But with the specifications for the new class of ships being finalized, such anxieties have dissipated. When the time comes for conflict, it's likely that a fifth of their fleet could be sunk before even reaching effective firing range. This is a warship worth millions, not just $100. One can only imagine the expression on the face of that certain leader. Naval warfare cannot rely solely on capital ships. Non-capital ships are equally important. Just like when we decisively defeated another nation previously, we could do it again. The strategy doesn't need to be complicated. It just needs to be effective. Besides, it's unlikely that the Eastern Empire would venture into the continent to confront that leader, and even if they did, the local forces would likely prevent any Eastern vessels from passing through. Given that leader's proud nature, he would not allow the Eastern Navy to approach, but would rather initiate the attack himself. Clearly, this would be a naval operation extending over 10,000 nautical miles, or 20,000 kilometers. Such a long expedition, unlikely to be completed in less than 3 months, could lead to unpredictable events. Your Majesty, our Naval Department has already begun formulating detailed plans. This knowledge of timing, processes, and routes in naval warfare merely comes down to which side has more hidden cards. We must be prepared, as it's likely that not just that particular leader, but many nations from the continent will send delegations to observe us in the Far East. Theoretically, if both nations send their elite naval forces, this conflict could represent the largest engagement of steel warships in human history, regardless of the circumstances. Not witnessing it would be an embarrassment for anyone claiming to be part of the Navy. Strongly emotional nations might even consider taking advantage of the situation. There are no rules preventing naval observation teams from taking action, although it may not be feasible for a certain official to cause significant losses before reaching the Eastern Empire.